John did his job and was here, when the show started.
Exactly right. How did that look on YouTube, by the way? Good morning to you. All right, 215-592-9494. Look, obviously a lot to get to today. Primarily the Phils and the Braves. Start of another big series. You don't normally follow one big April series with another big April series, but this one has that kind of feel in a different way. So the 7-2 fighting's back at it tonight. We're getting close to the draft in about 2 weeks. Sixers lose yet again, but of course they do. Florida wins the national championship. All of this with you today at 215-592-9494. Plus the Diddy. Ray Didinger today at 7:40. Your phone calls throughout the show, 215-592-9494. Rich, how are you, pal?
Doing all right.
Good, bud.
Scientists just bred 3 wolves.
Yeah, I saw that.
Have dire wolf DNA.
I don't like it.
10,000 years. The first time in 10,000 years.
Don't like it.
Yeah, between
you don't like it?
This species disappeared between 10 and 13,000 years ago. They were made famous by, Game of Thrones, the dire wolf.
Yep.
They're bigger than wolves, but they couldn't interbreed with wolves, apparently. Doing some research, they diverged from wolves like 5.5 million years ago, evolutionarily speaking.
Yep.
So they were very different, but they gave these 3 little pups dire wolf DNA.
Yeah. What are we doing as a society? I mean, we're going to bring back the freaking dinosaurs.
They brought back a mammoth. Actually, they gave a little mouse mammoth DNA.
Well, I don't like it. What I do like is our baseball team. Matter of fact, I love our baseball team.
Me
and
too.
They don't fear me. They don't scare me.
They don't fear you?
They don't fear me. No, they don't fear me. All right, so guys, let's get to it here today. So, look, I want to take everyone's temperature 9 games into this season, where we're at with the Phils, because, it's been a great start, obviously. That's crystal clear. And one of the realities is that, this offseason, a tremendous amount of doubt was expressed by the fan base, notably right here on WIP. Many hosts, many callers. Here's how I would surmise the offseason. A lot of doubt was expressed. Some anger was expressed. There was the common refrain was they didn't do enough this offseason. I mean, that was said a million times on WI. They didn't do enough. They didn't do anything. Heard a lot of they didn't do anything. All right, well, it's not exactly true, but they already had a really good team. I think they improved it. Some were saying, wake me up in October. Some were comparing the Phillies to the Sixers. And some are even going as far as to say they can't win. Almost pulling an Adrian from Rocky IV. You can't win. They can't win. I heard that. I heard that on our station. I heard that on our show. Now, I pushed back many times in the offseason. And look, here's the one thing we knew we would know about the first 9 games of the season. They couldn't win the World Series in the first 9 games of the season. They couldn't lose the World Series in the first 9 games of the season. But the first 9 games obviously could give us a sense of should we have lingering doubt or renewed optimism. And guys, count me in the category of big optimism. I already was optimistic. I told you before the season I thought it was a great team. I feel more emboldened after the start of this season, feeling like it's a great team. Not that they're perfect. There are issues. Bohm, Romano, there are some issues, no question. But I want to hear from you today at 215-592-9494. And I'm particularly interested. If you were one of the many thousands, I would guess millions, because we got multi-million, fans here, Philadelphia sports fans. I would guess there were millions of Philadelphia Phillies fans who had real doubt about this team based on the way it ended last year and the last 3 years. And I'm just curious, 2 weeks into this thing, where are you at now? Where do you stand on the Phils? And your thoughts on what they bring to the table this year, 215-592-9494. John, where are you at? Put it another way, where do you think the Phils are at as an organization?
I believe this team is wiser and more grizzled than before, except for Alec Bohm. And hopefully he straightened his head out and he can contribute and help out. But, man, the difference for me, the biggest difference is I sat and watched at the 2022 World Series and said, we, the Phillies, are not going to be able to win this thing. It was like a revelation after watching the offensive explosion and feeling the hope that we all felt dissipate and then disappear after being no hit in Game 4. I just said, to myself, we need pitching like that and things. We can't win this thing if there are teams out there who can do that until we match fire with fire.
I remember vividly saying that. I remember that. You were
Yeah.
you were really dismayed by how much arms the Astros brought to the table.
Just the
and
contrast.
The difference. I remember
the
that.
difference between our team and our capabilities and their team and their capabilities. It was so night and day, and it was clear, okay, that's what a World Series winning team looks like. We got to get closer to that. So now here we sit, and you look at Wheeler, you look at Luzardo, man, that feels awesome watching Luzardo. Aaron Nola.
Yeah, we'll see.
Probably let's plan for later in the season. He keeps working. We know he's going to give us a lot of innings, and he's got a lot of experience we can lean into. Christopher Sanchez, he is just a bloom waiting to blossom. He and really, we should be really excited about this. This guy is terrifying to everyone else.
Yep.
And here we are. He's our guy. Ranger Suarez just waiting, until his back gets right. And then we've got the best pitching prospect in the history of the organization, Andrew Painter, waiting in the wings. That feels like our pitching is where it needs to be. That feels like the staff that can carry us.
Yeah.
I mean, even Taijuan Walker was passable.
No, we'll forget Taijuan. But
Andrew Painter coming up matters.
To be fair, the biggest complaint about the Phils this offseason had nothing to do with the pitching. It was the hitting. It was I don't trust them. They will chase come October.
And what we just saw,
they've improved so far.
I do believe they've improved. We've seen more patience. We just saw Tyler Glasnow get tested. Our offense, the thing that's so encouraging to me is our offense said to Tyler Glasnow, go ahead, we'll wait for you. Be a professional pitcher. Go. And he couldn't do it.
Yeah, it was weird.
And we didn't swing until he did it. And so we didn't swing, and we walked 11 guys. 11 guys.
Yeah, I know.
It was awesome. So that's a real step in the right direction. That's growth.
Yeah, look, I think we see growth. I mean, I think we see growth with the hitters. I think we're seeing some growth with Rob Thompson. I think he benched Alec Bohm. I don't think that was like, I'm just putting Sosa's bat in the lineup because he's been hot.
In a critical series, time, and super early in the season, he means business.
That's what I think. And I think Rob Thompson probably knows there's a chance this is his final season, and so he's not messing around. And look, that doesn't solve every issue come October, because I still think he's had some October blunders for the ages. But I'm glad he's still the manager. I think Dombrowski deserves more credit for the offseason than he got. I mean, the Luzardo thing is a pretty major addition. I mean, I don't think it looks like a minor addition. Do I wish Romano was better? Yes. That guy looks like he stinks. We'll see if he does. I don't know. I mean, I got to see him more, but it feels like a high wire act already. But as far as the team as a whole, I think they're a great baseball team. And I feel bad for the people that are in that, wake me up in October mode. I feel bad for the people that say that the Phillies are the Sixers. I think that's grossly unfair to the Phillies. I think that gives the Sixers too much credit for what they did in the first freaking round, prior years. Dude, people called this offseason and said it. I thought it was offensive to the Phillies. Phillies got to a Game 6 of the World Series and a Game 7 of an LCS. And James, a lot of people said it.
Yeah, I thought it was crazy to say it. I mean, to compare the two. Again, the Phillies had, in their first year of getting the playoffs, went further than the Sixers ever by 2 rounds.
2 rounds further.
And look, to the start of this season, to your point, I can understand being frustrated after the way especially the last 2 seasons.
We all should be frustrated with Helen. We should still be frustrated.
Exactly.
Because it was a missed opportunity.
And it was a correctable thing. Like, we saw them do, it wasn't just like, they got beat by a better team. Like, they lost.
It was lame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I can understand coming into this season with frustration, especially, and I love the Luzardo move when they made it. Yep. I love the guy. I've always been high on it. But I can understand after that, they don't do a ton of stuff. The Mets signed Soto, the Dodgers doing. I can understand being frustrated, but through 9 games and Romano, there are things we can talk about. I don't know how you could be more encouraged through 9 games with what you've seen from this team. Like, we asked them to come in and have a different approach. We asked them to come in and be smart and take pitches and to play every game like it matters, to come in and say, all right, we're winning today's game and we're going to worry about tomorrow. And it's exactly what we've seen. I mean, they're leading the league in chase percentage and walks and all these things you're looking for.
Right.
Like, Rob Thompson has benched Alec Bohm. He's pinch hit Trey Turner on a day off. Remember the whole can't get, like,
he changed the lineup.
He changed the lineup immediately. Like, I just don't know what more you could ask for as a Phillies fan through 9 games than what you've seen.
I'm
and
curious.
They're not strutting about it either. And they certainly don't want to discuss the past and falling short at this point. They want their play to speak for them, past and future, moving forward. And I appreciate that a lot because their play is awesome.
Well, look, I think so too. So you guys tell us at 215-592-9494 how you feel about this squad now and this organization now. And I'll ask you, are you all in on this season? Look, everyone knows there's no guarantee for a World Series. And let's be real, there's a better chance than not that our hopes will get dashed in October because it's really hard to win it all. But they've got a legitimate shot. I think they've got a great baseball team. I'm proud of the way they've started off this season. I really am. I'll use that word. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of them. Now, I know there's a lot of people kind of emotionally hanging back. At least I know there was as of a week and a half ago. I tend to think there still are. Protecting yourself because you don't want to feel that hurt again in October. You don't want to have that frustration if they have a swoon at a certain point this year, the way they did last year in the regular season. I understand all that, but I'm in. I'd rather get my hopes dashed and enjoy the 6 months and feel like I enjoyed the whole journey than just lay back and be like, you know what? I'll just let a 95 win, 97 win season pass me by. I'll just take it for granted. Like, that's not me. Guys, I grew up with bad Phillies baseball. Bad. Like, their best player was Von Hayes.
We know it much better.
Right? Like, that was, and no offense to Von Hayes, but he shouldn't be your best player.
No.
So you guys tell us where you're at 215-592-9494. Or are you all in, or still kind of holding back, full of a lot of doubt? Let us know. 215-592-9494. Phone calls on all of this today, including your chance to win Phillies tickets for next week. That we're giving away today on our show. The Diddy at 740 and your chance to weigh in. 215-592-9494. It's a week and a half in. What do you make of our Fighting Phils on 94 WIP?
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Just be sure to go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR and gear up to go yard all season long. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted high and deep, and that is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's tax time again, and this year, you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org, and the Educational Income Tax Credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring. Nissan.com/spring.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the all-new Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the all-new Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined all-new Nissan Kicks.
Now, Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting manufacturer-suggested retail price under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer-suggested retail price, MSRP, for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Looking to secure your future? Join Uline, Morning Call's top large employer of 2025. Interview for warehouse roles at Uline's April hiring event in Allentown. Earn pay starting from $27 an hour based on experience with significant growth and earning potential. Plus, full health and retirement benefits starting your first day. Be part of a team driven to deliver excellence. Sign up for your warehouse interview on Wednesday, April 16th or Thursday, April 17th in Allentown at uline.jobs.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent 4-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today, a mix of sun and clouds, windy and chilly, high 48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
National championship is in the balance. 13 seconds left. Florida leads it by 2. Uzan, give it up. Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short. He walked, he can't touch it, he can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. It's a great day to be a Gator.
CBS Sports Iron Eagle as Florida stunned Houston 65-63 to win the championship. Howie Roseman would probably agree it's a great time to be a Gator. Eagles GM, a former Florida alum. 7-2 Phillies open a series at the 1-8 Braves. Pretty good pitching matchup. Zack Wheeler against Chris Sale. 7:15 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. By the way, the Dodgers fell at the Nationals 6-4 despite Shohei Ohtani falling a double short of the cycle. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds special, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny, windy, high 46. It is currently 41. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, good morning to you. Yeah, what a way for the national championship game to end last night. So, Florida wins the title. College basketball is done. Pro basketball has been done in our town for, 3 months now. Let's hope.
You could argue 12 years or 13 years.
Can we get next year between the college basketball teams and our NBA squad a play? Let me ask you this: are the Sixers going to make the playoffs next year?
No.
Put another way: is Joel going to be able to play? Ray, is he going to be able to play next year?
I don't think so.
Man.
If he does in a role-playing situation.
Could you imagine if they get the number 1 pick, get Cooper Flagg, and have to wait it out for 4 or 5 years for Paul George and Joel and all these guys to come off the books? Because they won't have any money to spend. It would just be watching him, which wouldn't be bad, but it wouldn't be good enough.
Thanks, Daryl.
Wouldn't be even close to good enough. They stunk last night yet again. They lost last night yet again.
Straight.
Yeah. All right. 215-592. I know, but I also don't want to give them credit for it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Yeah. There's
I
a
agree.
difference between saying I'm glad they lost and they deserve credit for losing. Because those are two totally different things. All right, the Phils, where do you stand? They've won a lot so far. I mean, it's only been 9 games, but they're 7-2, off to a great start. Phils Braves. Phils can do some damage in the division this week. I know it sounds ridiculous to say so early, but they're already so far up on the Braves, and they can extend that lead. All right, 215-592-9494. I really am particularly interested in those that were holding back this offseason. I know some of you listening were one of those people holding back, doubting, to a certain extent angry. Really, we were all frustrated. Nothing wrong with that. But there were a lot of people that really did not believe in this team. Where do you stand now? 215-592-9494. Darren in South Philadelphia. Good morning, Darren.
Good morning. That was the greatest entrance to the show ever, John. I just got to give you a round of applause for that. But that was just great, you know. And then, Joe, you come in here and put your foot in your mouth, because I distinctly remember a conversation we had on air when you basically were poo-pooing about Jesus Cesaro, calling him, what did you call it? What, you compared it to like a Taiwan Walker-esque?
I don't remember that at all. No, I don't remember that.
It was that big of a deal. Like, I mean,
Darren, you're known for making stuff up, and I tend to think you probably just did. Look, I'll be honest from this standpoint. I did not realize he was this good. But I also didn't know a ton about the guy. I really didn't. I mean, I was hearing James talk about this guy was really legit, so I was in a wait and see mode. But I certainly don't think I compared him to Taiwan Walker.
I mean, maybe not Taiwan Walker, but close enough, sir.
Okay, so you're already retracting your statement. Okay, so
I mean, I just like to focus on, but you were not as high on
look at this, Sean. We got to retract. I mean, tell me I wouldn't be a great lawyer. I got a retraction in 30 seconds. But anyway, go ahead, Darren. Carry on.
But I do have an opinion, because James has brought it up a couple times, and I just want your opinion on it. Would you give Kyle Schwarber and JT an extension for 3 years to finish up the core with Wheeler and Nola? Because everybody's tied in. Because I'm excited. I can't wait. Like, this is just great. And JT being JT over the weekend was just amazing.
Yeah. Look, it obviously depends on the money. My inclination for 3 years is yes. You can't do a fourth year. You can't. You can't do a fourth year.
But I'm just saying you might as well just.
I'm not giving JT 3 either. If I could get 2, maybe, but
Wheeler.
Yeah, I mean, JT's what, 34, 35? It's old for a catcher.
His knees aren't, but he also hasn't been a catcher that long.
I know
He
was a shortstop in college. I know.
It's a tough call, Darren. It's a tough. The 3 year for JT is a tough call, even for Schwarber, because they're both going to decline, and it's a tough call.
I mean, we're giving. For all intents, we're giving. What's his name, Walker. I mean, we've wasted money with Walker. Why not? I mean, at least these guys are produced.
Well, listen. Well,
it's not how you run a baseball team, Darren.
The justification certainly has nothing to do with the. I mean, I'll give you a why not. Aaron Nola might not be as good as he used to be, and you still got him for 6 years. So you do have to be. I mean, look, we can't. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Let's be real, John. The Paul George thing, the Paul George thing looked like a disaster 15 games into the season. And we got
his first game.
And we got 3 more. His first game. And
we got play.
We got 3 more years to go. So I would say the 3 years for Schwarber or JT. That's playing with fire with both. But I'm intrigued. I mean, I would certainly be open minded to it. All right. By the way,
it's got to happen at some point during the season. Don't you think?
I don't think it will. I don't either. I think Middleton and Dombrowski.
Think about Nola. They waited till the offseason and signed him back, and I think that they're going to wait.
Aaron Nola, who is as low key gets. I do think.
I think that was more
different for that reason.
Well, I think that was more about Nola holding more cards because he was younger, he was a pitcher, and his number was going to be bigger and better. And I'm thinking him and his agent probably said, "We're taking this to free agency." And by the way, it worked out for them in a big way. I mean, he got close to 150 million, something like that.
175.
I mean, right now with Schwarber and JT, we're talking about things that could be between 40 and 60 million. So
you get both of them for significantly cheaper than Nola.
Correct. Yeah. All right, look, 215.
It just feels like they are such. At least Schwarber feels more like I'm all in team player type.
I don't buy
guy.
that, man. You say that. I don't buy that.
It's a thing. Some guys.
There's
really
a lot of. Listen, you were a team player for the Oakland Raiders. You left to come to the Eagles. I mean, they gave you, more money at the Eagles than the Raiders, right?
No, I was an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, but the Raiders didn't want you anymore, right?
I had free access.
Right.
I wanted to come here.
No, I understand that you took less to be here than elsewhere, but the Raiders did not offer you as much as the Eagles, right?
I don't remember what.
Well, you've told us that the Raiders told you they didn't want you anymore, right?
It was I wasn't in their plan.
Well, that's my point.
It was What
the point is? You were a team guy, and you left a team. You left the team.
Right.
Well, I guess you're saying if I guess the difference is, look, we don't know that the Phillies are going to want Schwarber and JT to the point of the 3rd year. We don't know that yet. They might want him for
that's the conundrum.
That is the conundrum.
You need to preserve the good feeling and positivity in every way, and everyone's sitting there
looking
at each other.
You don't make a long-term mistake by signing someone in a season.
Exactly.
I think it's especially when you've got 3 guys who have contracts. It's like this Eagles thing we've talked about with Howie, where it's like, we don't want to sign this guy and then this guy be upset and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You've got that to worry about.
I'm just going back to my original point. I do not think that those players will be signed during the season.
I agree with you.
I do not think they will. And I think part of that is Middleton and Dombrowski want to see how it plays out before they commit. That's my guess. But anyway, look, 215-592-9494. All right, your chance to win Phillies tickets. Phils versus the Giants Tuesday of next week. How you can win them, we'll tell you next. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Imagine a home that is consistently comfortable, no matter what the weather is outside. With energy-efficient windows from Window Nation, that dream can become a reality. Say goodbye to those cold, drafty spots because Window Nation builds their windows with top-quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available.
I can feel that. I have a week in now with my new Window Nation windows in my 3 kids' rooms, and the whole house already feels cozier. And I can't wait to see what the energy bill says next month. But don't just take my word for it. Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews. So you're in great hands.
And get this, right now they have a buy 4, get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments until 2027. And if you get windows for your whole house, They give you a free entry door.
This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
With Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu, grab the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365. Start building your bet and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drain, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka are the perfect drink to enjoy on the golf course this season. Light, refreshing, real vodka, real brewed tea, and zero bubbles. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com and schedule today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Florida Gators winning the national championship for racing, a 12-point second-half deficit to clip the Houston Cougars 65-63. Well, it's been a pretty couple good months for Howie Roseman. Won a second Super Bowl. As GM, now his Florida Gators win a title. And Roseman's Eagles gearing up for the draft in just over 2 weeks. 8 picks in the draft, starting with the 32nd. It'll be Zack Wheeler against Chris Sales as the Phillies open a series in Atlanta against the 1-8 Braves. Sixers dropping a 12th straight, 117-105 at Miami. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Partly sunny, windy, high 46. It is currently 42. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, so need a little help from you if you have a suggestion or two, because our show is now on YouTube. You can watch our show live on YouTube or go back at any point during the day after it's over and watch it. It's all there on YouTube. And I'd like to know how we should decorate, our set, namely the area behind us, because the camera shows us and then just a little bit of space behind us. So, what should we have here? I mean, we need some ideas because, you watch those shows like PTI, there's all sorts of stuff. You watch the Dan Patrick show. There's bobbleheads. I mean, Stern show had the OJ mugshot. Do we have any mugshots in Philadelphia sports we can put behind us?
It's a good question.
God, yes, I'm sure.
Who would be a good mugshot guy?
I'm sure Lenny has a couple.
Lenny, that's right. Who was the Eagle guy that got pulled over?
Josh Huff.
Yeah.
That guy. Yep, that guy. Who else would be a mugshot? Did Jalil have a mugshot when he went 97 miles an hour?
Maybe. Or how about the fight in Boston?
The fight in Boston. Yeah. All right. So we need one thing I think we need is somebody's mugshot. It's a little rough, but a good mugshot would do as well.
I'm looking at Lenny's right now. It's
all right.
fun.
I'd like John. The Phillies uniform has been said. My fantasy camp uniform's not bad. It's a little chuckle. What else can we put behind us?
Well, you seem to be fixated with your own childhood photos of Skinny Joe child.
We could put a young photo of us. That's true. Young photo. I like that idea.
Absolutely. I was an early peaker.
That's right.
Yeah, Joe in a sports capacity as a kid.
Me in my football uniform photo.
I like that idea.
That's good. Football uniform photo.
Do you have those, though?
Yeah. 8th grade CHA, football uni.
Is there an action shot?
Matter of fact,
you have to play.
I have the uniform. I have the jersey.
Still to this day?
Yeah, I found it recently.
What?
Yeah, I've got my CHA 8th grade football jersey.
What?
I could bring that in. Number 14. Hard hitting safety, given 14.
I'm telling
what
you.
Safety wears
Joe,
14?
That's exactly what we need to put up. Put up that. Let's frame that bad boy. Stick that. I don't know. Bang.
I'll agree with that,
there.
All right, so give us some good suggestions. We could use. I mean, I think we just came up with a couple pretty good ones. But what else should we have behind us? 215-592-9494.
Would you like to see today's photo?
What do you got over there?
I got I got Howie Roseman. I
Yep.
bleed for the city
Yep.
because Howie is a Florida Gator.
Good for you. Yeah.
There you go.
Listen,
He's had a good couple of months, that man.
he has had a very good couple of months. All right, so what should we have behind us? To this point, Ray's the only person that's had anything behind her, but obviously we have opportunity here to add to the listing. So what should we have to give the room a little ambiance for the visual on YouTube? All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, when you call in today, and we're talking, to this point primarily about the Phils and what you think out of the gate, and I hope people are on board. I certainly think you should be, but that's up to you. When you call in, you got a shot to win Phillies tickets. We're giving away tickets for a game Tuesday of next week. 7 days from now, it's the Phils and the Giants. 6:45 game, Citizens Bank Park, obviously. It's also Jackie Robinson Day. So the Phils will have all sorts of stuff, obviously, to honor the phenomenal legacy of Jackie Robinson. They'll have an on-field tribute, celebrating the legacy of the great number 42. All the players will be wearing number 42. So you can attend this game, see the Phils, see the Giants, and see that next Tuesday by winning the tickets here today at 215-592-9494. And here's how you win the tickets. A happy birthday has to go out to the Princess Bride herself. I still call her Robin Wright Penn just because once someone, I don't normally change my approach.
We know. Yeah. Once you've got, yeah.
Once it's in the brain.
She chose to get rid of the pen, but you're like, you know what? It's staying.
But it's more about what just sticks in my brain.
We
James.
know, buddy.
James, don't you think of her more as Robin Wright Penn? Be honest.
Probably,
yeah.
but I don't call her.
She was Robin Wright
but you know
Penn
what
for
I
a
do?
long time.
I call her Robin Wright
But
now.
he respects her surname and calls her the proper name.
All right, so Robin Wright Penn.
Princess Buttercup.
There you go. All right, so here's the deal. Her birthday. She's 58 years old, obviously a notable fictional royalty, if you will. Give us a big-time answer from the movies, from the shows, from the books. Fictional royalty, but here's the deal. We're not looking for a character. Oh, no. We've done that before. We are looking for a scene involving fictional royalty. A scene. Best answer. Whoever provides that scene, a great scene, is going to win the Phillies tickets to see the Fightin' Phils Tuesday of next week in town. John, a scene involving a fictional royal. What do you got?
A massacre at the wedding feast of Edmure Tully.
Oh,
and Rosalind Fry.
Yeah.
The Red Wedding.
That is a monumental answer.
Massive.
For those that like Game of Thrones. By the way, there's many other Game of Thrones answers available, but the Red Wedding is off the board.
Robb Stark's mother, Catelyn, and most of his 3,500 soldiers were slaughtered.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Seltzer. Fun.
Yes.
Oh, it was fun.
Seltzer, a little payback though was fun with Arya. Seltzer, fictional royal, a scene. What do you got?
Well, I'm happy I can say this, and you'll know what it is finally after all these years. Now, that's assuming you remember something you saw.
Okay.
The Circle of Life, Joe.
Don't know that one.
Oh my God.
The heck is the Circle? The animated thing.
The Lion King. You finally see, and there you go.
The animated
Ultim in
thing?
the air. The Circle of Life.
I
my
like
friend.
that. I like that
Thank
movie
you.
quite a bit. Saw that over the holidays. Yes, The Lion King. Excellent. All right, The Circle of Life, when that song pops in there. Good stuff. Rhea, a scene, fictional royalty.
The opening scene of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where King Arthur and his guy are going along on invisible horses using coconuts.
Yes,
They
listen.
sound like them.
Big answers are available. Speaking of big, I'll give you this one, John. I'm going to have to change just a couple of things that are said here to make this apropos for our version of doing the show. The Royal Nick Foles.
I knew you were going to do this.
Is clean.
I knew you were going to do this. I wish I could have bet on it.
The Royal. Sounds really.
What? I knew it. I knew it.
Coming to America. Look, it is a great scene. It is early in the movie. It is Eddie Murphy. It is not Nick Foles. But I went with, Nicholas Foles for all the obvious reasons. Look, give us a big-time answer, like a big-time answer, at 215-592-9494 for what is a great scene involving a fictional royal. Also, the Phils out of the gate. What do you make of their early season success? Are you buying in? Do you think they're great? All the offseason chatter, and there was a lot about the Phils in the offseason, with most of it being negative. Are you ready to walk some of that stuff back? One of the big refrains was, "Ain't do anything." Now, listen, the Romano thing doesn't look good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It looks horrendous right now. But the Luzardo thing looks fantastic. All right, where are you at on the Phils? Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Gary in Whitehall. What's going on, Gary?
Morning, everybody. Was happening?
Hi, Gary. What's up?
What's going on there, Joe? How you doing?
I'm fantastic, Gary. Ready to rock and roll today.
Hey, Joe, you know what baseball is all about? Well, 90% anyway.
What?
Pitching.
It's about what?
Pitching.
Pitching. That's a lot of it.
And they have an outstanding starting rotation. And actually they have a wonderful roster of pitchers other than Trash Mono. I don't know what's up with
That's
this guy.
aggressive with that, Gary. Trash mono? I don't think it's going to catch on either.
A little rough this early on.
Yeah, it doesn't fit that well either.
No, it really doesn't. Because I didn't know what you were saying until I heard John say it. I'm like, oh, I guess I get it. But it's not a great play on words. Of course, Romano's not even a word, but that's a whole nother matter. Go ahead.
But I mean, other than him, everything else is looking very nice right now. I mean, they're playing ball, but the situational. Still have a little problem with our third baseman trying to mature.
Yeah, I'm not sure the left fielder is that good either. I got to watch him a little bit more, but I'm skeptical. We'll say.
I like to see Rojas a little bit more in center field, but that's just me. But I mean, this pitching staff is just outstanding right now.
Yes, it is.
This is what it's built for. And we look at we still got Painter in the waiting, and we bring Ranger back here at the end of the month. So
Yeah, maybe sooner, probably sooner. It sounds like.
Looking very promising. Very promising. I'm looking forward to this whole season. So
I agree, man. All right, Gary, a scene with a fictional royal. What do you got?
The late great James Earl Jones and King Jockey shows up at the apartment of Prince Hakeem.
So the scene when Jaffe comes into the apartment. All right, that's pretty. It's not. I think it's more of a house than an apartment, but I get it. All right, so it's
popular movie.
Pretty big answer to see the interaction of James Earl Jones as King Jaffe and MacDonald, who was help me out. His name
McDowell.
Was it McDowell?
John Amos.
John Amos. Was it McDowell?
It was McDowell.
And what did I say?
It was McDowell. Yeah, because it was McDowell's was the name of the restaurant.
I thought it was McDonald's or something.
It was McDowell's.
Okay, McDowell's. All right, I'm impressed. By the way, the daughter, big fan.
Yeah,
just gonna put that out there.
I think most
putting that out there for the world. All right. By the way, speaking of females, I gotta. How's that for a segue? Speaking of females, so let me tell you something.
Thoughtful and sensitive.
Something I learned yesterday about sports. I mean, I like to think, as the Hammer, I know an awful lot about sports. I mean, the Hammer! But I learned something yesterday, and I'm going to file this one away for they're dumb, I'm not.
Oh, no.
Okay, this goes into the and we're going into the female
We'll
variety.
be the judge of that.
We're going into the female variety of college basketball. Now, I suppose the same thing applies to the men's variety of college basketball, but I found a headline odd, but then, like, when I actually dug into the story, I found something else even odder. Headline, yes, because UConn won the national championship in women's college basketball 2 days ago. Headline yesterday, UConn tops AP women's poll after winning 12th championship.
Dude, I saw this headline and thought it was super weird too.
Okay.
I'm like, of course they do. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
I saw the exact same thing.
So I'm like what? Like, obviously, they won the national championship. Of course they.
Yeah.
So, okay, that alone, okay, I guess they do a poll. But then I dug deeper and I read this sentence and I thought, this is really odd. The Huskies received all 31 votes from a national media panel after Gino Aramiz's team beat South Carolina 82-59 for the title. Like, they got to vote on it?
That seems unnecessary.
Like, people in America have to vote on who's number one after the prior night.
They won by 30 or whatever.
They won the national championship. How about this new rule moving forward? Whoever wins the national championship, automatically number one. Everyone else vote thereafter.
I can't wait to see where Florida finishes.
I had no idea and I'm guessing most don't, that, like, theoretically possible you could win the national championship and not be voted number one?
Also,
like, what is that?
How dumb is it? Like, who cares who's 2, 3, 4, 5 after the season's
I agree
over?
with that,
Like,
too.
we were number 8 in the poll.
Yeah.
Yay! Like, who cares?
I
Like, why are you
agree.
even doing it? Like, it's over. There's a winner. It's done. We're done.
I agree.
Only for recruiting. Then you can tell kids
I guess.
we were number 4.
I guess. But I just found that whole thing bizarre. And like I said, I mean, I was joking, but obviously as the Hammer, I do know an awful lot about sports. And that was a new one for me. Just going to put that out there.
It's not, like, totally unusual.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they do it every year. I think it's dumb. My point is, I think it's dumb.
unusual to not finish number one and win the national championship.
Well, who did that?
Apparently,
Like Villanova in 85?
Apparently,
they ranked Georgetown number 1?
Apparently, it happened to UConn in 2023.
That
It's
is
ridiculous.
That is really dumb.
Yeah.
Like, that's like one of the dumber things that I've heard in sports.
Me too. Ever. Like ever. All right.
Yeah,
look,
like
well,
in my life, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. You learn something every day, at least hopefully.
I
you
wish
do.
I hadn't learned that.
No, that's all right. That's weird. All right. Let's also get to the Twitter poll questions of the day. We got not one, but two different Twitter polls, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now is the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, first poll question to the Phils. Of these, who is the greatest concern for you with the Phils this year? We got three choices. And as time goes on, maybe some of these won't be concerns and maybe others will be concerned. But so far out of the gate, I think it's pretty obvious the three this year. Bohm, Nola, Romano. Now, if Alvarado had blown the game on Sunday, Alvarado would have been in this poll. And maybe he should have been, but we narrowed it down to Bohm, obviously starting third baseman. Aaron Nola, supposed to be, second starter guy. I know he didn't start the second game of the season, but basically he's essentially your number 2, maybe not anymore. And Jordan Romano, who was supposed to be your Jeff Hoffman replacement, and thus far this year, I think has been the worst Philly he's been the worst Philly by far. Now, he's not a starter like the way Bohm's a starter. So you got to kind of be the judge of which is the biggest concern based on, who you feel like you might need the most, how often they play. You be the judge of all this, but who concerns you the most of those three? You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. One other Twitter poll question, because John brought it up earlier in the show. They have re-engineered an extinct animal and brought this animal back for the first time in what I think they're saying is about 10,000 years. We asked this question: should humans re-engineer extinct animals to bring them back? Consider me in the no category, ladies and gentlemen. I play a game called Upside Downside.
Okay.
Here's how Upside Downside works.
I think we can guess
What
it.
is the upside of this?
And what's the downside?
What is the downside of this? That's how Upside Downside works.
The downside is Jurassic Park.
Correct.
Think about that. That is as down a side as a downside
can be.
The downside
is humans becoming extinct. And then the dinosaurs don't bring us back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we don't get brought back by the dinosaurs. So what are we doing? Why play with fire? There's fire. Oh, let's go touch fire. Now, how about we don't? How about we don't bring back
do you
dead
think
animals?
It's possible the dire wolves will take over the planet?
I don't know. I think what's possible is 1,000 years from now, if we keep going down this road, or 500 years from now, or 100 years from now, we're going to have a big problem.
They crossed the same company. I think it's called Colossal. They crossed a mouse with a woolly mammoth. They gave the mouse woolly mammoth genes, so they've got a woolly mouse. So they did that too. They've done all sorts of stuff. And I'm sure they're planning to do all sorts of additional stuff. Again, the dire wolf could not interbreed with the American gray wolf.
Look, there are times in life the following rhetorical question is worth asking. What are we doing here? This is one of those times.
Here's what we did.
Why are
Game
we
of
bringing
Thrones
back dead
made
animals?
everyone think, whoa, it's so cool that there was a wolf out there 10,000 to 15,000 years ago that went extinct that was like 25% bigger than real wolves.
Right.
And it was an American animal.
And you know what, John? I said to that, save it for the movies.
Well, what's funny too is that Game of Thrones, fantasy world.
Yep.
Fantasy.
All right, give us a big time answer. 215-592-9494
I
for all
think
these
it's cool,
questions.
Joe. Like you don't.
Of course, it's kind of cool, but it's dangerous.
I understand, but I'm still interested enough. My interest is piqued enough that I would be like for this concept.
It's stupid.
Let's
go
do
to the
this
phones.
with some fish.
No, let's not. All right, let's get to Dan in Philadelphia. Dan, good morning, buddy.
Boy, you just had a lot of topics to touch on right there.
Yes.
All right. In your thinking, I agree with, like, if you win the championship, you should be number one. So with that said, if you win the Super Bowl and you're named MVP, you should be the best quarterback in the NFL, which would make Jalen Hurts the best quarterback in the NFL. Right?
Look at you, Dan. Look at you making a funny. Yeah.
Right, Joe?
Yeah, you think that applied to Brad Johnson?
Joe.
Dan,
We're not going to pick apart this theory.
Do you think Jim McMahon was really better in '85 than Joe Montana? You really think that?
Stood on this soapbox, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFL. Second, this
Can we put that out on social media? Joe to camera quotes. Yeah.
Re-engineering animals and stuff. I think only if it like benefits like the ecosystem or something. Like maybe re-engineering the honeybee. Something that can go extinct and actually literally kill humans. But
good point.
Making a woolly mouse is I don't see any
frivolous.
Frivolous, yeah. And then, of course, you enter that slippery slope territory. What's the next?
It is the road to Jurassic Park.
Think?
In reality, it is the
awful.
road. Like if we're talking about the path to Jurassic Park, this is it.
What are we doing? All right, Dan. What do you got on the Phils, man?
Wouldn't it be fascinating to see a T-Rex?
On the stuff that goes up behind your wall.
Sure.
So you have a picture of Rodney Pete's voice on your bookshelf, right?
In his house, he has a shrine to Holly Robinson Pete.
It's in a photograph, in an album, in a photo album.
I believe the phrase was stalking was how it was on, if I'm not
it's a
mistaken.
stock shrine.
Dan,
a stock shrine to Holly Robinson Pete.
Dan, you tell me if you saw Holly Robinson Pete from about 50 feet away, you wouldn't take a picture?
Oh, come on.
No, 0% chance I
There's
would.
no way.
No way.
Why not?
Because it's weird. It's a weird thing to do.
She's a celeb.
Hey, you know what? Introduce yourself or...
Nah, I didn't have the confidence for that.
All right, so it's either that picture or your prom picture of you and Judy. Either one
Dan.
has to go up behind you.
Why do I field your phone calls, Dan?
I don't know, Joe. As for the Phillies, listen, I was in the camp like a little old of running this back. I'm more worried about injuries than anything else. I think we've been really good with injuries. But man, if this starting pitching situation just stays like this all year, even if Romano goes south, like hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he can turn this around. But we could have Cy Young Walker back in the bullpen if he continues to pitch like this. So, I mean,
Dan, embarrassing that one start makes you lean all the way back into Taiwan. Embarrassing.
Joe, I'm only kidding.
Okay, thank God, because John says it. John says I want to throw him out of the studio. I'm like, what is going on here?
I
the
agree.
guy stinks.
It's a sign
It's
of
the Taiwan-assance, man. The Taiwan-assance.
It's
Sure
a
it
sign
is.
of change.
All right, Dan, give me a big-time answer. Fictional, royal, in a scene.
It's the ultimate, whether you're an adult or a child, when Cinderella loses her slipper at the ball.
When she loses the slipper, well, that's one way to go.
Wouldn't the return of the slipper be a better answer?
That's what I was thinking.
Right?
Correct. I'm writing it down. Lose a slipper. I mean, okay, but I don't think it's the best answer from even Cinderella. 215-592.
I love us breaking down the best answers.
No, I
from
mean,
Cinderella.
for a relatively smart guy.
I agree. Yeah, we're on the same page here.
Prince Charming,
you
John.
haven't seen Cinderella.
Prince Charming. Bang.
Bang what?
I don't know.
What does Prince Charming
Then they
mean?
live happily ever after. He puts
What does he do?
He puts the shoe on her foot, and they're going to get married. They're going to have kids.
That's the moment. That's a bad answer.
They're going to have grandkids, and then their great grandkids are all going to die because we re-engineer animals and then come back and kill.
How do you know
kill their
this
prodigy?
Disney movie?
Okay.
How do you know that Disney movie and
good.
none of the others?
It's in there from the early days. 215-592-9494. Your thoughts and calls on all of these topics. And are you in on the Phils? Let us know. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and token, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets with a chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is the official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Nutrisystem, located in Fort Washington, has an opening for a senior data engineer to work with enterprise information systems and offshore resources to lead the development of the cloud data warehouse while supporting the current data warehouse environment. This position may telecommute on occasion from any location in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, or Maryland. Salary between $137,000 to $140,000 per year. To apply, mail resume to L. Conaway, 1100 Virginia Drive, Suite 175 for Washington, Pennsylvania, 19034.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers. Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Okay, guys, so you've got hair. Glad Hair can help you keep it. You losing it? They can help you with that, too. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up, check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. It's the reason why they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Call them at 610-980-4000 or visit GladHairMM.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens. and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Before games, Red Sox All-Star outfielder Jarren Duran writes still alive on his wrist tape. Tonight, you'll understand why, as the 28-year-old opens up about his suicide attempt on Netflix's docuseries, The Clubhouse. Hopefully, Duran's courageous candor will help save some lives. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I don't feel worthy. This should be Chase Utley time. So what do you think? Chase is like walking in the door here? What is this?
I just felt like playing it.
That's good. That's good. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to be with you on this Tuesday morning. Sun's coming out.
It's going to be cold today, though.
Well, it was cold a little bit last night there. Where you could feel it twisting
yesterday
back.
It was cold.
Yeah, twisting back in that
enough of
direction.
it. I'm ready to not be cold
I
anymore.
know. You won't have much longer. It's April 8th. Sixers season's almost coming to an end. Let me give you the update on the Sixers' quest to have that first-round draft pick. It's looking really good. So here's the deal. Sixers lost again last night. They have had for a good stretch now the fifth worst record in the league, and they're very close to clinching the fifth worst record in the league. So the team with the sixth worst record is Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is 2.5 games better than the Sixers. So the Sixers, and there's only 3 games left. So you can pretty much put it in stone. The Sixers will finish with the fifth worst record in the league, which means that 2 different teams from 7 through 14 will need to jump them in the lottery in order for the Sixers to move to the 7th pick after the ping pong balls are selected. And with that, that's when the pick would go to Oklahoma City. Put another way, Sixers are going to almost definitely have a first-round draft pick. And it will almost definitely.
If any team could find a way to lose that ping pong ball
Exactly.
situation.
I would not be so sure, Joe.
So they're in pretty good shape there. Where they're not in good shape, obviously, is their roster and the whole deal, the injuries. All right, 215-592-9494. This has clearly turned into one of the most god-awful seasons ever. I thought the Bynum thing was bad. There were some years in the mid-'90s that were bad. Obviously, there were tanking years. A decade ago, they were bad. But this one, given that hope actually existed at the start of the year, and the Sixers had a tweet out, is this real life with, a picture of Joel, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey. And it has now turned into a season in which they are 39.5 games behind the Cleveland Cavaliers. Think about that. 39.5 games behind the Cleveland Cavaliers.
That's almost half a season.
I would tell you most listeners couldn't even name 3 Cleveland Cavaliers.
It's wild.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Most listeners could not name 3 Cleveland Cavaliers. So good for them, bad for the Sixers. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Anthony, New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
What's up,
Hi,
Anthony?
I had an idea for you guys with the drop board, man.
The drop board or the decoration stuff?
No. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, drop board. What the hell I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, the decoration stuff, man.
Let me hear it.
Y'all.
What is it?
I know you guys got the power to get a good artist that can draw. We get some history going on, man. A couple of the Broad Street Bullies, the 90, the team with Seth Joyner, Reggie White, is Saquon slapping his helmet. We get T.O. doing push-ups in the sit-up.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Driveway.
It's a good idea, a little mural type thing.
Allen Iverson going on, a little tush push there going on. Liberty Bell, man. We get a lot of Philly things going on, like on the back wall, man. Have somebody illustrate that, man. Like that'd be real cool.
I
man.
like that. That's a good idea.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, that's really good.
Vibrant.
Yeah.
Colorful mural. Lots of just different looking scenes.
I like that a lot. Saquon's leap over the Jags guy.
Ooh, I like that.
Right? Now, we'd have to look into copyright. I don't know how all that works. Are you allowed to use it as a display behind you?
Do
I
we
don't
have
know.
Ben Simmons like holding the ball? Will he pass it? Will he dunk it?
That's pretty good, though, Anthony. That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, we could have that back there, man. You know, get a nice little artist, man, if we could, man.
Yep.
That'd be cool.
Sure would.
Hey, man, Hey Joe, man, I see you pretty high on the Phillies, man. Why wasn't you this high on the Eagles, man?
The basic answer is I didn't like the way the offense was working to an extent because of Jalen. I mean, that's the honest answer. But obviously, as time went on, you know, his limitations were two different things. One, they ran the ball a ton, so they leaned in to moving away from him in the passing game. And two, when it mattered most in the playoffs, he obviously elevated his play big time in the passing game. I mean, he was dynamic in the postseason, no question. But, I mean, I'm answering your question honestly. I had doubts.
No, I appreciate it, yeah.
You know. And by the way, I'll add one more thing, Anthony, and I think this goes for a lot of people. Up until around November, they played a lot of close games. This was not like the 2017 Eagles when they were blowing teams out in October, and you could just see it. Like, it took time for this team. And also, it took me time, and probably most of us, to realize how great the defense was. I had no idea. I knew by October it was a way better defense than we thought.
Once Cooper DeJean started.
Yeah, that was a big difference. Yeah. But like Anthony, I don't think there's one person alive that would have told you in October this would turn into one of the 5 best defenses this century.
Although Zack Wheeler had a great opening game.
Yeah, but nobody
was
saying in October, when this thing's over, some people will say, hey, let's compare the 91 Eagles defense and the 2024 Eagles defense. Nobody was saying that in October.
No, yeah, okay. You're right. It's like even when we was rolling, man, it's like when we was on our win streak in like November, October, I ain't think you had, you know, like your hopes is pretty high for the Phillies, man.
Yeah.
They wasn't that good on our birds, man.
Well, I mean, I was in, but not all the way in with belief. I mean, also the Eagles didn't have home field advantage. Detroit looked amazing. Kansas City wasn't winning pretty, but they were always winning. I mean, you knew the Eagles were one of 4 or 5 of the great teams. I mean, frankly, pretty similar to the Phils. I think there's 4 or 5 great teams in baseball. I think Detroit was great. I think they were a great football team. They just got crushed by the injuries.
Yeah, they got crushed by the injury.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Joe, man, how we doing on working out, man? How we doing, man?
You'd be proud of me, Anthony. I've started the process. I got into the gym yesterday, Anthony. I was throwing some weights around. I was on I don't know what this thing was, some steps thing, dragging. I was dragging, but I was doing it, Anthony.
You know when you use that process word, man, you started the process, and I'm going to trust the process.
Thank you.
You're not like Daryl Morey in the 60s, man. I'm going to trust your process,
Thank
Joe.
you, sir. You'd be proud of me, and I applaud you, Anthony, for pushing me. I appreciate it, man. All right, Anthony, give me a big-time answer. What?
Big-time answer.
Yeah.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
F you.
That's a great one.
Yes. F you, too.
That's a great answer.
Anthony, I love it, man. What a great call. Coming to America when he steps out on that balcony and greets Queens. That's really good. 215-592-9494.
We have like 90% of our answers coming from America.
Coming to America.
Coming to America, yeah.
I like it a lot. All right, up ahead, one of the hosts on WIP out on a Phil. I mean, out. You'll hear who that is and who it's about. Plus, Shaquille O'Neal going after Ben Simmons verbally. You'll enjoy this. The Diddy, Ray Didinger with us at 740. Phone calls on all these topics, including the Phils. Are you in on the Fightin' Phils? Joe to Cameron Generosity, Phils and Braves. They start up tonight on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Just be sure to go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less. Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving cash, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Terrific pitching matchup in Atlanta between the 7-2 Phillies and 1-8 Braves. Top two finishers for last season's NL Cy Young Award. Chris Sale, who went 18-3 with a 2.38 ERA, and Zack Wheeler, the runner-up. Wheeler off to a 1-0 start. Only has allowed 2 runs and 5 hits in 13 innings in his first 2 starts. And you can catch the Phillies-Braves game live here on 94 WIP, 7:15 p.m. Florida Gators, the NCAA champs, they came back to beat Houston from down 12 in the second half, winning 65-63. Sixers lost at Miami 117-105. That is 12 consecutive losses. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027, now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Mostly sunny, windy, a high of 46. It is currently 41. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Yeah, Phillies and Braves tonight. Hopefully it's a good one. I mean, Zack Wheeler always gives you a great shot.
Chris Sale. It's like the 2 Cy Young guys last year.
Fantastic matchup, really is. Look, I love what we're seeing with the fighting Phils so far this year. Certainly not perfect. There's some issues. Bohm's an issue. Romano is an issue. Nola, we'll see. I'm not as concerned, but, you know, it's a little bit of a thing. But they're doing an awful lot right. They've changed, it looks like, their approach to hitting. I like what they're doing on the base pass. I mean, Trey's had some aggressive moments so far this season, which is good to see. He scored that run, obviously, early the other day, going from second to third, and then what was it, a throwaway, and then third to home. So
we have a lot of aggressive base pathing from Bryce, from Bryson, and getting caught, on Bryson's behalf.
Well,
to
be fair, he went for a stolen base and was a hit to right field, and he tried to get back as quick as he could. So, I mean, that's going to happen sometimes.
Aggressive, you get the good with the bad, but it is aggressive.
Look, as a team, we got a lot more good than bad. We got a great starting rotation. Great. And it's going to get even better when Taiwan's out and Ranger's in. And that should be sort of soon. So I'm just curious. We're kind of revisiting, to a certain extent, the offseason. but also just like where we're at right now based on how you felt, let's say 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and how you feel now. Because what I was hearing a lot in the offseason was doubt, some anger, a lot of they didn't do anything. What did Middleton do? What did Dombrowski do? Like, he didn't do anything. Well, that's not true. Now, did they do as much as the Dodgers? No, they did not do as much as the Dodgers. But Luzardo looks like a fantastic addition. And that whole Rob Thompson, Kevin Long thing with the bats, it looks like they got in the lab and got in the guys' heads a bit, and they've changed their approach. Phils have chased bad pitches less than any team in baseball so far this year. So I think they deserve a lot of credit. Look, they couldn't win the World Series in the first 9 games of the season. They couldn't lose the World Series in the first 9 games. None of this proves that they will win big in October or win at all in October. What I do think it proves is they have an outstanding baseball team. I believe that. I believe the Phillies have an outstanding baseball team. I thought it before the season. I feel it even more now. But I'm curious in particular for those that doubt it in the offseason, do you still doubt to the same extent? Do you still score in the offseason to the same extent that you did? Because, I mean, John, this was the first time since before they made the playoffs in 2022. This was the first time that people were really kind of turning on the Phillies. You know, really kind of with disgust. Now, don't get me wrong. Losing Arizona in 23 was brutal. You know, losing a 2-0 series lead and a 3-2 series lead was brutal. But there still remained what I'd call an optimistic bent moving toward last season. But this offseason that just went by, like, people were not optimistic. And that's what I'm trying to revisit today. So where are you at, John? Where are you at with our squad? Talk to me.
Yeah, I've not been out. I've not been too concerned. It felt like it was less active in the offseason than maybe what I would have hoped. You know, I would have liked to have seen, more capable outfielders brought in at times. But then Max Kepler, I was pleasantly surprised when we were down at spring training.
It's still a pretty weak outfield, though. We got to say, with all my optimism, Kepler will see maybe average. The Rojas Marsh thing's still below average.
Rojas looks like he's improved.
Yeah, but
Marsh
it's a couple
looks like
of
he's
at-bats.
improved to some degree.
Marsh isn't very good.
Well,
he's not very good.
I don't know.
Nah.
It's certainly
It's
really
weak,
you're going to say Marsh isn't good now.
It's a weak outfield. It's a weak outfield.
I am worried about the
It's
outfield.
definitely a below average outfield,
a lot
for sure.
more than other areas. I'm worried about the outfield and the bullpen more than anything.
Yeah.
And you know, so, but I'm still not too worried at any point about this team's chance to compete for a world title. They are that good. This is not something I take for granted, how good they are.
I agree.
They just went toe-to-toe with the world champions and beat them in the series. They have won 8 of the last 10 against that world champion team. And, you know, if it comes back to it for NLCS purposes or whatever, I like the way things seem to work out when we play them.
Yeah,
So
look, I love our
that's
squad.
good.
I think they're really I mean, I'll say great. I think they're a great baseball team. You tell us, 215-592-9494. If you're all in, let's hear from you. If you were a doubter, let's hear from you. Where you stand now. Also, your chance today to win Phillies tickets for the game Tuesday of next week. You got to give us a great scene that involves a fictional royal. This on the birthday of Robin Wright, who, of course, was in The Princess Bride. So think of a great fictional royal, book, movie, show, whatever it may be. Give us a scene involving a fictional royal, and you can win Phillies tickets. Let's go to JP in Plymouth Meeting. JP, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Great, JP.
So I don't know if it was said on this show or John Johnson, but someone said, like, you can't win a season in April, but you can definitely lose a season in April. And the Phillies have that chance tonight. They have a chance to, like,
You know, with the
really
wild
bury
card,
the
I don't
Braves.
even know if that's true anymore, JP, for what
I
it's
think you
worth.
could say it about the division. You could lose a division in April.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
that's
but-
what I meant. That's what I
yeah.
meant.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. I've said this last year. I really don't watch baseball till like June, and I'm right after the All-Star break is when I really get into it. But I'm watching the Phillies. Like, I've watched every game so far.
Good.
They're exciting to watch. They they are, and you know, it's the Sixers. Man, I jumped off that shit a long time ago.
The Phillies are always gonna scrap. It feels like you can't count them out, and that is the personality. And it goes back last year, the year before. This is a group that just They respond when things seem dire, and you just can never count them out. I love that.
By the way, the
about them.
Eagles had a lot of that. Again, if you remember, a lot of close games for the Eagles until the end, a lot of close games, and they churned. They found ways to third and fourth quarter to
I love
find
the
a way.
personality of this team. And I love the fact that this season and even, this offseason leading up to it, they haven't felt the need to sort of peacock too much. They're all about business.
I agree.
They don't really want to talk about it and the failures of the previous seasons. They want to let their play speak for them,
I agree with that.
think.
Yeah.
And that it's speaking volumes to me.
I agree. JP, give me a big answer. A scene with a fictional royal.
So the scene in Gladiator when Russell Crowe turns around and says, Joaquin Phoenix, my name is Maximus Meridius. I'm the
that's a great answer.
father of a slain son, and I'm the husband of a slain wife, and I will have my revenge in this life or the next.
Yeah,
that's a great answer, dude.
That's big answer, man. And so let me just make sure I get it right. So Commodus is what? Is he the emperor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure
That's royalty.
Empire, is it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Like an emperor and an empress.
Yeah. Is an emperor and empress a royal? John?
Yes, he was controlling the entire world.
I know, but he's not a
king.
king. He's not a king. Like a president's not a king. I'm just asking.
It
I'm
is
asking.
the
Isn't
ultimate monarchy when you are
Yes,
the
an emperor is
emperor of the
considered a
world.
monarch. I just Googled it just to make sure.
well, what? Fred on Google says that. I love how James goes to Google.
Emperor,
James said, like, Google says it.
Who's
Google?
Wikipedia says it. Do you not trust Wikipedia?
well,
you don't trust Wikipedia for something like this?
They mean Fred Barnett is best friends. Are
you
we
sound
actually?
dumb right now. Stop. You sound.
I sound dumb.
Yeah, you
I
do.
just learned what's the
You
guy's
sound dumb.
name. Is it
I
Sam?
googled it up.
How
No,
about
it says
Britannica?
emperors and kings are monarchs or sovereigns. Like it just.
What about a czar? I'm just asking. What if someone
I don't know.
calls
I
him
didn't
with
look
a czar?
up czar. Did I?
I'm just. A president is not though, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, just asking. Just asking. 215-592-9494. Hey, coming up in a minute, you'll enjoy this. Shaquille O'Neal verbally going after Ben Simmons. This was good stuff. Shaq in 1 minute on Ben.
You know you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets, and that's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know that my family is getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love, and it's safer. We don't have to worry as much. Hey, we don't have to keep Louie off the lawn for X number of hours after application. We just know he's going to be okay because it's safer. Switch to Natural Lawn Safer Services, and you can start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Just schedule their full-service program, and you can also get free seeding every year. This is a huge deal, and it's really helped my lawn look so much better. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
All right, good morning to you on this day when the Phillies and Braves will face each other in about 12 hours. Obviously, a game you can hear here tonight on WIP, and we look forward to watching. Hopefully the Phillies can further distance themselves from the Braves, who've gotten off to a horrendous start for their season. We'll do a lot on the NFL draft, which is now 16 days away, with the Diddy coming up in 10 minutes. Ray Diddy, who has not been on our show maybe not long after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Maybe we talked to Ray in March with free agency. I'm not quite sure. I get a little lost in the shuffle here. But bottom line, it's been some time since we talked to the Diddy. And with draft, coverage now upon us, we'll crank it up with Ray coming up in 10 minutes. Let's also give you a little taste of Ben Simmons getting ripped, because John, that's one of our favorites, right?
Oh, goody, yeah,
it's a goody,
awesome.
So Shaq though takes a bite out of more than just Ben. Let's start with Shaq. And by the way, John, a lot of F-bombs in here. We're gonna bleep them out.
I don't know how you're able to play it.
We're gonna bleep. We're gonna lot of bleeps. A lot of F-bombs. Shaq ripping NBA players, ripping the NBA. Shaq has seen enough to know he's got a lot of disgust, and he's not holding back.
People say Charles and I, we're ruining the game talking about the product, because the product is show me greatness. Like, y'all pay a lot of money for these shoes, and I want to see be great. And I'm going to always stay on them and motivate them to be great. They can call it hate I want. A lot of these can't play, and they know it. In any era, they can't play. Just saying.
So, all right, that's just a little morsel of Shaq's rant. But let's get to when he really digs in on Ben Simmons and kind of has some other stuff in here. Look, he's already at this point praised Jokic and others who obviously can play at a big-time level.
And play.
Huh?
And play.
Oh, and they actually choose to play.
Like, Jokic plays every night.
Yes,
you know?
they choose to play. That too. But here's more Shaquille O'Neal.
A lot of these can't play. Like Ben Simmons, that need to be arrested.
What about like a Jason Tatum?
Jason Tatum can play. He's all right. I'm not going to bash him, but Ben Simmons need to be arrested. $250 for that.
Arrested, did you say?
Arrested. $250 million for that bull. Get the out of my face. Robbing people, man.
Wow, Shaq bringing it, huh?
Wow.
That's so good.
Arrested for grand larceny.
Oh, my God. It really is. Ben Simmons. You know what would have been fascinating if he did not have a guaranteed contract? Would he have the guts to try, shoot, play? Like, you know, is he so psychologically damaged that he's unable? Or is he an example of a guy that got the $200 million and just said, I'm good? Like, we'll never know the
that would be the answer.
We'll never know the answer. Say it again, Ray.
I said it would appear that would be the answer.
Well, maybe, but if he had to, like, I'm struck by Michael Irvin had a quote one time, and I don't have it exactly, but I'll give you the general gist. And it's one of my favorite quotes ever about sports, or concepts ever about sports, because Irvin obviously was as tough as we've ever seen in the NFL going over the middle. I know we hated him back in the day, but we all at least could say that guy could take a hit and get back up until the last one when he couldn't get back up. But you get the point. He was tough. And someone asked Michael Irvin one time.
He would compete.
Yeah, he would compete. And someone asked Michael Irvin one time, how are you so unafraid going over the middle? Are you so unafraid? He said, I'm not unafraid. He said, I just happen to be more afraid of going back to being poor. Michael Irvin had 17 siblings. 17. Wow. Okay? There was 18 kids in that family. And his thing was, I was more afraid of going back to being poor than getting hit by Ronnie Lott over the middle. So I'll get hit by Ronnie Lott or Brian Dawkins over the middle. And you admire that in an athlete. Ben Simmons is given the $200 million. There's no sense of I got to do it to really feed my family.
Once he got it, there was no reason to work on it.
Yeah,
because he never had to.
Anyway, I applaud Shaquille O'Neal for taking a bite out of Ben. I really do. I mean, and by the way, this Ben thing could be done at the end of this year, because this is the final year of the deal. And will any team give Ben Simmons 1 year, $5 million next year? I wouldn't. He might be out of the league.
I can't imagine.
He might be. This might be the last week. This might be the last week Ben Simmons is an NBA player.
Is he going to deliver on your Hall of Fame prediction or no? You know?
Oh, you didn't, did you?
I may have stepped in it with that one. I
remember the fights I used to get into people about a generate. I got into a fight with somebody one time who said he was better than Magic Johnson.
Well,
and I believe I lost my mind at that point.
As you should. All right, 215-592-9494. So all of this on the table. Also, Spike with some big words about Alec Bohm yesterday. We'll get to that in a bit. Ray Didinger at 7:40 on the NFL draft. Let's talk to Dave in Wilmington right now. Dave, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Dave.
How are we doing?
Good,
Super.
buddy. Yeah,
At least
it's
the
all
sun's
good.
out. It's been great all week, so the sun's out. On the Phillies.
Yes, sir.
Anybody notice the last couple of years that Phillies and Eagles have been mirrored with each other? The Eagles went to the Super Bowl and lost. Phillies went to the World Series and lost. Eagles collapsed. Phillies collapsed. So what's going to happen this year? Are the Phillies actually going to win the World Series because the Eagles won the Super Bowl?
Similar.
I'm picking up what you're putting down there, Dave. I like it.
That's the plan, Dave.
Well, I think it's a good shot. I mean, it has been mirrored the last couple of years. If you look at it.
Well, look, there have been similarities. That is true. Well, we'll see.
Plan the parade, baby.
November. I got asked the other day to do an event on November 7th, and I had to say, not sure if that'll be parade day for the Phillies. So let's
good work by you.
Let's talk in a couple months. Let's talk in October.
November 7th. Wouldn't that be too early?
No, because the World Series seems to end around
the first, second, around then.
Third or fourth if they need a couple days to prepare for the parade.
The last one they had was on Halloween.
Correct.
That is correct. That's exactly right. Yeah, Dave, I love what the Phils are doing so far. All right, you can win Phillies tickets for the game next week. Give me a great scene involving a fictional Royal.
Before I do, can I throw this out there just because it's a pet peeve of mine?
Sure.
All people listening to the radio, when the school bus has their reds out, you stop. You
Yep.
don't go past the school bus.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct.
Two people did to my reds this morning. So
That's outrageous.
Yeah, it's not cool. It's dangerous, and it's not right. It's not good for society. I agree.
My answer is one of the most iconic scenes in all cinema history: King Kong on the Empire State Building.
Big answer.
Okay, you got it, man. You got it. So let me just say this. This is going to sound dumb, but I'm going to say it. Because I've never seen the King Kong thing.
Of
So
course you
I know
haven't.
he's called King Kong.
He's the king of Skull Island. He's the king of the apes.
Yeah.
Where he's
Gosh,
from.
I don't know that.
He's a
He
king.
is King Ape.
Well, then that's a big answer. King Kong, Empire
King of
State
the
Building.
monsters.
Okay.
King of the monster animal.
Okay.
Man.
Okay. That's a big answer
A
right
formidable island, man.
there. Fair enough.
Those things are scary.
You hear Skull Island, you're probably like, I'm out. I'm good, guys.
All right, speaking of being out, Spike Eskin, John, he is out on Alec Bohm. Let's listen to this exchange from the show yesterday, afternoon show. Look, we were talking about the Bohm thing yesterday. Spike went further than any of us went. Here's Spike yesterday on Alec Bohm.
Alec Bohm, not in the lineup yesterday. Your thoughts? I'm done. I'm done with Alec Bohm. I think it's over. Everything that we were praising the rest of the Phillies for, we're praising the plate approach. We're praising Bryce for being a vocal leader. The thing that we wanted to see out of Alec Bohm was a change in his attitude, and everybody was hoping, I think me among everybody, I don't know that anybody was counting on, but everybody was hoping, okay, they spent the offseason trying to trade you, and a good portion of that is not your performance, it is your attitude. And we're all wondering how he was going to react to it. If this was going to be I'm going to show everybody that they made a mistake by thinking to trade me. But I think he's worse. I think he's a drag on the team. You're talking about figuring out the bullpen. They trade him for a right-handed bullpen arm somewhere. I'm serious. Let Sosa start at third base. I just don't think he's made for it here.
I listen to you guys get all emotional and passionate about Alec Bohm.
All right, that was all we needed.
Myself,
This cut went on too long. But so here's the deal. What Spike said there, too much for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm very frustrated as well. Am I done with Alec Bohm? Am I out on Alec Bohm? No. Am I very concerned about Alec Bohm? Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm extremely concerned.
But I'm not
also.
dumping him. I'm not looking to dump him this week.
Man,
I'm not doing that.
9 games in, it does feel awfully early for him to be flipping out and throwing a fit. I am not ready to pull the cord either on his offensive talent.
You were, though, in the
ability.
offseason. You were very ready in the offseason to end it with him.
And it seems like we weren't able to get the value we needed.
Correct. Doesn't feel like that would go up. I mean, if anything, a bad start here could only make it go down.
That's the thing. Now, the sulky guy who's a drag and anchor for the rest of the team, you want to trade him to us?
I
What?
also don't want Sosa starting. Guys, Sosa's in the perfect role as super utility guy.
Well,
do I
that's
want to
easy
play
to forget? We've heard that from the get-go with Sosa. Hey, if he's overexposed, if he's a starter, it's not going to look the same.
Well, then who plays? And also,
Did
who
he
plays
get better to where it's
Maybe,
no
but-
longer the case that he can't be a starter?
Possibly, but I'll say this: one, I don't think he's a starter. Two, if you have him starting, then who's him? Who becomes my super utility guy? What am I going to? Cody Clemens?
I don't think he can fill that.
I don't
role.
either.
Yeah.
Like Sosa's in the
Can't play
perfect
short,
role.
right?
Bohm's got to step up. He's got to stop with the shenanigans. He's got to play better baseball. Look, his fielding's been good this year. Got to give him credit for that. He's done a nice job with the glove. But the bat has not been good, and the sulk has been sulk might not even be the right word. It's just he expresses frustration in a way that I think is a drag on his game, and that's my
It's
biggest
like the
concern.
Self-flagellation.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
No,
It's
it
really
works
not.
against his
Yeah.
cause.
Yeah, I
and,
agree.
and that when you're cutting off your nose despite your face, it every inch, every split second counts.
I know.
In this game, we're
Not
talking
good.
about professional sports. You can't do that to yourself.
Not good. All right, 215-592-9494. So we'll take your reaction on the Phils. Obviously, most of it positive. A few things have been negative so far. To that, we get to the Twitter poll question of the day today. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of premium one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Phillies poll question. Of these three, who is the greatest concern for you with the Phils so far? Well, this year with the Phils, not so much so far, but just moving forward. Greatest concern for you with the Phils, is it A, Alec Bohm, who has struggled and it appears got benched on Sunday because of it? Is it B, Aaron Nola, not to his same level out of the gate so far this year? Or C, Jordan Romano, who I think has clearly been the worst Philly so far this year? Greatest concern, those three. Let us know which one it is. You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. One other poll question, because we saw that story. John, you were detailing the, what's it called? The dire wolf? How do you say this? Dire wolf?
Yeah.
All right, so some animal from 10,000 years ago apparently has been brought back from extinction because humans engineered for that to happen.
They spliced its genes with a gray wolf, and they produced 3. I don't know that they're dire wolves.
Okay.
They're gray wolves with dire wolf DNA.
Okay. All right, well, we asked this poll question. Should humans re-engineer extinct animals to bring them back? A, yes. B, no. You can certainly count me as a no when you vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. All right, let's talk to the Diddy. I don't think we're going to be talking about extinct animals, but you never know. We're trying to talk about the future of the Philadelphia Eagles and trying to get a lot of great draft picks. Maybe the Eagles can bring back, pick a guy. Who do we need here? Reggie.
Sure. How about Dawkins? We need a starting safety. How about that?
All right,
that'd be helpful.
Let's get to the Diddy. We haven't talked to Ray for maybe about a month or more. Mr. Ray Didinger. Ray Diddy, how are you, sir?
Doing very well, Joe. We haven't spoken since the week after Super Bowl.
I thought that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been like 2 months.
Wow. How you been, Ray? How's life? You doing good?
No, it's great. I mean, my wife and I just came back. We had a lovely trip to Italy, and we just got back on Sunday night.
Where did you go in Italy, Ray?
We went to Bologna and the area, the country all around Bologna. Last year we went to Bergamo, and the year before that we did a few other places. We've done Tuscany. Italy's like our happy place. That's where we go when we need a vacation. It's really a lovely country, beautiful people, beautiful way of life. It's just a great escape. So we're back and feeling pretty good about it.
Good.
Gorgeous.
That's great, Ray. So, Ray, you step back in with the Phils obviously off to a good start, Sixers and Flyers limping to the end, and an NFL draft that is now just 16 days away. So let's get to the draft, Ray. Let's start actually before the draft. Let me just get your opinion because it kind of shapes the draft. Since we haven't talked to you since free agency, your level of concern with how much the Eagles lost. I was more concerned than others here. Obviously, there's still a tremendous amount of talent left, but I think they lost a solid chunk of the defense. How concerned are you with what they lost? Then we'll get to the draft.
Mildly, but not over. Not tremendously. I mean, you first of all, you knew it was coming. I mean, you could almost look at the roster the night of the Super Bowl and just start circling names and saying, okay, probably not back. I mean, none of it was a shock. At least it wasn't to me. I mean, you don't like to lose good players. I mean, that's just obvious on its face, but you knew it was coming. The fact is this team has so much depth. And the other part of it is you have so many draft picks coming up. You have a lot of ability to wheel and deal in this draft, and a lot of really good players coming out in this draft. So I feel, I'm sorry. Am I sorry to see some of these guys go? Yeah, I am, because we just saw probably the best team in Eagles history play in the Super Bowl. But you lost some guys, and there's the other part of it, which I think that change. As much as you say that team was great, and it was. You understand that things have to change from year to year. And sometimes the worst thing you can do is try and keep everybody. I mean, we've seen teams in this city do that before, win a championship and then just keep the same cast in place and just say, let's run it back again, because it worked last year. And sometimes you have to change. Sometimes it's necessary, and sometimes it's actually good. And I think that this team is deep enough and strong enough and well managed enough that they can weather it. And with 20 draft picks in the next 2 years, they're an opportunity to actually, I think, get better. But the key is they have to make the right decisions beginning in 3 weeks with this draft. But it's a really good draft, and there's some really good players there. And if the Eagles go, and they're going to have the picks to go hunting for them, if they bring back the right guys, I think the Eagles will be just fine.
So let's talk about that draft then, Ray. So we had a poll a few weeks ago, and all of these positions got votes amongst our listeners for biggest area of need. And I'm curious which you think it is. Safety was on the poll. Edge rusher was on that poll. Defensive tackle was on that poll. Tight end, obviously, remains a mystery because we don't know the outcome of the Goedert thing, but they may need a new starting tight end. Reuben Frank even said to us he thinks there's more likelihood that they draft an O-lineman in the first round to get Steen out of there and have a tackle that can play guard and then be a future tackle after Mulata and Lane are done, but a starter in year one as a guard. What is your sense of the biggest area of need for this football team?
I would say edge rusher. Safety is, I would like to go get a safety too. And you obviously want to fortify your offensive line. And the good news is there's some good players there in all of those areas. So that's good. But I think edge rusher, I really do. I mean, you've lost Sweat and BG's gone. Neither surprising, but the fact is you do have to replace them. And as important as edge rushers are for every team, I mean, look around, every team wants more edge rushers. You just do. I mean, that's just the way the game works. But this team especially, because you saw, if we learned anything about Vic Fangio this year, it's that he doesn't like to blitz. He wants to get his pressure, but he needs to get his pressure from the guys up front. And that's how you won the Super Bowl, for God's sakes. So you need to find those guys. You really do. And so if you're going to let Vic play his game to its fullest, you need to keep that front strong. And I think that, defensive tackle, could you use one of those? Yeah, you could, because Milton Williams came on and was a real force by the end of the year. But right now, first of all, I'm thinking edge rushers. And the good thing is, if we're going to be talking about those two areas, edge rushers and interior defensive linemen, man, there are a ton of them in this draft. By my count, and I was just, like I said, I was just back from Middays, so I went back and I was pulling out my notes that I was compiling before I left. And I counted it up about defensive linemen. And out of my top 50 players that I have in this total draft, I'll tell you how many of them I have on the defensive line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 18.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
18 of my top 50 players are either edge rushers or interior defensive linemen. That's how strong this draft is at the top of the talent level. So that's why I'm thinking defensive line. I'm thinking edge rusher specifically, and there are some really, really good ones. I mean, I am head over heels in love with Mike Green. Look, he's not going to fall to you at 32. I mean, there's no way. The Eagles got real lucky last year because Quinyon Mitchell, who never should have gotten to 22, did. But I don't think you're going to get that lucky that Mike Green is going to fall to you at 32. If you ask me who's my number one guy, last year, if you remember, we had this conversation before the draft, and I said Quinyon Mitchell was my number one guy. Well, this year my number one guy is Mike Green, and if you're as high on him as I am, you're going to have to move up from 32 to go get him, probably somewhere in the teens. But the fact is, with all the draft picks you have both this year and next year, that's doable.
So what about the Azeez Ojulari? What can you tell us about our addition from the New York Giants?
Has been very impressive when he's played, but has had injury issues. But is a very explosive player. Staying on the field is a question. I mean, he was a guy that showed a lot of talent in college. So the success that he's had when he's been able to play has not been surprising because he has that kind of talent.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you can count on him just based on the durability factor. But when he plays, he's a good player. But I would, I mean, there's some people are talking about Huff. Maybe give him another chance. I'm not. I don't want to be counting on him, and nor do I want to be counting on Ojari. I just don't think you can. I think you have to go into this off season. You have to go into this draft in particular with the idea that you got to go somebody who's a really good player and somebody who you feel has the talent and also the ability to step right in and play this year. Because if you're going to get that pass rush from your front, which is what Vic really needs to be successful, you're going to have to make it better than what it is right now.
Aziz Ojulari, another Georgian. Have you ever seen anything like this? I mean, really, the population on the defensive side of the ball of guys from one school? I mean,
no, not like this. Not like this. And we may see more of it. I mean, you may see more of it. I mean, there are some guys in this draft. Right from round one. I mean, Malachi Starks.
Yeah.
I mean, possibility.
Yeah.
Jalen Walker.
We've heard his name a lot.
Real possibility. Micah Williams. Real possibility. Two of those guys, Walker and Williams, are both edge rushers. And Starks, to me, is the best safety in this draft. And I really do. I really like Starks. I just think that he's he was a guy that went to the combine, and all the people that talked to him and interviewed him were just blown away by just how impressive he was. Has a lot of the same qualities that a lot of the other Georgia guys had shown in their meetings with the NFL people. I mean, the N'Kobe Deans and all those guys, Nolan Smith, when they did their interviews. I mean, people came away shaking their heads saying, I can't believe how sharp these guys are. I can't believe how smart these guys are. I can't believe how competitive these guys are. And also came away saying, I see why these guys won back-to-back national championships. And with these guys on your defense, yeah, you're going to win with these guys. And Starks is cut from that same mold. He went to the combine and he did everything. And to me, I like that. When I'm evaluating players, I know most guys at the advice of their agent go to the combine and they pick and choose about what they're going to do. Some guys don't do anything other than the interviews, and step on the scale and get measured, and they'll sit down to do an interview. But as far as actually getting on the field and doing anything, no. I'm going to wait for my pro day. Starks did everything. Starks did, what do you want me to do next? I like that.
Yeah.
I like the fact that a guy has that much
nothing
confidence.
to hide. Yeah,
I like the fact that a guy has that much confidence, and a guy isn't afraid to go out and compete. Ultimately, that's what this is. Ultimately, that's what this is all about. Ultimately, you're drafting these guys to do what? To go compete.
Yep.
Okay. Show me now your willingness to do that. To me, that's a good place to start.
Ray, is Keely Ringo ready to start on the outside for the Eagles, or is Adoree Jackson going to finally realize his first-round pedigree and be a mainstay on the defensive side for us?
I think it's going to be. I don't know exactly what Nick and Vic's approaches are going to be there. My guess is, or what I would do is, I'd just say, okay, guys, there's the job. Go compete. Best man win. I think they're both. I think that Ringo is the guy I would probably give the first shot to, because I think the potential is there for him to be very good. If you're talking about the package of a guy to play that position in today's NFL, he's it in terms of his size, his strength, his everything. His tools are that good. And he has the advantage of being a bigger man than most of the corners that are out there. He has the ability to be really, really good.
He is
He
big.
just has to get smarter about how he plays. He has to take the mistakes out of his game. But that's just good coaching and experience and opportunity. And I would give him that opportunity first. If it doesn't work out, if you go through training camp and he's still making mental mistakes and he's still giving up big plays that he shouldn't, and gambling too much and getting burned. If you can't coach him through all that stuff to a level where you're confident that he's ready to be that guy, then you've got Adoree Jackson, who has been there and done that, and then you can go with him. But if you're asking me how I would approach it, I would give Ringo the first shot at the job because there's no doubt in my mind he has the physical ability to be really good.
Ray Didinger here with us on WIP. 16 days out to the NFL draft, so a draft preview, but also looking back to free agency because that plays a part in this. So, Ray, let's talk about D-tackle, and let's talk about Jordan Davis because obviously part of the strategy has to be, what do I have? What do I need? So, we know they've got an all-timer, it looks like, in Jalen Carter, and we like this Ajomo guy. And they've lost a lot in the last – you go a couple years. They've lost Hargrave. They've lost Cox inside. Milton Williams was a guy that would play inside. Brandon Graham sometime would be inside. So they've lost a lot. What do they have in Jordan Davis, Ray? Because the optimist would say, I got him under contract for 2 more years if I want, and I don't need to go force something there in the draft. But I got to tell you, Ray, I'm not a Jordan Davis believer. He doesn't play enough snaps for me. Where do you stand on him and what that represents for need for this draft?
I have been and I remain to be pretty high on Jordan Davis. I really am. I know your concerns about him.
Yeah.
But I think he's a better player than I think he's a better player than you think. I certainly think he's a better player than you than you say. Would I like to see him pick up his level of play? Yeah, somewhat. Would I like to see him do what Jalen Carter did this year, which is go from a 40 40% snap guy to an 85% snap guy? We saw Carter do it. Would I like to see Davis be able to do that? Yeah, I would. But I've seen some improvement in his game, and I think for what you need him to do and what you're going to ask him to do, he can do that, and I think he will. I hope that he takes a step forward, and I expect that he will. But that doesn't change the fact that I would look to get another guy in that area to play inside. I am very big on Ajomo. I mean, when he came out in the draft 2 years ago, when I picked my 5 sleepers, 2 of my 5 sleepers are currently on the Eagles roster. I mean, that's never happened before, that actually 2 of my 5 guys got drafted. But Ajomo was one of them, and Sidney Brown was the other. And the Eagles went and drafted both of them. Not that I'm suggesting that they did it because I said so, but they were guys that I was that high on back then. I think Ajomo has a lot of ability. And I think now he's going to get the opportunity to play more. I think you're going to see more of what this guy's capable of. Actually, last year when they expanded his minutes and they expanded his snaps, he showed me something that I didn't realize that he had. He was a better pass rusher than I thought. When he played at Texas, he was really good against the run. And but he didn't show me a whole lot of ability to get after the quarterback. He looked like your classic interior defensive lineman who was going to be good,
like
solid
Jordan Davis.
Not quite on the same
Isn't that
scale.
the problem with Jordan Davis? Like, it sounds like you expect Jordan Davis will develop into a pass rusher soon.
Oh no, not when you say pass rusher. I mean, I'm not talking about him being Carter level. In terms of actually getting his hands around the quarterback. I don't know that he's ever going to be more than a 4 or 5 sack a year guy, but I do think he's a guy, and you saw this in stretches last year. In fact, you saw it in the Super Bowl actually. Is his ability to press the pocket and collapse the pocket and create opportunities for the other guys. He can do that, and he has done that. Now, if you're looking for a guy that's going to get you Aaron Donald sacks and Jalen Carter number sacks, well, he's not your guy. He's not going to do that. But I think he's going to be a guy that can press the pocket enough that he's going to create opportunities for the other guys. And Ajomo last year showed me the ability to do that more than I thought. I mean, he's developed some more moves, and I think he's developing some confidence, a confidence level in his own skills that, hey, I can do this. At Texas, they really made him kind of more of a stay-at-home kind of player, and he did that very well. And he's always going to be a good run defender. But I think last year he began to have a little bit of an awakening as a guy who can also rush the passer.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not talking about double-digit sacks.
Sure.
But a guy who has more of that in his game than I even realized. And I think this year, with more snaps and more opportunity, I think you're going to see that.
Ray, if the Eagles lose Goedert, and they may, obviously it's to be determined. My guess is we'll know draft weekend. How big a loss would it be if Dallas Goedert's not on this team?
Big. In terms of what he gave you when he played, he was a really good player. I mean, he was He was a very reliable receiver. I mean, there were a lot of times when Jalen Hurts was in trouble that they ran that little backdoor waggle play where Hurts would roll out and Goedert would come back against the grain, and he was always wide open. And that was a play you could go to with absolute certainty that, okay, we know this is going to work. And Goedert got it for you every week. And then he caught the ball, and then once he got the ball, he was he was hell on a leash to get down.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I love that. I love that, that yak thing, and he gets it for you every single time he has the ball in his hands. Love all of that. And he made himself in the time he was here into a really good blocker. I mean, he wasn't just like, okay, he's good at, he's okay at this, to the point where he's not a liability. Yeah, he's okay at this. No. He went way beyond that.
Yep.
I mean, he became really one of the better blocking tight ends in the league. And then this year you saw, I mean, you go back through the records. I mean, some of Saquon Barkley's biggest rushing games were games where Goedert was playing.
Yep.
And that's no accident, because he really helped him get that corner turned. If you lose him, that's a loss. But I know the Eagles are, he's coming into the last year of his contract. And generally a guy coming into the last year of his contract, you really kind of have to make a real decision like now. If you really like him and you want him, you're probably going to want to extend him. You don't want to let a player like that go into the last year of his contract, and then, because once that year starts, you rarely negotiate during that year. Mm-hmm. So you're going to take him to the end of the year. He is going to go on the market, and you run the risk of losing him for nothing. The Eagles' concern, obviously, is the injury factor. I think he missed 5 games last year.
I think so. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yep.
It feels like that's the regular
every
expectation.
Year. Yeah.
Every year you're going to have a handful.
I know. He misses. He's hurt, and he misses more time than you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I really don't expect them to re-sign him.
Wow.
I think it's probably going to go that way. And the people that I've talked to that are sort of preparing for the draft and looking at the landscape sort of have indicated that they think the Eagles are willing to deal him rather than lose him a year from now for nothing.
How appealing
is he? If they feel like he has real value, and he obviously has real value, if the Eagles could be offered like a 3 for him, I think they would probably take it. But I'd hate to see him go, because I think he's that good of a player.
Yeah, I think he's probably gone, and my guess is it's even for less than that. Ray, give us 2 or 3 other players, if you can, that we should keep our eye on the draft. Obviously, you've mentioned 5 or 6 so far, but picking 32, whether it's at 32 or moving up a little bit, moving down, who are a couple others you think could be good fits for the Eagles?
Well, I'll give you a free agent. Before I get into the draft, I'll give you a free agent that's available right now. If I was the Eagles, I'd be real interested in.
Okay.
And that's Brandon Scherf, who is a guard, really good player. I mean, he was the number 5 pick in the draft when he came out by Washington. And he's played a long time. He's been to 5 Pro Bowls. And the feeling is, you figure you look at his career, and we've seen a lot of it because he played a lot of the time in the East. You think he's like really old. He's not. He's 33. He's finished up. Plays the last 3 years in Jacksonville, which is like, I mean, you're really in Siberia down there. I think he's a full free agent now. And at this point in his career, at the age of 33, he doesn't want to sign with another bad team. I mean, if he's going to make a move now, he's going to look for a good team that's going to give him a chance to win a Super Bowl and finish out his career with a ring. And I think that he played who paid any attention to Jacksonville, and why would you? But the fact of the matter is, he's still playing quite well. And I've seen him play over time. He's a really smart, solid old pro. Who I think still has some good football left in him, and I think at this point in his career, he wants to go to a team that has a chance to win. Well, who has a better chance to do that than the Eagles? So if I were them, I would be really interested in Scherf, because I think that he could come in and you could put him in the mix with the other guys you have at that right guard position, because right now you have a hole at right guard. The kid Green that they signed from Houston.
Yep.
I mean, they're trying to do the Becton thing here. They're trying to, resuscitate or resurrect.
Ray, what is going on with Tyler Steen? Like, it doesn't well, I guess it's sort of plain as day, isn't it? But Tyler Steen,
that they don't love him.
It doesn't feel like he's set in stone. But are they even expecting that he'll compete? Or do they need to go out and find a guy like what you're saying? Brandon Sheriff coming in. Brandon Sheriff has been around this league for a long time. If they make that move, it's for him to come in and likely be the starter. Man, it feels like Steen can't catch a break, or he's just not good enough.
That remains to be seen. To be honest with you, when he has played, I've been disappointed. When they drafted him, like I knew, he was a tackle. He was a tackle in Alabama, so it's a position change for him. He's had some opportunities to step in and play. I mean, Becton missed some time this year. Steen went in and played. He was okay. I mean, I'm not going to say he was better than that. In fact, he had some plays that I looked at and I just sort of grabbed my head and said, "Oh my God!" Now there were other times he played okay. As an overall grade, I would say okay. But where I'm looking at it now, if you're not looking long term, the idea of him as your, okay, we're fine. Right guard, just put Steen in there and we're good. I don't feel that way, and I don't think they feel that way. I think it's that's why they made the deal for Green. I mean, they didn't. They traded Gardner Johnson for him. So they obviously feel like they wanted more competition and better insurance at right guard than what Steen offered. That's why they went out and got Green. Is Green going to be an upgrade? I don't know. I mean, his first year in Houston, he was awful. I mean, he was in the ranking. Now he was playing tackle there, like Becton did. But in the ranking of 77 players in the league that played his position, he ranked 77th.
Yeah, that's bad.
So he was dead last in down-to-down efficiency at his position as a rookie. Okay, now it's a couple more years. Maybe he's developed. Maybe he comes here and working with Jeff Stoutland. He finally gets back to being the kind of player that he was at times at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
But right now he hasn't shown it.
Yeah.
Ray, final thing here. So last year the Eagles clobbered the division, clobbered the whole league. But with that said, we did see a shift in the division with Jaden Daniels drafted by Washington that could have an impact in the next 10 to 15 years in the NFC East. I'm curious on the Shedeur Sanders thing with the Giants. If the New York Giants get Deion's kid, are you in on him big time or not? Shedeur Sanders as an NFL quarterback with the New York Giants?
No, I'm not. In terms of being, I guess I should say in terms of being what? In terms of being
what
like
does he lack that makes? Yeah,
being,
I mean, as far being like a really good player and a guy that could change the division, like. So it sounds like you don't think he's that good. Is that a fair?
Change it. Change. Oh, you're talking about maybe on the scale of Jaden Daniels.
Well, it doesn't have to be to the same extent. But I mean, listen, Carson initially changed the division. Jalen Hurts has had a big impact in the division. Even Dak Prescott a decade ago had a big impact on the division. I mean, a guy that would be their guy for 10 years and elevate them in a big way. Do you think he's that or not?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't see that. No. I mean, he's got ability. He does, but I'm concerned about his size. I'm concerned about he's got a lot of courage. I saw him take some big hits this year at Colorado and play through them. I mean, the kinds of I saw him take some hits that at his size, I wondered if he's going to get up. He did. He has the moxie, and he does have one thing that a quarterback has to have in the NFL. He is accurate. I mean, he is an accurate thrower, and when you're evaluating quarterbacks especially at the NFL level, that's where it starts. I mean, if you're not accurate, you can't play in the NFL. You just can't. I don't care how big you are. I don't care how strong you are. If you aren't accurate, forget it. That's where you have to. That's where it has to start. And Sanders is that. He's an accurate thrower. His decision making.
But he doesn't have the velocity necessary, Ray? Is that the issue?
I don't know. I think he needs a lot of coaching. I think he would benefit by being with a coach who's a real, to use the old term, quarterback whisperer, a guy who can sort of talk him through the kinds of things that he's going to see at the NFL that he's never seen in college. I mean, the coverages, the blitz packages, all the mental stuff that a quarterback has to go through successfully before the ball ever leaves his hand. I'm not sure how far along that road Sanders is right now. Right now, what I've seen him do, he's been doing largely on his natural ability, which is God-given and ample. But he's the kind of guy that's going to have to be coached along. And I have heard that there is really strong interest on the part of the Giants to take him at 3. To me, he would be way overdrafted at 3. But listen, Cam Ward's going to go number 1, and to me, that's way overdrafted. I think both of these guys are good prospects. I don't think either one of them are great prospects. But right now, sitting here 3 weeks out, there's a really good chance that they could go 1 and 3. And to me, that would be a lot higher than, to me, I think that their current ability warrants.
Wow, that's quite a statement. Ray, great stuff, my man. We love having you on the show. Obviously, we'll do more of it as we lead into the draft now, 16 days away. Mr. Didinger, thank you, sir. Always the best. Thanks, Ray.
Always a pleasure. Take care, guys.
You got
Bye-bye.
it. There he is, Ray Didinger. How about that on the 2 quarterbacks at the top? He's not really in it either.
It happens every year. These guys get built up. Everyone gets excited about traits.
Yep.
Hey, look at the leadership, the glint of leadership in his eyes.
Wow.
You can see it. No, but then these workouts that are scheduled and created, and man, they set them up for success. The personal workouts that they know the script. They can practice every throw, however many that is, 50 throws, so they can nail them. And it's like a rehearsed play almost that they usually do really well in.
All right, so more on the Phils. We'll get you set for that Phils Braves series. That starts up tonight. Obviously, we'll get you ready for that. 215-592-9494. Something Adam Schefter said about Howie Roseman in this NFL draft. We'll get to that next as well. Phone calls on all of these topics. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. It is, as always, 94 WIP. All right, baseball fans love the long ball, unless you're a pitcher that gives up that long ball. And with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, they're giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday. That's today with Dinger Tuesday during the MLB season. Dinger Tuesdays all season long. FanDuel customers can get a home run profit boost at FanDuel.com/hammer. Dinger Tuesday means you can bet on the moonshots to take your winnings to new heights. So find obviously a player you think is going to lock in and homer, and you lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. Go yard tonight, go long all season long. You can bet, obviously, all these baseball games. Of course, basketball's winding down, pro basketball, hockey's winding down as well. That is until the playoffs. All the sports, all the bets, all available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted high and deep, and that is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries for all different tastes and needs. Discoveries like an oat milk that's gluten-free and sustainable. Woo! Or a quick dinner that's delicious and easy. Woo! Or perfectly ripe peaches. Woo! That are local. Woo! And organic. Woo! This is that Sprouts feeling.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Del Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Plus, with the Del Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Del Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the result.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay. St. John's coach Rick Pitino is railing against an NCAA rule limiting coaches to only 4 hours per week of contact with players during the summer. They are professional athletes, he declared. Let them train like Kobe did, like Michael did, like LeBron does. Please come into 2025 NCAA. I have to say I agree. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John peanut butter fans. They've got candy cakes, the chocolate coated cakes, the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? I love the lemon pie. It's my favorite. Has been since I was a kid. Crimpets, they're light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, you've got options for days. Frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and don't forget about the delicious new dip and stick flavors. I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that is no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. 7-2 Phillies open up a 3-game series in Atlanta against a Braves team off to a brutal 1-8 start. In those 9 games, Atlanta has been shut out 3 times, held to a single run 3 times. Great pitching matchup tonight. It'll be of last year's Cy Young Award winner in the NL, Chris Sale, and the runner-up, of course, the Phillies' Zack Wheeler. You can catch the game. Phillies Braves, 7:15 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Mostly sunny, windy, a high of 46. It is currently 39. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you. Well, it's Tuesday morning. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Don't you? Absolutely, you need it. It's weird to hear me say absolutely, James, and not say I was an early peaker.
That's true.
Absolutely, I was an early peaker. Hope you're having a great start to your Tuesday. Phillies have had a great start to their season. They are out of the gate 7-2 already. And incredibly, through 9 games, hold you ready for this? A 6-game lead on the Atlanta Braves in the division. A 6-game lead. 9 games in. That is unbelievable. All right, Phil's and the Braves tonight. Now, we'll get you the pitching rotation coming up in just a moment, the matchups. But also, reminder, time's yours always available for you. We need suggestions on what can we put behind us. So our show is now on YouTube. And we want to have stuff behind us that gives the set a little bit of, what did you call it, John?
Color.
Pizzazz.
Yes.
A little something. Personality. I need something behind me. We need something behind John. We need something. So what would be a good thing to hang up, to display? You tell us. Give us something on the Times Yours line, things you would recommend. 215-238-4500. That's the Times Yours line. My football uniform was set earlier today, and could hang that up from 8th grade football.
You actually still possess that.
I found it recently.
I love that we're talking about your middle school uniform instead of a guy who played in the NFL's jersey or something.
We should have John's.
That's a thought,
mind.
right? Didn't even cross his mind. Like an actual NFL used jersey we could have with a guy who played in the NFL.
To be fair.
Or middle school safety got benched.
Okay, but hold on. To be fair, because I'm not trying to rain on John's football parade. I think the joke was on me. I understood that reality. Wasn't trying to be an egomaniac here. I understand I'm the horse's ass if the jersey's hanging up behind me. I get it. All right, you guys tell us what should be displayed behind us.
Hanging both
could hang them both.
A really neat contrast.
Could do that.
I could bring in my high school jersey and your middle school
jersey,
and we could have them. That's comparable. That's pretty cool.
Now, what about like a Ben Simmons jersey? Like, we also need the negative side of like ridiculousness. And
yeah, well, how about that?
What?
Ben, with that photo under the hoop, Ben, will he dunk? Will he pass that moment?
We do need we need the negative side.
Yeah, we want to remind people about that every morning.
No, but James, we need that. Yeah, Chip Kelly's face. You know what I mean? Yeah,
something that agitates.
I agree. You needed an agitator in there. There's something in there. All right. So Time's Yours. Run wild with the ideas. 215-238-4500. That's the Times Yours line. What should be displayed behind us? Also, you can certainly let us know on the regular phone line as well. All right, James, next 3 days. Phil's 6 games up on the Atlanta Braves. I know it's Wheeler tonight. Great matchup tonight. Walk us through the next couple of days.
Yeah, Wheeler and Sale tonight is just freaking awesome.
And they were 1-2 last year?
1-2 clear one. It was like 1-2 like space and then anybody else. So and Sale was just barely better in all the categories. So that's a super, super exciting matchup tonight. Tomorrow it's our guy, Taiwan, the Taiwan-a-sans. Taiwan against Grant Holmes.
He is, by the way, he's not my guy. He has to go at least 4 starts that work out before he's my guy. He is not my guy.
Okay. Well, you'll get on board eventually.
He'll get off board the team eventually.
Against Grant Holmes, who's a not that young. I think he's 20 or 29, but a newer pitcher. Pitched last year, bit for the Braves in the rotation this year. some upside. People like him, but nothing, not a major opponent. And then Thursday's a really good matchup. Jesus Luzardo, obviously we know how good he's been, and Spencer Schwellenbach for the Braves, who's a really good young pitcher for them, like really talented.
Not Spencer Strider.
No, they have him too, but he's not back.
And when is Acuna playing?
It looks like May, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Same with Strider. Strider, isn't there yet either, too.
All right, so your reaction to the Phil season so far. I have been struck by, John, not one person, not one, has called us up and said, I was the guy who doubted in the offseason to Phillies and said, they did nothing. Dombrowski sat on his hands. He didn't do anything. Haven't heard one call, and I'm trying to draw you out. Let me know if you were that guy or gal, because no one so far has admitted to being that person.
What time would you like me to call?
In 2 minutes. I know we fielded a lot of calls with a lot of doubt and some anger about the Phils, and I'm wondering 9 games in the season where you stand now and whether you think you misassess the Phillies, or maybe it's just too early to know. Maybe it's just one of those things where you don't get all hyped up on a 7-2 start. Look, guys, I get it. 7-2 is very early, but I thought they were a great team before the season. And I feel that even more now.
We should be hyped up by the fact that they are doing things a little bit better, a little bit differently this year, and they're not talking about it. They don't feel the need to, flap their gums about it. They're just running more, and they're playing better small ball, and they're actually waiting on pitches and forcing pitchers to throw strikes to them, which is a major difference in a lot of cases.
It's been good. It really has. All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. Let's talk to Joel right now. Joel, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up, Joel?
It's so weird to see Joel now, as I'm so used to Joel and say Joel.
It's all right. So I have a first time, very, very long time, and I want to thank you guys for everything you do. And in particular, 2 years ago, I took a job that requires me to commute up to New York each morning. And I said yes because you guys took the morning show, and I knew I could listen to you on the way up and on the way back. And I thank you for making me laugh through the GWB as I am right now. So thanks, guys.
You got it, man.
And I want to say, I want to go actually, Joe, about an hour ago, you were talking about the Sixers, and you said that statistically they are most certainly likely to keep this pick.
Yep.
However, my crippling anxiety tells me differently. And each night, my middle daughter and I go to tankathon.com, and we run about 10 simulations of the draft. And last night was a particularly bad night. We lost that pick 4 out of 10 times. And I know that's not the statistic.
Yeah.
However, you're familiar with Murphy's Law. We should call that Sixers Law. Right? Think about everything that's gone wrong with the Sixers over the last 15 years. We should expect that to happen again. I'm really worried about losing this pick, and I think we all should be.
Well, I'm not worried about it. I recognize it could happen. We'll have to see what the numbers are.
You should be more worried about it, I think, is the thing. You're just acting like, they're going to get the pick. Like, I am far from acting that way.
Yeah, if they finish 5 instead of 6, they're getting the pick.
See, stop saying stuff like that. Don't do that.
That's what it is.
Bad luck keeps happening to us, Joe, and I'm very worried about it.
Okay.
As for the Phils,
yes, sir.
I want to say I am all in on the Phils. I love them, love watching them every single night. We do need a closer, and I hope Dombrowski goes big, because if we get a closer this year, I think we really are World Series favorite.
Yeah, and I don't want Alvarado closing. I really don't trust him enough, and obviously I want Romano nowhere near it. Joel, give me a great answer. A fictional scene that's got a scene that's got a fictional royal in it.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Big. Wow, that is big, man. That is big.
Yeah.
So that's Hamlet, right?
Yes, that is Hamlet.
Wow, to be or not to be? What a question. What a moment there. All right, 215.
The Prince.
Yeah, the Prince. 2-1, and he struggled to make decisions, right? Am I remembering that right?
Struggled to make decisions.
Yeah, wasn't he someone that was like would waffle and decide? I mean, so long ago.
I don't think so.
I don't know if I read Hamlet. I think I saw Hamlet.
I mean, in that moment, he's pondering, life, I guess.
His
if that's
existence?
struggling to make.
I don't know. I
decisions.
thought he's. Again, this is so long ago for me. All right, Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy is your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Now is the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, Phil's greatest concern. These three. Who rises to the top for you? Greatest concern of these three. A is Alec Bohm. B is Aaron Nola. C is Jordan Romano. Who concerns you the most?
Jeez. For me, this is tough between Bohm and Romano because
it is a tough one.
Man, I guess Jordan Romano, because we still seem to be leaning into him so much, even though he's not been performing well. He's my biggest concern.
Rhea, which one concerns you the most?
Romano, because I think the bullpen's already thin.
It is thin.
I really do.
It is thin. It really is. James, is Bohm going to finish the season of Philly?
I'm more concerned about Bohm, to answer the question. I mean, he's way more important than Romano. I know Romano matters, but I mean, Bohm is just a more important piece of this team. I mean, he's your 3 or your 4 hitter on a given night. Like, I don't know how you could not watch Bohm and be incredibly concerned about his future as a Philly.
Is he going to be a Philly at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think so. I just don't know. I don't think you're going to get. I understand that you get to a point where you have to take cents on the dollar, so to speak. I don't think the Phillies are ready to take what they would get back.
I agree.
In season for Bohm.
I agree. But Rob Thompson sitting him on Sunday. That was notable. Hey, the other Twitter poll question, because we saw that story yesterday that humans have re-engineered an extinct animal from 10,000 years ago. So we ask you this question. Should humans be re-engineering extinct animals to bring them back? Yes or no? Count me as a definitive no. Listen, John, for a long time, nuclear war was the biggest concern and maybe still is. I don't need dinosaurs running around, man. I know it's probably not going to happen in our lifetime. I don't need our kids to have dinosaurs. Yeah, I am a little bit afraid
of Jurassic Park.
Because it's a slippery slope. It's like the Dolly and Molly thing 30 years ago.
Really
we had Dolly and Molly.
Jurassic Park.
What is it? What is this nonsense? Why are we bringing back? Because here's the deal. I might be a good guy to bring back a sheep or a whatever. But what about when the bad guy says, yeah, I want to win the war with, the dinosaurs. Let me bring them back. No, I don't need that. So, no, we should not be bringing back extinct animals. Let's go to the phones. 215-59. Seriously. Man, I'm kind of joking, but I'm not. Like, I don't know why. Why do we have to do this?
I'm a lot more okay with it than you are. I understand the potential for disaster that Jurassic Park represents. But I'm also fascinated by the fact that we brought little dire wolf.
Think of it this way. When Saddam was alive and running Iraq and he knew we were about to go in there, and he had obviously not as good at anything as we had, army, the whole deal. Would you want Saddam 100 years from now, that kind of guy, when the technology is more advanced, to go to his scientists and say, hey, scientists, guys, get me some dragons? No. No,
dragons.
I would not want Saddam to have dragons.
Some dragons, yeah.
Let's go to the phones.
Did not have this on my big
Are dragons even makeable, though?
I don't know.
I don't.
All right, I didn't think extinct animals were makeable, and apparently they are. And the world's celebrating. Oh, we brought back extinct animals. Get that out of my face. Nonsense.
I wonder if that company could potentially get to where they're making dragons, because they crossed a woolly mammoth with a mouse to make the woolly mouse.
Yeah.
The dire wolf and the gray wolf, they were not breedable. Like, they separated on this whatever diverged in evolution 5.5 million years ago.
Yeah.
And they just spliced that DNA together. So it does feel like you could put wings on just about anything.
Now, I will say I am intrigued, though, for the possibility of the scientists making the Phillies a new center fielder, left fielder, two or three relief pitchers. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to Eric in Mount Laurel. Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. Leave the genetics out of it unless we can get a right-handed closer and maybe
there we go. Now we're on to something here.
And a healthy knee for Joel.
Exactly. And that's one of my points about comparing the Phillies and the Sixers, not in the regular season, but the Phillies are such a likable team for the whole regular season. But then if things don't go right in the playoffs, we start to sour on them, sort of like we soured on the Sixers, where it's been, hey, we can't get out of the second round.
Yep.
But then we're brought back in with this likable team, with the Harpers, the Schwarbers. With the Sixers, you just have no one that you can really buy into.
Other than Maxey. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think that's a problem. And to put something behind you, I think you should ask the Eagles if you can borrow the Lombardi Trophy, at least one of them, for a little bit, and say, hey, can we at least showcase one of them? I also have a movie for you, a scene.
Yeah.
So it's Princess Leia killing Jabba the Hutt. You got Princess Leia in her bathing suit from way back when that every Everyone loved that. And then her taking the chain and wrapping around Jabba's throat and killing him off.
So that's funny. I don't even, and thanks, Eric. So she was the one that strangled him?
Yeah.
Not Luke.
No. She strangles him. It's like Luke comes in to save her and Han, but she has already done the
So this opens up all the Princess Leia scenes. I hadn't thought of that.
She's a princess.
That's a whole nother one. All right, so we're looking for a scene with the fictional royal, and whoever comes up with the best scene, you're going to win the Phillies tickets next week. All right, let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. How's the workout, Joe?
It's on, man. Started yesterday.
I had a pretty good one myself. I had a portion where I had to.
Is that really
I
the
did
way
it. I
it's
was
on?
I thought I did well yesterday. I got in there. I'm feeling sore today. Now I had to ease my way into it. Don't kid yourself here. I had to ease into it a little bit, but I'm, it's happening.
It's on.
Yeah, well, I need FanDuel to post odds for this thing because I'm really looking for a reason to bet on you, Joe. But I think as of now, it's one of those situations where it's like Alabama against Citadel, and they won't even let you take the money line because it's such a foregone conclusion. Like, I need you to make some progress here, man.
Ed, I'm just amazed that people act like Jack frickin' Fritz is Bo Jackson. Like,
it has nothing to do with Jack and everything to do with you.
Okay. Well, I'll say.
I mean, right? That you keep saying you're amazed. That's what it is. You got to stop thinking about being Jack. It's about people not having belief and faith in you. And the fact you just worked out for the first time after like 2 weeks of telling us you were going to work out. Kind of means that people are not necessarily wrong.
Ed, you got to admit, with the free throws last March, I mean, that was highly impressive, man. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's
and
skill.
That's not athleticism.
Well, it's a form of athleticism. It's shooting. That's part of basketball.
Move a lot.
It's muscle memory. It's not athleticism.
Look, I'm going to beat Fritz in basketball. That's obvious. I mean, I'm going to outshoot him.
And
it is what it is.
What if he blocks your shots?
Well, he can block a shot or two. I'm going to play better than he.
He's taller than you, faster than you.
Yeah, he's Will
16 years younger
back
than you.
Back to he's Bo
Again,
Jackson.
you're not going to make it through 3 points.
Yeah, okay.
You're going to fall on the ground.
Apparently, I'm playing Will Chamberlain in basketball. Sure.
Seriously, do you think he'll just stand there and say,
no,
sure,
he's
Joe,
playing
go
like
ahead. Shoot.
Will Chamberlain is the thing.
Will Chamberlain.
Tiny Willa, the granddaughter. That's who he's playing. Tiny Willa Chamberlain. That's who you represent.
What do you got on the Eagles or Phils?
The infant.
Yeah, so I was looking at the Phils stats to date, and obviously they only played 9 games, but a couple of things really stood out. And just obviously Bohm has 1 walk. Everyone else has at least 2. But Trey Turner, and I know it's very dangerous to extrapolate 9 games and 162, but if he goes at this pace, he's getting 90 walks, 50 steals. Is that not what we signed up for? We got Trey Turner. Like that's, and in the low key impressive, like Marshawn in 9 plate appearances is 4 walks. So like JT is going to come back to normal, but if we have to go to Marshawn for like a day off or, just, I feel so much more comfortable with him as the backup than I did with Stubbs last year.
I agree with that. I'll say this, and I don't say this to Randall Marchand's parade. Some of those pitches weren't even close. So how much he's got a truly great eye and how much that pitcher just stunk another pitch. I mean, he the Phillies have faced a couple bad pitchers this year when you throw in the relievers and all that stuff in some of these series. But yes, he is an upgrade on Stubbs. That's clear. And I'm glad he's on the team. And that was another indication, John, that they were more not messing around this year. It wasn't clubhouse culture.
It's not,
that whole
we're bringing
thing.
Him back because we like him.
Vibes.
We're bringing him back because we really want the best guy. But I don't. Stubbs did a great job.
I love Stubbs. He
did a great job of being ready, and it's unfortunate that a quote ended up.
Yeah, but it's his bat. His bat was the problem. He just wasn't a good enough hitter. He just wasn't. I think he had 1 year with a decent average and very low at bats. But for the most part, he's not a good hitter. All right, Ed, give me an answer, my man. A scene with a fictional royal.
How about Simba when he just couldn't wait to be king?
Yeah.
Is that one particular scene?
It's a song.
Oh, the song.
Just can't wait to be king.
Because I thought like the whole movie was that, but I got you.
No, it's a song. It's an actual scene.
The song. Fair enough. All right. So speaking of songs, I was not going to do this today. I was going to wait till Friday. But now that people are coming after me for, me versus Fritz and basketball and all that, I just got to lean into it. Obviously, I got Victor 280 the other day and beat the hammer. That was Friday, Victor 280. This summer, at some point, I'll probably get 300. I don't know. I do the math.
Is bad math.
I'll have my days off at some point, but at some point I'm going to get to Victory 300. Obviously, we're on the road to that, and I do need a new entrance song when I come in. Seltzer. Now, James doesn't know what he's about to play.
Yeah, I don't like this already.
James doesn't know what he's about to play, but let me say this: needs to, crank it up, James.
Can't touch this.
All right, I'll do this. That's fine. I'm in on this.
When I walk back to the Senate Borgata,
Are you going to jam to it?
I'll run from. I won't dance.
You gonna do the parachute pants dance?
I'm just saying, like, how is this not the Beat the Hammer song?
Where's it
You're
been
the
all
one
this
who
time?
you're the one who comes up with all these. So
Well, I'm just saying, put it
blame
in
yourself.
Put
buddy.
it in the rotation and make it number one. Because
I'm
now,
thinking-
John, do you approve of MC Hammer and Joe DeCamera Hammer as crossover Hammer?
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate. Yeah,
I thought you were gonna try
like
and bring
it.
us some like tough music.
Yeah,
or something.
I like
was
how it's a little cheesy, a little,
But it's the double entendre. It's the fact
get
that
it.
can't
We get
touch
it.
it. I mean,
No, we
obviously,
get
I'm the Hammer. Like, I win. That's what MC Hammer was.
Except when you lose.
Yeah, but it's so rare.
But the irony, again, the joke is that MC Hammer is also, he's saying you can't touch him, but you kind of can. Like, he really wasn't that awesome for that long.
I just need a couple more years. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Gary in New Jersey. Gary, good morning.
Hammer, how you doing?
What's up, Gary?
How about you Photoshop BG on a Bee Gees album cover for the backdrop?
BG on a B. What's a BG album cover? I don't get
The
it.
band, the Bee Gees.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Nah,
Yeah, that's not good.
but the Phillies aren't.
Well, the Phillies are great, man. Phillies are a great baseball team.
I think it's just like the Eagles' defense carrying the team. I think this pitching staff's going to carry them, and the bats are going to do what they need to do to win.
Well, they're going to win a lot in the regular season. That's for sure. I mean, they're certainly going to be north of 90. They might even get to 100 this year. They got a great baseball team. I picked them at 97. That was the highest here. Tracking, my man. Tracking toward 97.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, Gary, give me an answer, my man, from a fictional a royal that's in a scene. What's a notable scene?
How about Liz Taylor and Cleopatra making Caesar kneel?
Liz Taylor as Cleopatra. Which scene?
When she made Caesar kneel.
When she made what?
Caesar Neal.
Oh, Neil. Yeah. Well, I remember when he had a seizure in that movie. Didn't he have 2 seizures? Yeah, in that movie, I think. All right, so we're going back to Cleopatra. Make Caesar kneel. Fair enough.
Who are you asking that question?
I was wondering the same thing.
Well,
I'm
I
like,
don't
who are you
know.
talking to right now?
Well, I've seen that movie 4 or 5 times, just not in about 20 years.
We
Cleopatra.
haven't. Yeah.
Dude, old school Liz Taylor.
I know.
Okay,
We
man.
love her. We know.
And I
You-
get 4 hours of it?
It's a lot of hours.
Uh-huh. A lot of Liz Taylor. A lot of Liz Taylor. And Richard Burton, I believe, was Caesar, I think. All right.
Richard Burton was having seizures during
he was
the
also
filming.
No. Well, the
You're saying
character
the
was.
character was.
Yeah, Caesar was having seizures, is my recollection.
Were they married at the
I know.
time?
I didn't.
I don't know if they
remember.
ever technically got married, but
Or if they were together. I
But
thought
they had
they were.
a kid.
Weren't they? Weren't they the ones who got
No,
married
no.
twice?
Richard Burton was married, but Caesar and Cleopatra
No, I'm
were
talking
not
about
married.
Richard Burton
Okay,
and
well, I was
Elizabeth
talking
Taylor.
I was talking about Caesar and
No, I'm
Cleopatra.
talking, were those two married when they made Cleopatra?
I don't know. Probably they were married twice.
That's what I'm asking.
Probably.
Why are you yelling?
Because he started annoying me.
I just asked a question. You're the one who misunderstood what I was saying.
Well, you didn't
Tensions run high when it comes to Liz Taylor and Joe, don't they?
You still get hot over her.
Stay
Those
away.
beautiful purple eyes.
Stay away.
I want Caesar on his ass.
That's right.
Yeah,
This is-
Joe goes Caesar, and he has seizures about him. Loves seizures.
Oh, man. All right, coming up in a minute, Adam Schefter. We're getting closer to the draft. Schefter weighing in yesterday on ESPN on Howie in this draft for the Eagles. You're here in 1 minute.
Baseball is back. The cracking of the bat, the roar of the crowds, and everyone's favorite part, the tailgate foods. Excitement in your mouth. Wild Fork Foods has your game day tailgate covered. The foods are covered with the widest selection of amazing foods, and all products are blast frozen to lock in peak freshness, flavor, and quality. Stock up on fully cooked beef classic hot dogs. 6 dogs, only $5 a pack. Or grill up some mouth-watering bison burgers, $10 a pack, or 75% lean beef burgers, a pack of 10, only $10. Or turn that burger into a bacon burger. Pick up their pork double-smoked hickory bacon, 1 pound pack, only $5.98 per pound. You can even pick up the brioche burger buns. They're so good. 4-pack for only $4. They also have a wide variety of sausages, bratwurst and hot Italian, kielbasa, boar and bison sausage from as low as $4 per pound. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
All right, good morning to you on this Tuesday morning. I do worry sometimes if the references I give on the show are just too outdated.
You think?
So, Rhea,
We've talked about this
Does
before.
the average 30-year-old Rhea know who Elizabeth Taylor is?
Probably not.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, literally doesn't know who she was.
Never
No
heard of
idea.
her. Yeah, never even heard of her.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's,
You have
course,
to work on this, buddy.
I hadn't heard of, who was that kid I hadn't heard of recently? It was about 3 years ago, and I told you that my niece and nephew told me he or she, I forget what.
It was Charlie D'Amelio or something like
apparently
that.
it was like,
He was a
influencer or
TikTok
something,
star
yeah.
or something.
It was like the biggest deal in the world
yeah.
for 18-year-olds, and none of us had known that person at that
Yeah.
point.
Well,
But
it
see-
helps. Like John and I know it helps having teenagers. Like
Yeah.
I'm now clued into all of the TikTok people. And
I also think there's a
YouTubers.
difference between, the references like this TikTok person and then like the 60 years between that and Elizabeth Taylor or 70 years or whatever it is that maybe you could hone in on a little bit.
That's exactly right. All right. The draft, it's coming up, and Adam Schefter, all this draft coverage is cranking up, including obviously with Schefter's reporting. So let's listen to Adam Schefter talking yesterday on ESPN about a possible strategy for Howie in the first round.
Over the next 2 drafts, the Eagles are scheduled to have 20 draft picks. 20. They can't have 20 players make their roster. Their roster is too good and too deep to have all these picks make their roster. So on draft day this year, it would be just like the Eagles general manager, Howie Roseman, to package some of these picks either in this draft or next year's draft as well, to move up the board if there were a player that he really wanted. And it would be just like him and that organization to trade some of these future picks for a veteran that a team knows it's not going to re-sign, that it knows it's moving on from.
It does make a lot of sense when you consider, John, their roster has been and probably will remain deep. I mean, there's also the possibility, even if they don't trade him for a player this year, you could package picks together for future picks in other years, because at some point they'll be more depleted. This is a hard roster to make. This is a hard roster to make. That is obvious. All right, more of Schefter because he continues on.
That's great for us.
It's tremendous.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
It should be the hardest roster to make in the NFL because we are the best team in the NFL.
Well, I don't know if they still are. They certainly were.
Why do you say
because
that?
they lost a lot.
Still so
Okay.
Brandon Graham, Milton Williams,
They're the betting favorite. You could definitely say they are the betting favorite. That is a fact. They are
I understand that.
So he is correct in the sense that they are the favorite to win the Super Bowl right now.
We
can all disagree, make our own opinions, but in terms of betting, they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Tell me if Vegas is not weighing any
they are.
of the departures that the Philadelphia Eagles had to withstand.
Tell me if
they
this
weigh
statement,
every team's offseason activity, and after all that stuff, we're still in good shape.
Tell me if this statement is a fact. The Eagles may not be the best team anymore.
Yeah,
sure. Right. That's all. They might not be the best team.
Okay. I think we should feel pretty good.
I feel
about
great
the fact
about the
that
Eagles. I don't take it in stone that they're definitely the best
heap.
team. They're up there. I don't know that they're at the top. I don't know that. They lost a lot.
Good. We've got a great chance to get back to the top of the heap.
Yes, they do.
Because that personnel and that coaching staff, they know how to get it done.
Well, I agree with that. All right, more from Schefter as he continued talking about the Birds.
I think that they've got more firepower in this draft, or as much firepower in this draft as any team out there. And when you give a roster that's good enough to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, that's good enough to win the Super Bowl, when you give a Super Bowl champion roster 20 draft picks in the next 2 drafts to go have fun with, you become a team to watch. And that's obviously not even factoring in their aggressive tendencies to begin with. So that to me is the team to watch. As always, on draft weekend.
All right. It's exciting, obviously. I think it's an overstatement when he says the Eagles have more firepower or as much as anyone in the league with the draft. I don't care if you have 20 picks. I don't care if you have 25. If you only have a first rounder this year and a first rounder next year, and this year's is in the 32nd overall pick, you do not have as much draft firepower as a team that has the number one pick. And a team with the number one pick could trade that for 3 first-round draft picks. Could. Happens. It happens every couple of years, something like that happens. So I think it's an overstatement by Schefter. With that said, is it exciting to hear about the possibilities with 20 picks that they could do a lot of wheeling and dealing? Absolutely.
It's what Howie does.
It's what Howie
He's
does.
done 15 trades in the past 2 seasons. So
Just on draft days?
Just on draft days.
Yeah.
He did 8 last year and 7 the year before. So when Schefter's going, oh, they'll probably trade. Really, Adam?
Yeah.
Here's my shocked face.
Well, that was,
trades.
we didn't play that audio because that audio was a joke. He guaranteed that the Eagles would make a trade. Oh,
my dog can guarantee that. All right.
Thanks there, Shefty. But the 20 picks is good to hear about because it is a lot. All right. And I think it's 8 this year and 12 next year?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Let's get to Seth, the media. Seth, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing after an awesome Phillies weekend?
Oh, totally awesome, Seth.
Dude, it was so good. It's so good to see these guys rolling. And I was a little foot and mouth because of the comment I made a couple of weeks ago. I was like, I'd be okay if they started off, kind of a little more tepid and then got hot late in the season. Screw that, man. These guys are on fire already.
It has been fun. No, I agree with you, man.
Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. Hey, has anybody said to hang behind you guys if you could get a hold of Jason Kelsey's mummer's jacket?
I mean, it's another possibility. I don't know who has it. I don't know if he has it or if he gave it back to
I don't
somebody.
think we're going to get the actual jacket.
No.
Yeah, it'd be pretty flashy behind a flashy guy like yourself, Hammer.
That's a good point. We could have a replica. We could do one of that.
Oh, man, that's pandering 101. I'm the worst. How long can the Phillies sustain this kind of offensive streak? Are they do they just continue to roll or what happens here with these guys?
On offense?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to it's funny to a certain extent. I don't even think they've gotten hot yet. I mean, I think it's more like they're manufacturing runs in ways they hadn't in past years, and they're walking more. But I wouldn't say this is one of their classic hot streaks. I mean, we know what it looks like when Castellanos gets hot, or Schwarber. Well, Schwarber's the one guy I guess that's been hot. A lot of home runs at least. But and Trey's been hot. But I mean, Bohm hasn't hit much. Marsh hasn't. I mean, it's it's not like they're all hitting.
But it's the manufacturer. Maybe that's what looks so different this year. You know what I mean? It's like they're not. It's not just going yard every at bat. So which I like to see. Everybody's like small ball. Well, here we go.
Yeah. Put the bat on the ball, let it go where it wants to go to some degree. That's when guys are hitting their best. You hear it all the time. He's taking it where it wants to go, taking it opposite field. We're starting the season in that mode, which is a great place to start. Now I expect guys are going to get off track a little bit and they'll slump and everything and we'll complain.
Yeah.
But man, they're in a good spot where they're not talking about it, they're just doing it. They're doing it at the highest level going.
Seth, give me an answer, man. A scene with a fictional royal.
You guys remember when Lieutenant Frank Drebin tackled the Queen all the way across the table?
Tell you what, that's not bad, man. Frank Drebin and the Queen. That was, and then Reggie Jackson was involved in that whole thing, right? I mean,
he was the one who was controlled and was trying to kill the Queen. Remember, was under the hypnosis.
Let me ask you this: who should play?
The best
OJ?
Part of that is the Enrico Palazzo and the national. It's Enrico Palazzo.
Right.
It's so good.
Those movies were great. All right, so there's going to be a new police academy.
Naked Gun.
Oh, Naked Gun. My fault. There's going to be a new Naked Gun coming out. Does someone play OJ, like the OJ role?
You didn't see the commercial?
No.
Oh, so first
is it an athlete?
There's a trailer. No. So he's Liam Neeson is Frank Drebin's son.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
Who's OJ? Who's Norberg?
No one.
No one.
Because it's kids.
Have Norberg's kid.
Watch the trailer. They do.
No. I want Norberg's kid.
Norberg's kid is in the trailer. Watch the trailer.
Is it?
It's nobody. The point is, you gotta
stupid.
Okay.
No, I should have had an athlete as Norberg's kid.
Yeah, I don't think they're trying to. I think they're making a joke about the OJ thing, and I think they're walking away from it.
Could add Barkley.
What?
That Barkley is OJ.
He's supposed to be in his 30s or whatever.
Then have Ben Simmons. He's going to be out of work soon. I don't know. Pick an athlete. I'm just saying. Why are we moving off the athlete thing? 215-592-9494. We'll talk to Elliot. More about the draft with Elliot Short Parks up ahead. Phone calls as well on all these topics. Phil's and the Braves. Big series. Starts tonight right here on 94 WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, then you're always trying to give 100% of your focus to your pet. If you're like my dog Cheney, that never appears to be enough. In today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get. The lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that the place to go not only to get help, but many solution for your pet's needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule store. My dog Cheney's got allergies, unfortunately. They have people there. They are so well trained at Dogs and Cats Rule. They can help you with something like that. It's springtime. It's not going to feel like that out today, but you're going to be outside. Your pets are going to be outside. So start thinking about natural flea and tick prevention. Also being outside, you're going to need to get some new toys. So maybe a new ball launcher or something to tug on for your dog when you go on walks. When it comes to food, the selection at Dogs and Cats Rule store, it's second to none. They've got their large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned, and it cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule, 7 convenient neighborhood locations, Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of DynaPro HD2 and Evo AS tires. See store.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Overshadowed by Paige Becker's career-capping championship storyline was the dominant play of 19-year-old true freshman Sarah Strong. She outpaced Sunday's blowout with 24 points, 15 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. She could be her sport's next big thing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Well, it should be a pretty entertaining pitching matchup in Atlanta as the Phillies open a series at the Braves. Zack Wheeler against last year's Cy Young Award winner Chris Sale. Of course, Wheeler runner-up. Atlanta off to a really rough 1-8 start. The schedule did them no favors, really. Opened with a 4-game set at the Padres. San Diego 9-2, followed by 3 at the Dodgers, who are 8-3. Mel Kiper dropping his latest mock draft at pick 32. Kiper has the Eagles tabbing outside linebacker James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, 17.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Mostly sunny, windy, high 46. It is currently 38. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, we keep saying we want ideas for our YouTube presentation for what's behind us, and the reason is because we're on YouTube. So check out the show on YouTube. You ever wanted to see what we look like? God forbid.
You share what you eat every morning, like, put it up to the...
I am eating more now that the show's on YouTube. I'm like...
You're eating more?
Yeah, because my theory is this. Station's going to expose us on YouTube. I'll expose right on back. Like, okay, I mean, I got to eat at some point.
Look at you, daredevil.
Yeah, like I'll ask a couple questions to Ray, and then, I know John's hopping in for 2 or 3 questions, and I start eating my sandwich.
What kind of sandwich did we have today?
Today was like a panini with some kind of, I don't know what it was, roast beef or something. It was really good.
I don't know what it was.
Yeah, it was really good. I guess a roast beef in there. It was very, very good. So anyway,
you don't know what the panini
where did you
were eating for breakfast was?
I did not know
How
what
is
it
that
was.
possible?
I mean, it was, I don't roast
don't
beef,
know what you're
steak.
eating
It was,
for breakfast?
It was something in there. Roast
Did you
beef.
buy it?
I did, but I did not request it.
Hold on. How does that work?
I know.
You
that
bought
would-
food. You didn't know what it was, but you ate it.
I got a chef that drops food off, and I take whatever is given.
look at you.
That's pretty
Personal
highfalutin.
chef. Got
That's
it.
as highfalutin as highfalutin gets.
I didn't want to say that.
Personal chef. My personal
He delivers me my food.
chef. Delivered right into my mouth.
serious? It was
My
outstanding.
waiting hands, and I can.
Oh, would you?
Does he put
guys-
it in your mouth? Does he chew for
Yeah, it's a
you?
good question. Like a baby bird type of thing, you know?
Yeah, chew it up. He could put it in the
Wait, what do
blender
you
to
guys-
blend it and then pour it into your mouth.
This is bad teamwork right now.
Food delivered
yeah.
and dessert and ice cream delivered.
Yeah, and I got McDonald's.
Yeah, what does
recently
your
delivered.
personal chef think about the 11:30
really.
McDonald's?
Uh-huh.
Is he a fan of that?
I don't have the chef on the weekends. No chef on the weekends.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah.
just some.
Give
Well,
some
maybe
times
you
during the week.
need the chef on the weekend.
Maybe I do.
to prevent that.
But am I at my place? Am I at Amy's? It gets complicated. Scheduling gets complicated.
Wow.
All right, we'll talk to Elliot in about 5 minutes on the draft and more phone calls and everything. Phillies and Braves tonight. I'm excited, man. I mean, listen, the Braves will probably still make the playoffs, but who knows? I mean, they're 1-7?
1-8.
1-8.
And there's a real chance. I mean,
Holy
like
mackerel.
if you sweep them, you'll
I
be up
know.
9 games in April. If they could sweep, even if they win 2, they're up 7 games in April. That's massive.
And still no Acuna or Strider for a stretch here. So they're feeling the effects. There's no question. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Ray in Atlantic City. Good morning, Ray. Ray, not ready to roll. We'll get back to him. Let's go to Amish. Amish, you're on WIP.
Good morning, team. How are you guys?
What's up, Amish?
Not much. Listen, really quick, Joe,
Yes, sir.
I want you to have a respectable showing against Fritz in this competition you guys have.
I intend to.
And I got to tell you, I don't think you will. I know you intend to. I don't think you will. And here's why. Your nutrition is absolute trash. And you're not doing anything physical to help change yourself.
Hold on. His nutrition is absolute trash only on the weekends, though, Amish.
Yeah, I eat better during the weekend. Amish, I started working out yesterday, man.
You did? Wow.
Yes.
Very good.
I got
Now,
in the
it takes-
gym. I was pumping iron. People were
I
impressed.
don't know that you can call it that.
The women were looking at me with how can I put this? Yearning.
What time were you at the gym?
The men were looking at me
Yearning.
with envy. No, maybe not.
Annoyance, confusion. What does he do?
No, but I mean, all jokes aside, I did start yesterday, and I'm hoping to, get it going. I really am.
So, do you know how to do exercises and stuff in a gym?
A little bit. I've done it enough that I've got a general idea. Do I think I'll be the fancy
No,
schmancy
seriously,
exercises?
It
No.
is. Well, I'm not saying fancy schmancy. I'm saying, do you know what to do with
Yeah.
the weights? Do you have like
I know enough.
routine?
I know enough. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have a different routine for each day, like upper body and legs.
I'm in the
and-
process of developing that. I'm
Holy
I'm
cow.
1 day into this. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Developing
Joe,
your.
this is what I'd like to offer you, if I may.
This is incredible.
Yes, sir.
I've trained a lot of people. I physically try to take care of myself. I'm in the gym 4:30 every morning, like clockwork.
Wow.
I have a ton of different plans. I have a 60-day plan. I have a 75, 120. In 60 days, I can make you a whole new person, guaranteed.
Whoa.
I'll put money on it with you. I want to
Whoa.
compel you. I want to help you. I'll put a nutrition plan together for you. I will send you pictures. I will ask you for pictures. The whole nine. Accountability. It's a partnership. We will transform together.
It's intriguing. I appreciate it. I don't know that I'm ready for such.
So
Well,
to someone
here's the
actually
thing,
hold
it
you
takes
accountable is what you're not ready for. Is that what it is?
Such
Yeah.
work.
I mean,
Joe, here's the deal.
Yes.
20. It takes 21 days to create an honest habit within yourself. Your body will naturally reproduce cells every 28 days based upon what you consume. So we got to knock off the McDonald's at 11
I
o'clock
know.
at night on the weekend.
I know. That was bad.
I'm only telling you this because it's just pure science and fact. Like, If you want to change yourself, whether you beat Fritz or not, who cares? But at least in 60 days or whenever it goes down, you feel like a whole new person.
Okay.
And every day you're better fractionally. And I'd like to be a part of that journey with you.
Fractionally is the operative word.
No, I got you. All right, Amish,
Fractionally.
let me think about it. Is that fair? I'm going to write your name down. I'm going to think about it. Fair?
Sosa knows how to get a hold of me. I'll send him a couple things just for you to glance over later today or tomorrow.
Yep.
And I think you'll feel compelled, and we should work on something together. I'd love to help you out.
Thank
Seriously.
you. It's very kind of you. All right, Amish, give me an answer. You can win the Phillies tickets for next week. A great scene that's got a fictional Royal in it.
Oh, a couple of my answers got taken earlier, so I'm going to pass on this one, but I appreciate you guys letting me get on.
All right, buddy, and I appreciate your kind offer there. Very, very nice. All right, let's talk more Eagles football with Elliot Shore-Parks. He's brought to us every Tuesday by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing?
Quite a bit, my man. Quite a bit. All right, Elliot, I want to do a little Sixers and Phils with you as well, but let's start Eagles. So let's just get right to names. I mean, this thing gets real in 16 days, and someone's going to be an Eagle, and then a bunch of other people are going to be an Eagles on day 2 and 3. Give us a couple names, round 1, that we should be zeroing in on right now with 16 days to go. Who could they draft in round 1?
Yeah, so I think the board, and obviously we're a ways away, but you look at the mock drafts where people are projected to go, and I do think it's breaking in a good way for the Eagles. You hear, the quarterback from Alabama is going to the draft. Jackson Dart seems like he'll be a first-round pick. There's going to be multiple quarterbacks taken, and that's going to push down a lot of names. So some names I would keep an eye on at number 32. One would be Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. Just all-pro potential, elite athlete. Still needs some work on his pass rush moves, but he has a potential to be a really good pass rusher.
He didn't go to Georgia, Elliot.
And he didn't go to Georgia. That's true. Well, guess what? The next guy I'm going to say did go to Georgia.
Okay, good. Well, then
I would say
he's an option.
2 names. Yeah, exactly. 2 names from Georgia I would look at, not at 32, but if they have to move up a little bit. Mykel Williams out of Georgia, defensive tackle. Excellent run stopper already, elite athlete, kind of like Walter Nolan in the way where he probably needs to work on his pass rush moves, but he's someone that seems to be falling down draft boards after initially being viewed as a higher pick. And then 2 safeties I would look at number 32. We've already talked about Malachi Starks. I think he would be the best possible pick for them in the first round in terms of just skill and also need. But the name I would keep an eye on too is Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. He played receiver and linebacker to start his college career, has transitioned to safety. He is excellent at coming away with the football, very versatile, can play man coverage. So, I could keep going if you want, because at 32,
yeah, give us a couple more. Give us a couple more.
Yeah, so I really like James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. He has like the ideal edge rusher body. He's long, tall, fast off the edge. He has good pass rushing numbers. So he's someone I'd keep an eye on at number 32 if they decide to go edge. Mike Green out of Marshall. There is the, kind of competition concern with him playing at Marshall, but they took Quinyon Green out of Toledo last year. Or Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo last year. So obviously that's not a huge concern from them. So Mike Green, 17 sacks last year, 23 tackles for a loss, a great spin move. And unlike some of the other defensive linemen we've talked about so far on this call, he does come with really good pass rush moves. So, initially when you see they're going to pick 32, you think maybe there's not going to be an impact player there. I do think the guy they pick at 32 will have a chance to be a real impact player for him this year.
How many guys are around and in town with the off-season program at this point? Is it still just too early, or is it all the young guys in town? Who's around and active?
Yeah, so they don't have to report for, I think it's another week or 2, something like that. So I would imagine at this point, guys are probably still in their off-season homes. You see videos of Cooper DeJean working out in Iowa. Guys are around, but nobody's required to be at the facility for another 2 weeks. But like Nick Sirianni said at the owners meetings, I think they have a team where with their leadership, if you're not working out hard and come to the first day of OTAs in good shape, it will be noticed. So whether they're local or not, I think it's safe to assume the players are working.
Elliot, do you think offensive line is more of a possibility in round 1 than we thought? I mean, Ruben had a theory last week. They could draft a lineman, start him at guard, and then have him as a tackle of the future, particularly when Lane at some point retires. Is that more on the table than we've been thinking?
So I don't think so. Now, if someone falls to 32 that they feel could be a stud guard right away, maybe. But it feels like every year in the draft we talk about, well, they'll draft Lane's replacement, draft someone that can play guard and then move out to tackle when Lane retires. And they've never done it, and Lane still is playing. So I just, in my time covering Howie Roseman, the guy they draft in the first round, they're going to want to have a clear path to playing. And with Kenyon Green that they acquired from Houston, he certainly is not a lock to start. But between him and Tyler Steen, they'd have to really, really like the guard. And I think he would, if they did draft him, he would be the starter right away. But I don't think they would do it with the idea of him moving out to tackle. It just feels like a wasted asset to do that.
Elliot, there are a lot of tight ends on our roster right now, which I think is really interesting. With Dallas Goedert's sort of, we don't really know exactly what's up, where things are headed. But guys like Harrison Bryant and Kylan Granson and Nick Muse and Cameron Latu, in addition to EJ Jenkins, who was already there, but probably practice squad last year at the end of the year, I'm guessing. A lot of tight ends. Are any of those guys possible Dallas Goedert replacements? I mean, we know Grant Calcaterra is the receiver type tight end. What are their intentions with all of these tight ends? Are any of them truly good enough to come in and say, all right, Dallas Goedert, we could see you somewhere else now?
Well, so, I mean, the Dallas Goedert one in the tight end room is a pretty complex situation. If I'm Goedert, I'm hoping I'm traded. At this point, I wouldn't have a ton of interest in coming back to the Eagles. And I think the Eagles are probably okay with moving on from Dallas Goedert as well. The sense I get just being around him this offseason is they are excited about Harrison Bryant as a blocker. I know that's a big deal with Goedert, how much he helps the running game. And then Kylan Granson, I think they really like as a receiving tight end, and then they still have Calcaterra. So with those three, and, EJ Jenkins, I do think is going to have to fight for a roster spot, but he caught a touchdown last year. I mean, he was active towards the end of the season, and I thought he had an awesome training camp. So between those four tight ends, I think there's a lot of potential. And, we were just talking about the draft, like tight end is a real possibility for this team in the first two rounds. I don't think Tyler Warren from Penn State's going to fall to them. He seems like he'll probably be a top 15 pick. But then there's Colston Loveland out of Michigan. I think he could very well be on the board at 32. Elijah Arroyo out of Miami, super athletic. Like, there are some really good tight end options. And so at this point, I just think it makes so much more sense for Goedert and the Eagles to split up and to go with what they have.
And A.J. Dillon, we haven't talked much about him. Do you think he slides right into the backup running back role? I know Will Shipley, he was showing a lot of promise last year as a rookie, especially in passing situations. But, A.J. Dillon seems like he has a very specific skill set. I don't know if that means he is the backup. What do you think on that?
So I think A.J. Dillon, obviously after missing a full year due to, the neck concern and health reasons, I think they're going to have to see him be healthy. I think at this point, there's a pretty clear-cut depth chart for this team. That would be obviously Saquon at the top, Will Shipley, and then A.J. Dillon. It wouldn't even completely shock me if when we get to watch OTA practices, some of the running backs that were here last year are even ahead of A.J. Dillon. But I do think once he's healthy, he will move up the depth chart pretty quickly. Now, he is one of the better short yardage running backs in the NFL. If you just look at how he's done in 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, he has converted those at a pretty high clip. So, not to get down the tush push debate,
he's
but if
the
that
replacer.
does go away, A.J. Dillon could be a value there. But Will Shipley's a guy they really like. Jamal Singleton, the running back coach, spent all year coaching him up. When he played last year, I thought he showed some real potential. I think they view him as having like a higher ceiling than a Kenny Gainwell did. So A.J. Dillon, to me, if he's healthy, will be on the roster.
Or at least he couldn't when he was coming out of college.
Yeah, so I think Will Shipley will be that clear cut. Like, if God forbid Saquon were to go down for 3 weeks or something, I think Will Shipley would be your top running back. And I think A.J. Dillon, as of now, is more of a role player.
Goal line, short yardage, specialist.
All right, Elliot.
Now on the goal line, I'm sure Saquon's going to want those touches, but yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. Elliot Shore Parks here on WIP. Elliot, I'm struck by something you said about 5 minutes ago. Something to the tune of, you think Goedert does not want to be here? I mean, do you think he feels disrespected in this process?
So I don't know if it's about feeling disrespected, but one thing I've heard a lot, and I see the reasoning for it, is, well, they should come to an agreement on a 1-year deal, much like Josh Sweat did last year. But it's just such a different situation. Like, if Goedert comes back to the Eagles, the chances he increases his value over the next calendar year are so slim. Like, he is not a top option on the offense. He's arguably not even like a top 4 option on the offense. So he'll have the same year he normally has. And he's a great player, but what do you have? Less than 500 yards last year? Like, he's not a guy that puts up big stats. So with Josh Sweat, it made sense for him to come back on a cheaper deal and to take a pay cut, because he was the number 1 edge rusher on what ended up being a Super Bowl winning team, but certainly a Super Bowl contending team entering the season. For Goedert, all he's really going to accomplish over the next year is just become a year older, right? Like, he's not going to increase his value. Now, he'll win games, he gets to stay in Philly, and those are all positives. But if his goal is to get one more contract, if I'm him, I would much rather be traded to another team that'll either pay me now or give me a chance to up my value over the next year.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, look, I tend to think he probably is gone, but we'll see. All right, Ellie, a couple other quick things. Let's just bounce around. The Phils, are they a great team? When I say that, people push back on me. Are they great?
Yeah, I think they definitely are. And the perspective I can offer as someone that's been around the Eagles since they lost that Super Bowl is, I said it time and time again to you guys this year, is just being around the Eagles this past year, I sensed like a business-like anger in terms of, this is like, we got to do it. Like, this is our time. We've wasted opportunities. And I'm not around the Phillies, but even just watching them from afar and, just talking, like, Devin, I know, is around the team. James obviously follows it closely. Like, there is a true, in my opinion, Eagles-like mentality with this team. When I watch them, the way they don't celebrate, the way they're taking care of business, it just feels like they have that same attitude. So we know that the roster is good. The bullpen we can, talk about, but overall they have one of the best rosters. For me, it's about the mentality, and I recognize a true, like, Eagles 2024 mentality with this team.
Wow. All right, final thing, Elliot. I want to bring you in on this Twitter poll question of the day we have. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now is the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Elliot, what is your personal answer to this question? Should humans re-engineer extinct animals to bring them back? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would say yes. And I heard you talking about the dinosaur thing. Like, I think we have the technology now. We could take care of dinosaurs and dragons pretty quickly. Like, if another country's main plan is going to be like build a dragon, something tells me we have the technology to take them out.
What if the
dragon versus missile?
Hold on. What if the AI, non-people, the AI gets the dinosaurs and the dragons?
Now you're conflating things.
I'm just
That's
saying.
a monopoly. Then.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That might not be fair.
We could be dealing with dragons, dinosaurs, and AI.
I think the AI thing is a much more realistic fear than dragons.
John, how did people vote?
Yeah, the last time.
What about an AI dragon?
Oh my God, John, how do you think
I
people?
also have some workout. I have some workout advice for you, Joe. By the way.
Oh, let me hear that.
Work.
So I think you're going about this the complete wrong way. I don't think you should be working out to get in better shape. I think you should just be practicing the events you're going against Jack with. Like, you're not going to reshape your body by the time you do this. Realistically, you just are who you are at this point. So I would just focus on the events, get really good at those instead of like walking and running and stuff like that. Like, just focus on the events.
Go play hoops and beat someone off the dribble.
Really good?
Yeah. No, I get it. Go play hoops and
he's not, but he's also not going to get in really good shape. So he might as well just practice the events and be good at those instead of
That's reasonable. It's almost like the combine, like Mamula it up. Like
exactly. Like, you're practicing for a combine. Exactly.
Be ready for the combine. All right, John, how do you think
practice tennis? Well,
John, how do you think people voted on the Twitter poll on re-engineering extinct animals? It's a good thing or it's a bad thing?
I think it's probably close to 50-50. 55% say leave it alone.
Should humans re-engineer extinct animals to bring them back? 70% say no. Very wise people right there.
All right, conservative.
The other Twitter poll question. Let's all go on the record on this one. Which player concerns us the most? No, Rhea, Bohm, Nola, and Romano. You're Romano?
Romano, yeah.
And James, you're Bohm?
I'm Bohm.
John, you're Romano.
That's
Man,
really
I'm split on this one. Elliot, where do you come down? Bohm, Nola, Romano. Who concerns you the most?
So I understand Bohm is a bigger concern, but I still believe in him more. I think Romano just might be cooked, so I would say him.
I hope he's not hurt.
That's
I
so
hope
bad
he's
if
not
he's cooked.
struggling with something physically that he doesn't want to admit to himself.
You know, part of me is tempted to say Bohm because I think it's harder to find a decent third baseman than a decent relief pitcher.
That's why I say it's a bigger, more important position, more important player is why I'm more concerned about it.
But
yeah.
their
he's a
lineup,
3-4 hitter.
their lineup
come
is
on.
already good. Yeah. But their lineup's already good. I think if Romano
You can go trade for a reliever. I know Dave hasn't been good at that, but there are tons of relievers you can go trade for at the deadline every single year.
I'm going
They're just
Romano,
not
but
as
I'm
deep in the
close.
bullpen.
I'm tight on that one. That's all right, John. How do you think people voted on this?
Romano is going to win this.
He does. 52% Romano, 28% Bohm. Nola 20%.
Wow.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of flack.
He does get a lot of flack. He does. Elliot, good work, pal. We'll talk to you a lot more as we get closer to the draft. Thanks, Elliot.
Talk to you soon.
All right, you got
Thanks,
it, buddy.
Elliot.
215-592-9494. All right, time's yours and phone calls up ahead as we roll till 10 o'clock. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie on 94 WIP. All right, baseball fans obviously love the long ball. And with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where they're giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because on Tuesdays, it's Dinger Tuesdays. All season long, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That's all FanDuel customers. Dinger Tuesdays. That means you can bet on the moonshots and take your winnings to higher heights. Find the player or players you think is going to go yard and lock him in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's the website, FanDuel.com/hammer. The app, awesome. Easy to sign up for, easy to navigate from game to game, league to league, or special offer like this, like Dinger Tuesday. So find the bet or bets that works for you on the app, on the website. Lock them all in at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The MLB season is heating up, and Kyle Tucker is on fire. He's already blasted 5 homers, driven in 15 runs, and racked up 15 hits. We're just getting started. Right now, you can still grab the Cubs star right fielder at 9-1 to win the NL MVP. He's the best player on my favorite team, and he's my pick to take home the MVP this year, if it's not Shohei Ohtani. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. All right. When it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota.
Jack, sell them for less.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Phillies sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. 7-2 Phillies in Atlanta for the start of a 3-game series at the 1-8 Braves. It'll be Zack Wheeler against Chris Sale. Pretty top-notch pitching matchup to start. Both the Phils and the Braves had played the Dodgers already early on this season. Phils took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers and swept the Braves. By the way, 9-3 Dodgers lost at the 4-6 Nationals last night. This despite Shohei Ohtani being a double shy of the cycle. You can catch Phil's Braves live here on 94 WIP at 7:15 p.m. tonight. Guaranteed slot dollar multipliers every Monday and Wednesday in April at Borgata. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, windy, a high of 46. It is currently 38. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning to you. You know what? All right, so looking for ideas for what should be displayed behind us. And a buddy of mine, buddy from college, I haven't talked to in a long time, actually, got to me with a pretty good suggestion. Now, we talked earlier, John, about some negative stuff that could be behind us. I had referenced Chip. He says we could have a thing, and it says it's displayed the wall of shame. And so, like, we could have the pictures of, like, Chip and Brizgalov and Ben Simmons and, Doc Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a lot of potential. The wall
Yeah.
of shame.
I
So,
like that.
just
Not bad.
It's not bad.
Well, we also need a celebratory
I agree.
wall of like people who we
I agree with that.
appreciate.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to have? Once my book comes out, I'm going to have a huge, huge poster behind me that
I'm
says
sure you will.
where everybody can buy the book.
Yeah, buy the book. That's right.
Buy my book. That's what it's going to say. It's something like that. Getting closer to that. Still working. It's so much. There's too much. Photographs and
wasn't too much for Fritz. Just saying.
Well, Fritz's book is going to be a great book. It's going to be a great.
I see what you
It's going to
did
be
there.
a great book.
Good work. Good work.
It's going to be a great. God, it's going to be a great book. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-94.
Make sure you buy all the books, right? There you go.
All right, Rick and Easton. Rick, good morning to you, pal.
Good morning. So, Joe, I know what your concerns are with the Eagles, and I know they lost the 5 or 6 pieces, but you have to really, and I know you know this, you're an intelligent guy, you've got to realize they've retained not just 80% of their starters, but if you look up and down that 80%, these are all pros or potential all pros.
Yeah.
They're not returning chopped liver.
I agree.
Not many teams that win it, that go through a transition of losing players they can't re-sign because that's the way the NFL is designed, have that much back.
You're right.
And I got news for you. I thought we would have a problem beating Detroit in Detroit. I'm not so sure that we're going to have a problem beating Detroit in Detroit. And I don't think we're going to have that much of an issue with this schedule. And the schedule, the teams change after you look at them on paper before a season starts.
Sure.
I think we're going to be in good shape.
Well, they'll be in good shape. The question is, will they be in really good shape?
I think they are, and I'm usually very critical. You know that. I think they are the best team right now in the league with all the changes.
Well, I tend to think you're probably right. My point is there's a vulnerability now that did not exist 2 months ago, and so we'll say.
Well, before I give you my answer, I'm going to go out of the box here. But, yesterday you had a great question, or earlier this week, with a person that made a huge impact in society. I'm going to tell you something. I don't even know if he was mentioned. But Jeff Lurie, when he gave us this gold standard speech, if everybody looks at what Jeff Lurie did to Philadelphia sports, 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 rings, and 10 to 12 ex-coaches are still head coaches in the NFL under his regime. Jeff Lurie made a huge
It's actually
impact.
4 Super Bowl appearances, though.
That's correct.
Rick, I think he's awesome. Look, I've been saying the last year or two, to me, he's right there with Ed Snyder.
All right,
They're
this is a little out of the box.
clearly the 2 best in my lifetime as owners. No question.
If nobody gave the answer, I'm going to give this one. It gives me chills, even though it's an animated movie. When Mufasa holds up Simba to his kingdom.
I said it already.
Okay, let me pivot. No one said this one. You had to have seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail to appreciate this scene. When King Arthur fights the Black Knight and he has all his arms and legs cut off, and he says, "We'll call it a draw."
I love that.
All right, Rick, that's
I didn't
good
take
stuff,
that
man.
one. The gold standard comment was made a long time
Yeah,
ago.
it was horrible, but
you
yeah.
know, so it took a while. They eventually got there, but it was open to criticism. At
Oh,
the
no,
time.
listen, massive criticism
Yeah.
because they hadn't achieved, and they had established a really good organization, but they hadn't achieved enough to make that statement true.
Yeah.
And it was foolhardy to think it, and it was even more so to say it.
Yeah, I mean, you
It
can
was
say
really
it
dumb.
now,
Yeah.
but not then.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Eagles and the Chiefs are the 2 best organizations in football. Do I know that one Super Bowl puts the Eagles above the Chiefs? I don't. I mean, to be fair, the Chiefs still have won 3 in the last 6 years. The Eagles have won 2 in the last 8 years. So, make of it what you will. But clearly, They are the two best in pro football organizationally. There's no question. Michael in Deptford. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. So I got a Phillies point. So I like how this team is aggressive, but they're also disciplined. And you didn't really see that last year and previous years. They were kind of just, they're either all over or they were too conservative. I think this year they're kind of blending the difference of the two together, and that's why we're seeing them pop off at such a hot start.
Yeah, no, I think it's been a nice blend. I give them credit for the way they've adjusted. I'm very encouraged by it.
And honestly, at this point, I'd rather see Stubbs come up here and pitch and place Romano because I think he might have a lower ERA than he does.
Yeah, the Romano thing. Look,
I think it's got to be something physically limiting him. Maybe he doesn't even realize it.
Maybe
maybe he wants so badly.
It might be cooked though. Like he might never be able to throw as hard as he used to.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had injuries. We don't know.
Yeah. No, that's right.
He seems lost on the mound more times than not.
I know.
He's lost off the mound. I mean, he told us. He said, "I don't know how to fix this." He said, "He's basically like I'm reaching for it and it ain't there." You know.
James, how
he
old
said
is
he reaches back.
Like
He's
31,
accustomed
31,
to hitting 98. He's reaching back now, and it's 95. That looks so different to a hitter.
Of course, the irony is
Ben
95,
Davis.
15 years ago was throwing smoke.
Yeah.
But
not
I don't
anymore.
know. Michael, they got to figure that out, obviously, but they got a great team. Give me an answer for a fictional royal in a scene.
All right, so it's Coming to America.
Yep.
It's Prince Akeem when he first gets to New York and they curse him out from the window and he replies with the line.
Yeah. Already been said. So unfortunately, you cannot.
Oh man, I've been listening all day too. I haven't heard it.
Give me a different one. Madison Square Garden with Prince Akeem? No?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
You love that one.
I do love that scene. There's two scenes I've always wanted to recreate in my own life. One is someone bowing down to me in front of others. That would be fun.
It's on brand.
And the other is I like that scene in the beginning of the Meg Ryan, the really deep movie about alcoholism. Meg Ryan.
When a Man Loves a Woman.
Yeah. Yes. The opening scene when Meg Ryan's talking to the one guy and then turns away from him because
Andy
Garcia sits down. Pilot guy sits down. I just want to sit down and have Amy from Villanova just eschew the whole rest of the room. Just start making out with me right there. If Rich is next to me, make him feel bad. Just John with that.
So awkward.
Did it just get weird?
Awkward.
Just got a little weird in here, right? Just got a little weird.
But not a little weird.
A lot.
All right, let's get to Christy in Bluebell. Good morning, Christy.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, everybody.
I was just kidding. Well,
sort of
kidding. Sort of kidding.
Yeah.
Hello, Christy.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I just wanted to know why, if they can make a direwolf and a woolly mouse, why can't they fix Joel Embiid?
Yeah. Listen, the thought has gone through my mind. Can he hang on long enough for technology to just solve this whole thing? I don't know.
I would hope. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Probably
It's
not.
going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
I'll tell you this, Christy. I did hear someone say recently, I have no idea if it's true, and it's nothing to do with sports. I heard someone say recently, if we all, any of us, can just hang on for 5 more years, and those of us here should, because we're all still young enough that we hopefully will be alive in 5 years.
Fingers crossed.
If we live for 5 more years, the advancement from a medical standpoint related to all this stuff could be so massive that we could all jump way up into our hundreds.
Love it.
It's,
Do you want to?
I would. I mean, you want the body to be functional enough, so it depends on your level of functionality. But
Exactly.
I mean, would I like to live to 120? Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool.
If I'm healthy, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's
Why not?
important.
Exactly right. All right, Christy, give me an answer for a fictional royal in a scene.
Okay, I know this isn't going to win, and I don't have a scene, but I just had to put it out there. Prince in Purple Rain.
Oh my Lord! All
Love
right,
it.
you got it.
Great
Christy.
answer, Christy.
You're-
Well
you're-
done.
All right,
Love it.
I got
Yes.
you.
Creative.
Christy coming in with
Very
the joke
nice.
right there. All right, with that said, let's do what we do every single day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
I'm just going to say this. I am struck, John, by what has not been said for a scene involving a fictional royal. I mean, Game of Thrones.
Oh man,
Star Wars with Princess Leia.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just like
lots there.
There is a lot still available, but you got to get calling quickly at 215-592-9494 to win the Phillies tickets for next Tuesday. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
I think an I'm with stupid sign pointing from John to Joe would be a perfect caption of that.
I love that. What a good idea.
What is this?
So you need something that's going to differentiate you from the rest of the studio. And the one thing that has been the bane of the afternoon show's existence is the beat the hammer counter. We need a win-loss ratio as big as you can get it right behind you.
That's not bad. I like that.
I don't love it in itself, but I like the idea of doing something to annoy the afternoon show. That I'm good with.
Hammer tally, like a big 280 up there. Okay, I like that.
I've got your plan for what you need to put behind you on the set. Your football uniform's going up, then your Phillies uniform needs to go up and stay there. Then we need a picture of Bidet, and we need a picture of Bathtub. Awesome. In fact, let's put all three of them up there. Time's Yours.
I'm not opposed.
I don't know about Bidet. I do think that your record, you got the wins there, and I'd like to have your losses right here.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You know.
It's got potential. Yeah.
But then it's kind of reversed. I like how that would look like you've got a 40 and whatever.
Oh, it's Richie being saying
is.
your losses first. You're 45 and 279 or whatever
Something
it is.
like that.
Looking to fill that wall up behind you, huh, Hammer? Well, you got to have a rubber ducky up there. You can always frame one of those blouses you wear and hang that up. Got to have a cantaloupe up there with or without a hole. And, of course, you got to have that picture of the cousin that you took to the prom. Time's Yours.
Seltzer needs a picture of Charlie Day.
Yeah, I do, actually. That's a good call.
And also that guy, Hallaby. Is that his name that you look like with the
Alec
Eagles?
Hallaby. I don't think I think I look a
James.
little like him. I
James.
don't think I look a ton like Hallaby.
James, you're the same person.
I don't think so. I mean, I think we look similar.
John.
I think we actually know someone who looks more like Alec Hallaby than me. Feel pretty confident about it.
Okay, I'm just saying. With that, Time's Yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, well, we'll figure out this stuff behind us. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time to incorporate it all, but we are open for ideas. If you got other Time's Yours calls for us tomorrow, bring them on what else can we put behind us. We'll look to have some fun with that. All right, 215-592-9494. 3 more games for the Sixers. Couple more for the Flyers. Sean, those 2 seasons can't end fast enough.
No.
I mean, it's just, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's brutal.
Yes, that is an accurate word, an accurate description. Yeah.
It's so bad. All right, give us a great answer. We're going to start turning to right now for a great scene that involves a fictional royal. Remember, last call right now for you to get in and win the Phillies tickets. This is a Phillies game next Tuesday. We need a great scene that involves a fictional royal. We're moving quick to the phone lines. Give us the best scene. Corey in Delaware. Corey, what do you got?
I've got Game of Thrones, Cersei Lannister, Shame.
Ooh.
Shame.
Yes. And she was the queen at that point or not?
She was, yeah.
Shame.
At that moment.
Yeah.
Shame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, she would have been a princess before she was a queen.
Well, yeah, she was the queen even when
Yeah,
she was
'cause
married to
Tywin,
the big dude.
Yeah.
All right,
Baratheon.
Dustin in Hamilton. Dustin, give me a scene.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Excellent. So I just wanted to preface a few things. Want to kiss some booty. Been listening to the show for
You
a
say
long time.
kick
I
or
actually tried
kiss? You say you want to kiss booty or
kiss some booty. So I listened to the station on the way to drop my kids off to school, and my wife actually on the way to pick them up listens, and my son Marco barks at you guys all the time to say how wrong you are. So
Nice.
All
just
right.
wanted to let you, not you guys in particular, but it's a 3:30 show, so you guys do a great job.
Oh, well, thank you. So it's the overnight show that's got stuff wrong? You said the 3:30 show. Is that what you meant? 3:30 a.m.?
PM.
Yes.
Oh, p.m.
PM.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, they get nothing.
They get
right
a
on
lot
that.
wrong. That makes sense.
I'm so confused. All right.
They get a lot wrong.
All right, Dustin, give me a scene involving a fictional royal.
All right, so the scene in Gladiator where the Commodus, played by Joaquin Phoenix, tells Russell Crowe, the gladiator, who defies him and tells him to turn his back. And
It's already
Russell
been
Crowe
said.
turns around.
That scene has already been said. Do you have a different answer,
Get
sir?
another?
Yes.
Oh man, that's tough. Shoot, I was cooking on that.
5,
Oh man.
4, 3.
Golden
2.
Crown in Game of Thrones.
Wow. Okay.
That was a good pull
All
there.
right, you got it, Dustin.
Messed up, but
So, who are any of them actually kings or queens at that moment? No, right?
I don't remember when it happened.
Well, it's season 1, and it's over the head of the blonde haired guy who's the brother of Daenerys. He wants to be a king, but is not, John. So it's not. I don't think there's technically a royal in there at that moment.
Viserys, I think his name was.
Yeah, but they she turns into one, I guess. Tom in Middletown. Tom, give me an answer, buddy.
Hey guys, how you doing? Listen, I don't know if this is like royalty or whatever, but in Superman, when General Zod makes Superman, he drained his powers and makes him bow to his knees.
Yep.
And then he squeezes his hand and then throws him in the abyss.
Yeah. The only problem is there's no royals there, superhuman powers, but but it's all right. That's one of my favorite.
You guys
scenes
love
ever.
a good General Zod reference
I do.
anytime.
I do. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer. We got a lot of big answers. So we got King Jaffe from Coming to America when he enters the home. All right. Cinderella, horrible answer with losing the slipper. It's not losing the slipper. It's Prince Charming and the slipper. But we got Coming to America out the window or out the balcony. I'll write down balcony.
That's a contender.
That is one of my favorites.
That is a contender.
It's still funny every time
All
you
right,
see it.
Gladiator
Gladiator's
when
contender,
Maximus reveals himself is a contender, clearly.
yeah.
All right, King Kong at the top of the Empire State
Another
Building
contender.
has to be up there. Hamlet, to be or not to be, has to be up there. All right. Anything else? I mean, any of these from The Lion King hit you in particular?
No, the one I said probably would have been better than the one that got
All
asked.
right. The Shame is pretty darn good from Game of Thrones, but it loses luster because it wasn't really her body. It's like she's naked, but it was a body double. What is that nonsense? Frank Drebin with the Queen. Did you know that,
hold
John?
Yeah, but you're holding that.
I do hold it against the scene.
All right.
Yeah, I do. I hold it against the scene. All right. We need an answer of these 4. Coming to America, out the balcony. Maximus reveals himself.
Oh, that's so huge.
King Kong at the top of the Empire State Building. Hamlet, to be or not to be. James Seltzer, which one?
Hamlet.
Rhea.
Coming to America.
Richie.
I'll go Hamlet.
Wow. I did not expect it to go this way. So Maximus has been shut out so far.
And
So
I
if
feel like
I
I
go
should apologize to
Maximus, Hamlet wins. If I go Coming to America, we need a split a tie. Man, I really like that scene in Coming to America. But Maximus, okay, let's see. Oh man.
Someone is sitting in their car being like, am I winning or not?
I know.
What are you doing?
I'm going Coming to America, so now we're 2-2. So someone's got to change their vote.
All right.
We got 2 for Coming to America, and we got 2 for Hamlet, to be or not to be.
Well, I refuse to
I'm
change
not
my
changing
vote.
my
Yeah.
What do we do?
This is on you.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hold up a number beneath this. It's either going to be 1 or 2, okay? Richie, 1 or 2, pick.
1.
It is. It's 1. So congratulations to the first of those 2, and that's Coming to America.
Wait, how is that?
Okay.
What? I thought it'd be the one Richie chose. Wouldn't it be the one Richie chose? Wins?
He said
I don't know
one.
what that was.
No, I'm saying that
Well,
Hamlet because
one
he
is-
picked Hamlet. Wouldn't it be if he got it right? It was Hamlet. If not,
Oh, well, that's not the way I was doing it.
You are just making up the last couple of minutes here.
I don't know. Anthony, you've won. All right. You got the tickets. All right. It is what it is. Everyone have a spectacular rest of the day. Joe and Hugh.
Congratulations.
Joe. Hey, Phil's tonight. Be watching. We'll talk about it
Yes.
tomorrow on 94 WIP.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay. It's another tradition unlike any other. The Masters Dinner. Tonight, defending champion Scotty Scheffler hosts an exclusive dinner for the 35 living Masters champions and Augusta National Chairman Fred Ridley. Scheffler's menu features Scotty-style cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp, and Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe DeLeo, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you get aboard on a Tuesday as the Phillies get set for a series down in Atlanta. We got a lot to do today, including our Final Four, the bracket of Hughes. They crowned a champ last night in college basketball. Congratulations to Florida. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, this is just my personal thoughts. Some things are extinct for a reason. Like, even though dire wolves probably would be kind of cool.
Not sure about that.
They'd be big. Aren't you kind of curious about how this is going to go, though? Are they going to be domesticated?
Bringing wolves?
Well, I know the wolves, but there are people that have wolves.
Yeah, not me.
Like huskies are considered like a form of wolf.
Okay, but they've been domesticated for a long time now.
Yeah, they have, but the dire wolf. Okay. Wouldn't it be cool to have a dire wolf?
I'm just, you know where I stand on this. I'm out on bringing back animals that are out of here. There's a reason they're gone. Okay, and you want to bring them back?
Well, he's back.
Well, they shouldn't.
Well, they're back. I just wonder how big they're going to get. Because you remember in Game of Thrones, this is from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
In Game of Thrones, they were pretty big. They look like horses. So I wonder if they're gonna grow to be that big.
I don't want to find out. That's what I know.
We're about to find out in what? About a year?
Maybe we are. All right, welcome on in. 215-592-9494. Kyle behind the glass. You guys with us. Lot to get into today. As I said, we'll go through the Final Four in the bracket of Hughes. We'll get to some Eagles stuff with the draft just 16 days away. A daily mock later in the show. But we have to start with something because, you were wondering about the Wolves there. I'm wondering something else here, Hugh. I'm wondering if people have lost patience with someone in particular here in Philadelphia sports. And it's a guy that we spoke about last week. It's a guy that we spoke about yesterday. It's a guy that we spoke about a lot during the offseason. And it's a guy I absolutely have lost patience in, and that is Alec Bohm. All right, so Alec Bohm was out in the lineup on Sunday. And I find it interesting because every time we talk about him, there are a good amount of people who still believe in Alec Bohm.
Believe in him.
And I wonder what you're looking at because I don't have that belief. And here's where I'm at starting today as the Phillies get set for a big series down in Atlanta. I've totally lost my patience with Alec Bohm. I'm done being patient with this guy. It has been a long time that he's been in the big leagues and a long time he's been a Philly. I imagine he'll be in the lineup tonight. And if he doesn't hit tonight, I have no interest in seeing him in the lineup tomorrow. 215-592-9494. Hugh, allow me to long talk for a second, or at least medium talk, all right? Alec Bohm is going to be 29 years old this season. Okay, let me repeat that again. He's going to be 29 years old this season. Sometimes we talk about him as if he's a kid, that whole daycare nonsense. He's going to be 29 this season. His average year, if you look at his 6 years in the big leagues, over 162 games, is a 276 hitter with 16 home runs. 276 with 16 home runs. And I'm supposed to deal with the guy that throws a fit on the field every time he doesn't perform well and might be the only guy on this team that hasn't jumped on board with what everyone else is doing, which is being patient at the plate. Again, this is his 6th year in the major leagues. And let me run through what other Phillies in the past have done by year 6. By year 6, Chase Utley had been a 3-time All-Star, a World Series champion. By year 6, Ryan Howard had 4 top 5 MVP finishes and 222 home runs. By year 6, Cole Hamels was a World Series MVP. You want to go to the Eagles? By year 6, Jalen Hurts had played in 2 Super Bowls and won one. This guy, Hugh Douglas, was the 3rd pick in the draft. This isn't some guy. He was supposed to be a star player. It's year 6, and he is crying on the field after grounding into a double play, okay? He hit cleanup 102 times last year, which means they tasked him with protecting Bryce Harper. I'm done with patience. They tried to trade him in the offseason. Nobody wanted him. And everyone didn't just look at that like, no big deal. No one wanted him, or no one wanted to give up anything for him. There's a reason. Starting today, for me, he's got to play for his at-bats. If he doesn't play well today, I want Sosa in there tomorrow. No more. Like I said yesterday, the scholarship's over. The leash is gone. It's done. Where I'm at with Alec Bohm is I have totally lost patience. 215-592-9494. Hugh, what do you got on Bohm? Do you still have patience with the Phillies third baseman?
This is starting to turn into the long talk segment, because for me, this is where, and I'm not taking a stance or having an opinion about this. And I think I have to be clear in that, because Kyle gets mad when he feels like I'm not taking a stance. But here's the thing. I think that there's still some good in Alec Bohm. I think that he's on a short leash. I definitely think that's the case. When you look at everybody else that you talked about buying into everything that the Phillies are trying to accomplish and everything like that, I don't think they have given up on him yet. But he's on a bat-to-bat basis.
Thin ice, you might say?
Well, a little bit. I think there's a little bit of that because of the reasonings that you gave, the fact that they tried to trade him and everything. But I don't think that they've totally given up on him. I still think that they feel, being an all-star last year and things like that, Joe, that there's still some saving grace in him. But when you have a guy behind you in Sosa that's doing what he's been doing, granted, it's in a small sampling size, and if it's helping you win, you can't deny that. You can't deny that aspect of it. So, yeah, I haven't given up on him yet, but he's definitely on a short leash.
Well, my patience is gone. Like, I have none left. We've been patient with this guy for years. Always going to turn into the middle of the order bat. Always going to hit home runs. Always going to become more consistent. No, he's not.
And then I think there's something to be said, man. Listen, and I understand that, people for whatever reason think that money is the heals everything or heals all wounds. It's something to be said when your teammates, if you didn't know, feel some kind of way about you. That's a hard pill to swallow.
Well, it is.
And especially, Joe, when you talk about the narrative that has been painted for us as fans. When, you hear guys just a year ago talked about how close-knit they were and how the families hung out together and all this other stuff, and they spend time together outside of baseball. I'll tell you what, it's a little jarring to hear, especially if you know the relationship or you think you know the relationship that you have with your teammates. It might be a little tough to hear. They don't really rock with you like that.
Well, I mean, sometimes you got to look at the man in the mirror. I mean, why? I mean, this is a tight-knit group. They seem to like each other. And again, I'm not trying to say they don't like him as a person. I think they're frustrated with him as a player. That's my view watching them around him.
But that's a conversation. That's something that I feel should be said face to face from my teammates.
And maybe it has. I mean, this has been years.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm speculating. Yeah. I'm speculating. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think he's probably dealing with a little bit of that too.
Well, here's what I'm tired of him dealing with stuff. It's time to grow up. He's the only one dealing with stuff. Go deal with it in a different city if you can't do it here. I keep coming back to this because this bothered me so much at the end of the postseason last year. Listen to Alec Bohm, end of the postseason last year, about his at-bats as the Phillies got eliminated by the Mets.
I think that just gets noticed because when I swing at the first pitch, I usually put it in play and hit it. I don't foul it off. I don't swing and miss. So the at-bat ends right there, and then I don't get a hit. And, he's swinging at the first pitch. He needs to see pitches. But I'm up there. I'm an aggressive hitter. I'm not going to change who I am. That's how I've been my whole career. That's what's got me here. And if they throw the ball over the plate, I'm ready to hit it, and I'm not going to think too much about all that other stuff. And
You heard him.
Just go up there, and every time I stand there with a bat on my shoulder and see a pitch, it's right down the middle. So, it's a double-edged sword.
All right, so that was last year, and we go into this year, and it feels like there's one person who hasn't got on board with the philosophy that they're trying to implement, which is take pitches, grind at bats, get the starter out of the game. I mean, you got Trey Turner up there not swinging at first pitches. Trey Turner likes to swing early. You got Nick Castellanos up there not swinging at first pitches. Nick Castellanos, since he was probably 10 years old, has swung at the first pitch. He is trying not to do that. And then on Saturday, it struck me. It's not that he didn't get a hit. It's not that he grounded to a double play. That happens, right? You're going to fail in baseball a lot. On Saturday afternoon against the Dodgers, Alec Bohm got to the plate 4 times. He saw 5 total pitches. If I'm Trey Turner and I'm Nick Castellanos, I'm like, dude, are you not paying attention to what we're doing here? You're the only one doing your own thing. This is a team effort, and you're doing your thing. That was like the final straw for me with losing patience with him. Then he's pouting after he gets thrown out at first base. But on top of it, he's just not in lockstep with the rest of the team.
Let me paint it for you to like this, and this is no way, shape, or form me making excuses. This is just something. No, this is just something that I remember my psychiatrist, Dr. George James, was telling me about. It's like a lot of times you can't fundamentally change. You can adjust who you are, but you can't fundamentally change who you are. So there are certain things, say like for like when he said, he's an aggressive hitter. He's not going to change that. Nobody's asking you to change that, but you might have to adjust that a little bit.
Right.
You can still be aggressive.
Like Castellanos and Turner.
Yeah. I think he's being a little aggressive. I think he's being a little defiant, if you will, because of the way, and I'm speculating, y'all. I don't know this for sure. I haven't heard anything.
Recklessly?
I'm recklessly speculating.
Starting.
I'm speculating because of the way that his demeanor has been and the fact that now all of a sudden, we're starting to hear these stories about how everybody loves Sosa more than they love you. I mean, and that's how it's probably read or interpreted by him. So he's being a little defiant instead of not internalizing what's being said and just becoming just trying to fall into lockstep with what everybody else is doing.
Well, it's frustrating to me, and it's why I've lost patience. Let's hear from Bryce Harper. This was after opening day, okay? And this is Bohm's one great moment of the season. He got the game-winning hit on opening day against the Nationals. And you can read this however you want. I think most people saw the quote, heard the quote, and felt like, oh, they're behind him. But there's also another way to read into it if you want. Here's Bryce Harper opening day after the win over the Nats.
Obviously, they were real. He had a possibility of going somewhere else, and a lot of guys in here, man, including myself, we love that kid over there. He plays the game and plays it hard and understand what it takes, man. And he just needs to not put pressure on himself too much and just have fun, enjoy what he does. And what a big at-bat for him to come through right there.
So Bryce did 2 things there in praising Alec Bohm. He did acknowledge the trade rumors were very real, and they almost traded him. And then he also said, Hugh, and maybe this is us reading too much into it, a lot of guys in here like him, which makes you wonder, why did he say everybody?
Well, that's the one. And that's the one where I tend to, when I hear these cuts, that kind of sticks out to me a little bit because the dynamic has changed. The fact that you're the topic of conversation more than likely because of the way you're playing. That to me doesn't fall into lockstep with what we were kind of told about this team a year ago. That's probably what he's dealing with. Recklessly speculate is the fact that his teammates don't like him. And I know people talk about, people in the crowd, that shouldn't be a big deal. You're making so and so amount of money. It is a big deal, people, especially if you're talking about a team that prided itself on being a close-knit group. Now you have him as an outlier. To me, honestly, I think a lot of the comments are a little strange. Hey, we love Sosa. We love him a lot.
I know. Wheeler last week said he's his favorite player in baseball to watch. I mean, here my read on it is they're losing patience. The
players
Phillies
are complex, man.
Yeah.
Players are it's not like it was back in the day when people said something about you and you just kind of let it go and you just did your job. Players nowadays they're a lot more complex. They're a lot more sensitive to their needs.
Well, and maybe they're also realizing their baseball mortality as Phillies
is not as long.
Right. It's a now or never season, and all of us are growing in the same direction, and you're doing your own thing over there, Alex. Swing at the first pitch every time. 215-592-9494. Alec Bohm's been a topic of conversation here for a long time, whether it was in the beginning where, is he going to survive in Philadelphia, then his improvement. And look, this guy was the third pick in the draft at one point. Have you lost patience in Alec Bohm?
I haven't given up.
I know. Yeah,
Don't give up on me, baby.
Yeah, I have lost total patience with this guy. 215-592-9494. Kyle, where do you come down on Bohm at 28 years old as we're having the patience conversation, 6 years in the big leagues?
Yeah, so you guys are both parents. I'm sure you're familiar with the old, like, I've had it up to here with Alec Bohm. I've had it up to here with Alec Bohm. It's one thing to be passionate, and it's another thing to be mopey. And just like and a baby, and as you would say, a female dog. Like, I think it's an interesting comparison to somebody else in Philly sports who wears their emotions on their sleeve, and that's Nick Sirianni. But Nick Sirianni does it I think he channels it in more of a positive way, where like he comes off as fiery type of emotional. Alec Bohm is sulky. He's moping, and I think that's like when you're a guy that the team is counting on in that big of a role. Like when he's in the lineup, he's hitting like number 4 or he's hitting number 3. Like that's a huge spot. That's the team saying, hey, I trust you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's failing them. He's failing Bryce Harper, who has his back when he talks publicly to the media. A lot of guys, including myself, funny that he doesn't say everybody in here likes Alec Bohm. Bryce Harper sticks up for Alec Bohm, and Bohm is letting him down. He's letting the rest of the team down. He's the one guy that as you guys mentioned, is not buying into this whole like change in mental makeup that I think the Phillies came into this season with, that we talked about yesterday, that they made a statement against the Dodgers that this was different and they're locking in and their focus is in a different place and they're going to change who they are both mentally and at the plate. And Alec Bohm's doing neither of those things. Still swinging at the first pitch, still throwing tantrums in the dugout. Like, it's a problem. So we need to get it together, like now, or else, like, I mean, it's hard to just not be entirely done with the guy.
Yeah, and look, every conversation we have about the Phillies is about winning the World Series. Nothing's changed in this realm. If I'm in the playoffs and I'm facing the Phillies, I'm not throwing Bryce Harper anything to hit, anything, with Alec Bohm behind him, because I don't trust that guy in a big spot. 215-592-9494. Lot to do today. Have you lost patience in Alec Bohm as the Phillies try to figure out how to navigate their third baseman? And Kyle brought up the body language thing. He has by far the worst body language I've seen here since Carson Wentz. His body language when things go bad. Hugh, did you ever play with anyone, or you don't have to name their name, but like, do you ever play at some point with a player who has bad body language? Because as a fan, it drives me crazy. I know things go bad sometimes, and it's tough. Like, everyone has a moment where they drop their head a little bit. He does it all the time. It drives me crazy because, it's okay to make it out. You got the next at bat, right? The game's not over. All the time when things go bad, it looks like he's about to give up. Mopey.
I've never played with a guy like that.
Maybe it happens less in
that
football.
Well, defensively.
Right, defense. All quarterbacks do it sometimes. Quarterbacks do it.
Yeah.
You think of someone?
Well, you know what you do? You wait because you know it's on the tip of my tongue and you're itching. You say, don't say nothing.
I didn't
but
say,
who do you got?
I was saying I didn't ask you to call a teammate out. I was just saying.
Well, you kind of did.
No, that's not what I said. I said you don't have to name him. Just, did you ever play with someone who did that?
Yeah.
Is it frustrating?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's frustrating. I knew it. It had to be frustrating. And Bede's body language could be bad at times too, but I guess I'm used to that. 215-592-9494. Your take on Bohm. Have you lost patience with the Phillies third baseman? We'll see if he's back in the lineup tonight against Chris Sale and the Braves. Chris in Middletown starts us off. Hey, Chris.
Happy Jack Frost back on our ass day, man.
Oh, my goodness. It's cold out there. What is going on?
I almost went inside and got a coat today, but I said no.
You should have.
Not walking back in the house.
Well, it's on mothballs already, right, Hugh?
Yeah, it's out. I watched it. It's good. It's good to go.
Douglas, I got a problem with you.
What you got?
Dude, I do not need split the baby Douglas today.
Split the baby. Sides. What you mean?
Dude,
I'm not splitting the side. Dude, it is
hard. You have a take, Hugh.
See, it is hard when we have these conversations because I was a former athlete and I'm trying to get in the psyche of Alec Bohm. This is not a black and white situation. This is shades of gray.
You are also mentally tough, unlike this guy.
This is political Hugh right here. This is political Hugh.
Are you like Stephen A. considering a run for office? Is that what this is?
Definitely not. Okay. But you have to see that we as OGs, Chris, we have to understand that these athletes nowadays are different.
Are you calling Chris old like you?
Well, he is, but we about to say if I'm at the end of the cul-de-sac, he on my street somewhere. He on the street.
I'm heading down the street with there. Yeah, I'm coming.
But you have to look at it. These athletes nowadays are different, and you can't handle them the same way you handled our generation.
But I don't care. I don't want them on my grass either. All right. I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
Right.
You know what? I got another thing.
He don't want them on his grass.
I need you to name names too. Joe, Kyle, don't let him off the hook before the end of today. We need him to name names.
Kyle's been a little docile today. Kyle being a little quiet today.
Cooking something up.
Yeah.
He's working on something.
All right. Now, here's how you do this. Bohm stinks, okay? He can go find some splinters in his backside. He's a child. I want them to platoon him with Amundo. We've been looking for this all year. We wanted more Sosa. We want more Sosa. Bohm just gave us the excuse. Platoon him. GM Bryce is getting tired of his behavior. When I was at that game last week, and he was sulking after he spiked his bat and his helmet when he struck out standing next to home plate in the seventh inning, when he went out to the field, Bryce tried to throw him a ground ball, and he was still sulking, looking out in left field. And Bryce gave a look into the dugout like, are you serious? This is going on already? I don't know if Bryce is really on his side that much. And you know what? Before I let you guys go, I need your help, though, okay? I want to call for something here. I want to bring some information to light and request an investigation.
Oh, we do that here. Okay.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Spike Askins, supposedly, who ran his mouth that he was going to have a push-up contest with Hugh Douglas, weaseled out of it because of a back injury, which seemed very DeCamera-esque to me. Well, he claims he's going through this back injury, but yet yesterday he's talking about sleeping on concrete floor with a dog for raising funds. If you have a bad back, you don't sleep on the cold concrete. I smell a little fraudulence going on here, and I'd like to maybe, put the investigation light on.
Well, I will say this. I know Spike really loves his animals, and he goes above and beyond for the animals.
And I have to imagine the sleeping on the floor with the dog was planned before the back injury occurred.
Yeah, and
so
he
got to follow through.
He had to follow through with that.
Hugh, I have a bad back. What does a bad back have to do with doing push-ups? I could do push-ups all day long, even my back is out.
Well, Chris, that's listen.
I smell fraudulent.
We're cut from a different cloth, so I get what you're saying. But listen, I believe Spike. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I believe him.
I mean, eventually this is going to have to happen. I mean, I heard this morning, Chris, we appreciate that the camera started working out yesterday for his head-to-head battle with Fritz. So eventually this will all come to a head.
This is going down. This is going to have to go down at some point.
Joe said he was lifting weights yesterday. He was on some sort of elliptical
I'll tell
thing.
you what, I will say this.
Did he look in better shape today?
He didn't look as pregnant.
Okay, well, that's
he wasn't in his, what he said, his second trimester. He looked like he was in his first.
Usually you don't doesn't work that way.
He got a little pooch. He had a little pooch.
All right, 215-592-9494. I have lost total patience with Alec Bohm. Hugh still believes in him. Where do you come down?
Still believe.
Yeah, going to be 29 years old this year, and we're talking about pouting on the field.
They're different, man. Kids nowadays are different.
He's not a kid.
Well, technically to me, he is.
Well, all these athletes to you are kids. All right, 215-592-9494.
He's 1 year younger than me.
No, I'm saying you're a child to me, petulant one at times.
Excuse me.
But I don't want a petulant child playing third base.
Do you want me playing third base for the Phillies?
I don't want Kyle anywhere near the Phillies.
Then look at me.
His demeanor.
Do I have the mental makeup to be on a professional sports team?
No.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
But, I
think we got him, Joe.
I know.
He's dealing with it.
Backed you in a corner right there. 215-592-9494. Are your phone calls coming up? Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? I think the Phillies have. It's why he didn't play on Sunday. It's why they tried to trade him in the offseason. Where do you come down? We'll revisit an interesting quote we read yesterday that speaks to the Bohm conversation and someone on WIP that is beyond just lost patience with Bohm. He's totally done. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard the final four of the bracket of Hughes as well. We'll tell you how we're going to do the voting today as we crown a champion in the bracket of Hughes on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. It's engagement season. And let me tell you about a very special event coming up April 17th through 19th, the Family & Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar! La, 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 la.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard here on this Tuesday. Big series starting tonight. Phillies down in Atlanta against the Braves. We'll get to that huge pitching matchup. Wheeler and Sale, we're going to set up the bracket of Hughes, our Final Four, and tell you how we're going to do the voting today coming up in a few minutes here. But we start with Alec Bohm, who the Phillies did not play on Sunday and has really struggled to start the season after his big hit on opening day, has not done much at all since then. On Saturday, had only 5 pitches in 4 at-bats, just swung at the first pitch basically every time. I have totally lost patience with this guy. We're 20, he's going to be 29 years old this season. At some point, you are who you are.
What did this guy say with the first pitch? He said, well, what did he say?
I think he said something like, he likes to swing at the first pitch. Not working out for him.
That was telling. That was so telling. Because Scott's real, he's calm, and he always tries to, what he says is measured. He wants to make sure he doesn't go too far one way or the other.
And he's dry in his,
because he's thinking, and he doesn't want to, Scott doesn't want to give anybody bulletin board material.
Right, but you picked up on it. It's not really working out.
It was like, well, he likes that first pitch.
Yeah, there's a double play. not what you want. All right, 215-592-9495. Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? I have. I got my patience is gone with this guy. He'll be in the lineup tonight. I expect him to be against the lefty and Chris Sale. If he doesn't have good at-bats tonight, I'm not putting him in the lineup tomorrow. I'm done with this. Just we have to roll him out there because he's Alec Bohm, and he was 3rd pick in the draft 6 years ago. Enough of that. Kyle's lost patience too. Hugh, an endless fountain of patience over here.
I've had it up to here.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I've had it up to here with you.
What do you mean? I'm just trying to give you an insight on how these things go. Yeah.
You know what my insight is? He hits the ball on the ground all the time for double plays. All right.
Well, if anybody has experience being an emotional, petulant child, as you wanted to call it, maybe you should be listening to my expertise. This guy doesn't belong on a baseball field.
Well, I mean, there's that. I thought you was about to play some other.
Yeah, when you compared him to Kyle, it really.
Well, no, I said petulant child. Yeah,
he. But you could I want Kyle nowhere near the Phillies. He's too overly emotional. That's not going to help us win baseball games.
He's not the only one that's overly emotional.
Here?
I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm not playing either. I'm just reacting to this guy grounded double plays all the time. Again, that was about Joel Embiid, but Bohm might push me there. All right. If you think that I'm emotional about this, listen to this yesterday. Measured in terms of the volume here, but certainly strong in terms of the words. Spike Eskin, fully done with Alec Bohm. Here was yesterday in the afternoon show.
Alec Bohm, not in the lineup yesterday. Your thoughts? I'm done. I'm done with Alec Bohm.
I think it's over. Everything that we were praising the rest of the Phillies for, we're praising the plate approach. We're praising Bryce for being a vocal leader. The thing that we wanted to see out of Alec Bohm was a change in his attitude, and everybody was hoping. I think me among everybody. I don't know that anybody was counting on, but everybody was hoping. Okay, they spent the offseason trying to trade you, and a good portion of that is not your performance; it is your attitude. And we're all wondering how he was going to react to it. If this was going to be I'm going to show everybody that they made a mistake by thinking to trade me. But I think he's worse. I think he's a drag on the team. You're talking about figuring out the bullpen. Trade him for a right-handed bullpen arm somewhere. I'm serious. And let Sosa start at third base. I just don't think he's made for it here.
Let me go and do these push-ups while Spike over there talking. But I look at it like this, man. This is the equivalent right now, because we'll be going tonight is the 10th game of the season. So this is probably the first quarter of an NFL game? Not even the first quarter.
Well, no, that'd be the first game, wouldn't it be? Every 10 games is about a 16th of the season?
Or something like that.
Yeah.
So
math's not our forte.
Well,
but we're very early.
But we're very early in this process. Now, with what everybody else has done by, changing their approach and everything like that, I get it. But we have to I feel like you got to give him a little bit of grace. A little bit. Just not a whole lot. I'm not asking for a whole lot. Just a little bit. Because he's still trying to mature. Like, it takes some guys a little bit longer. He's still a good player. And you go back to that first game of the season. What was it? He had the line drive or whatever.
Yeah.
There's still some good in there. He just needs to. I think the message for him right now, to be totally honest, I feel like they haven't figured out the way to give him the message where he can receive it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I know I'm getting in the weeds, and a lot of people are not going to understand that, but he's a good player. And even though they tried to trade him, they thought there was some redeeming qualities in him. So now they're trying to figure out how to get the best out of him.
See, part of my concern with him is all this in his head. Like
it could be.
Yeah, I mean, so we know he gets in his own head anyway. And yes, there are some redeeming qualities. He's an above average hitter. But now, like, he gets upset and pouts when he grounds with a double play. Deep down, what does he feel about this offseason? Like, because that article that came out that said he turned his phone off for 2 months and he didn't pay attention. He didn't even know other players changed teams. He saw someone in spring training, was like, oh, you're on this team now? Mm-hmm. Like, he totally went in the dark. Because to me, if you totally go in the dark, it tells me that you are sensitive to things. Super you're sensitive and you want to avoid it so you don't get upset. And that's fine. But is he okay with all this, or does he still feel like, hey, they don't even want me here?
See,
I don't know.
And see, that's the thing, because this is where I think the difference is between baseball and football. Because in football, for example, Bryce Huff, we don't have the luxury. We didn't have the luxury to figure out what's going on with Bryce Huff mentally, because it's a game where you got 17 games and all of them count.
Yes,
baseball, I feel it's a little different, and that's why I feel like he has a little bit of leeway. But the unfortunate thing for him is you got somebody nipping at your heels.
Playing really well.
Really, really well. And now they're trying to figure out a way to adjust what they're doing to accommodate him, because you're not doing your job. Now, again, I said that when we started out this morning. This might be a short leash, and I think a lot of it is in his head. You can't worry about what people are saying. You can't worry about what your teammates are feeling. If you go out there and you produce, then everything will work back into your favor.
Yeah, 215-592-9490. Let's go to the phone lines here. Dennis in Conshohock's up. Hey, Dennis.
Good morning, gentlemen. And let's talk about the gospel according to St. Hugh. It's all about having empathy, compassion, and patience. Oh. If we're all ripping into Trey Turner 2 years ago, and boy, you guys did a far better job at that than with Bohm. Bohm, who drove in 97 runs last year, hit very high. So maybe he's more sensitive than others, and maybe he gets in his own head, and maybe it takes some time to recover. But there's nothing in Bohm's history that suggests that at the end of this year, he'll be doing badly. I think it's on the contrary. Give him time. Give him till May 1st. Drop him in the lineup. Take him out of some games. Release some of the pressure. There's nothing wrong with that. Because at the end of the day, Edmund Sosa is not an everyday third baseman. He will get overexposed. He has been overexposed before, and we don't want that.
But you say give it time. What am I giving Bohm time for? He's not a great player. Like, what? Why am I playing a guy
He was an All-Star last year.
That's wonderful. There's a lot of guys make the All-Star team once. I mean, like, Dennis, what has he ever done that I'm going to give him this? This is his 6th year in the major leagues. Could you imagine? Hold on. Could you imagine a first-round Eagles draft pick that 6 years in is throwing tantrums on the field, and people are calling him like, give him patience? What are we doing? Patience.
16 games versus 162 games is a whole lot of games.
And I feel,
but each one is relative to its sport. It's relative. Like, so he's played 6 years in the major leagues.
And I feel like he's getting a bad rap for what happened last year too. He's getting a little bit of heat. He's getting a little bit of heat.
A few years. He's done it for years.
Yeah, but last year it was like.
Dennis, hold on. What's
they just finally benched him.
Time out for the down year. I like it. We're having two different conversations. You and Kyle, me and Dennis. Dennis, what's his up year? His average season is 16 home runs and a 276 average. We talk about him like he's Scott Rowland, and I got to have patience. He's just a guy.
I have never compared Scott Rowland.
No, but when we talk about him, no, not you, but we talk about him sometimes like he's the star that we're down on because of a couple bad weeks. He's a very average player.
He's a piece on a very good team. Oh. He's an above-average player. He's not Bryce Harper. He's not getting paid like Bryce Harper. He's not a leader like Bryce Harper. So you got to chill, man.
No, I don't have to chill. No, because Dennis, he protects Bryce Harper in the lineup. Did you notice the last couple postseasons? The Diamondbacks might as well have rolled the ball to home plate because they weren't going to pitch to Harper because they got this guy coming up next. Like, I don't know why everyone doesn't recognize this as a problem. We have.
I said earlier, drop him in the lineup, get him out of those pressure situations, and put someone else up there. Let me give you an alternate argument because here's what I find it fascinating. Do you realize that Kyle Schwarber drove 100 runs in last year as a leadoff hitter?
Yeah.
And do you know how clutch he is batting cleanup? Now, I have no argument against who bats leadoff, Trey or Schwarber. The manager's doing it right, and here's where you got to be careful. Rob Thompson, as a manager, was a leadoff second baseman for the Giants who stole bases and played small ball. His job is on the line, so he's got to get all these guys to do their job. Why these folks haven't played small ball in recent years boggles my mind because Rob Thompson's success was small ball. So it's a gospel according to St. Hugh. You got to be patient, have empathy, and go with the flow. If by May 1st he's still in the dumps, I agree with you. But until then, I'm not.
Yeah, I got you, Dennis. And just to clear that up, that's a different Rob Thompson. The Phillies manager, Rob Thompson, was not the Giants' second baseman back in the day that stole a lot of bases. Now, yeah, I'm sure. I like the idea. It's a different person. It's a common name, Robbie Thompson, but they're different people. Rob Thompson, Topper.
Yeah. I think we might need to fact check that.
I'm pretty sure the Rob Thompson that played for the Giants is not our manager. But you know what? If I'm wrong, I'll own that one. 215-592-9494. That's how you happen. Before we go any further, we did crown a champion last night in the NCAA tournament. Yes, madness ended last night with a comeback victory by Florida. The madness here, well, we've got one more day. It is the Final Four and the championship game today in the bracket of Hughes. So if you missed it yesterday in the lead up here, here's where we're at. Our Final Four in the 2025 bracket of Hughes. In an upset, Love Dr. Douglas made it in to the Final Four. They will oppose Long Talk Hugh. And on the other side, Told You So Douglas against really the Cinderella of this thing, You People, that has come on strongly here the last few weeks. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. Over the next hour, starting now through about an hour from now, we will throw at you one matchup. So, in the past, we've done it where everyone gets their own matchup. Well, we only have two matchups today. 3 when we get to the title game. So every caller for the next hour or so will chime in and vote on this matchup. We will also incorporate the Twitter votes. You can go and vote on Twitter as well. And we start here. The first one tipping off in our Final Four. Love Dr. Douglas against Long Talk Hugh, who we already heard from today. I mean, he enters the show every day.
Well,
now.
I have to because I've been put in a bad spot. I'm put in a bad spot because I feel like
we asked you a yes or no question this morning, and you were like, "See, you're making me have to long talk."
Well, see, because a lot of times it's not a yes or no. It's not a yes or no answer.
Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm?
Well, it's yes or no, but I need to add some context.
Are you in or yeah? I mean, it's simple.
Forget context.
I like context. It helps explain my case.
On WIP context.
Yeah, I feel like what I've been feeling like lately since we're here. I feel like we're in court and I'm a litigator. messing around with y'all too. I got litigated. I got litigated every day.
Oh,
I feel like I'm litigating my case.
Are you trying to make a case that you're lawyer Douglas now? That
I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay.
I got layers like an onion.
And what we know that is your next stop law school, so you can get better at this.
No, I ain't, my attention span, even with my meds, ain't that great.
Probably not going to work. All right, our first matchup: Love Dr. Hugh against Long Talk Hugh. 215-592-9494. That is our first match. Let's go to the phone lines and talk Alec Bohm. Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? I have. I think the Phillies have. Kyle has. Hugh over here, an endless fountain of patience.
I am a fountain of patience.
With a 6-year player.
Because
going to be 29 years old this summer.
He has to, more than likely, he's going to be, unless it gets real egregious, he's going to be.
At what point do we say it's real egregious?
Well, like I said, Kyle,
he's tantrum after like the third game.
Well, if his play gets better and his tantrum subside, I think that's a win. Isn't that a win?
You know, at least he's consistent, Hugh, because if he has patience with Taijuan Walker, it's got to be a lot easier to have patience with Alec.
Well, yeah, Bohm's better. Yeah.
Well, it's because you know what it is, because you guys are looking at stuff always in a vacuum. You know what I mean? Y'all looking at because all I heard last week, last year he did this, that. Hope springs eternal, man.
Well, hold on. But the people, when they argue with me about Bohm, they say last year he had 97 RBIs. Is it about now or is it about last year?
Well, I don't see. I tend not to. When I talk to you about that, I tend not to use. That's what people tend to use.
Line the way they want to move it.
I feel like there has been some spurts. Now, lately, I feel like with everything that has gone on, transpired, been said, he's probably in his feelings a little bit. And somebody need to tell somebody, say, hey, look, dog, get out your feelings. It's time to play baseball. All this you turtling up and all this other good stuff, we ain't got time for that. We're trying to win games.
Are you suggesting, much like the Sixers needed you for PR stuff, maybe the team could use you?
They could.
Get in the clubhouse?
But
talk some sense in Alec Bohm?
I don't know if you could talk to baseball players that way.
A little sensitive.
They feel like that might be the case. Because it does feel like with them giving ringing endorsements to a bench player and over a starter, that's kind of high schoolish a little bit.
Yeah, but all right, so I don't disagree with that. But what has pushed them there? Like maybe they're running out of patience. Like, dude, you're 28 years old.
This is where I have a problem being a grown up, because I feel like this is a simple fix. I really do. Alec,
you're going to fix Alec Bohm?
Well, no, I feel like if I'm his teammate, I'll be like, Alec, dog, you screwing up. Like, you're the only one that has not adhered to the mantra of taking pitches. Now, I'm your boy. Come on, man. We're not trying to have what happened to us last year happen again. I might not like the wording. That's pretty nice if you ask me. But the bottom line is this. If that's what's being said to you, you're trying to win games.
Yeah, we're all rowing in one direction.
Yeah, we're all like the fact that nobody came out and really talked about approach when we were there. They just say, hey, we're going to go out and play. But then when you actually see them doing it, that's what it's about. I ain't going to talk you to death. I'm not going to long talk you. I'm just going to go out there and do my job.
You only long talk people at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm not going to long talk. I'm going to go out there and do my job. And that's what everybody's doing. And I know that probably is a little frustrating, but for him, he's probably looking at it like everybody's down on me for being me. That's when that psychological stuff comes into play, man. You need to probably go see my doc. What you talking about?
Change.
I'm just saying. I'm still working on growing up, but me personally. But I know what it looks like. I thought you were talking. I felt
you don't need to grow up, man. You're good.
You taking things personally like Alec?
No, I'm just saying. But I've been like,
sensitive you.
I've been there before, man. Just trying to get these players' heads, man.
Sometimes you got to look at the man in the mirror instead
of looking at the man in. Yeah.
Well,
I think he'll be okay. One or two things are going to happen if he keeps spiraling down this road that he's spiraling down. He's either going to get better or he's going to get replaced. Never let the guy behind you get a chance to show what he can do.
Well, Edmundo already has.
That's what Coach Billy used to say all the time. Never let the guy behind you show what he can do.
That's right. Tom in Middletown. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Good,
What's up, Tom?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, Hugh. Last night I went to bed. I was 6'1". Today I woke up 6 foot and 3/4.
Well, you usually shrink because they say your vertebrae when you lay down, your vertebrae, like when you rest, if you're getting a good night, it kind of compacts a little bit.
Is there a way to sleep where you stretch out, where you get taller?
No, unless you sleep hanging upside down,
like
I guess.
A bat.
Yeah.
I'm about to put myself on a rack so I can get that quarter-inch back.
Well, if you get up in the morning and you stretch, you should be cool. he laughed because he's like, he ain't stretching.
Dude, at 61 years old, stretching is like an exercise.
You would feel better though, man.
You a stretcher?
Do I stretch?
Yeah, you stretch now. You should.
I stretch now though, because my back doing all these push-ups and stuff. I need to.
What are you up to?
Stretch
120, 150?
How about it? Like this morning, I did like 60.
60. Yeah. I mean, you got a ways to go to get to 250.
Man, listen. Let me tell you.
I'm a little worried about you in this contest.
Let me tell you something that
Cal, you worried about you in this? He's only pushing 60.
Let me tell you something. I feel strongly
behind.
about as far as these push-ups go and Spike doing them. Mm-hmm. He ain't doing 250 push-ups.
Well, listen. With Spike,
we're back here.
Man. I am starting to get worried.
I know. I think he's talking himself into he's not going to need to get to 250. But what if you do?
I don't think you're motivated.
Oh, I'm definitely motivated.
I think you're sleeping.
No, definitely.
I'm getting worried.
If Spike come here today, we can crank these things out today. Matter of fact, in the break, I might go ahead and just drop 50. Bow.
Hugh Bohm over here. He is who he is. Tom, go ahead.
All right, listen. With Spike's injury, I don't think it was like pet induced or whatever. Sometimes when you got to carry that kind of ego, you get it back.
I think he actually hurt himself picking up water. The shop vac.
The shop vac. He hurt himself picking up the shop vac.
Yeah. All right, let me get my Phillies comment in here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
With Alec Bohm, I'm pretty much done with him, and I'm frustrated with him because of his attitude and and I don't want to do a Hueism and petulism. Is that what did I say
petulant? Right? Yeah, see, that's close enough.
It's a new word.
There's no word.
Okay.
we can pretend.
This kind of stuff would have never happened in the era of do you guys know Dutch Dalton, Darren Dalton?
Yeah.
I didn't know him personally, but
I've met him.
Yeah, but Tom, I know what you. I remember watching him well, and yes, dude, he would not. It wouldn't have happened in that clubhouse. No.
He ran a clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yep. The manager did his job, and he ran the clubhouse. This kind of stuff, Bohm would have been stuffed in a locker by Dutch. I mean, this kind of stuff wouldn't happen. This babiness, this pouting, and this kid's got all the talent in the world, but his head is blocking him from all that. And somebody just needs to straighten him out. And I don't think we don't have that kind of leader on our clubhouse to do that, to get him to straighten out. They're all just a bunch of millionaire babies. I just don't get it.
Well, their leader, is Schwarber, but he's more of a lift you up kind of guy. I maybe he does the opposite. We don't hear about it, but it seems like what you hear, Tom, with Schwarber as their leader is he'll lift them up. Like when Bohm had that rough moment a few years ago, right? When he said he bleeping hates this place, Schwarber was the one to talk to him in the dugout and kind of lift him up and tell him to, you got to apologize and let's make this better. Yeah, maybe he needs some tough love. I'm just not sure where he's getting that from right now.
Listen, we don't have the Dalton tough love anymore, and that's what the clubhouse needs.
Well, that's what WIP's for. We're here for the tough love. Yeah, it's Tom. What do you got for us? What's your vote? Love Dr. Douglas or Long Talking Hugh?
You know what? I kind of long talking Hugh.
Long talking Hugh gets our first vote there. I agree. That to me, if I had a vote, and I'm trying to stay impartial here, I would vote for that one because we've really heard from him a lot lately.
Yeah, because it's like I get painted into a corner. I don't want to be painted into a corner.
No one's painting you into a corner. You're asked a yes or no question.
And it's hard to answer them yes or no now.
You can respond any way you choose.
It's shades of gray. It's shades of gray, man. Shades of gray.
This guy was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. It's 6 years into his career. Shades of gray.
They did try to get rid of him.
You know what?
Nobody wanted him.
I think I want to bring this up quickly because I think it's fair to point out the Phillies are partially to blame for this. They made that we're going to trade you thing very public.
And it didn't happen.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with them looking to trade him because I think a lot of us wanted that. But once you make it obvious to the point where you have to call him to tell him you are going to be on the team, and then Bryce on opening day says all that was real.
Yeah.
When you deal with a fragile person and you make them know you might not want them anymore, you might lose them.
And by the way, we got Spin Dr. Hugh was like, oh, they brought him back because they believed in him. No, they didn't find a good trade.
No shot.
And an obvious upgrade.
No shot.
Well,
nobody wanted him.
Here's the thing, Kyle. When I said that, I meant this is what we're going into the season with. Now, it's a fluid situation because, we were talking about Vlad's name was being kicked around a little bit until he got his money, $500 million. Yeah. So it was one of those things where they were giving him the opportunity to redeem himself.
Yeah. So far?
And so far, it's not looking like that's going to be the case.
Nope. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to all your phone calls on Bohm. Have you lost patience in Alec Bohm as the Phillies get set for a series starting tonight against the Braves? I've totally lost patience. Enough's enough. 6 years into his career. He's going to be 29 this year. And we're talking about having patience with this guy. I'm done with it. He plays tonight. If he doesn't hit, he doesn't play tomorrow. That's it. Plus, voting for the Final Four of the Hughes continue. And we'll get to something Adam Schefter said about the Eagles in the draft coming up in just a little over 2 weeks. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted high and deep, and that is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Defino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the all-new Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the all-new Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels are waiting. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined all-new Nissan Kicks.
Now, Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting manufacturer-suggested retail price under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer-suggested retail price, MSRP, for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Barbecue season is back.
Hey, it's Ellen. And this is Sarah Beth. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese, I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Geno Smith says he and head coach Pete Carroll have unfinished business. The QB credits the coach for giving him a chance to take over for Russell Wilson when Smith was resigned to career backup. I believe the Raiders will be better this season, possibly a playoff team, but the biggest hurdle besides the incomplete roster, the AFC West Division headlined by who else? The Kansas City Chiefs. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilly. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. On a Tuesday morning, we'll get to the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. We got a big series going on with the Phillies and the Braves starting tonight, and I've lost total faith in Alec Bohm here. Just total faith in this guy. He's going to be 29 years old this year, and we're still talking about patience. Do you still have patience? Have you lost your patience for Alec Bohm? Where did he come down? Plus, the bracket of Hughes voting on Love Dr. Douglas versus Long Talking Hugh in our first Final Four matchup is going on this hour. 215-592-9494. But Hugh, before we get back to the phones on Alec Bohm and the bracket here, we're 16 days till the NFL draft.
16.
It's coming
Somebody
up.
about to get paid.
Well,
I'm an Eagle.
That's right. Well, a lot.
Go to training camp. You know, the Jets, they started their off-season workout program.
Yeah, we're about that time where it's like, they're back. They're doing stuff and getting ready. The draft is 16 days away. The Eagles currently have the 32nd pick, but Adam Schefter says, watch the Eagles on draft night. They could have something up their sleeve here.
I think that they've got more firepower in this draft, or as much firepower in this draft as any team out there. And when you give a roster that's good enough to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, that's good enough to win the Super Bowl, when you give a Super Bowl champion roster 20 draft picks in the next 2 drafts to go have fun with, you become a team to watch. And that's obviously not even factoring in their aggressive tendencies to begin with. So that, to me, is the team to watch, as always, on draft weekend.
So the Eagles are a team to watch, according to Schefter. He referenced all the picks they have there. What could they do with these picks? Listen to Schefter talking about what could happen draft night, first week, the weekend of the draft with the Eagles with all these picks over the next 2 years.
Over the next 2 drafts, the Eagles are scheduled to have 20 draft picks. 20. They can't have 20 players make their roster. Their roster is too good and too deep to have all these picks make their roster. So on draft day this year, it would be just like the Eagles general manager, Howie Roseman, to package some of these picks either in this draft or next year's draft as well to move up the board if there were a player that he really wanted. And it would be just like him and that organization to trade some of these future picks for a veteran that a team knows it's not going to re-sign, that it knows it's moving on from.
All right, Hugh, where do you come down on this? So the Eagles have been in a really good run the last few years of drafting players, and they're working out right away. Like last year, one of the best ever, right? Quignon and
Cooper DeJean.
And even Jalik's helped by the end, right? He's in the Super Bowl making big plays there. And you have been a Thundercats guy. Play the young guys, draft the young guys. Well, Hugh, where do you come down on this? And of course, you're allowed to long talk on this because this is kind of an open-ended thing. But do you want them to just kind of keep doing what they're doing, which is draft and develop? Or do you want them to package some of these picks, move around, trade for vets? Where do you come down as we're 16 days to the draft?
I'm not going to long talk with this one. I'll probably mid-talk a little bit. But I feel like this. I feel like with what just transpired winning the Super Bowl and the way that you won the Super Bowl, with lightning in a bottle, if you're being honest, because to me, the way that this defense played was probably more of an anomaly than anything. I mean, when you look at the fact that everybody came together when they did, and the fact that they played as well as they did their first year in this defense, can't say enough about that, Joe. That was phenomenal. You know, the way that they picked it up. I think that they have some there, and you factor in, you sprinkle in those young guys and the contributions that they had and that 1 year setting. I think that they feel that they have the culture and the organization where you can plug and play these young guys if you get the right ones. Now that remains to be seen. And I know when you're talking about 20 picks, that's a lot of hit or misses, if you will. But I feel the way that they've set this thing up and the way that they groom their players and the way that this offense is set up, I guess this is long talking because you have more of your veterans on one side of the ball than you do on the others.
Sure.
I think it's sustainable.
So you want to keep drafting, and develop.
Yes, because I don't feel like a lot of people feel that because you don't have that many veteran guys on the defensive side of the ball, you're going to take a step back. I don't believe that to be the case. One of your leaders on that defense was a guy who didn't even know he could play the position he was in. That's Zack Wheeler, and he became a hell of a leader. I know that losing CJ is one thing, but there was a lot of growth back there from that secondary. And you talk about Reed Blankenship and those guys. I know that nobody feels comfortable with that, but I think that you got an opportunity to get more athletic on the back end and get more athletic with these younger guys. And they're more that you can mold them a little bit better.
So here's where I'm at on this. And Hugh, the draft last year was amazing and it worked and they played a lot of young guys and they won the Super Bowl. But I agree with you. You used the term lightning in a bottle. I'm going to use that term, but on something else. And look, you guys know I'm a Howie Roseman fan. I think Howie's a Hall of Fame executive. This run of drafting players that all hit, it's probably the well's going to run dry at some point. No one hits at the rate he's hit the last 4 years. Just like I thought people overreacted 6 years ago when he had a bad run of drafts, right? People said he couldn't draft. He didn't know what he was doing. I didn't think that was fair. I think over time, what is it? You hit 50, 60% of your draft picks, 40 turn into busts.
That's not bad.
Right? But he's been hitting at a higher rate lately. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, hold on. Are they really going to draft 3 or 4 players this year? They're going to come in and have huge impacts as rookies? Maybe, but maybe that well is about to run dry. So my thought on this is this. I don't want them to make 20 draft picks the next 2 years. Like, that's the only thing I feel, the thing I feel most strongly about is it would be a mistake if they just drafted 20 players the next years. It's a win-now team. Most of these guys aren't going to make the team anyway, so you could end up wasting those draft picks. They don't have 20 spots available on a team this good. I'd be very happy if Howie used the draft picks to move around. Like, they could trade up for a star player in this draft, package 3 or 4 picks, or I wouldn't mind trading them for a veteran out there. I mean, Schefter said it. There could be some players out there who their team has already said, we're not going to re-sign them, but they're a good player. You bring them in. Like, I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, or I guess it was 3 years ago now, in the summer of that, that training camp, they traded for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. There could be the next Chauncey Gardner-Johnson could be somewhere out there in the NFL. His team's not going to re-sign him. And the Eagles say, we'll give you a 3rd-round pick today for him. And then, boom, he's here. Like, I want some veterans on this team to add to what they have.
I don't have a problem with that, Joe, but I also don't have a problem with these young guys in the way that they've learned this system. And part of the reason why I feel this way, because I had a chance to talk to these guys and just asking them, hey, like I had a chance to ask Cooper, what's your daily routine? You go home and you watch film. Like that is, back in my day, that was unheard of. You were running around the streets of Philadelphia trying to see what you could see and hang out at the Palmer and all the old spots that you used to go to.
You were acting up, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. I was acting a donkey when I first got here. But these guys feel like, and I understand that, they probably go out a little bit, but they're locked in. They're a close-knit group. They go to bowling parties together, man. They do a lot of the stuff that when I played, we didn't do. And I think that's why you hear so many guys say it's a college atmosphere. That cannot be undersold. You know what I mean? When you talk about being in a situation where the environment reminds you of college, remember what it was like to be in college and how you felt about your teammates if you played sports. So for them to have that kind of atmosphere, I think that it bodes well for them as far as the preparation on a day-to-day basis, and the learning, because they're all learning at the same pace. And if somebody's falling behind, it feels like they're reaching back to get that person, and bring them forward with them.
Yeah, and they have they have a great culture they developed, right? With Fangio now running the defense and all these young guys that seem like they're like, I look at a guy like Nolan Smith and he strikes me as someone who's older than he is. Like he's mature. Yeah. And I like that. I like they have a good culture. And look, they have 20 draft picks. They're going to draft a bunch of players. I'm just saying I don't need 20 rookies over the next 2 years. I could use some vets, and let's just use the 32nd pick in the draft. If they love someone and he falls them, great, draft him. But if there's a player out there that can help them win the Super Bowl next year, and he's still young in his career, he's just on a team that is willing to move on from him, and they could swap the pick for the player, I'm okay with that. This relying on the draft thing is great, but you're going to have a year at some point where you're not going to get 3 or 4 starters out of the draft, and you're going to say, we didn't really improve the team much because the draft this year was just not what it was in years past. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Adam Schefter said Eagles are a team to watch here, and they could package picks for vets should the Eagles continue to draft and develop, or you want Howie to trade for some guys that are already established in the NFL. Kyle, where do you come down as we are 16 days from the draft?
Yeah, I think Q and a lot of other Eagles fans suffer from what we call Super Bowl winning syndrome.
Oh, there's a lot of that going on.
Where all of a sudden,
it's contagious,
like everything that they did, just do it again. We're going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to be great. It's too many young Thundercats.
Okay, wait a minute.
It just is. I'm sorry. No, it's too many. They lost too many vets on this team. You need to have a good balance. I love having young players. It makes me feel good about the future of the team. But I think the Eagles need to use this first pick and view it almost as like a luxury, and not a luxury in that take whoever the hell you want or like whatever, like a guard. I'm not doing the guard thing. But I think they should use that one pick, that first pick, with this season in mind, because they really haven't gone through this offseason prioritizing going and winning back-to-back Super Bowls next year.
They have.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't. They've let people go, and they've signed they've scraped the bottom of the barrel. And look, you can get excited about Azeez Ojulari and all that all you want. They have lost a lot of good players on the defense. The defense took a step back, and they haven't really added much.
When you look at this team from last year, the team that won the Super Bowl, I don't take away the stats and everything else.
No. Why would I do that?
Who is the strength? When you look at this team is it presently constructed, if you didn't have any stats, anything like that, which side of the ball you say would be the strength of this team?
Well, last year was the defense.
It was the defense.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well,
I'm saying if you looked at
today,
the roster,
it's the offense, but I don't have as much confidence.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Out of necessity of how they played last year, we gravitated more towards catering to the defense and allowing them to do that.
Well, also they performed well.
Lightning in a bottle with a bunch of guys that you didn't know what you were going to get from.
Okay, well, that's kind of the point then. You think they're just going to capture that lightning in a bottle again by drafting young players, and they're all going to fall in line and be great. That's not how it works.
It does work like that. Let me tell you why. Because now you're second season into this defense that you basically already mastered.
But it'll be the rookies first.
Are you going to let me finish? Because I'm about to wrap this up into a nice little bow for you. And you're going to integrate those other smart players into this, and it's probably going to even be just as good or better than it was last year.
But they're rookies. So Josh Sweat was in his 8th year in the league.
Right.
And Milton Williams was in his 4th year in the league.
And the vets they brought in are now in their first year with the Eagles.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson
first year
was
with the new defense.
His 5th or 6th
it's
year
too
in the
much.
league.
And
It's asking a lot.
Our quarterback has evolved.
No, I'm talking
as a
about the
player.
defense.
Well, I know what we're
hold
talking
on.
about, and I'm trying to tell you,
I don't know if
this
our quarterback
offense is
has
going
evolved.
to lead the way.
Hold on a second.
I hope you're right.
You know what? You're right,
sure
Joe.
about that.
We hope the quarterback has evolved.
Right.
I believe that he has.
If he plays like he did in the title game in the Super Bowl, then he has evolved. Then they can win with a mediocre defense because Jalen was outstanding in the final 2 games. But if Jalen plays like he did most of the season, they need a big-time defense to back that up.
It's too much eggs in one. It's too many eggs in one basket.
Also,
and that, like you said, I think the drafting thing is going to regress back to the mean. The point that Schefter made about having so many draft picks, look, we can, and we've complained about the offseason. It's still a very good roster, right?
Yes.
But what that means is there's nowhere for a lot of these rookies to fit in. And they do have a lot more draft picks in the later rounds, right? It's not just the first round pick that we have. So use that to sort of balance the scales a little bit and get an established veteran in here who I think can help bring some of these younger guys, when we do bring in some rookies, along. Like, I just think the balance has tipped too far in the scale of young guys for me to feel really, really good about this.
If they want to win the Super Bowl next year, I think they should be willing to give up some of these picks for vets. Now, again, I'm not trading the whole draft away, and I'm not trying to dump the idea of long-term success, because part of this is they realize how expensive the team's getting on offense, right? So they need, you've been saying this for 2 years, they need cheap defensive players.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to do.
To even the scales. But my thing is, how many do you need, and how many more can you add in vets on defense and it still works, right? Do you need Jalen Carter and a bunch of guys that make no money, or could you fit in one more? Let me give you a name. We talked about this name a month ago. He's still on his team. He hasn't gotten a contract. I don't think he's going to get a contract. Trey Hendrickson's still on the Bengals, right? They paid
the pass rusher.
Yes, they paid the quarterback last year. They paid 2 receivers this year. They paid their tight end. They paid a guard. The Bengals are obviously listening to you about offense and defense, and they're paying all their offensive guys. Good for them. But if they can't pay Trey Hendrickson, they're going to trade him. That's probably going to happen. That's the kind of guy I think of, where, like, if I could package a couple of these picks and bring him in, I'd feel better about the defense while still having a bunch of picks to add the rookies in. Like, that's what I'm thinking about.
I'm okay with that, but still, you're still going to sprinkle in some young guys. You're still going to have young guys. You're still going to have a young linebacker, more than likely. You're still going to have a young guy in the secondary, safety position, maybe.
Yep.
So you're still going to have young guys on the defense. You're just saving that because you're getting one defensive end. But for the most part, you're a young defense.
You know what this comes down to, both for us as fans and for them in that draft room? And I don't know the answer to this question. Has Howie really figured out the formula to draft? Because we gave those numbers, 60-40, 50-50, right, with draft picks. Unless they think, and he thinks, I've got it now. Like, if Howie has tipped the scales to where he feels really strongly about his ability to draft, then of course that makes more sense, right? Those guys are cheaper and they're younger. But if it's going to regress to the mean, then it feels riskier to just draft a bunch of kids, because some of these kids aren't going to be good. Quinyon was great. Cooper was great. Hunt looks like he could play. I just get concerned at some point they're going to have a bust in here, and it just happens. And then you're going to have nothing from that pick.
I think the biggest thing that I've noticed from these Eagle players and the ones that they've gotten since the time that I've been here is that they're smart. Like, you could argue their athleticism or whatever, but they pick up. It feels to me like they pick up everything pretty quickly. And I think if you keep that mantra going, that you put yourself in a good spot, because you're not going to make that many mistakes. This is the thing that try to get people to see when you talk about defense and football in general. Everybody at this level has talent. Now, when you're trying to make a play or you're trying to expose a defense, I'm going to simplify it. Basically, you're trying to make them make a mistake. This defense didn't do that because everybody was smart and they knew where they were supposed to be. And a lot of times, if you know where you're supposed to be and you understand the defense, that takes a lot of pressure off everybody. You got to have athleticism, no question about it. But you also have to know how you fit in the defense. And you know what's funny? And I don't know if this is because of the fact that he got traded or anything like that, but stories are starting to come out now about how GJ was a little bit of a cowboy back then. I'm not taking shots at him. I'm just trying to, show people maybe that's one of the reasons why they let him go.
Right.
I know there's a lot of people in the building that didn't want to let him go, but some people felt that maybe he was back there, taking too many liberties in the defense.
So I'm looking at the Eagles draft picks just to show how it's flipped so much in a few years. 2019, 2020. Now, the caveat is they did draft Jalen Hurts in 2020. That might be the best draft pick in the history of the franchise. Second-round pick quarterback that takes you to 2 Super Bowls. But they made a lot of picks these 2 years. They made 5 picks in 2019, and they must have made 3, 6, over 10. Maybe in those 2 years, 15 or 16 picks. In 2019, 2020 combined, they made, as I look at it, about 16 picks or so. Only 2 guys could play. The only 2 guys that could play were Miles Sanders and Jalen Hurts. They had a lot of wasted picks. I'm talking about Davion Taylor, John Hightower, Jalen Reagor, Arcega-Whiteside. I mean, these guys were wasted picks. Now, since then, 2021 to present, Devontae, Landon Dickerson, Milton Williams, Kenny Gainwell, Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, the Kobe Dean, even Calcaterra, Carter, Smith, Sidney Brown, still a hope for Ojomo, Mitchell, DeJean, Hunt, Shipley. I mean, it looks like they're on a run of 4 years in a row, where it's like 3 or 4 or 5 real players every draft. Eventually, we might have a 2019 draft.
The likelihood is that it regresses back to the mean, and the scales tip back the other way. And this, everybody does it. And I understand. Everyone's so excited that they won the Super Bowl. But it's going to be too much eventually. It's going to be too much. I know we're so high off of what Vic Fangio was able to do with Zach Bohm, everything, but it's the Super Bowl winning syndrome. They're not going to just be able to get away with it every single year. And if you want to say, like you said, that they caught lightning in a bottle, how often do you do that 2 years in a row?
It's hard. All right, where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Adam Schefter says the Eagles are a team to watch in the draft. They could package picks for players. Do you want vets? Or do you want to just do what they did last year, which is put a lot into the rookies and say, let's take them and develop them? Hugh wants that. Where do you come down? Plus the Phils. Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? Will in the Northeast is up. Hey, Will.
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
Will, what's going on?
Oh, man, listen. The best person to talk to Alec Bohm is the owner. He's more of a father figure. He writing the check. So guess what? I'm going to pull him in the office, give him a nice hug, and say, listen, Alec, this is what I need you to do. Whatever it is, I understand what happened in the offseason that happened. We decided to keep you. So now we need you. We need whatever it is that if you're uncomfortable in the lineup, you let us know what it is, and maybe we could fix it. But this is the thing. We believe in you. You're a part of the family. You've been with us through the ups and downs, through everything. You've been fighting with us the whole time. The team didn't give up on you. I didn't give up on you. Rob didn't give up on you. So the whole thing is, we're not giving up on you. Do you believe that you can overcome this? Because this is not about the physical. You're a great player, fundamental, but it's about the mental. Now, we need you, whatever that mental block is, we need you to get it away. Get it out of your system, because we're going to give you a chance. But the whole thing is, either you get on board or you're going to get left behind. You've been with us the whole time, but this is what I'm going to say. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you are the problem. And then look yourself in the mirror a longer time and say you are the solution. You are the solution to this problem that you're having. So what we need to do, we all believe in you. Well, I want to ask you, do you believe in yourself? And if you say yeah, then all I want you to do is show it. Go out there, play some good ball, and let's go ahead and win this World Series together. We want to do it with you, not without you.
Well, I like that. Yeah, put it back on him. Like, hey, you're here for a reason. Regardless of what happened in the offseason, you're still here and on this team for a reason, and you hit cleanup on opening day. We need you, man. Let's go do it. All right, Will, what do you got for us? Who are you voting for? Love Dr. Douglas or Long Talking Hugh?
Oh, man, that Long Talking Hugh, you killed me today, baby. But I'm still going to vote for it.
Long talk. Love it, Will. We appreciate the phone call. 215-592-9494. The final four of Hughes continues next. Your calls on this with the draft. Do you want the Eagles to trade this pick and other picks for established veterans to add into this team, especially on the defensive side? Or are you good with continuing to add to the team with rookies here? And I've lost patience with Alec Bohm. Where do you come down on Bohm? Have you lost patience with the Phillies third baseman? I expect him to be in the lineup tonight, and if he doesn't hit or has bad at-bats, I'm not playing him tomorrow. There's enough of this. You just roll him out every day thing with Alec Bohm. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Coming up on the other side, if not Bohm, it does feel like Sosa get more playing time. We'll let you hear what Topper said about the idea of trying to fit Sosa into the lineup even more. That's coming up. And what one of Sosa's teammates said about him last week. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn. It's like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it finally time to invest in yourself? Well, start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Philly, are you ready for a wild weekend? Cheerleaders Philadelphia is bringing the heat April 11th and 12th. Catch the electrifying Jesse Pony live on stage with 2 shows each night and meet and greets between shows. Then Saturday, April 12th, it's UFC 314 at Cheerleaders. Witness featherweight history with Volkanovski versus Lopez. Thrilling fights and fiery entertainment all under one roof. Cheerleaders, just minutes from the stadium. Watch all your favorite sports teams on their 75-foot video wall alongside Philly's sexiest cheerleaders.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Partly sunny and windy through the rest of today. I-48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sosa, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the big league. So, he plays hard. He's really good in the field, and he's swinging it right now. Just the way he plays the game the right way. He plays hard, and he's just a good guy. So it's cool to watch.
Well, I agree with Zack Wheeler, one of his favorite players in the big leagues. That caught my attention last week. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, as we discuss Alec Bohm here and what the Phillies should do. And really, have you lost patience in the Phillies third baseman? I have. I think the Phillies have lost patience. I think some of his teammates may have lost patience there. Tonight, Wheeler is on the mound. Hugh, my guess is after hearing that from Wheeler last week, that Sosa's going to be in the lineup today. I think Bohm's going to be in there too. I would guess Sosa's going to play the outfield today, and they're going to leave Bohm at third.
Mm-hmm.
But when you hear your ace say that he's his favorite player in the major leagues, my guess is they're going to try to get him on the field with Wheeler tonight.
Well, it's one of those things where players, at the end of the day, man, you just want to win. And you want to play with whomever is going to put you in the best position to do that.
Totally.
Just like a receiver and the quarterback. Hell, they want the quarterback that's going to give them the ball. So, I get that. Excuse me. But for Bohm, you can't internalize that. You can't make that, you can't let him live rent-free in your head by him saying that. You still got to go out there and do your job. And I think that's the part that he has to get past.
Well, I think he'll be in there tonight against the lefty and Chris Sale. And his at-bats tonight are going to dictate if I'd put him back in the lineup tomorrow. 215-592-9494. Now, with the Sosa thing, there is I think a real chance tonight we see Sosa in the outfield. He played it a little bit over the weekend. On Saturday, he was in center field, had the ball hit to him. It looked natural enough to me. We'll see how he does over time and how he reacts to different, the wind out there and the ball tailing on him and all that kind of stuff. But so far, so good. And Topper on Sunday after the game was asked, hey, Sosa keeps hitting. How are you going to get him in the lineup with all your regulars? Here's how Topper responded on Sunday.
Rob, how are you going to – Sosa keeps producing. He's a good defensive player. He can play everywhere. What's the plan for him going forward? Can he do anything else for you to give him more time?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think, we got to really look at this because so far it's real. It's 2 hits every game. He's played great at third. He's played great at short. He did well in center field yesterday. So, we really got to get into the lab and try to figure out some stuff to get him in the lineup.
All right, here's my version of the lab. You ready for this? Tonight, put him in the outfield, and if Bohm doesn't hit well tomorrow, put him at third base tomorrow. I just there's ways to get Sosa in the lineup. They just have to be willing to make some people uncomfortable. That's the bottom line. If Sosa plays well, they got to find a way to get him in more than once a week.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking at. But I feel like tonight in particular that there's going to be some opportunities for Bohm to come out there and do his thing, and he has to take advantage of them. I just think for him, it just starts with not swinging at that first pitch, and just try not to take whatever's being said about you personal, because I feel like that's the case.
Yeah, I think the first pitch thing, it seems such a small thing, but it could show them he's making an effort. He's trying to get in lockstep with everybody else and do what the rest of the team is doing here. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further here, back to your phone calls on Alec Bohm and the draft with the Eagles, which is 16 days away. Do you want all the kids, or would you trade picks, including potentially the 32nd pick for a veteran here?
Too many damn kids.
It's a lot of kids.
A lot of cheering.
A lot of
badass kids.
Yeah,
we're talking about Bohm being a petulant child and me being a petulant child.
Yep. Get more of those.
You're risking getting some of that on the Eagles, man.
You ready for that? More children?
No, it doesn't work like that in football.
Oh, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
How?
Because you don't. First of all, there's no guaranteed contracts. That's number one.
Well, I agree with you on this. A player like Bohm would never get 6 years in the NFL.
He would never do that.
Cut him.
They'd have moved on from him by that. But this is something different. And this is what happened to me from my purview when all this went down. They tried to trade him. The offer wasn't what they wanted. Okay, so now we're here. We have to make it work with you. But in order for this to work, because we're running it back there, we had a vision for what we wanted this thing to look like. It's not that. So we got to run this back. So I need you guys to buy into what we're selling. Y'all chase the ball too damn much. And I'm really just watering it down. Y'all chase the ball too much. Trey, if you don't get your stuff together, you're going to be in trouble, And everybody has stepped up to the plate.
Except.
And I feel like there's probably some Bohm. I feel like there's probably some angst amongst the teammates. But again, you can't get mad at that. You have to talk to him and you have to adjust.
Again, I blame the team part of this too. Now he's got to grow up. Again, he's almost 30. I mean, we're pushing 30 here, and he's in tears on the basis. But they were very public. And Hugh, when every reporter out there is saying they're trying to trade him, that's because the team isn't being shy about it, right? They're either telling the reporter or they're being very open at those owners' meetings, GMs' meetings. He's available. They had to know this player is fragile. I mean, you put him out there in the trade block publicly, and then I wonder if Dombrowski regrets doing that. Not that it's his job to explore trades, but to let everyone know he's available, because this is the other side of the coin. Well, what if we don't trade him? Now we got to build his confidence back up, and he probably feels like we don't want him here anymore.
And see, that's the thing. And I feel like he was cool with that. Like, I'm going back and I'm listening to what was said. At the beginning of the season, he was very reflective about how a lot of guys, if I'm not mistaken, don't get to be on the same team for a while, and how he's appreciative of the fact that he's still here.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I think something happened in the locker room when they started talking about Sosa and how well he was playing. That might have been that psychological dagger that got him.
Well,
there.
And think about it like this. So starting last week, we were at the park on Thursday, I think. That was the day we started talking about how they're going to get Sosa in the lineup more.
Mm-hmm.
The first time they put Sosa in the lineup, who was he in for? Bohm.
Yeah.
I mean, so like the words are one thing, but then the actions say the same thing.
Well, like I said, you never get a dude behind you a chance to show what he can do.
Well, and Sosa got a couple more hits and helped them win the game
Yeah.
Sunday. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. All right, but we do have to crown a winner of one of our national semifinal games here in the bracket of Hughes.
A blowout.
Not a rout. Unlike the actual Final Four, which all the games were close. This one was a rout. Hugh, you called this yesterday. Moving on to the championship round is long talking, Hugh, and a rout over Love Doctor. So this was both on the phone lines here with our votes and the Twitter poll in a rout. Do you think the right team won? It seems easy to me.
Yeah, I do, because I've been long talking a lot lately.
Yeah.
And I know that I can hear, like, for me, Kyle is the voice of every Philadelphian, and I can always hear them in the car talking about, make a damn choice, have an opinion.
Get
and
off
I do
the
have an
fence.
opinion. I'm not on the fence. It's just that I have a unique perspective.
Surprised
and
you
it
don't
needs to
have
be
splinters from
it,
hanging
it
on
needs to be
that fence.
shared. I need to share my unique perspective.
You know what's funny about the long talking thing? Long talking started as you telling callers not to long
Yeah,
talk.
you got upset with people long talking.
And-
Now you
No,
do it every day.
Become the chief
See,
long talker
and this
on
is
the
the
show.
difference. I let people know it's coming, though. That's the difference.
Oh, it's like, with all due respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you say it ahead of time.
Yeah, you got to say it ahead
Okay.
of time, though. You gotta say
I
it
got
ahead
you.
of time.
All right, let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. And when you call in, we will throw our next matchup at you. The other semifinal. And this one, I don't know who's going to win this, Hugh. Told you so, Douglas, against you people, Hugh. We'll find out who everyone votes for when they call in. The bracket of Hughes crowns a champion today.
I like you people myself.
I know you do. Well, you
That's
say,
my favorite.
Yeah, it's your favorite thing to
Because
say.
It's so
What did he say?
uncomfortable.
You people? Jay in West Philly's up. What's up, Jay?
Here we go.
Jay.
You crying about the day, man. I just turned the radio on. I heard you whining again.
Mm-hmm. You're darn right, Jay. What do you got for me?
What you whining about?
Well, you said you were listening. I'm whining. I'm
I just turned the radio
All
on
right,
and I
I-
heard you.
Oh,
losing.
He's tired of Alec
I'm
Bohm now.
losing patience with Bohm, Jay.
Yeah, you losing patience with Bohm.
Yep.
Well, what? They 7-2, right?
But they're 7-2. He's stunk so far this year.
Here we go with this again. He's not part of the team. The baseball, you failed 7 out of 10 times, right?
Well, he's failing 8 out of 10 times this year. So.
Oh, okay. But they keep putting that bum Marsh out there, right?
He stinks. I don't know. No one believes in Marsh.
You ain't say nothing about him.
Well, because Jay, there are some people out there that believe in Bohm.
Why? Because he run around like ZZ Top.
No, I
like
just
that beard,
told
though.
you Marsh stinks.
Like the beard, though.
I think everyone agrees Marsh stinks. What am I going to do about that?
All right, so why is the one wisdom boy? Why y'all keep getting on Bohm? Because he threw his helmet and all that. Wasn't he an all-star last year?
He was an all-star.
Yeah, there's been a lot of all-stars in baseball.
Got a girlfriend.
A lot of Pat Neshek was an all-star.
He got him a boo. He got a boo, a famous boo.
Good for him. I'm looking for base hits and runs batted in.
Exactly. He gonna get them. It's a long preseason.
Preseason?
It's a long preseason.
These games count.
Regular season stuff. You probably all hyped them up about them beating the Dodgers, right? This is not October.
Of course I'm hyped. Why not?
Yeah, that was a good weekend, though, Jay.
Great weekend.
They don't count. They've been regressing the last 3 or 4 years.
Oh, they count.
So,
no, they can't. You got to get to the playoffs first. You got to get there.
Yeah. My boy performed in the playoffs, but you keep doubting him.
Who?
I heard you throw that little slick shot in there about Jalen.
What slick shot? What did I say?
Super Bowl appearances, Super Bowl MVP, but you keep doubting him.
How did I doubt him today?
You talking about when you say you don't know if he's
we
going
to get this defense.
Yeah, we got to get
Well, no, hold on. No, okay.
That sounds a little bit like
I understand. I just
Super Bowl, he played big time.
He played great. Now I understand what you're talking about. I didn't know what the reference was. Now I get it. What I said was, because Hugh was referencing that the quarterback has taken, he's evolved, right? So we don't need a great defense.
He hasn't?
Well, we'll see. I mean, he did that for 2 games. Did he play great? Did he play great the whole season or for 2 games?
He ain't evolved?
Did he? I don't know.
That's the whole.
Didn't he look better than his first year? His second year? Y'all was complaining about last year.
For most of the season, did he play great last year?
He struggled at the start of the year.
No.
You know what?
The pause tells you the answer.
Well, you know what it is, because what's your definition of great? Did he throw the ball around the schoolyard a whole lot? Nah.
No, but he took a lot of sacks. I mean, we have collective. He did. We have collective amnesia. He took 7 sacks in the Rams game.
No, 7. He was handing the ball
it's not.
all the
You know
time.
what it is, Joe? It's not collective amnesia. It's Jalen won in a way that we're not used to people winning.
Yeah, but I didn't
So
think
you got to move the line a little bit.
No, I didn't. But I don't. Do you think if we
always move the line on?
Hold on, if we polled 100 people in after the Rams game and said, "Has Jalen Hurts played great this season?"
I didn't say great. I didn't go out there.
Jay.
I said he played pretty good.
Yeah, he played pretty good.
The Rams game, we beat them twice, right? We beat the great McVay and Stafford twice, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you want to poll people after that game after he won? You beat them twice.
No, the point is we are reacting to
great Jaden Daniels. Beat him big time on
Sure,
the big time
they were the best team in the league. Yeah, they beat a lot of teams.
It's the way. It's the way. It's the way you say it. That's the way you say it, man. It's funny.
The great Patrick Mahomes.
So did the Eagles beat these teams, or did Jalen Hurts beat these teams?
Make up your mind. Y'all want to blame Jalen all the time. Then when we win, it's the Eagles.
No one's blaming
When we
Jalen.
lose,
Jay.
it's Jalen.
The conversation was, do they need a good defense, or can Jalen carry them without a great defense?
As long as Jalen Carter is there, you got a good defense.
That's right. One
Y'all
guy.
keep running about losing Milton Williams when he was the 3rd tackle last year. You was crying about
He was the second.
Oh,
That's
and
okay.
Fletcher Cox, what we going to do? Somebody stepped up, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the Sacred Cow left, the pandering center, Mr. Mummer, when he left, everybody worried about
Mr. Mummer. That's
got a Pro Bowl center, right?
Yes, Cam Jurgens. He was good.
Oh, okay.
He called him Mr. Mummer.
No, it's pretty good.
Oh, okay, all right. So
you are
what
so
I'm trying
annoying,
to figure
dude.
out is why you don't want to let the young players play. You keep talking about these veterans.
It's too many young players.
Because eventually they're not going to be good, the young players.
What veterans do we have on
mean
defense?
Eventually the
We don't
young
need
players
none.
not
Well,
gonna be
Jay,
good.
there's
We don't need any?
We need no vets.
Come on.
Reed Blankenship's a vet.
Oh, my goodness.
Sidney Brown, vet.
Hold on a second. When in a draft,
Carter's
you're not
vet.
going to have a 100% hit rate. So you could trade some of those picks for vets. That's all.
Philadelphia, yeah.
Cooper DeJean.
Philadelphia have to do
Cooper
anything.
DeJean is in his second
All
year.
right,
Yeah, he vet.
He's
a grizzled.
You are out of control.
He's a grizzled soldier.
veteran.
He's a grizzled soldier.
You are
He's going
exhausting.
on this Rocky stuff now. What's the name?
We having
What's
like
his
3
name?
different
What's his-
conversations.
Sosa. Sosa. Now Sosa the best thing. We got to get him in there. Keep
He
burning
batting
your
like
bridges with him.
he batting like 500.
So you don't like Sosa, but you like
He's
Bohm.
batting 500 against the Colorado Rockies.
How about the 2 hits against the Dodgers on Sunday?
He been hitting pretty
He had 2
consistent.
hits.
Mm-hmm.
It still wasn't October. Still
Jay,
wasn't the playoffs.
it's April.
Where was he at last year in the playoffs?
It's April.
That was the worst point Jay's ever made.
In the playoffs last year.
Jay, who do you like in this
Where was
matchup?
Harbrad in the playoffs? He regressing every year.
Who? Rob Thompson?
The whole Phillies team. Them bums.
So all the Phillies are bums? All right, Jay.
Little weak. Little weak.
Jay, you usually you're better at negative. You guys
said you're better at negativity.
Yeah. All right, Jay, who do you get?
Going forward or going backwards every year?
In the playoffs, backwards.
But you worried about this preseason when they beat the Dodgers.
This is the regular season. The games count.
This is that preseason because it don't count.
Okay. Yeah. Well, only 6 teams make the playoffs. You have to win games to get to the playoffs.
If they won only 60 games this year, it would count, Jay. They wouldn't make the playoffs. Oh my goodness.
Jay,
that's what I want to see.
Who you voting for? Told you so, or you people?
I'm rooting for you people.
You people.
That does not surprise
does
me.
Not. Jay,
that does not surprise me.
You people, one vote there.
You people. What you mean, you people?
Jay usually has he gets under my skin a little bit. All those points were dumb.
Terrible.
He had nothing.
Yeah.
Preseason, the games count.
I mean, and if he wants to look at October, like that's when Alec Bohm is at his absolute worst.
Here's my question. How does someone that likes Jalen Hurts as much as Jay does, and Jalen Hurts, you should like him. He's championship quarterback. How could you like Alec Bohm? I don't get it. One guy actually has mental toughness. Jalen Hurts, he's not the perfect quarterback, but you know what he is? He's tough. You watch Jalen Hurts play one game, you realize, you know what? That guy is tough.
Yeah.
He plays tough. He's mentally tough. And he bounces back from tough moments. The other guy is going on 30 crying.
Because I think that you realize, like, number one, it's 2 different sports, and you have to coddle. Baseball players a little more coddled.
Not coddling Alec Bohm anymore.
You're tired of that.
Don't you think at some point the Phillies are tired of coddling? If I had to guess, I would say there's players in that clubhouse who roll their eyes.
No question.
And like enough is enough. Dude.
A lot of guys.
And he just figured it out. He figured it out like last.
Yeah, it hit him. Like, maybe they don't.
They don't really like me like that.
Yeah, well,
that was a tough pill to swallow.
Why don't you grow up, buddy? All right, Big V in Mount Laurel.
Big V.
We go from Jay to Big V. What's up, Big V?
Oh man, boy. So congratulations, Joe. You didn't let Jay, take you off your square.
He didn't take him off his spot.
It's weak stuff.
I mean, those were soft jabs.
Big V will have better stuff, though.
What do you got for me, Big V?
Yeah, because the last man, they had a whole meltdown with Jay. That was not pretty.
All right, we're past Jay. Big V, what do you got for us?
Okay, first, let's get on the Bohm situation. I still have confidence in him because, one, they haven't traded him. And there was a little media leak talking about, they're going to trade him. But to me, that's like the equivalent of when your child when you're, with your mom and you start acting up and she says, I'm going to tell your dad and straighten up. That, to me, maybe they were trying to get him to straighten up.
Straighten up.
But, exactly.
Well, it didn't work.
But it didn't. But, see, the thing is, guys like Bohm, who are an exceptional talent, they get coddled most of their life. And, he just needs, someone to take him under their wing, Hugh, and help him to mature a little bit, to fit into his purpose.
That's the wrong guy.
So,
somebody else mature.
Well, not you, but okay, maybe talk to some other guys like, Dykstra, Dalton, or
maybe we leave Lenny out of this one. Yeah, just for now.
Dude, Lenny different.
Yeah.
Here's the fix for Alec Bohm. Set him up with Lenny Dykstra. That'll fix everything. Yeah.
I had to cuss Lenny out one time.
I think Lenny will tell him exactly what not to do.
I don't even think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the right moment for this. Yeah.
Okay.
Got this backwards.
Lenny's different.
Lenny. But, the whole thing is that, he has to, once again, show and prove. Use that negative feedback that he's been getting from everybody and prove everybody wrong. Because one of my favorite drops on WIP is when he says, Alec Bohm, have a night. I mean, come on. It's classic. It's Philly. We want him here. He's got great talent. He can fit in well. He can help us get to the championship. But he has to believe that, he can help us get to the championship and show and prove.
Well, yeah, well, he does, but my patience is running thin. This is his 6th year in the major leagues. 6.
See, your patience is running thin because you're one of them rat now people. Like,
Rat
you
now.
don't want. Yeah, you don't want it right now. You want it rat R-A-T
Microwave.
now.
Microwave society.
Hold on. 6.
Exactly.
You guys this is a slow cooker cooking with you two. This is his 6th year.
Some of the best gumbo is made in the crock pot.
Look, I use crock pot too.
Ain't that the truth, Hugh? Man, that's a beautiful thing. Especially,
Alec Bohm's more like a hot dog than a
slow and low.
gumbo right
In the summertime when you cooking your meat on the grill, they tell you slow and low.
It might be past milk at this point, guys. I mean, this expiration date.
Slow and low.
Yeah, the expiration date.
Slow and low, baby. Grill it. And put
We
it in
don't
that
have
nice
time for a gumbo.
We're trying to win a World Series. You guys are making gumbo.
That's what baseball is a slow burn.
This gumbo has been on the cooker for a few years.
Yeah, you know what it is. All right, Big V, what do you got for us? Who you voting for? You got you people or told you so?
But can I say something about the draft?
Yeah, of course, sure.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind. Kyle
I
kind of do.
What do you got?
Kyle's a perfectionist, and he's watching the clock, and there's a commercial about to come up. So, look for the draft. Look, I trust Lori and Howie. This has been their
That's
season.
a shocker.
They have been. Cut it out.
I'll shut up a little bit.
Okay. Lori and Howie have been excellent. They've given master classes on their season and what they do with drafts and free agents. I trust in them. I trust in the process that they are doing, that they are working with. I think that they can get some young talent cheap, develop them, and let them go somewhere else for multi-millions of dollars, or they get, and also get us a couple more Super Bowl rings. I believe that much in them and their coaching staff. Their scouting is, like a 90% ratio of excellence.
Yep.
So, let's not,
90%.
fix what's broken.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we assume it's fixed.
Well, we're being proactive.
Yeah, or they're just on a hot run in the draft, and it's eventually going to give out a little bit. All right, Big V, what do you got for us? Told you so, or you people?
Man, both of them are the same. By the way, Hugh, congratulations on your positive energy with the Dodgers. It worked.
Well, thank you, sir.
You're giving Hugh credit for the Phillies winning 2 out of 3.
Might well.
Yes, I am.
Oh, come on.
Yes, I am.
Just
because
vote.
You guys were sitting up there all scared. Oh, we're going to play the Dodgers. We don't need the pitcher. Don't need the ref. We need to play the Dodgers.
Told you so, or you people?
I'm going to go with, it's a tough one, but I'm going to go with Told You So, Hugh.
Told you so,
Wow.
Hugh. We got
it ain't out yet.
No, we got a tie. It's a tie right now.
You people.
Yeah, we got a tie. It's not over
What
yet.
do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people?
Aaron is up on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, man.
What's up, Aaron?
Hugh, I keep finding myself trying to figure out why I keep agreeing with you with all these takes the last couple of weeks.
You should get yourself checked.
I've come to the conclusion. You know what it is?
What is it?
Great athletes think alike.
You know what? You might be on to something. You know what it is? You know what it is, Aaron? Because I wake up in the morning and we get these questions, man. And Kyle comes up with some great questions. Joe does as well. And they're yes or no questions. But I need people to take a deeper dive, dog. I am like an onion. I got layers.
You're a problem.
I got layers,
a
dog.
deeper dive.
And we need to see, these are not yes or no conversations that we're having.
Have you lost patience with Bohm? Yes.
We need to take deeper dives.
I've watched this guy hit for 6 years.
I implore both of these guys every day, Aaron,
Deeper dives.
to dig just a little bit deeper.
There's not enough intelligence in this world for deeper dives.
I mean, holy. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
And it irritates Kyle to know it.
Great athletes just see it differently. I mean, you had a storied NFL career, myself, not to toot my own horn, but, I was a 5-time letterman at Valley Forge Middle School.
Hey, don't worry. Hey, that's a good job.
1988.
5 times.
All Philadelphia, honorable mention linebacker.
So what's your take?
Yeah. So what's that?
What do you
you got a great, you got a great subject of the day when Kyle is screening the calls, like saying, Sam Kinison. What's your take? What's your take?
I mean,
What's your
come on.
take?
Well, because
This is a joke,
Hugh
quite frankly.
inadvertently has encouraged everyone to long talk when they call in now.
No, I'm just going people to think deeper, man. That's
Think
it.
deeper?
So,
This is WIP.
Yeah.
Okay, you know where you are.
No, because I can't do the whole what do you think they should do? Well, I trust Howie and I trust Jeffrey Lurie. Thank you.
We can't do that.
Give me an opinion,
Yeah,
please.
we can't do that. We can't. I mean,
It's
I do have an opinion.
awful.
I do have an opinion.
Aaron, do you
we
want
all
to
trust
trade
Howie,
you wanna
but we
trade
can have
for vets,
opinions,
or you want to
okay.
draft rookies?
Here's what it is. It's the game within the game. Okay. I mean, unfortunately, this is where we're left at, and we gotta find young talent. How he has changed as a GM. He's gone from a guy that was trying to say that he knew more than everybody else by drafting these guys like that linebacker from Colorado in the third round.
Davion Taylor. How do you forget the Davion Taylor era? He stunk.
Because he changed, and it was probably the Jalen Hurts
he was horrible
draft pick, which is the most important draft pick that he's
ever
had.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Where he finally they have a formula where they're looking at now for guys that have produced at big time colleges in terms of big time fan bases.
And it's worked. No, you're right.
The
SEC is really, especially Georgia and Bama, it's worked for them. All right, Aaron, give us a vote here. Told you so, or you people?
Well, listen, this is going to be. I was the one that picked it in the Sweet 16 bracket, I think, or the Final 8 bracket. But you people have got some crazy takes, and you got to listen to Hugh more because he is right on.
All right, you people with another vote. Oh, boy, this one's it's a barn burner. 215-592-9494. Back to your calls in the draft and Alec Bohm next, and we'll continue the bracket with your phone calls and your votes. 215-592-9494. Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? We'll discuss it all on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spring is in the air. And you know what else is in the air? The smell of the grill firing up. It's time to take cooking outside again, people. So picture this. You're in the backyard. A juicy Hatfield marinated tenderloin is on the grill. And on the flat top, you guessed it, bacon sizzling to perfection. That's what I'm talking about. Spring's in the air, longer days, and great food with family and friends. Head to simplyhatfield.com for recipes and real retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Tennis elbow, griller's back, walker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Dog walker's knee, ping pong wrist, dishwasher's elbow.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same Game Parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
To choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouthwatering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our very, very cherry martini or a watermelon shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Congratulations to Todd Golden and the Florida Gators. Using yet another comeback, the Gators erased a 12-point second-half deficit on their way to the title. My question, what does the future hold for the Gators coach? He's only 39 years old and is being touted as an analytics genius. To me, it sounds like the NBA could be calling very soon. I'm Maggie Gray.
'94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. I have totally lost patience with Alec Bohm.
Totally.
I expect him to be in the lineup tonight, and if he hits, well, all right, let's move forward. And if he doesn't, he's not guaranteed a spot tomorrow. I am tired of it. 6 years into his career, moping around. Only guy seemingly not on board with the new team thought process of grinding, taking pitches, not making sure you chase the starter early. He saw 5 pitches in 4 at-bats on Saturday. That's unacceptable. I mean, it just really is. Where do you come down on Bohm? Have you lost patience? And with the Eagles, Do you want it to keep drafting and developing? They have 20 picks next 2 years, or
yes.
I know. I see. There you know, not on the fence with that one.
No,
yes!
because it's working. It's working.
Well, it worked last year.
Well, it's been working.
Mm.
Like, see, this is where you talk about Super Bowl syndrome. This is where y'all had the Super Bowl syndrome.
Excuse me?
This started before they had to run last year. This started with Javon Hargraves, Milton Williams. This started with all those young cats that have went somewhere else and made a ton of money.
So I'm okay with them. I understand why you have to let players go and you have to draft and develop to replace those players. But they lost an enormous amount this year. And to just replace them with young players feels a little risky.
Yeah. But here's the thing that I think we're tending to forget is that they replaced a lot of people last year.
But they were bad.
Yeah, but they were replaced. I think, see, this is where we start playing semantics just a little bit.
Yeah.
They had to replace the defense because the defense wasn't good.
Right. And they were able to do it.
And they were able to do it with smart players in a small sampling size. And they did extremely well. I think that they could do it again. So I really do. Or if it's not as dynamic as it was a year before, then that's where your offense picks up the slack.
Well, that's part of it. But to me, it's a lot easier to replace the ghost of James Bradbury with Quinyon Mitchell rather than replace Josh Sweat with a player that's better. Like, they upgraded.
And wouldn't you rather not wait until it gets bad to have to try and fix it again?
I don't think that it's going to get bad.
It might not, I shouldn't say get bad, but I'm like, don't you want to be ahead of like the whole if it ain't broke, don't fix it thing in the NFL. That doesn't jive with me. Like, you're like, to use the Sean McDermott term, you're supposed to be proactive and see these issues ahead of time and what could hurt you.
So
what
issues are that you see are hurting us?
Well, I think they lost too much talent on the defense, and I think they're doubling down on getting young, and I think they're going too far with it.
Well, I can push back and say that the defense was a bunch of journeymen last year, and they came together and they played well. They had a few journeymen on that defense last year that came together and they played well.
They
bought into what was being sold.
It was just Bond. Like Slay, Gardner Johnson's a journeyman. Slay's been here.
Hunt.
Yeah,
Nolan Smith
was a rookie. No,
Nolan Smith was.
Those are the young guys.
But he was also borderline. People were wondering whether or not he was a bust. Jalen Carter, he broke out.
Right,
but that's not really who I'm talking about.
But when it comes to like Nolan Smith, he's a former first-round pick.
Yeah.
Azeez Ojulari and Josh Uche, the NFL just told us,
like we got them at the end of the free agency.
They're 1 year deals.
Yeah, and with the like Azeez Ojulari, that one right there, he's with the Giants, man. The Giants had trouble developing Kayvon Thibodeau when he first got there. I don't really put too much stock in that.
The league sends you a message when they're not the guys that are taken on the first day.
And what we found out is that, you're right about that. You're right about that. But what we found out is that a lot of times they don't know what they're talking about. A lot of times teams don't have all the info that maybe the Eagles have.
But that's Super Bowl syndrome, is that they don't know. Do.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not
it
Super Bowl syndrome.
Like, if they don't know what they're talking about, but we do, because we just won the Super Bowl, that's Super Bowl syndrome.
See, this is not Super Bowl syndrome. That's an easy way for you to explain it.
We need a doctor. We need a doctor to diagnose it.
This is years. I'm reading the tea leaves, Kyle.
It's smelling your own farts.
It's not smelling. I don't smell my own
Nobody else
farts.
in the league knows what the Eagles know.
No, Kyle.
You're sniffing your own farts.
It's reading the tea leaves. And that ain't that funny. Joe, stop laughing. It ain't that funny.
Joe knows
it ain't
it's true.
that funny.
No, because
it's not that funny.
It's denial.
It's not denial.
When you have Super Bowl syndrome, you don't know you have
this
it.
is the problem.
You need a doctor.
I try to tell y'all people. I try
to
to tell y'all folks all the time about how this thing goes. Nobody want to hear what I'm trying to say.
You're wallowing and enjoying your own
I
stage.
am not.
You know what?
Wallowing and enjoying nothing.
Here's what we're gonna do.
I'm trying to tell you what's happening. It ain't nobody trying to listen. I am the only person on this station that hit an 8-leg parlay. Y'all need to start listening to me.
That's probably not true.
In the last 6 months.
And it was for $2.
Also probably not
in the last 6 months. Who else hit an 8-leg parlay in the last 6 months? Y'all need to start listening to me.
You know what? I'm putting one in today just to say I could do it. Just like you.
Yeah, we have to end this.
Here's
we
what
have
I'm
to
gonna
end
y'all need to start listening to me.
No.
I hate 8-leg parlay.
Just because you picked the Steelers to beat the Giants on
I
Monday Night
picked
Football in
8-leg parlay.
November.
And so what I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on. What I'm going to do is, you just gave me an idea.
What?
I am going to buy a white medical coat, and I'm going to be the doctor. I'm going to be the doctor. We're going to do a show one day, and I'm going to diagnose if people have
Super Bowl
what you call it?
syndrome.
What, the worm? What they call
No,
the worm?
You have Super Bowl syndrome.
I don't have the Super Bowl syndrome.
I mean, you're an easy
I do not.
You're an easy diagnosis.
I do not.
You have it.
You
You've
know
had
what I
it
have?
since February.
I have vision.
No.
I have vision.
Okay, let me ask you.
And y'all just can't see the vision.
Can you, now I'm going to.
I have a third eye.
I'm going to test you to see if you have Super Bowl syndrome.
Okay. Doesn't help that I'm blind.
There's that. Okay.
What?
Fine. Would you acknowledge that if the Eagles go down the route of not trading any picks for veterans, they just draft a bunch of kids, that there's a chance that they miss on their draft picks the way they hit last year, and they put a young corner out there, they put a young safety, they put a pass rusher, and none of them are ready year one?
There's always a chance.
Well, so but
that's the inherent risk
that
we're talking about.
But no,
we're trying to win the Super Bowl again.
But this is the thing that I think that you guys are failing to realize. I've been telling y'all about smart players and certain types of players that they've been drafting here for a while.
Bryce Huff. There's a chance that, by the way,
I'm not going to let you hold that against me.
There's a chance. Well, I'm going to hold it against you.
First of all, Bryce Huff got to the quarterback about 10, 11 times when he was with the Jets.
So
for whatever reason, he couldn't play the run here.
But my point is, when just saying that there's a chance means nothing, because there's a chance that Bryce Huff breaks a sack record, like you said. It's not going to happen.
May I present? I'm going to present a word.
Bryce Huff going to get 6 sacks next year.
He's not going to play. He's going to ride the bench. I'm going to use a word, and it's going to be offensive. Kyle, you may have to dump it. I'm going to give you advance notice. All right.
Careful.
May I present that there was some L word involved in last year?
Lying?
Nope.
Luxury?
A little luck.
Luck?
I mean, guys, Quinyon Mitchell had to fall to the 24th, 23rd pick in the draft.
Getting Jalen Carter was luck.
Cooper DeJean, who everyone said, and we joked that he was a white corner. Anyone that watched football last year said
you joked that he was a white.
Well,
corner.
he was, but anyone that watched college football 2 years ago said he was a first-round player, right?
Yeah.
And then somehow he's there at 40. So last year was special, but they got lucky that Quinyon didn't get. No corner got picked the first 23. I think they had a 24th pick last year. No corners got picked. And then DeJean, who obviously was a first-round talent, for whatever reason, 39 picks went by and no one took him. And the Eagles were like, holy mackerel, we got to get this guy at 40. And they traded up for him. What if they don't get that luck this year and they get more project players?
But you know what? Why that kind of plays into what I was saying?
Spin doctor, here he comes.
No, I'm just saying, because it kind of played it. Cooper DeJean was a first-round talent, right?
And he fell to the second.
Because nobody else knew it but the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, but how much can you bank off of
that?
That's smelling your own farts again,
it's
man.
Not smelling your own farts. It's called having people that do their due diligence and they vet these players.
Right, but
that nobody else does. Because we won the Super Bowl and all of a sudden we know better than every single other team in the league.
We've been doing this. We're assuming that no one learned from their mistakes. Like they
haven't.
What do you mean they haven't?
You know why they have? Let me tell you why.
Now that's syndrome.
No, it's not.
I'm writing the prescription.
Okay. You know why? See, because y'all don't pay. This is why I have to use my third eye.
Yeah, you pay attention and nobody else does. Yep.
Because y'all ain't noticed what's been going on in the NFL since we ended the season.
What?
Ain't nobody worrying about draft picks or anything like that. You know what their biggest concern was? The tush push.
Well, that's the
so now you're about to tell
not necessarily
that is the truth.
You think all any team is focusing on right now is the tush push? You're out of your mind.
That's all.
The spin is unbelievable.
It's not the spin.
That's the biggest.
It's the third eye working, dog.
That's what we're spending the most time on.
It's not.
You think the general managers are all sitting there worrying about the tush push every day?
All right.
What are you talking about?
Excuse
me. I'm writing the script.
This is unbelievable.
They couched it.
I have a
prescription. They couched it because it was going to pass and they didn't want it to pass.
Dude, that's one issue that's
what they
happening
say.
this
They
offseason.
hate us because they ain't us.
You're deflecting now.
I am not deflecting. I'm trying to get y'all. I'm trying to get y'all to where I am, but y'all don't want to go.
Can you take this script to your pharmacist? It's a script.
Y'all don't want to go. I'm trying to sprinkle y'all with game like every day. Y'all don't even want to go.
We might need the strongest.
I'll be trying to impute some of this game, and y'all ain't trying to.
You're tooting it.
Do you want me to you're going to bring this to your pharmacist?
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? I'm trying to tell you. Y'all just don't want to listen. Y'all don't want to listen.
What you have to do if you have syndrome, if you have Super Bowl syndrome, is
you have not have Super Bowl syndrome.
You have to sit there and you have to stay for 24 hours and watch the entire Eagles defensive film from 2023
and I want you to watch every Howie draft pick miss over and
See,
over
but
again.
that's not-
Arcega-Whiteside.
Oh, no, because Joe, they
Davian
won the
Taylor.
Super Bowl last year, so
No,
that means that's never going to happen.
I need you to be reminded of the pitfalls of just drafting.
I like how when I be dropping this knowledge.
Knowledge. All right, can you time out? Can we hear from someone who doesn't have Super Bowl syndrome? Yeah, get real, like Vic Fangio last week.
Right.
Hey, this year you had one of the greatest coaching turnarounds in NFL history from where the defense was at the end of last year, number 1 in the NFL. And then you see you're losing 6 to 7 guys of your defense. How tough a part of the business is that?
It's tough, but it's part of it. But it gives me an opportunity and a reason to wear out Howie. And he's got to find replacements for these guys now. Yeah, we lost 5 starters, and 2 of those guys, their backups we lost too. So we lost a lot of players, but we'll find a way. And we got the draft coming up. Hopefully we'll get some guys there. And we got some young players that need the opportunity, and we'll find a way to get it done.
Find a way. That's all you can ask.
He also said we lost a lot.
Well, because it's the truth.
Well,
and you know what his
someone
job
says
is? You know what his job is? To whatever they draft to fix it.
Yeah, but he's also reminding everyone, like, hey, we lost a lot.
I mean, that's a truism. You can't deny a truism. That's a truism. You did lose a lot of people, but it's your job to fix it.
It is, and
I think that they can.
But it's also Howie's job to fix it by any means possible. It doesn't have to just be the draft. He could trade draft picks for players.
And that's twofold. You have to. I think the biggest thing that the Eagles have going for them right now is they've identified the smart players. Like they're not getting the bubbleheads and the guys like that. They've identified guys that are just as athletic as they are book smart. And I think that is what gives them the leg up, especially on defense. I cannot stress to y'all enough how hard it is to come in and play the way that they played and bring all those guys together collectively. Now, I understand that there was probably a template of this defense that they were familiar with.
Yeah, because of Gannon.
Because of Gannon. But when you talk about integrating those 2 rookies in there and everybody else that came together that was able to pick up this defense, that's why I can't imagine it scratches my head to figure out why Bryce Huff couldn't pick it up.
Maybe because not everybody just automatically picks up every defense.
But listen, Kyle, that's just one person.
No, but
out of like what 25 dudes on defense.
Don't you agree that that you said it was lightning in a bottle?
And not
you
only
said
that,
it.
But not only that, Bryce Huff was here before Vic got here.
Well, maybe much like Alec Bohm, maybe he doesn't want to. I mean, this is again, none of this is rocket science. I understand you need smarter players, but like Alec Bohm understands, to go back to that, what the assignment is, right? We're going to work counts. He chooses to swing at the first pitch.
He hurt his feelings.
Well, he can get the hell out of here. That his feelings. I'm done with the feelings.
It's the syndrome is
his feelings. Major league buddies. He thought he had major league buddies.
And Bryce Huff understands the assignment. We got to set the edge. We got to play the run.
The syndrome is thinking that we're just going to run this back, do it again.
I'm afraid
get more young players. Everyone will buy in. It's going to be great.
Lightning
in a bottle twice.
There's no cure for Hugh.
This is what
you
y'all.
may be terminal.
This is
I'm
what
sorry, Hugh.
Y'all fail to realize because y'all can't see the forest for the trees. They can run it back next year, but it's going to be more offensively centric than it was defensively last year.
It better work.
That's what they're hoping.
Listen, going into the season, they tried to showcase their offense.
Yeah, they wanted to be an offensive team. What happened?
And it didn't work out. And so they had to lean into their defense.
4 weeks in, Sirianni was like, yeah, guys.
Yeah, he got lean into it.
Doesn't that kind of speak to that sometimes the Eagles don't necessarily have the answer for everything all the time?
They don't, but they had enough talent last year. They could totally flip it and
took a lot of pressure off the quarter.
It took a lot of pressure. Don't just automatically have that again.
Took a lot of pressure off the quarterback, right? Jalen Hurts is in a precarious situation where he's going to take the next. He's going to have to take the next step.
But what happens if the offense doesn't?
So can I point out?
It has to.
But that's not the. That's not an answer.
I understand
though.
what you're
happens
saying,
if it
but
doesn't?
If it doesn't, then we're gonna change some things.
What I find amazing is we saw this. 2023 was this. The defense took a major step back, and they asked the offense to be better, and they didn't win enough games. The funniest part is we just did this.
Right.
After the Super Bowl in 2022, they lost 5 defensive players. They said the offense is your turn now. They turned the ball over left and right. The defense wasn't that good, and they collapsed down the stretch. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen again this year, but defense
is going to be smarter. They probably won't be as dynamic as they were.
But that's the cautionary tale. If you lose a lot on defense and you ask the offense to carry the load, if they can't or they turn the ball over, you're in trouble.
And we say the defense is going to be smarter. they keep flooding rookies and young players into this thing. It just becomes that much harder.
Yeah.
Like veterans are just they pick things up easier. Do
And
they
that's
not?
why you adapt.
They help the young
have
guys.
to adapt.
But we keep saying
And
they
they've
have
done
to.
it-
But like,
But
will
they've
they? What
done
if
a-
they
Yes,
don't?
I think if they get the right people, yes.
But
because they've done a great job. I'm telling you, and this ain't even got nothing to do with Howie. This is the player developmental department. This is kind of borrowing in those cats.
I agree with that. I also think, and again, I don't mean to offend anyone, and I'm a Howie guy, there is an element of luck in this. I mean,
it's always because you stayed healthy.
Well,
I mean,
no.
the intangibles.
Well, just
yeah.
the young players they brought in. If someone drafts Cooper DeJean in the first round, he's not an Eagle. Like the Eagles are as smart as they are, regardless. Like it doesn't change their smarts.
Fifth was a fifth,
right? But that's part. But if you can't rely on it, they got lucky in the draft last year. 2 first-round talent at corner fell in their laps.
You don't go from last to first in defense without some luck.
Yeah. Right. So we're trying to mitigate the luck by bringing in some established veterans here. And Hugh wants to roll that dice again. High roller Hugh over here with his $2 parlays.
Thundercats.
Yeah.
They only want to hit a leg parlay on the show.
Yeah. Well, that's still today. I'm hitting one today. Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Andy, how we doing?
Oh, I'll say better today. I was driving around yesterday with radio rage, not road rage, because I couldn't believe what was happening with the brackets. It was annoying Kyle, that's for sure. Love Dr. Hugh over tongue-tied because we want to be nice.
I know.
Andy, we don't want to be mean.
Of all the outcomes in March Madness or the
That was
bracket of
crazy.
Hughes, it was the one that I was shocked at the most.
Oh, it's rigged. I'm telling you, that was a travesty.
He said it's rigged.
So who was reffing this game?
I don't know, but you know what? We got to investigate them. Maybe they're taking
They're on the
money.
take.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So Andy, what do you got on Alec Bohm? You lose patience?
My patience is wearing thin. I haven't lost patience completely yet, but he's got to pull it together. I mean, I think hopefully one of the veterans pulls him aside, and I don't know what's going on. Just says, "Come on, man, get it together. Come in the dugout and at least talk to somebody rather than sulking and sitting by yourself."
Or give him a hug or something.
Yeah, and I just think it drags the team down. Like that kind of body language is ridiculous. And again, it happens to everyone once in a while. Everyone has a moment where they slump their shoulders, but with him, it's almost like a weekly thing.
Right, and like you said, it drags the team down. I know that would for me at least. You get tired of people around you just constantly being down. You just don't want to be around them anymore.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, Andy, what do you think about the draft? Go get a vet or just stick with the kids?
Yeah, I mean, with all the leadership we lost, if my only option is pick at 32 or get a vet, I think you have to get a vet. You need some more leadership in here, but it's got to be somebody who can play at the same time.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why the Trey Hendrickson thing's still in my head. I don't know what it would cost if it's more of a second-round pick, but I just like something like that, like a vet that's productive that can help you win the Super Bowl next year. That's where I'm at. All right, Andy, we need your vote here for the bracket of Hughes. Who should move on to the championship round? Told you so, Douglas, or you people, Hugh?
This is a really tough one, but I'm going you people.
You people.
You people.
Up. Wow. We're going down the stretch, and we got you people up here. Rob, let's grab Rob and Delco. Let him chime in on all this. What's up, Rob?
Yo, you. Good afternoon, boys. How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Listen, I got a little song to tell you how I feel. It's a quick verse, Joe. I kind of came
please,
up with it on my own. Listen, Kyle. Stop it, will you? Yo, Hugh, you know what Kyle is? I got a nickname for him.
What is
You wanna
Kyle?
hear it?
What is it?
Fear muscle.
I don't give a
muscle.
fearmonger.
Fear muscle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Beer muscle.
Beer muscle.
I thought he said fearmonger.
Sing your stupid song, Rob. Go ahead.
All right, Rob, what do you got?
All right, ready? This is going to tell you how I feel. You ready? It's a song by the Everly Brothers. It goes, bye-bye, boom. Bye-bye, cry, baby.
Oh, my gosh, it's awful.
Edmundo. It's time to make the change. Oh, I thought that was pretty good. You didn't like that?
I thought there's some level of creativity there. The actual singing itself may have left a little bit to be desired.
I thought you did a good
If
job.
Conoco wants to run with it, you got my blessing.
Hold
You know
on,
what I
now
mean?
you like songs people sing? Every time we get a caller here
I
that
like
sings.
Rob.
Oh, so
Rob,
it's
yeah,
so it's
Rob.
personal
It's
when you.
personal.
Okay, I got you.
You, I like you too. And beer muscles can go stuff it back there. You know
I'm
what
dead
I mean?
sober, buddy.
I think he's even worse when he's been drinking.
He gets a couple drinks in review. He gets those beer muscles. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
but listen, I'm done with him, Joe. With him. You know what I mean?
Who,
Like,
Kyle or Bohm?
Well, if we get a package deal, I'm all for you.
You know, I put you on the air, Rob.
I kind of need Kyle, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a
There's no
what I mean?
Robin Delco without me. You better be careful.
All right, Rob, what do you got? Who's moving on here between Told You So and You People?
You know what? I'm feeling kind of. I'm going to go with Told You So because I'm telling you so right now.
Told You So with another bucket.
This means we might have to defer to the Twitter poll.
Okay, let's do it. 215-592-9494. We will tally up the winner. On the other side, we'll tell you who moves on. Told You So or You People. It's a tight game down the stretch here between two juggernauts in this tournament. All right, back to your phone calls. Bohm and the NFL draft. Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? I have. I mean, the guy is 28 years old.
No.
I know. How many years in the big leagues till you lose patience with this guy? 7, 8?
No, he's on a short leash now. He's on a short leash, like this year.
I'm at now.
The dirty look Kyle just shot me.
6 years in the big leagues, and we're still doing the woe is me with Alec Bohm. Tired of it. The Phillies, well, they have a chance to do something big this week. We'll talk about the series that starts tonight down in Atlanta. Wheeler on the mound. Phillies, Braves. Talk about that next. Your phone calls. Daily Mock at 1, and we got to get into the final, the championship round of the Bracket of Hughes. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted high and deep, and that is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Goedert Door and Window. Goedert is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Goedert will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Goedert today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Legend has it,
Underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit christianhomeservices.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We had ourselves a buzzer beater in the national semifinal.
What you have?
Hugh, in a close one, at the buzzer. Told you so. Moves past you people. Told you so.
Seriously?
The winner.
Yeah, these people know.
Really tight game.
Really tight.
That's crazy.
You thought you people was going to win?
Yeah, I did. I like you people.
Well, we do too. But, I think what you forget is you walked around here for a while with the I told you so's, with the offense-defense thing.
I mean, I was right.
Well, see, this is what I mean. This is why this is why the votes came pouring in.
I told you so. I did.
About the defense that finished number one in the history of the franchise.
But shout out to all the people that, because I know who's voting now. These were the non-believers at first, and I told you so, Douglas. And then when I started dropping these pearls of wisdom these last couple of weeks, they felt that, and they had no choice but to, do what they did.
Are you doing a victory speech?
No, I'm just saying I get it. I understand. I mean, he's not my favorite, but I get where you're coming from because he has been on heater.
All right, well, here's what it sets up. Our championship round. It begins now. Voting on Twitter at WIP Midday Show and on the phone lines here. When you call in, we'll talk some Bohm and, of course, the NFL Draft with Eagles 16 days away. Our championship battle. This will decide the bracket of Hughes 2025. Long talking Hugh and told you so, Douglas.
That matchup was destined for the final.
I know. I felt this one coming a mile away.
I'm just laughing. Y'all have leaned all the way into this.
I mean, Hugh, we set up shop in Clearwater and we had bracketology. I mean, we were mini Joe Lenardi's. I mean, we were sitting down with a bracket over dinner and figuring this thing out.
This is too funny.
The part that is the most amazing is how many Hughes we left off and how many Hughes we have for next year.
Yeah.
March Madness will return. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phones, though, Here we got a big series starting tonight. Phillies at the Braves. 7-15. Yeah, and we got a heck of a pitching matchup tonight. So it's Wheeler against Chris Sale, the two, the 1 and 2 in the Cy Young last year.
I got to call down there. I'm going to call them tomato cans. I'm going to make them upset. I'm like, yeah, we playing some tomato cans.
Well, the Braves look like tomato cans.
No,
right
I'm
now.
not going to do that.
1 and 8?
They look a little rough.
Hold on. You called the Ravens tomato cans, but you won't call the 1 and 8 Braves tomato cans?
I'll call them tomato cans.
Okay.
I'll call them tomato cans.
Here's what we could do tonight. You know what you could do to the tomato cans?
What's that?
Bury them. You could end their season.
Yeah, you can.
So,
but then again, you don't want to say nothing to make nobody mad.
Sure you do. That's what we do here. Here's what I think the Phillies can do this week. Now, because there's the extra wild cards, I don't think the Braves are going to be buried for the playoffs no matter what happens this week.
No, they're still going to be relevant.
You could win 85, 86 games and still make the playoffs. So recovering from a really bad start is possible. But I will say this. If the Braves get swept this week and they're 1 and because they're 1 and 8 right now, so they'd be 1 and 11, they're not winning the division off of 1 and 11.
Yeah, that's a tough start.
I think they'd be done for the division. I think it'd be a 2-team race between the Phillies and the Mets. If the
declare the Braves.
The Braves are eliminated from the NL East contention if they get swept this week. If we sweep them, I will come in here
on the heater
from 1 and 11.
I mean, let me
1 and because they're 1 and 8, right? The math would be 1 and 11. If we sweep them, we eliminate them from the NL East. That's what I'm saying right now. They won't recover from that. Who recovers from 1 and 11 to win a division?
That L to the Marlins, though.
It did take an L to the Marlins.
It took it, and the other game was postponed.
It was postponed, Sunday. All right, what do we
got
feeling
beat down
here?
by the Fathers. The Fathers beat them down.
And so did the Dodgers. And they got beat down by everybody. So tonight we get Wheeler and Sale. Tomorrow we're going to get Grant Holmes and Taijuan Walker. That feels like the game we could get a bunch of runs in. And then on Thursday, we get Luzardo and Schwellenbach. We got 2 good pitching matchups in this one, Hugh. Luzardo and Schwellenbach and Wheeler and Sale. And then your guy, your guy tomorrow goes for 2 in a row. Taijuan and Grant Holmes tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to pitch. I believe in him. I think he'll pitch well.
In Atlanta? Against the Braves?
Yeah, even though it's a big ass ballpark. I'm looking at the Braves schedule. It lightens up a little bit after they play us. They got Tampa Bay, Toronto, Minnesota. St. Louis don't look like though, but yeah. They could get back in it a little bit.
So you won't agree with me that they're eliminated
I
from
think it's too early.
contention
I
if
think
they
it's
get
too
swept?
early. I think it's a little bit too early for that.
I'm just trying to tell everyone. The Braves, if the
we
Braves
still
get swept,
we still ain't got summertime yet. It was freezing this morning.
The Braves would be eliminated if they're swept this week. That's all. Yeah, it was very cold this morning.
It was brick.
I will agree with you on this. It did not feel like baseball weather.
It did not. It was not baseball weather.
It was in the
if they were playing
30s.
Here, I would have been upset. If we'd had to be at the ballpark, I'd have been a little bit in my feelings.
That booth does have heat, Hugh. Yeah. It's not like we're outside.
Yeah, but I got to walk to the booth.
Do you know what the temperature is going to be tomorrow morning?
70 degrees.
Tomorrow morning, we have a freeze.
Do not say 29 degrees.
We have a freeze warning.
Man, stop it.
Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., it will be 29 degrees out.
You know what?
29.
Shout out to all the people that turned their AC on this week.
I did on Saturday.
and put all your sweaters in storage.
I got that heat right back on last night. It's cold.
Man, because this is what makes this weather so bad. We were bamboozled and hoodwinked a week ago when we went to opening day, and it was beautiful.
75, yeah.
And now we over here freezing our tails off, and we put all our winter clothes up and refuse to go back and dig them out.
Did this happen to you?
No, I don't have any winter clothes. I don't But I almost went and grabbed a jacket this morning. But then I was like, I'm not walking back in the house. I'm here.
It seems like it happens every day.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. But I woke up and I was like, damn.
You could just leave the coat in the truck. Have you thought about that?
I might do that. Because I turned the AC on. And then I woke up this morning, it was frigid.
Yeah, it's too cold for that. All right, Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. How about this poll? Have you lost patience with Alec Bohm? Hugh, guess the percentages on this. What's your guess on where people come down on Bohm? Have you lost patience with Bohm? Yes or no?
63%. I'm going to say 63% yes.
50-50. A dead split down the middle. 50-50.
She didn't do that good of a job.
Yeah, that's an L for you.
Well, I mean, there's the ones that have the third eye. They're listening.
Yeah, they're not listening.
We all have an eye on Bohm. I've seen him throw his helmet. I've seen him throw a temper tantrum. I've seen him hit the ball on the ground.
I just don't understand how. Every year we do this with baseball in particular. You just give up on the guy already. I mean, I'm not scolding anybody, chastising.
Years. No,
I'm not chastising.
You kind of are.
I'm not. I'm just like, it's too early. And it's too early on twofold, really. It's too early to say that Sosa's going to be that guy, even though he's making a strong case.
I agree with you on that. Sosa has to show he could be a true everyday guy. Yeah,
and that's why you have to. You got to give him a little bit more leash. But he's getting the side eye. He's definitely getting the side eye. A little bit more leash.
Yeah, he's about out of here if it's up to me. Jack is in Norristown. What's up, Jack?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good, Jack. What's up?
You're having a hell of a day, man. You've been right all day.
Hey, Jack, but
why would you do that?
Hey, Jack, I'm the only one that know it, though. I'll be trying to bring it with me every day, man. It's like I can't. They don't want to go.
I haven't heard one thing he said all day.
They don't want to. They don't want to go.
Nonsense.
They don't want to. They don't want to go.
He's
they
right
don't want to go.
He's right about Bohm, Jack.
Look,
they don't want to go.
I'm gonna tell it like it is, boys. I don't lie.
He don't lie.
But Bohm, that caller from the Country Hopping, Dennis, he said it all. Bohm's a good player. Before the second half of last season, he was our number 2 clutch hitter behind Harper. And the guy, I think he needs a sports psychologist myself. I mean, he's 28 years old. He's been spoiled all his life, probably. He's his babied and this and that. But he's got to grow up. That's true. But the Phillies, too, they shouldn't have made it so public that they were trying to get rid of him. And I think other teams made a mistake not grabbing him. The guy can hit. He made himself into a pretty good fielder, and I like the guy.
So, Jack, I agree with you on the Phillies point. I think they made a mistake making it as public as they did. That right, especially because they didn't trade him then, right? So, yeah. But Jack, I got to push back on how good of a player he is. I mean, what do you mean he can hit? He's a 275 career hitter, 15 home runs a year. There's nothing special here.
Well, hey, how many 275 hitters are there in the big leagues? There ain't too many.
Well, there's enough, and there's enough guys that can hit 15,
here's another
average
thing.
15 home runs at third base.
He's not a home run hitter.
I understand
He's a singles and doubles guy.
Then
he's not a home run hitter.
I got you, but why are we waiting 6 years? What are we waiting for? What am I waiting for with Alec Bohm? What's the return on my investment here?
He's a good player. He comes, like I said, he's clutch.
Not really.
He was before. And you talk about him fading in October. He's not the only guy that faded in October. Most of that team faded in October. The relief pitching faded. The hitting faded. And I'm not a fan of the manager. I don't think he should have set him down Sunday because he sure didn't help his psyche by setting him down Sunday. I know Sosa had 2 hits. But play Sosa every day for a month. See what he hits.
Well, I'd like to. I'd rather give it a shot.
Joe there.
I'd like
to.
See I want to see. He's got multiple hits in 5 games in a row. All right, Jack, who's your vote for the championship here? Long Talking Hugh or Told You So Douglas?
I got to go with Long Talking Hugh.
Long Talking Hugh. That's your biggest fan right there. Jack, appreciate it. He said you were right about everything.
Yeah. I am.
Well, that's
but you know what?
Not true.
I will say this. I'm having a little bit of dilemma though, Joe.
Okay.
You know, because I need to know, and open this up to the people.
Oh boy.
How much camo is too much camo?
For your wardrobe?
Like your wardrobe. Like, cause
Well,
I've heard,
you're hunting?
Well, no, but I don't know a man on this planet that doesn't have at least 2 or 3 camo things in his closet.
Now you do.
You don't have anything camo in your closet?
No.
I have
like camo hoodie,
1 or 2.
It doesn't have to be the standard camo. It could be like the off-color camo.
Yeah, I think I have one or 2.
You don't have anything camo?
But how many do you have?
I like camo. I like camo cargo pants.
I know. We noticed.
And but I remember somebody saying that women don't like guys that wear a lot of camo. I remember that because
is this about dating?
No, it's not about dating. It's about I just want to know like how much camo is too much camo.
Are you concerned you've crossed that line?
If you're not a hunter, any amount of camo is too much.
I'm not
camo.
a hunter, but I like camo though. And I just want to know because like I got like 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 pair of camo pants. But I like camo pants.
10 pairs of camo pants?
Yeah.
Unless you are killing your food to eat it, you
I
got
some of them leaf pants too. Like I wore them couple weeks ago. The
Yeah.
Leafs with the look like it was some leaves.
Yeah, and my uneducated opinion is you've crossed the line. You got too much camo.
That's why when I went in Cabela's, I got overwhelmed because there's some nice camo stuff in there, man.
Maybe Cabela's isn't for you right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like maybe a camo. I was thinking about getting like a camo jacket.
You don't even wear your jackets.
Well, eventually.
Okay.
I'm wear one.
So this is just we just needed to ask.
I was just asking how much is too much camo.
My take is you have enough already. I think you hit the pause button on camo. Just for now. Maybe less trips to Cabela's.
I need to get me some. I just was thinking, man, maybe one more, two more.
Let's go to Nick in Marlton. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey,
what's
Nick,
going
what's
on,
up?
man?
Hey, Hugh. I just want to thank you. It was like a year and a half ago. You were kind enough to take a picture with me at Ox Medford. You're real nice. We chatted for a second.
I was?
Yeah, you were.
You could just say you're welcome.
You're at Ox Medford.
No, he kind of threw me off when he said I was nice. For real? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no, there was actually one guy in there that kept coming up to you. You were trying to watch a game. You're getting irritated. You're all watching.
I was
That
like,
makes
oh,
more
nice.
sense.
Okay, that's cute.
Well,
I
he
don't know
likes
what
you,
it is
Nick.
with that
Yeah.
place. And it's span of I think it was 3 years or something. I've seen David Akers there. Trey Thomas would go in there twice a month. John Runyon's been in there 2 or 3 times.
This is the place to go. I wonder who the next Eagle's going to be.
Eagles hotspot.
Yeah, we got to start like a little pool there. Who's the next Eagle to go? Yeah.
So talking about Alec Bohm, I think he doesn't have a good attitude. I think that, you get a first round guy that super prospect, but the other guy said, probably been spoiled his whole life. I don't know that. I do know that I don't mean to bring this into it. I'm not trying to talk negative about any reporters or anything, but I know he started dating that girl right around the time he started slumping.
Hugh has brought this up. Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, man. I be knowing things.
Well, but listen, we all saw that too. You're not the only one that knows this.
Yeah, but I'm the only one that'll speak on it, though.
Well, listen, he's welcome to have whatever relationship he wants. I need offense at third base.
Yeah, he need the balance.
He needs to figure it out.
He need to get that work-life balance together.
I just don't think he's going to. The Phillies need to win, and they need to win either this year or next year. The team's not getting any younger. I've said this before. Castellanos isn't, but he's done after next year. Romuto's, unless he has a standout year this year, he's pretty much done after this year. With the exclusion of pitching, some of these pitchers stay good until they're 37, 38. But a lot of these guys, Schwarber, he's still hitting, but he's going to be 34, 35 coming up.
Yep.
And it needs to be done now. And just after doing a little research, you look at the league and a lot of the third basemen in the league, there's not a lot of these guys are 32 to 35 years old. If you look at all the starters around the league, there's not really that many options for somebody that's coming up on their, final rookie year contract to trade for or whatnot.
I think that's part of why they ended up keeping him, Nick, because they didn't. If they traded him, I'm not sure what they would have gotten, and then they'd have to replace him, right? They would have to find a new third baseman, so it complicates it because he's frustrating, but they also got to find the next third baseman if they move on.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
Nick?
I think he lost us.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay.
Hi.
So
How you doing?
Living down in Tampa for a little bit, I got a guy that I think it's a little bit on the older side, clubhouse leader, would be a great move, getting somebody like Yandy Diaz.
Oh, I love
a
him.
little bit older that can hit the ball.
Yeah, he puts the bat on the ball, too.
He's up
Yep.
on a free agency.
Yep.
Bring somebody like him in, have him platoon with Sosa, because I think I'd rather have Sosa any day than Bohm right now.
Oh, me too.
And
yeah.
they need to bring, a good veteran who can, hit the ball in. And I think that's going to solve, a gap in this team right now, because basically what it comes down to, they need to win and they need to win now. And it needs to get done. And I don't think I don't see him being a part of the future.
The clock is ticking, Nick. You're right. And I like Diaz. He's a good player down in Tampa. All right, Nick, are you ready for your vote on the matchup? Who do you got for the championship? Told You So Douglas or Long Talking Hugh?
I got to go with Told You So Douglas.
Told You So.
I like that. It's got a good ring to it.
Yeah,
Neck
it
and
does.
neck.
And we hear him every day. Nick, we appreciate it. This one's going to be a barn burner. I think we're going to have a classic here in the championship. Told You So, Long Talking, because we do really Most days we hear from both when you think about it. You long talk to start the show, and then at some point you remind us when you were right about something.
Yeah.
Like your 8-leg parlay.
I don't do that. I'm just saying I did hit. I'm the only one hit an 8-leg parlay though. I did do that. Like on a whim.
It was November.
I don't like how you just assume that's true. Like,
What's
how
that?
would you know if
Did you hit
nobody
8-leg
else?
parlay?
Yes, Q. I've hit plenty
Recently?
of 8-leg parlays.
When?
I don't
In
know.
the
At
last-
the beginning of the tournament, maybe like 6. Okay. You place one damn bet and it hits.
Listen,
And it paid out
You're a
$40.
nightmare.
I just like how that bothers Kyle so much. That I said
We've
that.
all hit
Because it's not a thing. Everybody's hit. Everyone who bets has hit a big
When's the last
parlay
time you hit
before.
8-leg parlay?
I don't know. I don't care.
I know when I hit
That's
one.
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You ever tell anyone what it was? It was an NFL
I know
money,
hey,
money line
all I know
parlay.
is-
You are a coward.
All I know is
8-leg money line?
Oh,
You
you're a
can't pick
coward.
8
Call me
winners.
You
names.
pick a bunch of
Call me
minus
names.
400 favorites.
He did.
Call me names.
Oh.
Call me names.
He picked
I
a
hit
bunch,
8-leg parlay.
He picked a bunch of
You
teams
make me
that were
sick.
9-point favorites, and he's walking around here
Hey, I didn't
in
say.
the
Hey,
year
listen.
of the favorite.
Don't nobody care how the sausage was made. You just make the sausage.
Yeah, but some sausage is better than others.
That ain't had nothing to do with what we talking about.
Well,
It just felt poignant at that time.
it did not. Let's go
8-leg. I hit the 8-leg parlay though. That's all I know.
and this is
my
why I told.
story.
This is why I
I don't
told
give
you
a
so.
shit.
I'm
Douglas
just saying.
is
I'm
in the title
the
game.
last
You
person
are.
to hit an 8-leg parlay here
The worst part of
How do you know?
because.
what do you
Did
mean?
you hit an 8-leg parlay?
You're talking.
Did you hit
talking
one?
about between us
Wait a
three?
minute, did you hit one? Did you hit one?
I'm
Did
about
you,
to-
did, Joe, did you
you're-
hit one?
You're pissing me off so bad.
I'm going.
I know.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm going on FanDuel right now, and I'm
What?
putting in an 8-leg parlay.
And when you hit
Yeah,
it,
we're tired of
No,
you.
no. Here's what I'm
and
doing.
when you hit it, let me know.
I'm going to put one in every single day until I hit one, just so you can't say
Yeah,
you're the
I'm
last one on the show
yeah.
to do it.
Yep.
I don't
Tired of it.
care. I don't care if I drain my account down to 0.
I'm the last one to hit 8-leg parlay.
For
on this show.
now,
8-leg parlay.
You
8-leg
are-
parlay.
One
Well,
cares.
put that in the seating next year. 8-leg parlay Douglas. He ain't going
That's
nowhere.
a first-round exit. You are on
Bounced.
borrowed time here.
Getting blown out by 30 in round one.
borrowed
Ain't
time.
won nothing since.
Yeah, your account's empty.
It's beyond empty.
Yeah, let's go to Self in North Philly. What's up, Self?
Yo, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's up,
What's
Self?
up, man?
Hey, look, I got 3 quick points to make,
Mhm.
man. First off, it's a difference, Joe, between. Well, first off, I agree for once with something that Kyle said. I
That's
want
not- that's
veterans
not good.
here.
Uh-oh.
Experience is the best teacher, man, and it brings you
All depends on what
leadership.
you're talking about.
I don't need to see NFL be college 2.0. I said this last year. I don't want to see a bunch of rookies running around an NFL football league.
Mhm.
That's not what it is. That's what college is for. So I need to see NFL be NFL. So get some vets in here. To at least that's one of the problems. They don't have enough rookies sitting behind vets and learning to play the game and just throwing you. Well, how they say it, throwing you out of the pot.
Throwing you
into
through the fire, yeah, out of the frying pan into the
You know
fire.
what I'm saying? Like, we're not doing that. Like, let's get the vets in here and let's restore some leadership in this thing. Secondly, Joe, I think you're confusing 2 things, man. Is mental toughness, and then there's self-frustration. I think he's frustrated with himself because he's not producing. I don't think it's a temper tantrum towards the other team or towards the Phillies or the fans or the media. I think it's towards himself. As a former athlete myself, you're harder on yourself and more critical of yourself than anybody else is. My daughter struck out twice her last softball game last week, and she sat on the side and felt like she was letting her team down. I had to tell her, you're not the only one that struck out. She went back up the bat. She had a 2 RBI hit, and then she walked. So it was just like I told her, you had to have short-term memory. This is something that all athletes go. Clearly, Kyle never played a sport in his life, so he wouldn't know.
I would walk you up and down.
Stop playing, man. I'll take your little young ass to school.
No, you wouldn't.
Now,
You'd crumble.
Just so you know, I think he's dealing with more mental frustration because you can't have he goes out on the field and produces on defense. So he's not totally melting down. You know what I mean? He's not totally melting down. He's still in it. He's just frustrated with himself at that. And then the last thing that I want to say to y'all, man, is as far as Nola, y'all get this dude too many passes. Stop giving this dude credit for what he did and stop giving him passes for his pass. Let's talk about the last 2 seasons. You talk about Bohm getting benched. Well, he lost his number 2 spot. And don't give me that righty-lefty no more than you give me they sat Bohm for rest. He lost his number 2 spot because they're losing confidence in him.
Well, yeah, he's been surpassed. Yeah, Luzardo and Sanchez both look like better pitchers right now. And maybe they are.
And he might drop the 4.
Nola's given the Phillies way more than Bohm ever has.
Well, that's for sure. 10 times more.
It's not even close.
I will take Bohm on my team before I take
Oh, that's a joke.
Stop.
And I'm going with told because you ain't gonna do it. I'm going with told you so, Hugh.
Told you so, Hugh. Or we got a barn burner here. Self, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, Nola's done 10 times. I mean, maybe 15 times as much for this franchise than Alec Bohm has done. I mean, what has Alec Bohm ever done here? Did I miss something special in the postseason? Aaron Nola clinched the playoff spot for the first time in 11 years of 2022. He went to St. Louis and pitched well in the postseason. He pitched well here against the Braves. Like, what did I miss? What's the big moment that Alec Bohm has ever had? Jeez, these Bohm people are driving me crazy.
Now you with these.
Now I am with these people. As I'm trying to put together an 8-leg parlay just so you could stop saying the last one to hit it. 215-592-9494.
You got to bet baseball. What you bet? Us over the Braves.
Yeah, I got the Phillies. I'm doing cross sport here.
Okay.
Got some NBA games, NHL games. I don't even know anything about. I'm taking a minus 320. Are the Sharks any good? They're minus 320 now. They better be good. I just took them my parlay. 215-592-9494. Final hour for your calls with Bohm. And either the Eagles should trade their first-round pick for a veteran. Plus, you don't know what happens at the other side. 1 o'clock. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. And the Bracket of Hughes will have a champion. It's the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn. It's like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. So when you walk in, you feel whether it's the freshest organic produce or those gluten-free crackers that taste totally delicious. Or it's simply the sight of a million easy dinner options that are also healthy. This is that Sprouts feeling.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course, your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Florida bested Houston and crowned themselves national champions last night, in large part because they handled the moment better than anyone else. Down 9 points or more in the Elite Eight, the Final Four, and last night's championship game, they showed fortitude and toughness under the starkest of pressure. Give them credit, they're champions.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
Yes, it is that time of day. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. We dive into a different mock draft somewhere on the internet and react to what the Eagles, and in this one, maybe what a few rivals do. Let's go to it. Mel Kiper's latest, Hugh, over at ESPN.
What Mel talking about?
Well, no, he's got a 2-round mock, which makes this one interesting for us to react to. Number 1, Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. See, the one we did yesterday had him named Cameron Ward. Again, he's got a much better shot if he's Cam Ward. That sounds like a quarterback name. Cam Ward, number 1, to Tennessee. Number 2, the Browns select Travis Hunter, wide receiver / corner, Colorado.
I feel bad for that kid.
Going to Cleveland. Gets to play with Myles Garrett, though. That's
well, yeah,
that's a
yeah,
cool combo.
defensively, yeah. But he ain't gonna win a whole lot of games.
No. I find him to be the most intriguing player in the draft, just because I want to see if a team gives him a chance to really play both sides of the ball, a lot, not just a couple snaps. I mean, like really be a two-way player. Yeah. I think it'd be so cool to watch.
Yeah. He's not going to get a whole lot of burn at receiver not on that squad. Your boy there, though, right? Kenny Two Gloves.
He might be their guy. He might be their starter.
Do we buy when Travis Hunter says he thinks he could play 100% of the snaps?
Yeah, I think he believes it. I mean,
until he actually goes through it.
He might get worn down. What an advantage, though, like team building. Imagine if you have it's one player that is two players. I mean, it's a huge advantage. Number 3, the New York Giants select Abdul Carter, They list him as a linebacker, edge, whatever.
The Giants.
Rusher.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're drafting high. That's a shame.
That Abdul would have to go there.
Yeah.
All right, keep the Giants in mind, Hugh, because I want to. This is a 2-round mock. I want your reaction if this ends up happening. So they take Abdul Carter with their first pick at number 3. Number 4, Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU to the Patriots. Number 5, Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan to Jacksonville. Let's go down to the Eagles pick. A name that we hit last week. He was in one of our mock drafts, and we talked about it a little bit. James Pierce, outside linebacker, edge rusher, Tennessee. Here's what Kuiper wrote about him. There are mixed opinions around the league on whether Pierce is a first-rounder, but he has the traits to develop into a speedy disruptor in the right system. He had 17.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons that ranked second in the nation in pressure rate last season. Hugh, I think when we discussed him last week, you compared his body type to Javon Curse.
Javon Curse. He's a little bit taller than Javon, man, but has that body type, got those long arms, man, and is lean. Javon got after the quarterback, man. He was no joke. Got off the ball well. And those long arms served him extremely well getting after the quarterback.
I do think, back to our discussion earlier about the Eagles' needs and defense and veterans, it's interesting how Kuiper framed the Eagles right now. He wrote, being able to get after the quarterback is important for Vic Fangio's defense, and there's a glaring void now on the edge. A glaring
void.
Glaring void.
Glaring.
That's pretty big.
Well, I mean, they of course.
They're just not listening to you. That's all.
And of course, you're going to write it up and make yourself sound
Super Bowl syndrome. Okay?
That ain't what it is.
All right, now
you've been diagnosed.
I will throw at you the Eagles' second-round pick because it's a 2-round mock.
I had an A-leg.
Well, guess what?
No one cares.
I put one in the break. If I hit one tonight, you'll never hear the end of this because you will not be the most recent member of the show to hit one. Okay? Just anyone could willy-nilly win an 8-leg
but I willy-nilly did.
Well, you did. And we'll see if I do too. All right. Let's react to the second round in Kuiper's mock. We'll get to the Eagles pick. But Hugh, I'm curious if you think this would be reason for us to kind of look over there and say, maybe it's going to improve. All right, so we know the Commanders are a good team now, right? We know the Cowboys stink. And one thing that's been certain for a while in the NFC East is the Giants stink too. So in this mock, they get Abdul Carter at number 3. Hugh, your thought if they land Jalen Milroe, quarterback Alabama, with their second-round pick, number 34, would that give you a reason to say, maybe they're going to turn it around at some point? What do you think of Milroe?
Going to the Giants? I think that he'd be a quarterback that they would develop. You got 2 other quarterbacks there.
Do you think he could play? I've seen some comps to Lamar.
You know what's funny with Jalen? It almost feels like when Nick Saban left, that's kind of when, he had one, I think it was his rookie year, freshman year. He looked like he was trending upwards.
Yeah, they went to the Rose Bowl, lost to Michigan.
Yeah, and then he just kind of fell off a little bit. So to your point, I think if he gets the right coaching, he could be a pretty good player, but it all depends on who's coaching him.
Yeah, I think he's intriguing. I mean, the way people talk about him is similar to Lamar when he came out of Louisville. Like needs a lot of work throwing the ball, but boy, his legs are.
I will say
something.
this. The reason why I don't think it would be a good fit with the Giants because they're not going to be there that much longer.
Oh, the coaching staff.
Oh, they about to fire those cats.
Sure, yeah.
So now you talking about they picked him at quarterback, they get fired, and now. Well, hell, it's kind of like the situation here with Jalen, in a sense.
Yeah, Doug had him for a year, and then they brought Sirianni in.
It just all depends because you got to have a quarterback, man. If he gets with the right coach, I think, he'll be fine. But that coaching staff that they have there is not the right coach.
Yeah, I'd prefer him to go somewhere else. He feels like a guy that has some upside. All right, let's go to the final pick in the second round. It's a 2-round mock by Kuiper. So round 1, they take James Pierce or Hughes comp to Javon Curse. All right, second round, number 64. The Philadelphia Eagles select Kevin Winston Jr., a safety at a Penn State. Here's what Kuiper wrote. The Eagles close out round 2 by staying in state. Winston played only 2 games last season after suffering a knee injury, but he had 40 tackles and 5 pass breakups the prior year. He could help replace Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Kevin Winston Jr., a safety at a Penn State. So you know what? Does this mean defense is no longer luxury if they take an edge and a safety their first 2 picks?
Well,
he will spin it.
No, it's not really. But I mean, you need defensive players, and we said that because you're kind of thin in the secondary. But your allocated resources are still on the offensive side of the ball. So yeah.
Well, but their draft picks would be.
Oh no, you're replenishing the ranks.
Draft picks, not resources.
They are resources.
I mean, I wasn't
the spin
saying
is outrageous.
Well, I wasn't spinning. I just said the money is still allocated to the offensive.
No, you
side
said
of the ball.
resources. That's where
Okay, resources, money, Resource, same thing. They're allocated to one side of
okay,
the ball.
But draft picks are also
Yeah, they are, and they're young. I don't have a problem with it, but the offense is still going to have to lead the way. That's what they're banking on. That's why they went out. That's why they went out and gave Saquon Barkley more money, and then went out and got another running back.
And then signed Zack
Wheeler.
Yeah.
Do you
after they did all that?
All right, big picture question.
Maybe before.
Do you mind? Do you mind taking a player that missed all of last season after September? Like, does that concern you, or you're like, he's healthy now, he's a good player. I don't worry that he missed a lot of last year because this player only played a game last year.
Yeah, you know what? Who got drafted and didn't play a whole season and went high? Micah Parsons.
Yeah, but that was COVID. He wasn't hurt,
but he still didn't play.
No, I know, but look, the Eagles had success with this with Landon Dickerson. Dickerson came in here hurt, and then he played great. But
I don't like to answer your question, Joe. I don't have a problem with him being hurt and not playing.
Who was the guy, Kyle, the corner, 2017, Sidney Jones? The corner out of Washington?
From Washington, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look,
it was a bum.
It's a hit or miss. You take an injured player or a guy that missed his last season, and you wonder, like, or you could get an under the value. You know, if he played, maybe he would have been a first-round pick. So it's just something to keep in mind. But he's a Maryland kid who went to Penn State and played well before the injury. So 2 defensive players: Kevin Winston Jr., safety; James Pierce, edge
I'm cool
rusher.
with that.
Thought you want offense. Thought you're Mr. Wide Receiver.
No, listen. I understand that this defense has been depleted. I get that, and I know that's what.
Finally, the last horse crosses the finish line.
Never said it wasn't depleted, but if we got the receiver, what was the receiver's name that ran a 4.2 from
Matthew Golden?
Yeah, if we got him, that wouldn't get your juices flowing for the offense.
Well, but for the offense, but I worry. Defense is what the team needs.
And if this defense goes into the season and they're giving up, if they average 20 points a game, that's still not bad. With that offense being as high powered as it is.
But that's a big difference than last year.
That is, but it's still a good defense, though. Still a good defense. It's not the smothering defense that beat the Kansas City Chiefs, but that's still a good defense.
Cameron Curl is the comp for the safety. Curl's had a good career. I would take a player like that in the second round. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here and your votes for the championship round of the bracket of Hugh. We will crown a champion. Hugh will cut down the nets coming up in the next segment. Jay and Phillies up, talking Eagles NFL draft as well. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, Jay. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, man. So I only want us to make the pick at 32 if we get in a value pick. If a dude fell to 32, that's great at higher than cool. Or we can even move up and get something that we really need. Other than that, man, we can trade that 32nd pick, man, for later consideration. We don't even need to move back in the draft because we got enough picks in the back end of the draft. So that's where I am with the draft. And as far as bringing in a free agent, it's no guarantee. I mean, we brought in Bryce Huff. Like, I don't know why, it's just we need an older guy. Like, the younger guys have to step up. That's what happens with great teams. It's not that you go out and get a leader from somewhere else. The guys who have been around great leadership take a step up. Now, somebody on your show said Jalen Carter was a nutcase. I won't say who, but Jalen Carter has to be a leader along with Zack Wheeler, who's not a super young guy. These Georgia guys have won in college. They've been to national championship games. They've been to Super Bowls now. They're Super Bowl champions. Why in the world would you not think that they can step up and be the leaders that we need with all the winning that they've done?
So, Jay, I think they can. My question is if they need someone else to help. Like when Jalen Carter got here, let's use him for an example. And I don't think I was the only one who had some concerns with the off-the-field stuff. Would he be mature enough? And he's turned into a great player. Jay, it probably helped him that he had Fletcher Cox in that room with him his first year. Like, we've lost all the vets, and I wonder now who's leading. Are the young kids ready to be the leaders, or do we still need a leader to help the young kids grow more?
So it's not like their leadership, like we're the Jacksonville Jaguars, and their leadership came from those guys. It came from winning guys who had already won a Super Bowl and were ultimate team players in Fletch and Brandon Graham.
Yep.
So it's not even like it's 1 year. They had 1 year with Fletch, but they had a couple years with Brandon Graham.
Yes, definitely.
Also, too, and they're super winners. It's not like also, too, these guys didn't win. These guys really are winners on top of it. And learning from Fletch and Brandon Graham, man, I think that they will be fine. Also, too, and we got a 70-year-old coach. We don't got a 39-year-old whiz kid defensive coordinator, man, who don't know, who might get, stressed under pressure. We got a 70-year-old guy who's seen it all, man, and they love him, sort of like the guys used to love Jim Johnson. So I'm cool with them taking over because of where the culture is. And yes, Kyle said the culture left, but guess what? The culture didn't leave. A couple of the guys that set the culture left, and now we just continue this culture going forward.
Well, that's the ideal. And if they could do that, then that's great. All right, Jay, what do you got for us for your winner? Who should move on? Long talk and Hugh, or Told You So, Douglas?
Told You So, Douglas doesn't have the same effect with me after he came in. It was so condescendingly cool to everybody after he was right about Taiwan Walker. So I don't I don't even know about that guy anymore. He's changed on us. So I guess I'm going to go with Told You So. Long Talk.
Long Talk.
Also,
okay.
too, Joe, one thing, Joe, though, you got to do a 9-game parlay, a 9-leg. If you hit an 8, you've just done what he's done.
All
so
right.
He's going to be like, it's about time.
Damn it, Jay. I was saving that.
Hold on.
It's
a good idea. Let me see if I can cash out of the 8 and add one in for the 9. Jay, good call on that. All right, Jay, we got you.
You've knocked people off of Told You So, Douglas, because of how annoying it is.
What you mean? No, he said because I didn't do I Told You So.
Oh, then I'm cashing out over
he
here.
He said I basically, I took the high road. That's what he was saying. He said he wanted me to be, basically he said he wanted me to be petty.
Sounded annoyed by.
Well, he was annoyed that I wasn't petty.
You know what? He's right, though. You had a chance to seal this thing for Told You So, Douglas. You were supposed to peacock in here last week after Taiwan.
I have too much respect for y'all, man, and I know Kyle, with his silence, was not really loving that day.
Respect for us.
Yeah.
You say you have respect for us when you're right that you're not going to peacock.
I don't need to do that.
The Eagles had the best defense in franchise history, won the Super Bowl. A month later,
they got rid of most of them.
A month later, you pretended that didn't matter and said, I'm still right anyway.
I still was right.
No,
I was right.
That's the opposite of true.
No, I'm just saying I was still right because we paid Saquon Barkley first.
Well, so
that was a priority.
Well, we actually don't know if that's true.
Well, what stores were reported first?
Because we don't know whose deal was in place first. The news broke for Saquon first, but
for the purpose of my argument, whose story broke first?
No, this isn't for the purpose of your argument.
Well, it kind of is.
No, it's not.
Okay,
we're not going for what helps you the most. We're going for what actually happened.
Who was the first?
It was reported that the Bond deal might have been in place before the Saquon one.
Whose deal was reported done first?
So again, we're going off of the
that's why
purposes
I'm
of your
just saying.
argument and not what actually
I'm just
happened.
saying, but no, what actually happened was
spin Dr. Douglas.
No, okay. To your point,
you're stretching the truth.
To your point, I apologize. Let me frame it a different way.
Cut that audio.
What had actually happened first, then, Kyle? What was actually reported first?
That's my point. Is that we don't know which one actually happened. No.
I'm not asking for all the labor pain. Show me the baby.
I'm giving you the truth, buddy.
Okay, show me the baby. I don't need to know about the labor pain.
I will show you the baby. We don't know who was first.
Well, who was reported first?
Again, different question.
No,
and now you're just trying to find things that support your side of the argument and not what the actual truth is.
Don't want to hear about the labor pains.
I'm hearing about your labor pains.
Show me the baby. And the baby in this case,
stretch marks.
It's
disgusting.
And it becomes personal right there. And in this case, Saquon Barkley signed first.
No, we don't. We don't know
They
that.
shouldn't have paid him anyway.
Now you mad about that?
I was mad the day it happened. Why'd they pay him extra money?
Yeah, they gave him before they gave Zach Bond his deal.
It was reported that the Bond deal was in place before.
Yeah,
well, it was reported, but it was actually a done deal. Saquon.
That's
the truth. Yeah.
The truth is Saquon deal was done first.
No, that was what came across Twitter first.
It was Zach was see Joe arguing one thing and Kyle arguing something else.
Because we have the ultimate spin going from here.
It's not a spin. It's the truth.
No, it's absolutely
okay. When I go back in archives and look who signed first.
No.
And I look at the date.
No, because you're conflating what was public first.
Did you call?
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't that ain't that the only thing that matters? What was public first?
Did you call your prescription into the doctor?
I got my prescription.
No, not
that.
You
talking about for the Super? It's not the Super Bowl hangover.
You have Super Bowl syndrome.
It's truth, and y'all can't handle the truth.
No, it's spin.
Can't handle the truth.
I gave so much truth about Alec Bohm today. Everyone spins it their way. No
here's
one likes
the thing.
truth.
I'm gonna ask Kyle the question again and watch how he answers. Who signed first, Kyle?
We don't know.
See, we do know.
No, we don't.
Whose story was reported?
No. Okay. Then now ask me who was reported first. Saquon. That's correct.
You've
lost
the plot. Is this about the Saquon or the 8-leg parlay? Which one is it? Because you're mad about something.
It's about all of it.
All right.
Pissing me off.
I have an update on the parlay.
Can't take it.
I appreciate your honesty. I really
I do have an update on the parlay situation.
What you got?
They're not letting me cash out without taking half of my bet.
Is that right? So you stuck.
Screw them. I'm keeping the 8-leg parlay. I'm not losing
And you
half.
want to talk about me being frugal? How much money you put down, Joe? $5?
No, it's a $2 bet like yours.
That's a host job.
It's a host job. I was going to cash it out and then just put an extra leg in and go for the 9-legger. Listen, if I hit an 8-leg parlay tonight with no research, I just threw a bunch of favorites in for tonight, then you can't peacock around here.
Yes, I can.
You hit one in November.
But okay, you hit the most recent one, but it's only 2 of us on here hit an 8-leg parlay. This just gonna change that. Kyle hit one.
Past your prime, old man.
Kyle hit
Tired
one.
of it.
All right,
let me put me a parlay in for the night.
Good.
Last time you tried this,
You know what? And then I'll ask who lost an 8-leg parlay the most
I'm
recently.
gonna put a 10-leg parlay. When I hit this 10-leg parlay, don't nobody say nothing to me.
Hold on, everyone, hold on. The last time you tried this, he forgot his password to get in his app. All right, so just everyone relax.
Hey, no, they was like, I ain't been in this so long. They was like, are you sure this is you? I had to do like what they say, that 2-part verification. I had to do 10-part verification.
The feds are on the way. They know about you. Cashmere in the Poconos, sockets from Alec Bohm. What's up, Cashmere?
What's going on there, Joe? How you doing, man? And how you doing, guys?
A lot going on here today, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I can see. I mean, these Alec Bohm callers, Joe, I'm sorry. I just don't see what they're seeing. I mean, it's year 6.
It's out of control.
It's year 6 with Alec Bohm. I mean, I understand, if this was year 3 or year 2 of Alec Bohm, I would understand. I'd say, okay, let's be a little more patient. Let's see what he can do. He's just a young player. He just wants to perform well. That's why he's just growing up right now. No, it's year 6. It's year 6, and we're still waiting for Alec Bohm to grow up. And it's not his play on the field is bad enough, Joe. But if his play on the field is as bad as his attitude off the field, it's disgraceful. You can't put up with this.
It is disgraceful. And I'm glad you mentioned the 6-year mark again. I just want to put in perspective for everyone how long 6 years is.
Year 6.
By year 6 of Carson Wentz's career, he was a Colt. 6 years is a long time to expect an athlete to just figure it out and change and grow up. I mean, enough is enough. Go and play well. And if you don't, sit down and we'll trade you.
And if I can, Hugh, I wanted to kind of get back to what you said before.
Yes.
Because this is towards you, man. I love you, bro.
But
I will say, I got to say, you said when you talked to your psychiatrist early in the show, I was listening, and you said you can't fundamentally change who you are. You can only adjust who you are.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's year 6 of Alec Bohm, and he's not changed who he is. Isn't this just who Alec Bohm is? He's just a petulant child who can't get out of his own way. He's a frail athlete who maybe just can't make it in a big town like Philadelphia.
Well, see, and this is where I don't believe that to be the case, because getting a little bit deeper into that, because a lot of what Alec Bohm did allowed him to get to this point in his career, correct? So that's when he says that, and this is where my psychiatrist was talking about, Dr. George James. He was like, a lot of what made you who you are is what put you in the position that you're in. Now, there are certain things that you could be self-aware about, but to talk about changing, you really can't do that, but you could be more aware and more cognizant of how the way you are might affect other people. And I don't think that's the part where I don't think he's there yet, because it's not like you're asking him to change his game. Just take your time a little bit with some of these pitches that you should take instead of swinging at the first one all the time. I think that's where he's being a little stubborn.
But he's 28 going on 29 years old. And here's the thing. He's still doing the same things we asked him. He's still doing the same thing we asked him not to do in year 3.
Yeah, but he's still learning.
Year 5.
But even though he's a grown man, we are still learning and maturing every day. Every day.
Learning
Every
and
day.
maturing. Can I be
some days is take longer than others, but
if I
every
can
day.
say real quick, it's like, yes, you have and that's why I kind of compared it to the Nick Foles and Carson Wentz situation yesterday, because you have a player, you have a journeyman player who was really never supposed to be much of anything, who was just kind of just supposed to be there and help you along the way, like Emilio Sosa and like Nick Foles, but he comes in and he is playing his butt off. And the players seem to really like him. They seem to really take to him. And then you have a guy like Alec Bohm, who was a high draft pick, the 3rd pick in the draft, where Carson Wentz was the second pick in the draft.
Yep.
And this guy can't grow up.
And Cashmere, both of them at their toughest moments, let's just call it for what it is, and you could say you agree or not. They both exhibited a lot of loser energy. I mean, Bohm's got some. I mean, the loser energy seeps through the TV when he's struggling. Like, let's figure this out.
Yep.
It does. Exactly. I mean, it comes through the TV.
You are thoroughly irritated with that.
He has loser energy. Does he not?
And here's the thing.
He needs.
And it's not just Edmundo. Well, Joe, it's not just Edmundo Sosa. I said this. So, Joe, real quick, before I hang up, just 10 more seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I actually called you, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago, and you actually said make a couple bold predictions. Make a bold prediction about what you expect to see this season. And I said by mid-season, by June or July, we're going to see Justin Crawford, Andrew Painter, and Aiden Miller up here. Aiden Miller, like you said, Joe, could be this next Phillies third baseman. I know they said they wanted to be a shortstop, but like you said, he athletically, I think aesthetically, is built like a third baseman.
Yeah.
So if he's hitting down in the minor leagues like he is right now, and when Sosa does cool off and he's just, not the everyday player they want him to be, or they just want him to be a jack of all trades, second baseman, shortstop, third baseman, left field, center field, and he could play everywhere, then you know what? You have a guy in the minor leagues who they really think is the future. They really believe is a future player here. Then you know what, Bohm? You better straighten up, and you better fly right, man. Because if you don't, we will ship you out of here. And I really am starting to feel good about my prediction that Crawford, Miller, and Painter will all be up here by July. I really do believe that.
You may have hit it. It'd be fun to watch. All right, Cashmere, you got to give us a vote. Who should move on? Who should be the champion? Who should cut down the nets? Long talking Hugh or Told You So Douglas?
I got to go with Told You So Douglas.
Told You So Douglas. All right, coming up on the other side, we crown a champion. Hugh gets to cut down the nets here. Plus, yesterday, some of the top athletes at WIP, you're going to have to hear this. They were in lockstep on something that I'm not even sure we should play right now with Hugh, the way Hugh's acting. Are you sure we should play this?
What'd it do?
I was all in on playing it before we got in. And now
you're thoroughly irritated.
Well, a couple of ex-athletes here, the top athletes at WIP,
it's becoming a
they
problem.
were in lockstep with something Hugh has said before. Your head's not going to fit through the door.
Well, one. The other one, there was some pushback.
Oh, well, good. All right, we'll play it next. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls and the finale of our tournament. Who wins? Who's the champion? Told You So or Long Talk? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Two great pitchers face off tonight in Phillies and Braves, with Zack Wheeler and Chris Sale going toe-to-toe. But the lineups look far from even. The Phillies rank third in OPS. Meanwhile, the Braves are dead last in the same category. The price is too nice to pass up playing the better overall team. Take the Phillies at close to even money over the Braves. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon, Patriot Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Banter Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at fwgs.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a double play of excitement at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Catch every pitch, every hit, every home run live on their 75-foot wall of TVs. Fuel your fandom with $5 Miller Lights or grab the legendary deal. A Miller Lite and 2 hot dogs for just $10. Plus, every Wednesday when your home baseball team plays, Cheerleaders is bringing you the same unbeatable specials. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, where the game meets the party. Your late-night destination awaits. Go see the girls at Cheerleaders. Open until 2 a.m.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It still blows my mind that they got Luther Vandross to sing this. That man, it was the God rest his soul. He was so talented. Why they do him like this?
No tournament ends without this. And you know what? We may have our own version of this cooked up by the end of the show. Welcome back, Midday Show. As we crown a champion in the bracket of Hughes, Florida won the NCAA tournament. And we're going to find out before the end of the show today who wins. Told You So, Douglas, or Long Talking Hugh. 215-592-9494. Your chance to vote. All things Eagles with the draft. Would you rather trade the picks for vets or just go young like Hugh Douglas wants? And with the Alec Bohm thing, I do expect him in the lineup tonight. But my patience is totally worn thin with Alec Bohm. He'll play tonight against a lefty. And if I don't like the at-bats, I don't want him in the lineup tomorrow.
If I don't like him.
If I don't like the at-bat.
I don't like
him. All right, let's put it this way.
If they're ugly, but they're productive?
So like he swings the first pitch every time, but gets a couple hits?
He gets a couple hits, yeah. Because, I mean, that's what we're talking about.
It's the principle. If he swings
Joe.
No, wait a second. If he swings the first pitch every time tonight, you're cool with that?
No, I'm saying if he's productive. Like, say he gets 4 at-bats, he has 2. He has 1 home run.
Right, but
and 1 in the gap.
Is he swinging at the first pitch every time?
If he is and he gets that, are you okay with that?
No. It's the principle.
I see. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
No,
you dodged the bullet today, but what about tomorrow?
Right,
I got you.
Like obviously, I'd be happy with the production in the moment. That's good. A home run's good. It's almost like if someone takes a bad shot in basketball, but it goes in, or a quarterback throws across his body, and it's a completion. But you're like
all the bad fundamental happen.
Like what are we doing here? Like
I see.
We talked about this, Alec. We talked about it for 4 hours today on WIP. You didn't get the situation. All right, 215-592-9494. We did have a caller earlier. I think it was Self on Aaron Nola, hitting the panic button on him, wants us to get on Nola. I am not happy with all the home runs he's given up. We'll see where this goes. I do think Nola is probably transitioning from top of the rotation guy to mid or back of the rotation guy as we progress. But all right, let's see where he goes. Yesterday afternoon show, they were talking about Nola and his velocity.
It was actually Romano.
Excuse me. Sorry. It was Romano.
Romano. Is it Romano?
Now Nola's velocity is down too. That's why my head was going there. But Romano's velocity, now that's a problem because he stinks right now. Anyway, just the real point is the analogy that's made here.
It's terrible.
Listen to this. Ben Davis yesterday talking about Romano, his struggles, velocity, and just listen to this.
Is there something that you're seeing in his delivery that might be the cause of that? He seems to be searching for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Father Time is undefeated. You know, he strung together some really good years. He had 100 saves over a 3-year span with the Blue Jays. I just think, this is a different environment for him. It's a different market. He's on a team now with all-stars and MVPs, and maybe he's just trying a little bit too hard. The one thing, Hugh Douglas always in the midday show, he always talks about, what does he say? Defense is a luxury. It's not a necessity. Well, I think with pitching, I think velocity is a luxury. It's not a necessity. He's not locating his fastball whatsoever.
Are you proud of yourself?
This is a disaster.
What do you mean?
He quoted you like you're Walt Whitman.
They're by the cow.
Your ridiculous takes have now gone.
It's not a ridiculous take.
It's now morphed into baseball. You're in Ben Davis's head.
No,
I can't take Ben seriously anymore.
No, you know what it is? It's because y'all don't see the vision of what I was saying. Y'all just got caught on the fact that I said defense was luxury, not necessity. I was like, you don't know what you're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about.
It's a joke.
It's not a joke.
It is.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
So, but now you have Ben, who used to catch, telling us that velocity is a luxury, not a necessity. And I actually think in that there is something to that. Greg Maddux didn't have great velocity. Jamie Moore didn't have great velocity.
That's what I was about to say.
But
junk ball pitcher.
It does help. Right, like
it helps tremendously.
Yeah, like Zack Wheeler pumping 97 helps. Luzardo pumping 98 helps.
You know what? I'll never forget that Jimmy Rollins told me, because I remember when he was playing. I asked him. I said, man, because Jamie was about 60 when he was pitching here. He was older. He was about 45 or something like that. He was old. And I said, yeah, basically. And I said, dog, how is he able to pitch for as long as he's gonna pitch? He said, Hugh, the problem is you see it, but it has so much movement on it. And he said, you'll think you got it lined up, and then he said it'll just drop. And a lot of times, Jamie Moore would be out there on the mound throwing 85, taking his time, and nobody could hit it. So there is something to that, because we're in this age now, and I do know this. If you're throwing something that nobody can see, then you're going to probably pitch in the majors. If you're throwing 95, 98, 100 miles an hour, because nobody can see that, so you really don't have to pitch. Now, what they call it when you get a little older and the velocity goes down and you got to start painting the corners a little bit and you're being a little bit more deceptive, that's when, sometimes it's a benefit for some pitchers, and some pitchers adapt to that.
It's all about results. I mean, that's the reality, right? So, like, no one cares about Aaron Nola's velocity until he starts to struggle, and they're like, oh, yeah, he doesn't throw hard. I don't care if Romano throws 109 or 60. His ERA is 15.7 right now. The problem is
about that.
He's getting smacked around.
Yep. So you feel good that Ben Davis quoted you with the
I feel like whatever I say, I'm gonna be attacked.
Well, there's more to it. Let's play the rest of the audio as
because I already heard the snippiness from somebody. Sound like Ike was being a little snippy.
Well, let's listen to what happened after this. Here it is.
Independent of that great analysis and that analogy, you drew a parallel with Hugh Douglas's terrible analogy about defense being a luxury. That is completely false.
I knew.
Ben.
See,
that is completely false. Just from a football standpoint, not from what you were saying, from Hugh Douglas's standpoint.
See how it gets, man. It gets personal around these parts.
Well,
man.
Someone had to stand up for defense.
And listen, let me just say this, because somebody said I'm a rabble rouser. I like to start fight. I don't start fights.
No, that's you.
I just have an opinion.
You poke, though.
I don't. Well, okay, maybe a little bit, because I have an opinion that most people don't agree with, and they just get. I can't help it if y'all. Some people get beside themselves and get a little bit upset.
No one is mad if someone walks outside and says the sky is green and the grass is blue. But you giggle and laugh like, told you.
That's what.
See that sky? It's green, and that grass is blue.
So
and I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about?
It's the giggling. It's that way.
Well, no, because you double down on being wrong.
I'm not doubling down. It's just the way that I see things. I see it differently than everybody else. And for a lot of people, they just can't relate to that. Like, people.
I heard this again.
Man, you can't relate to it. You can't relate to it. That's why when I got here, I had so much respect for Elliott Short-Parks, because Elliott, the insider of the year, by the way, believes in everything that he says. Even if I remember looking at Elliott sometime when he would say something, I'd be like, seriously?
This is the guy that wants college athletes to be able to gamble on themselves, or players to gamble on themselves, college athletes to stay for 20 years. Domes on every stadium.
Wait a minute, what was that one basketball? I think it was from Carolina somewhere where he played. He was like 25 or 26, and he had like a whole family.
Yeah, they got to stop that. They got to stop
like a whole family. You got to believe in what you say, man. And sometimes it might not be what everybody else wants to hear, but it's the truth that needs to be told.
I agree with that, but we also need to keep you in line.
Yeah, if it's the truth.
No, I'm saying, but it's never like, and I just want people to know that's listening to the show. Ain't nobody in here ever mad at anybody. It might sound like that to you because you don't know no better.
Except Kyle's mad.
Except with Kyle. I just think it's funny that Kyle is such a diehard fan that he gets beside himself sometimes. He don't be mad, man. He just be beside himself.
You know what? Shut up.
I just a quote that I saw from the YouTube comments.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's bad when Hugh Douglas is being quoted.
That's a good one.
Hey,
things have gotten off the rails.
Hey, I want whoever said that. Thank you very much.
No, I don't think it was meant as a compliment.
No, it was a compliment.
You know it's bad.
It was. It's not bad.
But
it's not bad.
They said it's bad.
You know what's funny?
Now we're misquoting it.
Do you know what's
it's
funny?
bad when
it's the spin, man.
No, it's not the spin.
That's not the quote.
You know what's funny though? Is
when I ripped you and you said thank you.
Well, because he
and then you spun it into a compliment.
Because it was a compliment.
It was not.
It was. Because let me tell you why. This whole defense is a luxury, not a necessity thing, has lived in people's head rent-free for how many years? 3.
Too many.
3 years.
Too many.
To the point where some won't admit it, because y'all see it, but y'all won't admit it. You see where I was coming from when I said it, by some of the simple moves that have been made this offseason.
I do see where you were coming from.
Yeah.
And that's been established this offseason with some of the NFL moves, not just the Eagles, Bengals, and all that. But we buried this take. We had a funeral.
And it was resurrected like the phoenix.
And it was
It
not.
wasn't.
It wasn't.
No.
It wasn't.
It really was. I mean, because there's too many examples, exhibit A's, B's, C's, and D's of exactly what I was talking about.
My favorite thing is you ignore they won the Super Bowl with the best defense in franchise history.
They let 6 people go.
Well, maybe they made a mistake.
And they signed, they gave the running back that they already gave money to more money.
Mistake.
And then they went out and got another running back. And we've done 2 mock drafts where they've drafted 2 offensive players.
And this is emboldening you.
I'm just saying, it's not emboldening me. I can't even say it. It's not emboldening me. It's just it is what it is. And people, you know what the worst part about it? Because there were people died in the war that hated that take that I had. And when they see it, they're like, you know what? He got a point.
It's not that people hated the
Thank
take.
you, Ben.
No.
Thank you, Ben, because Ben Sewell. And this guy, you ain't got to shoot me the dirty looks, dog. I mean, it is what it is.
It's not. No, don't thank Ben. Ben, we're disappointed in you. Ben, I'm disappointed in you. The problem is that
I couldn't help it. He put him in his place immediately.
It'd be your old people, man. I can't believe it.
The problem is, it's not the take. It's that you spit in the face of everything that this town believes in, which is defense.
See, it's
Hugh.
Again, people can't handle the truth.
Defensive people like myself and Ike Reese and our callers, they get it. You forgot your roots.
No, I didn't. I just
happened.
looked at it for like what it is.
You forgot where you came from. That's what happened.
I'll never forget where I came from.
Well, I mean, at one point, the stats say you had 80 sacks. I think we need to go review the tape on all those. I think the numbers are fudged.
Well, he loses the sack.
Skewed.
Let's go to Tyler in Delaware. What's up, Tyler?
What's going on, fellas?
A lot.
What's up, Tyler?
I mean, Hugh is out of control.
My fellow Delawarean.
Now, he's upset at you. He's tired of you, Hugh.
He is. I'm Tyler, man. He'll be all right next week, though. Once I drop this knowledge on him. What's up, Tyler? What you got? What you mad at me for now?
Hey, knowledge without college, like you know who.
No, man.
Hey, just in the meantime, while I've been on hold, because I had a nail in my tire, so I've been hearing it in the shop, but I'm all good now. But we've gotten High Roller Hugh, Sausage Hugh, and Rabble Rouser Douglas. All while I've been on hold.
Sausage Hugh might make a run next year.
I mean, it was so good, I had to write the quote down. Don't nobody care how the sausage was made. You just make the sausage.
That didn't fit nothing.
That is line of the year right now from you, Hugh.
Yep. Didn't fit nothing.
And then Joe saying, yeah, but some sausage is better than others. I was dying laughing in the car, y'all. I was like, yeah.
They got thick wood hard.
Number one show in the US of A from 10 to 2, I tell you.
No, I'm just saying. Man. I just had to, put that out there. I would have rolled him until he told me, no, you're a cow on the run now. And lather Vaseline on me. See, it ain't that funny. Joe, why you laughing so hard? It ain't that funny. It ain't that funny.
Go ahead, Tyler.
I'm telling you, once you put the dime in the jukebox, brother, you got to let the whole
it ain't that
play
funny.
out.
Kyle ain't that funny, man.
The Vaseline gets me every time.
Ain't that funny, man.
Oh man. Well, hey, for my 2 points before I give y'all my vote on the Eagles, I'm lockstep with Kyle that if you lose a lot on defense and they keep flooding all these young guys on the defensive side of the ball, you need guys who've been there, done that before, who bring a sense of leadership that are going to take them young bucks under their wing, pass along the knowledge that they've learned when they were in their shoes to help guide them. Because if you just throw a whole bunch of young guys on the same team, you're not going to have that same sort of consistency, that same type of fervor that you just saw from this defense this past season. I mean, that's why they were so good.
I disagree, but
was that they were such a cohesive unit.
And they had a good mix. Some vets like Slay, some young guys. They had a good mix in there. It wasn't just all young.
Why do you not think that that's important? That you have older players.
I never said it wasn't important. I never said it. See, this is the thing, Tyler. I never said it wasn't important. But you've imputed on those young guys. I like that big old word, imputed. I like that word.
Is it a word?
Yes, it is. Impute is a word.
You look it up, or you had it?
No, I had to. I looked at it. I made sure before I rolled that one out there. I looked it up. But no, Tyler. Here's the thing. I think that, and this is how I feel because this is kind of how I came into the NFL. You learn from the ones that came before you, whether that's good or bad. Like I always give an example of Donald Evans, and I remember Donald didn't teach me so much about football, but he always said every day, "Save your money, man. Save your money." And I think that you have veterans that leave their legacy in different ways, and the guys that are there pick up that mantle and they lead in their different ways. Just like when Slay left, he said Reed Blankenship. He said he's going to be a leader. You look at Reed and you look at those other young guys like Cooper DeJean You look at Quinyon Mitchell. They learned at the feet of Darius Slay. So they're going to take everything that Darius Slay taught him, and the biggest thing that he taught him is how to be all inclusive. And whomever they bring in here, if that player needs help, they're going to help him. That's what being a leader is. Being a leader is when somebody, they bring some, say like a tribe. If they bring somebody into the tribe, instead of making them an outlier, you embrace them and you teach them the tribal ways. I like that one. That was a good one. You teach them the tribal ways. I'm just saying, I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
Day.
I'm just saying, dog. I'm cooking.
No one even reacted. You're like, hold on. I like that.
I like that. I like because it's a tribe. It's a tribe.
You're going to start pausing for applause soon.
I know.
I mean, it's the
You gonna take a bow?
That's the YouTube
How
thing.
can somebody teach you the tribal way if they don't have the certain level of respect?
That's
in that
right.
locker
That's
room?
right. Yeah, like there's different
Those guys
ranks
need
in
to
the
be
tribe.
respected
First of all,
in there.
Tyler, there's not a young person, there's not a person that has come to the Philadelphia Eagles that is not going to have respect for Zack Wheeler, even though he hasn't been here this long. Quinyon Mitchell for what he's done on the field, even though they're young, or Cooper DeJean. You know why? Because they played at a high level all year long, and then guess what else they did? They won a Super Bowl. So if I'm coming on into this team as a young rookie,
Thundercat,
or somebody that's a free agent, I'm falling into lockstep with what they're doing because they got the formula, they got the secret sauce to get to the next level.
I get that. I do. Tyler, I get that. And there may be a little more respect than your typical 23, 24. Tyler, we need you to help us out as we crown a champion. Who are you voting for here, Tyler? Long talk at Hugh or told you so, Douglas? Who should win the title?
I tell you, this is as easy of a vote as I can give y'all. It's absolutely long talk Hugh. Long talk Hugh's got to win this game.
Long talk Hugh. All
Yeah, because
right.
I just did a little bit long.
That means
how are we breaking this tie?
That
We got
means
a tie.
we have a tie, and we have to go to the Twitter poll.
All right, this is like a buzzer beater.
The winner of the bracket of Hughes is I Told You So, Douglas.
I told you so, Douglas.
By a hair.
Your national champion. All right, so
A worthy winner.
yes, I want to say to thank you everyone who participated and was part of this. And much like you, at the end of the NCAA tournament, much like last night when I turned off Florida and Houston and I went to bed and I was pretty groggy because I was falling asleep at points that second half. It doesn't just sign off with the announcer saying goodbye. They let you hear the great sounds of Luther. And they let you hear the great moments from the tournament. So here it is, our send-off to the bracket of Hughes. Yes, today, about an hour and a half from now, they tip off the NCAA tournament. And in mere moments from now, we tip off the bracket of Hughes. We have in front of us 64 virgins, personalities, different Hughes that we hear from on a daily basis.
Just made me think, and I'm not being petty. I'm not being petty at all, but
Don't be petty on Monday.
No, I'm not being petty, but I just thought it was kind of ironic. I'm gonna long talk just a little bit because it's Reggie. Get ready for these Tubi moves. Sorry, partner. Why has Asai Reddick been on 4 other freaking football teams? Sorry, I'm working. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I get in trouble for waving at y'all, but y'all
It's not the waving. It's not
no,
the
but
waving.
it's the speaking
It's
to
when
him.
you're talking to people and we're on
Because
the air.
he made it.
No, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
He was distracted. You have to credit Hugh Douglas.
Hey, Hugh Douglas. Hugh damn Douglas. Hugh Douglas. What the hell, man?
Bacon?
Yeah, it is bacon. It is bacon, Hugh.
I'm oral fixate. I mean, it's the truth. I'm oral fixate, and I try not to swallow it, but it's like I don't, I swallow it. Did you hear what I said? That sounded bad though, Kyle. That was. I'm kind of mad about that. And I hit that over here hard as hell. I would have stayed in Florida if that lady wouldn't have helped me. That's how dug in I was. And lather Vaseline on me. I have an agenda.
You mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak have been to make it.
No way, shape, or form we're making excuses. This is just something. No, and I'm speculating, y'all. I don't know this for sure. I haven't heard anything. I'm recklessly speculating. that hill's going to stay there. Yes, that's why it's funny. For you people that don't understand where I'm coming from. You people that are like ridiculous fandom. You people.
Player safety. Do we have?
They got thick wood hard. This is the series we played 2 tomato tans. Eminami, a legit threat, a legit threat. And the ambiguity. Ambiguity. Stop, man. Those. I can't even get it out there. They're the. I hate you, Kyle. Just want to put that out there. Sorry, buddy.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect control, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete's. Our selection of seasonal cocktails make any meal better. Come sip and enjoy our bourbon cherry lemonade, made with small batch bourbon, muddled fruits, and refreshing juices. What a winner! Is fruit your flavor? Try a watermelon shandy cocktail. A smoky grapefruit with mezcal and fresh lime. Or sip and enjoy a very berry martini. All pair perfectly with our seasonal menu features. Come sip and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You know what's better than a limited time deal?
an unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay. It's another tradition unlike any other. The Masters Dinner. Tonight, defending champion Scotty Scheffler hosts an exclusive dinner for the 35 living Masters champions and Augusta National Chairman Fred Ridley. Scheffler's menu features Scotty-style cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp, and Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back yet again, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike, it's cold outside, but it's warm here in the studio. How you doing?
It is warm in the studio, Brother Spike. Not that cold outside. It's spring in the Northeast. Let's relax a little bit. Grow up. It's not Florida. It's not act like we're in the back in the snowy days because it's 45 degrees outside right now. We're okay.
It's not even Midwest cold.
Nah, nothing like Midwest cold. And that is the voice of Jackie Baseball. Night off last night. I got to be honest with you. Would have rather watched a baseball game than to watch that damn national title game that didn't actually turn interesting to the final 5 minutes of the game. But here we are. Holla at your boy.
The big night for the people who are like, college basketball is so much better than the NBA. They play real defense, Spike. I don't know if you know that.
I don't know. The game was on after I went to bed, so I had no idea. I can't believe they're starting sporting events at 9 o'clock.
That
You didn't miss a whole lot.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's gone too far.
And my Cooper flag wasn't playing, so I didn't really care anyway, to be honest with you. Big show is always on Tuesdays. Elliot will join us at 2 o'clock for Tuesdays with Elliot. High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report at 4. And I walked away from yesterday's show, sort of like perturbed, I guess. It happened in the middle of the show.
How many days a week does this happen, by the way?
Did I walk away from the show perturbed?
Yeah,
Oh, no, not
little
usually.
tight walking out of the studio.
Nah, I'm never tight leaving. I'm tight walking in. Got to get this house situation under control as
Yeah,
well,
I can
man.
tell.
It's breaking me. Anyway, so I walk away from the show yesterday a little perturbed because halfway through, what we were talking about yesterday was, are the Phillies different this year than last year? And I thought we could have an interesting conversation about it. But all I kept hearing from everybody was, just call me when it's October. The only thing that means to me is a championship. Only thing that means to me is if these guys do in October. We care about championships here. Blah, 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 blah. And I thought to myself, like, who are we as fans where we are now so championshiped up around here, like it's Titletown, USA in Philadelphia, that we can't even be bothered talking about the regular season until like we have a title or something.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden yesterday, to me, Philadelphia fans were sounding like Patriots fans in the Belichick-Brady era, or Yankees fans. How just like nothing at all matters. And this is not like we used to be, and I don't like it. I feel like Jack has mentioned before that Philadelphia fans have lost their edge a little bit.
Yeah.
To me, it's not even about losing their edge. It's like we're smug. And we're entitled, that the only great moments in Philadelphia history have only come when we're in parades. Yet everybody's like tells me about Iverson and the 0-1 Sixers over and over again, like it was a championship or something. I just like, wake me up in October, call me when they've won a championship. Who are we? And I guess I just don't recognize who the fans are. And it's like we won 2 Super Bowls and all of a sudden we're the Belichick era Patriots fans or
Not
Yankees
quite.
fans or something.
Not quite, but you asked the question, who
Yes.
are we?
Who are we?
2-time Super Bowl champions.
But that's okay.
Just understand that. Just
Yes.
get that part out of the way first.
Sure.
That's who we are.
Yep.
And we've also been 3-time Super Bowl participants in the last 7-8 years.
Absolutely.
That's
for
pretty
sure.
good. That's
Yes.
pretty good.
Yes.
So when you go through a stretch, of, because I'm not saying you're completely wrong. I would argue that it's not a bad thing, that it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Because this is what, now, being the former player, right?
Yeah.
Being a part of disappointments and heartbreaks.
Sure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But very good team.
Yeah, but I can appreciate the winning when it happens.
Sure.
In other words, so this is what I'm saying. We've gone on a 10-year run here in this city where we've gone to 3 Super Bowls.
Yes.
A World Series. Whether you want to consider them a part of the city or not, their fan base is a part of the city. 2 national championships with Villanova, right? A couple of championship appearances, meaning Phillies went to a World Series, went to a NLCS. Hell, the Union even went to a damn title game.
They did.
So here's what I say all this to say, Spike. This is an area over the last decade that has experienced probably more success than heartbreak. Right? Like, so.
Enough success, for sure. Yeah.
Well, more than we're accustomed to
we're
around
accustomed
here.
to.
That's what I'm saying. I can only go by the area that we're in. So we aren't accustomed to the amount of winning that we've experienced over the last 10 years. Good teams, good players. There's a little bit of disappointment mixed in there. I say all this to say, I don't believe we are as hardened as a fan base as we once were, when you've had decades upon decades of disappointment, built up frustration, which makes a generation or two the way that our fan base was, which was totally understandable. But when the winning happens, there should be a change in mentality from a fan's perspective of how you view everything. Because in one lens, you used to view it as, we're always the downtrodden team. We're always hit with a stroke of bad luck. We're never going to be the team that wins.
We're woe is me.
Woe is me.
Right.
Right. That was us for decades. But when you start to win, now your perception starts to change a little bit and you start to believe a little bit more. So there's less of the negative sort of feeling being put in the atmosphere. And because there is some winning that has been done, it allows for more of a belief that the winning is possible. So the fans would rather wait and embrace that versus have a knee-jerk reaction or something. And I'm saying this to say that the winning aspect of sports in this town has become ultimately what matters. It used to be the journey. It used to be the story we could tell going through it, right? You know, the things that happen in a regular season that leads up to it. And then we think back fondly on. I think of the 2001 Sixers when I think of that. I think of some of the teams we had with the Eagles.
93 Phillies before your time here, but you understand it.
So now when we've experienced the winning, which by the way started in 08 with the Phillies in 08, they ended it 28-year drought. A champion without having a championship.
25 years.
25-year drought without having a championship. That has started to permeate. And I gotta say, I'm happy that it is. I'm okay with it. Listen, I'm still passionate as anyone is, but that's going to come out when it's needed to come out, when it's well placed. Doesn't mean I don't care as much. It just means that, A, I want to give these guys a chance to get to where the game has mattered the most. But B, and ultimately, most importantly, we have become, at least in my opinion, a championship city that should expect championships. And that's what matters. And that's the only thing that matters.
You know, it's like, to me, I guess I could get with the positivity about not being so hard and angry all the time. Mm-hmm. Though I like that, I miss it a little bit. I guess I can see where that's a positive. By the way, 215-592-9494. Have Philadelphia fans, I guess, changed for the better or the worse, I guess. But to me, what I feel is entitlement and lack of appreciation. It's not about a high standard. It's about being entitled and lack of appreciation. And I do think it's about the journey, because no matter how good we get at any of these sports, right, most of the time, there's not going to be a championship at the end of it.
Sure.
You know, most of the time.
Not, yes.
More often, even the best cities, even in their best runs, most of the time they're not winning. So then what are we doing for 6 months of a baseball season if the only thing that matters really is whether they win a World Series at the very, very, very end or not? And if we can't be there with the highs and lows and live and die with the highs and lows, because none of it matters unless they win a title anyway, it's just sort of like the entire reason that I enjoy sports is truly, if they get to a championship, it is great. It's the best thing, but that's not really why I'm watching. Like, really why I'm watching is for the journey, is for the ups and the downs and the overcome this and beat that. And can they do this? And you're saying they have a higher expectation, which I guess they do. Mm-hmm. But to me, it feels entitled and a lack of appreciation and understanding for what is happening right now, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. But I don't think I place the blame at the fans' feet as much as I place the blame at the players, the teams that have let us down. Like, yeah, we were there in 2022. We accepted. Can you imagine prior to the Eagles winning the Super Bowl? I won't even go back to the Phillies. And I mean the Eagles winning the Super Bowl in 17, not this year. Right. I mean in 17. I won't even go back to the Phillies winning in 08. But could you imagine what the reaction would have been like in this town? You blow a game 6 and 7 at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
What that was like 15 years ago had that happened.
It would have been a meltdown.
Right?
Yeah.
So I say that to say that we've sort of given the teams the grace period of letting us down. Same with the Sixers. The Flyers get a free pass only because they're like the relative that we don't see very often. We know that we're related, but we're like, oh man, you showed up to the family reunion. That's when you
a cousin that moved across the country.
Yeah, that's something we have something of relevance to say. But as
shout
far
out
as
cousin Adam,
the teams that have really drawn the most emotion and reaction out of us, it's been the Eagles, the Sixers, and the Phillies.
The Phillies.
That's what it's been. And unfortunately for the Phillies, the Sixers sort of set this in motion to where we can appreciate you to a certain extent, and then now we want the results. And when that doesn't happen, now we're disappointed and show us something different to get us excited about. The Phillies are falling right in that same path that the Sixers went down, where you're having great regular season, you got talent on your team. No longer do we have to worry about, are we a good enough team to compete? Can we get in the playoffs? Where are we? Now it becomes, what do you do when you get in the postseason? Like, that's what the Phillies are.
Can I be honest with you, though, on the Phillies thing, and I will defend them for a second here?
Yeah.
I don't think they deserve the treatment that the Sixers deserve. The Phillies have done more in 3 years, of the last 3 years, than the 76ers have done in the entire 12-year thing of the process.
Totally agree.
In a World Series, in an LCS, won the division, best, second best record.
That's why we used to argue with Elliott about the Phillies being a better ran organization. He used to try to argue that the Sixers were a better ran organization or more successful. What was it? More successful, Jack?
No,
organization than the Phillies?
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, I don't think that the Phillies deserve this treatment this year. Like,
what treatment?
I don't think they deserve wake me up in October. I just don't think they do. I don't think they deserve the lack of beliefs.
We show up to the park.
Show up, but like,
that's the biggest way for fans to support. You can sit at home and watch TV. I guarantee you. We know it was like in 19 and 20 here when they were in first place in September. Nobody cared.
Well, 20, there was only cardboard cutouts in the stands.
What year I'm thinking of? 18 and 19?
18 and 19.
18 and 19. Well, even 2-3 years into Citizens Bank Park, the place was empty a lot, honestly. There were, and the vet, I mean, we can go back to that. I mean, there were 5,000 people in the vet for the Phillies. Yeah, I get that they're showing up, but to me, and we'll get to the calls. To me, it feels smug. It feels entitled. It feels smug, entitled, a lack of self-awareness. And to me, I'm also sort of bummed that in the middle of a season, that all I'm going to hear when we talk about whether they're good, bad, or indifferent is wake me up to see if they won a championship. Before we get to the phone, Shaq, where are you on this?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we're at this point with especially the Phillies. Like, this is the first year that they were good. I think there would be a lot more. Wow, this is great. And I just think that that's where the current state of the team is. And I mean, it is a little bit of a Negadelphia, right? I mean, me and you both miss Negadelphia. Well, there's a good amount of Negadelphia around the Phillies right now.
I don't think it's Negadelphia though. I think it's front runnery. I think it's bandwagony. I think it is. Hey,
thought I'll trigger words there.
Well,
now we're front runners and bandwagon.
Well,
guys.
it's the team. I'm not believing the team until they win a championship. Is like, I don't know.
It's hard to win championships.
It's very hard to win championships.
Wow, we wouldn't know that being in this city. You think they come every year?
Yeah. That's the way.
So telling us it's hard to win championships here. It's not breaking news around here.
Well, that's for
and
sure.
I know this is a little rich coming from maybe the standing O guy when Trey's playing well, but it's gotten a little too thirsty with the teams here too. I mean,
sure.
Got a little overboard.
Yeah.
You?
Well,
it's gotten too thirsty.
Well, with the Eagles, with the Phillies, it's fine.
It's the same.
No, this is Philly season. Yes,
it's the same.
Anything with the Eagles are justified. They got 2 titles in 7 years.
It's the same. Even I know you probably are not on Reddit, but I used to.
On what?
Yeah, so Reddit is a big sort of community website where people post links, discuss, blah blah blah. But I used to go to all the team Reddits to look for news that maybe I had missed, because somebody would post it. Yeah. But now all the Reddit forums are just like the
dagger.
Yeah, the Eagles one, forget about it. There's no news up there. It's just thirst. It's the same one with the Phillies one. It's just like no,
it's not thirst when it pertains to the Eagles.
It's a little.
They just won the Super Bowl.
It's a little.
If
thirsty.
the Sixers had won the title, we'd be more than in our
I'm
right
sure.
to be thirsty. If the Phillies won a championship, are you kidding me? This dude would be drowning in that booth every day with thirst.
Well, that's
like exactly. The Phillies won the World Series.
He does it without the
exactly. So no, you can't tell me
that
the Eagles. If nothing else, the Eagles have earned it.
Yeah,
they just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know. I
just had the worst offseason they've had in a decade.
See, here's the thing. This is where I'm gonna push back against you guys.
Yeah.
This is where the squad's gonna constantly get drugged. Because the Phillies constantly disappointed. And the Sixers aren't even relevant to even talk about right now.
I'm aware.
So appreciate that the Eagles are actually holding the city up from a championship standpoint.
Oh, yeah. I guess. All right. 215-592-9494. Have Philadelphia fans changed for the better? They feel smug and entitled to me, and I don't like it.
They're going to turn me into smug.
There it is. Yes.
I'm a smug Eagles fan now.
Corey in Kentucky, you're on WIP.
All right, you see, here you go with that disrespect. hey, make sure when Bronny James call you, address him as that too.
Oh, okay. I will do that. I will do it. I will do it.
It's the 3 points like Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yes, I will. I will call Aaron Bronny
I didn't know what
James.
you meant when you said that. I didn't even realize Steph only scored 3 points the other day.
Yeah, against they were at home
Yeah,
too.
somebody they lost to.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but y'all say he better than LeBron, but whatever. And I ain't even a LeBron fan. But look, first of all, I'm gonna tell you the problem. The problem is you. You the problem. Jack the problem. Joe the Kimmer the problem. Listen, we support all the teams. You got guys like you always want to be optimists. Here you come, Mr. Negadelphia. You calling us Negadelphia. Now all of a sudden you trying to switch up.
I didn't say Negadelphia. That's not what I said.
No, you use that term.
No, but not as a pejorative against the fans currently. I said that they are not that way anymore. That just to be clear, I didn't call fans currently Negadelphia.
What we are doing, I can only speak for myself. I don't know what other people are doing. Is holding you to the same standard. You sit up here, the Eagles will win a game. Oh, this wasn't right. Oh, there was a turnover. There was a fumble, but they come out and beat the team by 2 touchdowns. You critiquing it. All we want is the same energy. The Eagles, you talking about?
I do bring the same energy to, but I bring the exact honest energy to all the teams.
Hey, make a Twitter poll. Jack put a Twitter poll. Does Spike have the same energy for all the teams?
I absolutely wait. Hold on, Corey. There was one person in the entire city last year criticizing the Phillies while they had the worst team in baseball last year, and that was me. There was one person yelling at Bryce Harper for not leading the right way, and that was me.
Well, that was you.
I'm just saying, like I bring the same energy to every single one of the teams.
No, you don't. That's no, you don't.
Yes, I do. Yes, you just don't like it because you're only really an Eagles fan.
No. Oh, okay. You're harder on the Eagles than you and the Phillies than you are the Sixers.
We don't talk about the Sixers.
That's because they're not good.
Well, yes, but I would be hard on them if we talked about
them every day either, though.
Yes, but no, because nobody wants to hear us ripping the Sixers every day.
They're not good.
Yes, that is a. I don't run the Sixers, Corey. I'm as disappointed in the Sixers as anybody. You're a Laker fan. What do you know? You don't know anything about this. You don't know anything about being a Sixers fan.
See, now you want to attack me.
You don't.
Then you go up a Knicks fan? Because I've been a Laker fan my whole life.
When I was 14, I'm 48, Corey.
When I was 14, I rooted for the Lakers. When I was 25, I rooted for the Lakers.
And you're from Ohio.
I rooted for the Eagles when I was 14. See, that's what happens. See, you get personal when people put you in your place because that's all I do.
No, you don't put me in my place. You're wrong. You're wrong, Corey. You're on this part of it. You're wrong. It's not about who I'm cheering for. It's not the question. You're wrong.
Finish my call, or you gonna keep talking?
No. Okay. So yeah, I should just let you talk about me the entire time.
I didn't say nothing about you. You never let me finish. You started to interrupt me. You asked the question. You said, "Why are we like that?" And I was giving you an answer. Then you jumped in.
Corey, answer the question.
Can I do it now?
I just said it. Corey, answer the question.
Okay. What I'm saying is, we want the same energy for every single team. I named Jack. I named you. I named Joe the Camera. I named everybody. When it comes to certain teams, people got different energy. So when we call your show, we're going to address the issue with that team. The Eagles are winning 16 out of 17 in a row, and we're criticizing. We see the Phillies playing well, and you sit up here acting like, 19 strikeouts is what you call productive. Productive 19 strikeouts. I ain't never heard of that. You making up terms, but if it was a different team, if that was a productive pick in the Super Bowl, which you still mentioned a lot, he threw that in the Super Bowl. Is that productive?
Corey, I am as hard on the Phillies as anybody. You're wrong. This is not the Sixers. This is the Phillies. I am as hard on the Phillies. I see it. I see the team differently than you do this year, but it doesn't mean I'm not hard on them. I was. I don't know what to tell you.
So you're saying that we should just.
Well, if you see the team differently, that means you see them a little more positively, so you're not as hard on them.
This year,
like
but
you haven't been as hard on the Phillies.
But I was last year.
I know.
I'm just saying there's not an intrinsic pro-Phillies thing in my blood.
Oh, no, I can understand that, but I'm saying you're more positive on them this year.
This year, yes.
Except for Alec Bohm.
Except for Alec Bohm.
And Romano.
Romano, yes.
But this is the thing. You're hard on the Phillies, and we don't even know what they did yet, right? You still criticizing the Eagles every time we talk about them, and they just won a Super Bowl. That's our point. They've been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 10 years, and you still criticize them. But the Phillies, which I love, I'm not about to criticize them. I'm an optimist. But what I'm saying is, you are now said, 9 games. Oh, I like what I'm seeing.
No, Corey, a week ago, I lost my mind because they decided to do the 2 starting lineup thing. I criticized Rob Thompson. I criticized Dave Dombrowski. Everybody. I understand what you're saying, but you are positing that I am not negative ever about the Phillies, and I am. I'm just not right this second.
Be fair, he didn't say negative. He said you're not as negative.
But I have been.
We just want. I've always been this way. I just want the same bravado for all the teams. If you want to give this, and I'm not saying you. I'm just speaking in general. So I don't want you to take it as personal. If you're going to be hard versus this star, be hard versus every star. If this star gets held to a certain standard, because what I see is, and y'all, he got all the help and all that. I see one guy getting held to a standard, and B done had James Harden, a Hall of Famer, Paul George. I'm sorry that he hurt. He didn't have Ben Simmons, a top pick. I get it, they underperformed. But this guy leading us to Super Bowls, and he get a lot of heat. Bryce Harper playing well, but the team around, like he never gets criticized. Joel Embiid.
And he got the 3rd highest payroll in baseball around him.
Yes, and I said the same thing last year, Corey, that we did a whole show on why doesn't anybody criticize Bryce Harper.
I'm not just talking about you. You asked the entire question. I'm talking about everything, like anybody. I said Jack, the camera, all of them.
Yeah, Fritz.
Always positive on the Phils. They got us.
And ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't know what you may tell you.
That's why
my
you
boys.
Get the push. That's why you get the reaction that you do. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm positive on the Eagles, and that's okay. Jack on the Phillies, you on the Sixers. That's all okay. I'm just answering your question.
Okay. Thank you for the call, Corey. I'm not positive on Joel Embiid and the Sixers. I don't. Do I have to open up every show and call Joel Embiid a loser for the day?
Yeah.
He's a loser.
Yeah.
He's a loser. He is a loser. I don't know what to say. He is a loser. He's a loser. Prove me wrong in that way. Still the best Sixer player I've ever seen in my life, but a loser.
Well, he wasn't better than watching AI.
I mean, he was a better player than AI.
But he's not more exciting.
I guess not. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. I think he's a better
player.
Overall player.
Yeah, not as exciting.
Yeah,
This era has not been as exciting as the couple years of that era. Yes, I would agree with that. All right, 215-592-9490.
It's Tuesday, baby.
I don't bring the same energy to the Phillies that I bring to the Eagles. I think I do.
I think you do too.
Okay. That's the only thing I want to get at.
I think I bring the same energy to the Eagles.
No, you don't. Spike's energy that's his energy.
Yeah,
he's more comfortable being that way than
it's the only energy I have.
Praising everybody.
When I was being positive about the Phillies, everybody was like, "Why are you being positive?"
Yeah, it didn't make anybody comfortable.
No.
Still doesn't.
All right. 215.
You got half the people out here listening confused.
Yeah, but
hold on, I gotta agree with Spike.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show. I like Spike and Friends.
It's only Tuesday, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Well, switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with the voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. For a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV And get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted high and deep, and that is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days and, well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Day one of the voluntary offseason program kicked off Monday for the Bears, Patriots, and Jets. Teams with new head coaches getting an early start. 7 teams have new head coaches. Jags and Raiders start Tuesday, and the Cowboys and Saints kick off next week. Speaking of the Raiders, Geno Smith was introduced in Las Vegas on Monday with general manager John Spytek and head coach Pete Carroll. Smith talking about reuniting with Carroll, telling reporters, quote, "I think there is unfinished business. And I think when people think about my story, Coach Carroll was a big part of that." The Raiders are also hosting several top draft prospects this week, including Boise State running back Ashton Genty and Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers. Meanwhile, the Dolphins will host LSU tight end Mason Taylor this week. Taylor's the son of longtime Dolphins pass rusher and Pro Football Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Lowe's is the destination for Ego outdoor power equipment this spring. See what's new and exclusive, like the 17-inch string trimmer with Line IQ technology that auto-feeds to save you time, and the 22-inch Select Cut self-propelled mowers with a multi-blade system for precise cutting. Shop Ego Days, happening now during Spring Fest at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
It's tax time again, and this year you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org/spring and the educational income tax credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. On the last day of the professional basketball calendar, the second and third seeded teams in the West will face off in one last game that may decide their playoff seeding. Denver will once again head into Houston with a chance to overtake their seed to avoid playing some of the hottest teams in the league. The reigning MVP will lead his team in one last regular season attempt for a playoff push. Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai's always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It's a WIP afternoon show, like Spike and Fritz. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented, have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Here is the Twitter question. Ike, do you believe Philly sports fans have changed? Has changed? Oh, boy. Just a destructive.
Yeah, Justin struggles with the have.
Was that
that was me.
No,
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, author.
I'm sorry, Justin.
Yeah.
Blame that on you. My bad.
The way I'm just going to read it the way it's intended. Do you believe the Philly sports fan has changed? And if so, is it for the better? Yes, and it's for the better, or no, we haven't changed. What do you think the response is?
That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
I figured that one out.
Yeah.
Yes, it's for the better.
And no, we haven't changed. See, I think it's yes, and it's worse.
Right.
that is what I am
positive. That's a tricky question. Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's a tricky one. I'm gonna go with yes for the better.
By how much?
I'll go with a slight edge. Let's go 57%.
There, you're back on track.
Okay.
55% yes. And
okay, all right, man. I was nervous today. I wanted to really get closer today.
Jack, can you put the poll up again? Correct the grammar, of course, but
I think the grammar's right.
It's wrong. And
wait, hold on.
Do you
believe the Philly sports fan has changed, and if so, is it for the better?
Oh, okay, you're right. Well,
wow,
you're right. I'm wrong.
Wow,
you're right. I'm wrong. I misread it. You're right. I'm wrong.
Whoa,
I did it.
See,
I don't feel like an idiot.
I was thinking Philly sports fans as the collective, so I was looking for have. I didn't read Philly sports fan has. So that's on me. That's on me. I'm wrong. You're right. You're the writer. I'm not. There you go. You can clip that, by the way.
That's one time there, buddy.
Yeah, but could you repost the poll with the grammar exactly correct as it is and add a yes and worse? Because that's what I believe. Obviously, no one's going to vote for that because they never do. But if they, maybe I'll get 8% of the audience. 215-592-9494. Q in Center City. You're on WIP. What's up, Q?
What's going on, Spike? How are you, man?
What's up, Q?
I got something to say, man.
Uh-oh.
No, your take
okay,
is,
okay.
I think that now the take is that we become smug fans.
Yes. Little lack of appreciation for the moment.
Right. Now, this is the thing. I think it's the total opposite. I think it's our lack of winning. Now, me, I've been here. I'm 50. I've been in this city my whole life. Only rooted for Philadelphia teams.
Okay.
So between all of our teams, we got 8 championships. We're tied. I mean, we celebrate the 016s way too much. We celebrate Ike Reese Eagles way too much. We celebrate
Ike Reese's Eagles.
Well, since I'm here, you may as well point me out.
Way too much. My bad, Ike.
That's all good.
Way too much. 93 Phillies, we celebrate way too much. That is because we didn't win.
Yep.
So this, like this whole thing about we become smug, no, I think it's the total opposite. Because guess what? The Eagles Super Bowls, they didn't hit me the way I thought they would have. Because guess what? They came a little late for me.
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm
Okay.
enjoying, but not to the point of it's like about time. About time. So us as fans, I mean, the ones that I've talked to that's been in this city, never go nowhere. These guys, it's like, okay, we need more. We're the rest of them. That kid a few years ago who had to sign, he was 15, he's from Boston, had I'm still envious of that kid.
That's an interesting take, Q. Real quick, hold up. So Spike, he's like, he has more of the it's about time. Like these are titles that should have already been here by now. As good as some of those teams were, that's an interesting viewpoint as well.
It's absolutely an interesting viewpoint that I hadn't considered.
Yeah.
I do think though your point about the championships not feeling as good as you thought they would.
Right.
There is something to. That's why I want to enjoy the season. Because, to my point earlier, most teams are not going to end in a championship. Right. And
you're saying enjoy the ride.
Yeah. The thing about enjoying the ride is that you have the whole ride to enjoy. Right? When you win a championship, it's over. Everything's behind you. It feels good, but there's no ups and downs. There's nothing to look forward to.
Once it happens, it happened.
But yeah, it's just like over. And I guess the reason that I think the ride is so good is because, to me, I know this will sound crazy, the possibility of winning a championship almost feels better than winning a championship does. Because as you're looking forward to it.
Strange the last week.
I'm sorry.
Last 2 weeks.
Really?
Well, the 21 strikeouts thing is I haven't gotten over that yet.
19 strikeouts. But he was on to something. The lowest strikeout percentage in baseball since then.
I'm just saying.
About that?
I was on to something. Right. I think there is something about the how attractive the unknown is, and that you might win. Almost the lead up to it, for me, feels better than the actual moment you win, because as soon as you win, it's over. But I hear what you're saying, Q. It's a good point.
Q? So it's like for some of us in this city, we put our whole everything on these teams to win. I mean, I remember a time when our teams wouldn't win, and I was love the paper, love the sports section, love all the sports thing, where I have to get away from that for a while, where mentally it really messed with us. So it's not like, hey, the ride, this, that, never. No, at the end of this ride, it comes depression for some of us. Some of us are wrapped up in sports way too much, maybe. Maybe. I know as getting older, I had to dial it back a little bit. But what I'm saying is that a lot of times this journey at the end, if it don't come with the championship, is another C. And we got too many of them. I mean, we got franchises that's been around forever. And we got 8 championships between them. So, come on, we got to win more. And guess what?
In fairness, Q, most of those championships have come while we've been alive. I mean, really, 83 Sixers, 80 Phillies, 08 Phillies, the 2 Eagles Super Bowls. Which one am I forgetting? That we were alive for the Flyers.
You're doing 3 Nova championships.
Yeah. What's that?
So I'm just saying, Spike. It's just a little. I mean, for me and a lot of people who I talk to, when we get these championships or the journey, it's cool. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna but it's still if we don't do, it's like the playoffs. What are we gonna do? So I just wanted to put that out.
All right, Q. That's a good point. It was a good perspective.
Yeah. The whole idea that, we got 2 Super Bowls, but we should have more than 2 Super Bowls at this point.
Right.
That's a hardened Philadelphia fan right there. He hasn't forgotten about the 80s and the 90s. And those Hugh Douglas Eagles-led teams.
His point about celebrating Hugh Douglas-led teams. Before he put the Ike Reese Eagles.
I'm trying to get up out of there. Yeah. He threw me in there. I'm like, hold on, man.
At one point in your life, you would have loved that. During the run, the Ike Reese Eagles, are you kidding me? His point, I don't know how to reckon with we celebrate the 01 Sixers and 93 Phillies and Ike's Eagles too much, because I don't know.
At that point, that's all we had, though.
Yeah, but I don't think we celebrated. I kind of like celebrating those moments.
our era of Eagles football is quickly being pushed to.
Yes. Well, and by the way, so
we're still talking about the 0-1 Sixers because we still haven't been back to the final since.
Yeah, and the 0-1 Sixers would fade a bit if the current Sixers were to win a championship.
No doubt about it. Without no doubt.
Right.
No doubt. Well, when Jimmy, I think it was Jimmy, right, that reportedly said something to Bryce about if you want him to stop talking about the 08 championship.
Oh, yeah, we played it. Yep.
Yeah, you got to go win one.
Yes.
He's right.
Yep.
He's right.
215-592-9494.
Yeah, you want to stop talking about the 0-1 Sixers? Well, you need the Sixers to go win, or at least get there again.
100%
so you
fair.
have new memories.
100% fair. They're always celebrating a championship at Colonial Hyundai.
There we go.
The championship of getting you a new Hyundai. Right. John Ashell, the Carzo, that only cares about that. Only cares about the end result. So does the staff at Colonial. The end result, you happy. And your journey at Colonial Hyundai, faster, easier, better. No hassle when you go in there. They know how valuable your time is. That's why they built the new dealership in there to make everything faster, easier, and better. Over 200 brand new Hyundais on the lot. So whatever you're looking for, they've got it. If you want a Kona, if you want a Palisade, if you want an Ioniq 5 or 6, they have them. Whatever your issue is, whether it's budget, right? Whether it is because they've got Hyundais for every price range, whether it is your credit, financing as low as 0%, whether it's your trade, some of the best trade-in incentives going right now at Colonial Hyundai. They are going to work with you through the process and make sure at the end of it, you're feeling good about it. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. Chuck in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Yo. What up, fellas?
What up, Chuck?
Hey, listen, let me get some of this action, man. Hey, Spike, that's like calling the kettle black. I mean, aren't you the same guy a couple weeks ago saying that you over this Eagles Super Bowl and you on to the next? Don't that sound kind of ungrateful to me? This is a team that won a Super Bowl, and that's the hardest championship to win, in sports, arguably. And they won it.
Well, but that's
you were right. You were over it.
Yeah, but that's it. That's my point. I think that goes to my point that the entire season is part of it. It's not. I understand what you're saying, but my point being that talking about all of it and living and dying with every moment, to me, is what it's about. It is not just about the end result. The end result is that's the goal, of course, and winning a championship is the goal, but I'm already looking toward next season. What? I mean, it's true.
Depending on who you are.
Yeah. What was that noise from Chuck there?
I like to go to the barbershop and go to the cigar lounge and sit amongst the Cowboys fans and the Steelers fans and the Green Bay Packers fans and the San Francisco 49ers fans and the Lakers fans and all those and talk my ish. I can't do it for the Lakers fans, because the Sixers ain't worth nothing. But I can talk my ish a little bit more. With them, because we have 2 championships in the last 7 years. We the team that's on the uprise. So now I can talk a little bit more. Before I had to keep my mouth shut. With these guys, you talk about how many rings they got. Now I don't have to do that.
To be honest with you, Chuck, I'm not talking. When I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about you because you are.
In general, though.
No, but you will after. You get up and down.
Means fans like you that are like you.
Yeah, you like someone like you. You are up and down and up and down and up and down through the season.
Right.
At no point do you ever say, call me when they win a championship. Maybe for Embiid, but everybody else, it's pretty much they're great, they suck, they're great, they suck, and you go through all of that. I know that when you're talking to fans of other teams, of course we want as many championships as possible. That you can't talk to a fan if you're a Phillies fan, you can't talk to a Yankee fan and go, they give us a good ride. That doesn't work. I understand that, but I think when we're talking amongst ourselves. It was just, there was something about it yesterday, Chuck, where everybody was saying, nah, none of this matters. Just call me if they win a World Series. I was like, Are you kidding me? That they.
Yeah. So if people don't know, this is Spike's thoughts coming off of
yesterday's show.
The big win with the series win versus the Dodgers. And he's excited about the series win. And he feels great about the team and it feels different to him. And I was more or less poo-pooing the whole thing that, it's a good win, but I need to see more. Okay, I didn't know if you heard yesterday. Okay.
No, I listened. I listened. I heard.
Okay.
And the thing about it is this, right? With the Phillies, let me say something about the Phillies, right? You got some people that go to the games that just want to drink a beer. Like I like go to the games. I might just want to drink a beer, not even sit in my seat, just walk around the stadium and eat a hot dog. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You got some people that just like watching the games during the summer because it's something to do. It's a tradition during the summer. You know what I mean? It's 162 games. These guys have had their chance to close out and win a championship, and they failed to do so. Can't blame us for saying, wake us up from October. That is a very taxing season. It's not like the Eagles season when it's much shorter. You know, it's not 82 games. It's 162 games. So, yes, you're going to get some people that say, you know what? I'm going to drink beer, enjoy the Phillies this year, but I'm not going to be tuned in and locked in every game, you know, like it's my last. Until September, October, when it's still good, you realize it's still good. You say, no, wake me up. Now I think they can win a championship. It's been 4 years of a 162-game season they lost and haven't made it to the championship yet. So, I just think that you need to give us a little bit more grace with that. You know, I think these fans here, you know, Spike and Ike, these guys are just the best fan base in the world.
Yeah.
And the show at parade. You know, ask those people at the parade that just was out there early in the morning, 5 o'clock,
I agree.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, trying to sit out a chair to get the best seat to watch the Eagles, their champions, come down Broad Street. You know what I mean? When you win a championship here, you are beloved in this city like none other. When you fall short, hey, sometimes you get to the point of, you know, numbness. You know, and I'm not saying the Phillies are there right now. They're not the Sixers. I'm not saying that by no means. And they started off great this year. And I think they could be good, but I don't know. We don't know until the end of the year, but I just think that it's getting to that point of numbness.
All right.
And that's just the bottom line.
All right, Chuck.
You know,
I'm sorry for cutting you off, Chuck, but we have a very special guest. Ryan Hammond, Executive Director of the Eagles Autism Foundation. How are you, Ryan?
I'm great. How are you guys? I miss you.
I miss you too. Well, before we know it.
Well, I saw you this weekend somewhere on TV.
Well, you know, April, I'm out and about in April sharing the good news of the Eagles Autism Foundation. So
Yes.
Thank you for being a fan, Ike. I appreciate it.
Well, Eagles Autism Challenge coming up May 17th. And of course, everyone can register to, you can run or you can walk or you can get on a bike. So there's almost no excuses for anybody.
Absolutely. I mean, here we are, May 17th. It's our 8th annual. We're coming off of last year was a record. Well, all of a sudden we went to the Super Bowl. And to think about that last year's record, we already are breaking it. So not only were participants, I mean, we get to ride the 10-mile bike ride and recreate the Super Bowl parade with our players. Like, who doesn't want to do that? And know that every dollar they're raising is making a difference. And then just the opportunity to have this meaningful connection with our fans. So we're trying to win championships on and off the field these days.
Yes.
And a great way for people to be a part of the action is on May 17th with Eagles Autism Challenge.
Absolutely.
What a great event. What a great day. I mean, really, you know, the Eagles Autism Foundation is an all year round thing, but this is the sort of, would you say this is like the kickoff to the new year or?
Yeah, this is our signature event. It's
Yes.
actually kind of the end, the culmination, because when
Okay.
we get to May 31st, that's like when we're filling a bucket all year long. So we're doing things. We're doing our radiothon with you. We're doing auctions for the game. We do our 50-50 and all of these different initiatives to raise money. And the culmination is Eagles Autism Challenge. So this year, I'm so proud to share that we're going to surpass raising $10 million in just 1 year. So that's since last June. And we give every single dollar away. So 100%. You think about philanthropy is a competitive place, and how do you make a difference with your dollars right now? Donating to the Eagles Autism Challenge, participating in the Eagles Autism event, you know, that is how you're going to make a difference. And to have it with our team in such a, you know, moment in time that's so meaningful, it's really transformational. We're giving this money to fund research, but more importantly, to fund real-time programs to create employment opportunities. You've seen our popcorn factory that we've done. This is a great call to action for anyone out there, whether they have a personal connection to autism or they just love the Eagles, to join us that day. Ike is always seen, you know, I would say shuffling on the 5K, not quite a run, a little faster than a walk.
No more bike for you?
They're
by the
really
way?
starting to go out, right?
Shuffling.
Really, Ryan? We're going with shuffling?
Yeah. His wife is like, eat my dust. Yeah. She leaves him.
Well, no, yeah, she runs. Yeah, she runs the whole 5K. Yes. I will say I have a nice walk, not shuffling. Like shuffling is Harold Carmichael. I'm at least walking at a good pace.
I remember.
Again, just the fact that you're participating, right? It's such a great way for like
Yes.
our Eagles legends to come back.
Yep.
Like everyone, Hollis Thomas, like they're showing up, they're showing out. Jason Kelsey's been back with us. We'll definitely get BG back this year. And then you have all of our current players. And I mean, I know there's definitely some fan favorites, especially after the heroics of, the Super Bowl. So to have these players really excited, like Cooper DeJean is getting promoted from like the water station last year to being able to ride the 10 miles. So it's going to be really cool.
Water station. Wow, that is a come up for Cooper.
Well, and that's the thing. Yes.
All of the rookies you'll find at the water
got it.
station handing you, your hydration. But they're so excited when they get to kind of get past that role and they get to actually ride. So I know we'll have some new faces on bikes this year. And we'll bring some of the old guys back, like Ike and friends.
Haven't missed one yet. No, it actually it's an awesome event to attend and to be a part of. Ryan spoke about the great cause that you would be supporting, and the Eagles have done a great job of raising money with the help of all Eagles fans and people that support autism. But if you're just an Eagles fan and you're talking about being around some of your favorite Eagles players, current and former players, I mean, it is a 2-day event, the night before and the day of the event. It is a fantastic opportunity to interact with some of the guys as they are out there on the course, whether they're riding or walking with you. When you come in at the end and you get a chance to mingle around at the end, when you get your medal, take pictures.
On the field.
Jeffrey Lurie, Mr. Lurie is speaking to everyone and thanking everyone for coming out. By the way, he's also a part of it. He's walking like everybody in the organization. The organization shuts down that day, and everybody pretty much participates in some form or fashion. So I know my family looks forward to it every year. They won't let me miss it. So I'm looking forward to getting back out there. And I think it's about time for us, Ryan, to start to up our ante and raising some money for our individual accounts, right? I'm trying to lead the legends.
We need to send your fundraising page so you can share it on social media and all the
Yes.
fans of Ike Juice out there. And what you said was so important, right? This initiative started with the vision of Jeffrey Lurie. His personal connection to autism inspired him to be a voice for the now 1 in 36 people affected. And since we started in 2018, we've raised, over $40 million when we get to the end of this event this year. And to know that every dollar is going to change someone's life, whether it's through investing in research or in the real-time support we're creating, I mean, that's what it's all about. And when you think about what the Eagles organization accomplishes, it's hard not to imagine what we do off the field being so important to, as we hoist those trophies on the field.
I would also say this, and I know this is far less important than the mission itself, but if you are a runner, so I can't really run 5Ks anymore because of my hip and back, but it is a fast 5K. Shut up, Jack. It's a fast 5K course. The fastest 5K I ever ran was the Eagles Autism Challenge. So if you're looking for a PR out there and you're a runner, it's a fast 5K. So registration is for free right now if you go to eaglesautismchallenge.org and use code April25. And Ryan, I'm going to say this because you won't. Everybody's talking about Nick Sirianni, big contract extension. $10 million in a year raised. There's got to be someone talking about Ryan Hammond contract extension somewhere.
You are too kind. But people like Ike, right? He's an ambassador. He makes my job easy. It's the community that we have. The backdrop of the Eagles organization is just really special. And the fact that I get to exploit all of these opportunities to create meaningful connections with the community, it's just been incredible. And again, we have Eagles everywhere. I've heard from fans from Australia that are coming to do the 5K. We've had people from the Netherlands. I think creating that positive connection around autism that can be challenging for people to talk to is why people show up that day as well. And it's just a testament to Jeffrey, his vision. And, if Jeffrey says it's important, then all of a sudden I'm meeting with the team with coach. And
amazing how that works. Yeah.
So it's been great. So I appreciate everyone's support. And there's time to register. You can register through the event, but you are going to be met with some fundraising minimums. So we're here to help. And we're just so appreciative to partners like WIP and Ike and Spike. You guys have been huge champions. And even Jack, I keep calling Jack out to do the 5K, but I guess he was busy writing his book, maybe. I don't know.
He can do the 5K.
Easy.
He can do the 5K.
I have ran it the last 2 years. We got
Gilio smoked him out there. Yeah, Gilio outran him.
Well, Gilio's the fast little guy. guy.
Well, it's easy when you weigh 120 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine.
All right, Ryan. Well, I appreciate you
We look
calling
forward
in.
to it. Yes, we will be there.
Again, it's eaglesautismchallenge.org, and to waive the registration fee, the code is April 25. And again, the event May 17th kicks off at Lincoln Financial Field and finishes there at Lincoln Financial Field.
And Ryan, the book is ringthebellbook.com.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I can't wait to read it. There's an event this weekend, a tattoo event with Brandon Graham. So check out our social media too. There's some fundraisers happening. Everyone could be a part of it. So
tattoo
Yeah, nonstop.
All right.
Nonstop. I heard 40 million. I heard that number this weekend, Ryan. 40 million.
I know.
Yeah. Nice.
Quite the legacy that every dollar has been invested in the community too.
Yes,
So yeah,
absolutely.
we're not done yet.
All
know
right.
it. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Talk to you soon.
All right, Ryan, everything that's good. And coming up next, a person who is everything that is the opposite. Elliot Shore Parks joins us.
He out there running.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Elliot run?
Well, because Spike's been pointing out he's gaining a lot of weight. So it would,
I'm just saying a little weight.
Well, you reported it. So, yeah, I think it'd be good for him to run.
Yeah. Gotta get out there, man.
I wonder if I could.
You walking this year?
I'll walk it. My goal, though.
I will walk together.
Next year.
Beautiful.
I actually walked last year with your dad, I believe.
Next year.
Did you beat him?
Well, at least he didn't fall. Walking.
Because he was restricted to walking.
Yes,
exactly.
as
yes,
he should have been. Yeah, one of the worst nights of my life, spending in the ER with my father. Everybody fell on the bike.
Sounds like a beautiful moment.
Yeah, well, Steinberg was there too.
His favorite person.
Yeah, a weird day. But my goal would be, I'm going to run it next year. I will walk it this year, and I will be back to running next year.
Now, do you think if Elliot did join it, would he wear the Eagles Insider of the Year? Like
his
chain?
buckle, his chain.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
That
great.
could be a move.
That'd be the move. Elliot joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and friends.
Oh, man. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. Again, that's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay. That was definitely not how I thought Florida would win the national title last night. I figured the Gators offense would have to solve Houston's vaunted defense, and I didn't expect the Cougars to pull a Duke and wilt down the stretch like they did. Scoreless for the last 2+ minutes, losing for the first time this season when allowing less than 70 points. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's Tuesday at 3 o'clock. That means Tuesdays with Elliot Shore Parks. For the first time, Tuesdays with Elliot live on YouTube, because you weren't here last week.
Correct. I was in Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I was here Friday from Chickies.
Yes.
But this is the first Tuesdays with Elliot live on YouTube.
So say hi to everyone on YouTube.
Hi, everybody. I will not be reading the comments. Well, maybe the nice ones.
No, don't read the comments.
Jack reads the comments.
Jack reads all the comments.
Yeah, just nonstop scrolling.
Yep. Scroll.
Gotta see what they say.
Yes.
Down 20 pounds. I think they'd be nicer. Yeah.
Everyone's
no one's brought that up.
Well, Jack, if we're going to have photos taken here on April 29th, you got a few weeks to take it down another couple pounds.
Yeah, you get 25 pounds.
Yeah.
Taking pictures?
I think Ava just said that last break.
Yeah. It's nice to be Ike, you know.
You said the last break?
I think so.
Yeah,
I wasn't
29.
there.
New headshots, yeah.
Yeah, not new headshots. It's a whole no. I'm telling you, it's not. But it's okay.
We don't have to get into it.
No, we don't. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
Well, what else would they be?
Okay, they're not new headshots. Now I'm just gonna have to.
Yeah. What are they just taking shots of our body?
No,
Like our heads?
they're taking pictures of us for the YouTube stills. But
What part of our body are they?
But they're taking a picture of your head that is not necessarily a headshot.
Oh, what would it be?
What are you talking about? I guess in the way that the function of it is different than a headshot. But
yes.
it is,
But it's not a headshot.
But anyway, Jack, if you want my eye routine, I can help you out.
Okay, there you go.
Nice.
All right,
no problem.
Elliot, what do you interact with fans a lot?
Yes.
You're online a lot. You see people. You're out more than all of us.
Yeah,
you know,
I
with
think
all
I'm
the
the
fans
most
of Philly
accessible
trips.
beat writer there is.
Absolutely. So
congratulations.
Thank you. For better or worse, yeah.
So if you're listening, you didn't hear the beginning of the show. My sort of yesterday we were talking about the Phillies, and I said they seemed different to me this year in a better way, in that they had solved a bunch of the issues that we thought were problems. Not solved, but so far this year they have changed in that way. And a lot of the response I got was, don't care unless they win a championship. Call me when they win a championship. And it just sort of felt to me that our fans have shifted to being more sort of entitled and smug about it and not enjoying in the same way the regular season with the ups and the downs. Have you seen a change in Philadelphia fans in your time here?
I mean, a lot of thoughts on this. It's an interesting topic. The first thing I would say is I do think if we want to talk about I think people are much more, if you like someone, you support them no matter what. If you don't like them, you're hard to convince to like that person. So I think that is one difference when you want to talk about how fans react to things now. That was probably not the case 20 years ago, right?
People are more dug in on the people they
when
like.
you call in, we could probably name the callers and be like, he's a Jalen guy, he's not a Jalen guy, right? So I think there's that aspect to it. In terms of the Phillies, I think it's interesting how we all have different perceptions of it. Obviously, you talk to people 4 hours a day, so you have your perception. My perception of the Phillies has been different so far. It seems like people are very excited about the team. I haven't seen as much wait till the playoffs, but overall, what I would say is, yeah, I think fans have a right to be super. I don't know if smug's the word I would use, but the Eagles are one of the best teams in the league. The Phillies are one of the best teams in their league. So I think when it comes to those two teams, I think fans should act differently than they did for a large portion of those franchises. Because for a long time, the Eagles were not a great team, really prior to 2000. And the Phillies have more losses than any other team in professional sports. So yeah, over the last 5 years, I think fans should change. It would be silly if fans didn't change.
It doesn't feel like change for the better to me.
But why?
Well, because to me, the journey of the season is sports. Championship is great, but to say that they're not, I won't accept that they're good enough unless they win a championship at the end of the year, to me is giving up on most of sports.
So
right?
I agree with you. I remember in 2022 being on a call with Angelo prior to the Super Bowl and saying it was an acceptable loss. They could lose that game, right? So I get,
an Elliott day.
I get your point. That season was a success, right? The journey was fun. The team was awesome. They lost a close game to the Chiefs. There's no shame in that, right? But I do think when you talk about why fans are so title oriented, I think that's just correct analysis by the fans. The Phillies are good enough to win the World Series. The Eagles are good enough to win the Super Bowl. So I don't think this is taking a team that is obviously not good enough. The 2021 Eagles, it would be silly if everybody said, well, unless they win a Super Bowl, this isn't a successful year. Because we all knew just getting to the playoffs was good for that team. Winning a game in the playoffs would have been an outstanding outcome. But now, if I'm a Phillies fan, and especially after the win over the Dodgers, I get your point that I want to enjoy the summer. The Phillies are a fun team to watch, but it's just correct to say if they don't win a title this year, it is a disappointment. It just is. They are underachieving if they don't win a World Series. And so that's correct. With the Eagles, yeah, it's all about
if they lose to the Dodgers in the NLCS, they're underachieving.
I think that's a disappointing loss for sure. I mean, the Dodgers are
it's not underachieving.
It's not underachieving because the Dodgers are very good, but the Phillies are also a top 5 team. And I don't think if you can say the fourth team losing to the first team, I guess it's acceptable in a way, but I think that fans are correct.
They're going to be just as upset about it.
Yeah, people will be upset, but as they should be.
So I think all good points. Let me devil's advocate a little bit. This isn't to bring up training camp stats as a joke. It's seriously.
Well, they are. I mean, they set the franchise record.
The end of the training camp stats for Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
He didn't throw an interception.
He threw one.
He threw one.
Yeah.
But he set the record
Correct.
for
He
most
set the record for consecutive
that he had set
passes.
2 years prior. But
right.
Yeah,
when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yes. But you said here is a meaningful change in Jalen Hurts based only on training camp. I guess that what I would say is I couldn't get anyone to say yesterday that the Phillies had a meaningful change, because everybody was just saying it was just 9 games.
So I think that for me specifically, since you bring up the training camp, like for me, I saw that change in Jalen. And so now he didn't have a great start to the year. But
let me bring that part in. You just go ahead and
he didn't have a great start.
About how great your stats were.
Well, they were.
They tell you how they weren't.
They correctly predicted what happened. He had a career low in interceptions, a career low in interception percentage. He won Super Bowl MVP, and he clearly had a special year. So they were obviously correct. It just had a speed.
He did not have a special year.
So honestly, this is stats. So I think you guys think fans have changed. He did have a special.
I just want to be clear. I'm not doing.
Hold on. Here's my thing. With your stats.
Yes.
Coming out of training camp, and why nobody overreacted to them, because it didn't matter.
But it
didn't matter.
But it did.
No, it didn't matter to fans. Is the point that I'm making? Yeah, it mattered ultimately because we got a chance to see the results. But nobody cares about what those stats were in training camp when he came out in the first game and could have threw 4 interceptions easily.
Right, and one on the first drive. So trust me, my mentions were well aware. Right, I get that. But ultimately, the stats weren't predicting he was going to have a great first 4 games of the season. The stats were predicting he was going to take care of the ball that year, and he absolutely did. And so where I was going with this with the Phillies,
I thought the stats was predicting that he was going because
he did. He had a great year.
Hold up. Since we're talking about his stats.
Let's do it.
Because the first year you did this Wentz stats, right?
I've been doing them since Foles, but
whatever.
Yeah.
The only time it mattered was in 2017 is when it really, nobody cared before then.
Wentz had an outstanding training camp in 2017, and it predicted a great season.
Whoa. His season that year, you could have made an argument reflected the way he played in training camp. Because he threw 33 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. It wasn't about he threw the fewest amount of interceptions. It's how he looked when he played. So when you give me training camp stats, unless you specifically are saying this is an indicator of how he's going to take care of the football, not how great he's going to play at the quarterback position. Because as much as I may disagree with Spike and his overall view of Jalen, he's right about one thing, along with Mr. Fritz in there, is that part of his success throwing the ball was his lack of throwing the ball, meaning he didn't put it in harm's way because he didn't throw it as much. So his stats in training camp when he was dinking and dunking everywhere that you failed to point out also with the completion percentages, well, it was clear he couldn't throw the ball down the field.
Well,
so they had to be all underneath throws where he's not under attack in training camp, Elliot. So my point is that when the bullets started flying for real, it didn't show up that way in the regular season, the way it did in training camp.
Right. So in training camp, he actually didn't throw a lot of touchdowns. I think he ended with like 23 or 24, which is a relatively a low number. I think Wentz was in the 30s when he had his special year. Yeah. Right. So I do think the training camp stats correctly predicted exactly what type of player he was going to be. He took care of the ball. That's exactly what he did in training camp. Now, hold on. Now we can talk about he threw it less.
You projected
he was
going to do, and what it's okay. I like Jalen. I'm a Jalen guy, but let's not try to rewrite history.
I don't think I am rewriting history,
or have a revisionist view of it. Because your numbers in training camp say one thing, and now that we got the results of the regular season, you can make it fit your training camp stats. His play during the year did not exude that.
So I would agree.
And I'm a Jalen guy.
Right. I'm a Jalen guy too, correctly. Like he is a great quarterback. But like, if you look at the play he had this year, he was still a very great quarterback. He just was a great quarterback this year. So I agree the training camp stats did not come out.
By what standard? By what? By like what made him a great quarterback other than the team won overall?
Right. So I think a couple things made him a great quarterback this year. One, he did take care of the ball. And we can point to less attempts, but he did take care of the ball at times.
The 29th ranked passing offense in the league.
Right. But I'm talking about taking care of the ball. He absolutely 100% was elite taking care of the ball this year. No question about it. He was one of the best third down quarterbacks in the NFL this year, both passing and running the ball. The stats back that up. So when it comes to winning football,
what's the down and distance in those, and what's the conversion rate on distances over 8 yards? Don't give me 3rd and 2 quarterback tush pushes and all of that.
So I haven't looked it up since.
Hold
on. I haven't looked it up since like week 16. But going into week 16, he led the league in third down rushes of 3rd and 5 or longer for a first down. So he
third down rushes.
I'm saying like quarterbacks in the NFL.
Quarterback, he ran the ball.
I'm saying on 3rd and 5, no other quarterback ran for more first downs this past season.
What does that do with throwing?
I haven't gotten to throwing. I said he was great on third down in 2 ways. One, he had a high passer rating on third down. And 2, he was absolutely a huge threat on the ground, converting with his legs. So those are 3 things. He was great throwing the ball on third down. He was great taking care of the ball. And he was great running the ball on third down. And you're right. I won't point to the win-loss record because that is a team thing. But we all know, like, he was Super Bowl MVP. So, yeah. So, like, Jalen obviously had a great year. We can nitpick the amount of passing attempts and stuff, but he had a great year. Like, he did. And so when the training camp...
He had an okay year.
I think you're underselling him there. I think he definitely had a great year.
Fair.
I think you're being harsh. Like, okay.
Harsh? Why would I choose now to be harsh when I did nothing but to defend the guy all year? And matter of fact, I'm the one suggesting he become a game manager when he turned the ball over 9 times in the first 4 weeks of the season.
He definitely had a rocky start to the season. I agree with that. But that ended up being a small part of the season. And yes, they changed. It is 4 games. They played 20 games. Yeah. So
they changed the whole offense.
They did. They started running it more. I agree with that. Ultimately, he threw it 5 less times a game than he did in 2022. And I'm not poo-pooing 5 times, but let's not act like he went from...
Well, that's like 25%.
No, I know, but let's not act like he went from like 29 attempts to like 12.
One of the worst passing offenses in the league.
So that's not completely true. Like, it is on total yards, but I think yards per attempt.
Touchdown passes,
sacks.
But first of all, a lot of winning teams are near the bottom of the league in yards per game in passing. That's just a fact. I don't know what metric you're using to say he had one of the worst passing games in the. I don't
know if it was ranked 29th or 30th in the league. It certainly wasn't one of the best when he threw.
If it's yards per game, I agree.
Yards per game is 180 yards a game. So how good could the passing game have been?
Well, this is why I view it differently. I think yards per pass and yards per passing attempt, he was not near the bottom of the league. I think he was in the upper half of the league. And so when they threw the ball, I think he was better than yards per game indicate. I think he didn't have a lot of passing yards or passing attempts because in a lot of these games, they were up in the 3rd and 4th quarter and they were killing clock. But it's true. Every time he had to throw it this year, he was great throwing the ball.
We can move on.
Yeah.
Because I'm at a 2.0 level. This is 1.0 level that you're doing.
Right. I'm trying to get you to like a 5.
That is nonsense to me. That's nonsense.
Well, but let's circle back around.
It's okay to be like he had.
I'm actually enjoying this.
An okay year passing the ball, and there's a lot of room for improvement. Everybody would agree with that. If the passing game was so great, the receiver wouldn't be saying we can't be the same offense. We got to change up everything completely. He wouldn't be saying that. The best player on the team, he wouldn't be saying that.
So I agree with you. The passing game could be better than it was last year, but the passing game is one part to me of Jalen.
I agree.
Yeah, so that's why I think
it's a pretty big part.
It is a part, but I think
you're not giving us rushing stats in training camp. This conversation started with your stats throwing the ball in training camp.
Right.
And is that an indicator of what the season is? That's what this conversation is about. It's not about Jalen as an overall quarterback or what have you. This is about throwing the football.
And I think my training camp stats were an indicator of what Jalen was. I didn't say he set the franchise record for passing touchdowns in training camp.
I love you because you have the ability of leaving things with such gray area and room for you to maneuver that we love you and we'll allow you to do it. But if you want to get into a back and forth with me, I'm going to pin you down to stuff that actually really matters. You're giving me a bunch of gibberish.
But I don't think it is.
About stats that nobody else sees.
Right.
You're giving us completion percentages. You're not telling us it was a 30-yard completion. It was a 5-yard completion. It was a dunk off where he may have held the ball for 5 seconds.
We did talk about that.
In a 7-on-7 drill.
But also, I think it's pretty clear. I said he set the franchise record for least interceptions in a training camp. He then went out and set
a record that he said that nobody else had record of.
Well, yeah, but 2 years ago, they also made the Super Bowl. So the point was he was playing winning football in training camp, and that ended up being the case in the regular season.
You're purposely leaving out a lot of context as
I
to
don't
why.
I don't think I am.
Well, sure you are.
No, because I agree with that the passing game could have been better.
No. But the context that you're leaving out is that they at the bye week he was so careless throwing the ball that they told him to throw the ball less than any other quarterback in the league.
That's part of it.
So, well, it's a big part. It's a big part in evaluating if you're saying that
That's
training camp stat X,
I'll let you finish. That's one of the most important things that quarterback play is taking care of the ball.
Agreed.
So he was hurting the team
for 4 games, and then
and they changed it.
Correct. But even in the passing attempts, because we watch every week, there were guys being missed, there were missed throws, but there were not, like, I agree with you. Against Green Bay, he could have thrown 4 or 5 interceptions. He did not have those games after the bye week.
Well, there are also some stats out there now that show that taking stats is worse than
taking
throwing
sacks, you're saying.
Taking sacks is worse than throwing
Well, that's an interesting discussion for another day.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, like, ultimately, if we want to talk about the training camp stats, the stats indicated, and the reason
I'm ripping through your stats this year. I want you to know that.
Oh, everybody will.
You're
I can't wait.
You're on my radar.
Well, it'll be hard to have a better year than Jalen did in training camp or in the regular season. I mean,
it wouldn't be hard to have a better year than he had in the regular
Super Bowl
season.
and won Super Bowl MVP.
We're talking about the regular season. It would not be hard for him to have a better year than that.
For a regular season, yes, but I'm talking about the totality of the season.
Okay, so you had 2 great playoff
games. About 2 games, yeah.
Yes, in the 2 biggest games of the season.
But yes, there's plenty of room to play better in the other 19
but also,
games.
So to circle back to the topic, right? And I'm really not trying to
I appreciate you getting back to the topic.
Stabbing myself with a spoon.
Right.
So
But I think a little bit. This is why, and I don't know where Jack stands on it, but I'm going to guess he stands. I'm going to guess he stands on it with you, where you think fans are, whatever.
No. I think he's not on my side.
I think a little bit of why you feel that way is because you think Jalen was worse than he was, and you wonder why people aren't more critical of him.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong.
It has nothing to do with Jalen.
No.
How we got to Jalen.
Yeah,
okay, then I'm wrong.
It 100% came. I criticize every star player in the like.
No, I know you do. You were very critical of Bryce. I disagreed with Corey saying you're not critical on the Phillies. You were one of the only people criticizing Bryce last year.
Yeah, too sharp of a tongue, some said.
Yeah.
But
no, it's not Jalen related.
Okay,
it's
fair
not
enough.
Jalen related.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
absolutely.
Can I just say one more thing quickly? It's super quick.
60 seconds.
So the reason I think you start with the training camp. I do think the Phillies leading the league in walks in spring training mattered. So like, but
that's a lot. We actually have to see that.
Yeah, it's not my fault no one else gets to watch. That's why I keep the stats.
Damn controlled environment in practice.
And he was awesome.
All right, 215-592-9494. You got your point. You got your point.
Good things no one else has done.
More, Elliot, shut his mic off. Try to talk. Go ahead.
Well, I turned it off myself.
Try to talk again.
I can just turn it back
on.
on.
I can't help myself, man.
This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I'm going to send Elliot playing in the backyard like I do with my dogs. You wear him out a little bit. That's the problem. He comes in here. He's not worn out. It is almost, I know it's cold outside right now, but in a couple of weeks, it'll be warm all the time. Your dogs, your cats will be playing outside. My cat never played outside, but there's outdoor cats, whatever. And Dogs and Cats Rule is going to be your home to make sure that your dogs that are playing outside are set. They're going to be set on toys. Maybe they need some new toys. Maybe you need a new ball throw around in the backyard. Maybe you need to learn about natural flea and tick prevention. Dogs and Cats Rule can help you with that. And you're like, I don't even understand that at all. Well, the good news is the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule is excellent, top of the line, can answer your questions on that. The lead dog, George Perenni, makes sure of that. They can answer your questions on natural flea and tick prevention. They can answer your questions on supplements. They can answer your question, and this is where Dogs and Cats Rule really shines, on pet nutrition. All the best stuff, top of the line stuff, but there's a lot in there. Whether it's kibble or raw, gently cooked, all the fresh diet stuff, you need someone to give you those answers, and the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule does it. All 7 locations, the same way. 2 in Princeton, Pennington and Princeton, Newtown, Doylestown, New Hope, Maple Glen, and Bluebell in Pennsylvania. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it, with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich, or your panini, or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand
Slam! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh. I almost texted you this actually, so I figured you'd already heard.
This might be the worst one, man.
Yeah, but wait to the hook. Wait, no, this is the weird cousin. Yeah, get this guy out of
Cousin on there too.
here. There's a weird part where they scream Ohio. The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. By the way, they did Vince, regular WIP afternoon show listener, sent me a song. AJ and Big Justice did a pro LeBron song. Are they from Ohio?
No, they're from New Jersey.
They're from New Jersey.
Why did they do a LeBron song and they shouted out Ohio in a song?
So we learned yesterday per Jack.
Any thoughts, Ike, on that?
Well, we found out it's a slander.
Yeah, we found out that saying something is Ohio is calling something lame.
Oh.
We didn't know that.
Who knew that?
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
And I don't even think you can really pick
Jesse
that up from
Owens
the
is turning
context
over in his
clues.
grave right now, man.
Like, why not Wyoming? I mean, why?
Yeah, Wyoming's great.
Yeah, no, why?
Well, who knows that?
Well, Jackson Hole's in
I think
Wyoming, right? It's
Wyoming
beautiful.
is thought of as nicer than Ohio.
Yes.
Why?
Well, because I think Wyoming's like open, beautiful space.
What about
Ohio is
Indiana?
like,
Indiana's
another good one.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know anything about the Buckeye State.
Missouri.
You don't know anything about Ohio.
It's a nice state, but I don't think
It's the
people think of
heartland.
Ohio as like
the heartland.
How many people vacation to Ohio?
Well, I wouldn't vacation there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
People
I
go
wouldn't
to
vacation
Wyoming.
there,
Yeah.
What was it Joakim Noah said? He was like, I don't think I'm taking a vacation in Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Yes,
Yeah.
Cleveland. Yeah.
That's the Northeast Ohio. That's up top.
Right. All right. Maybe Ohio's different.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. All right, Ike, adjusted Twitter poll that Jack did that we asked. Do you believe that Philly sports fan has changed? And if so, is it for the better? Yes, and it's worse. Yes, and it's better. No, we haven't changed. So with the new option in there, yes, and it's worse, where would you think it would go? So options, yes, it's worse. Yes, it's better. No, it hasn't changed.
I would say it's gone to yes, it's better still.
Yes,
Slightly.
it is. It is 43.9%. Yes, it's better. 37.5%. No, and we haven't changed. By the way, we have changed. I don't accept
But the
that.
teams have changed too.
Yes, but
Yeah.
but fans have changed.
Right.
And yes, and it's worse, 18.6%, which isn't a number I expected, actually. I didn't expect that to be that high. 215-592-9494. Tuesdays with Elliot. David in the Northeast, you're on WIP. Whoa. David? He's sleeping. I love when
Nick
that
is
happens.
sleeping.
This is a
girthy
heavy one right
sleep.
here. This is a deep one.
It's like a moist sleep.
Yeah, let him go.
Moist.
Yeah, the girthy.
That's the only thing you could think of.
Well,
type of sleep do
it
you
wasn't
have?
just like a regular snore. It was like a girthy
Let's hear
wet
it. Let's hear
snore.
it.
There you did it again.
David.
Like,
Yeah, what?
Turnover.
Spike's about to be like, Jalen wasn't that good last
Yeah.
year.
The dagger.
He didn't throw it enough.
The dagger is overrated.
Oh,
I think that got him.
David,
Yeah,
you
got
on?
What's up, David?
No.
no.
All right.
Would you agree the dagger has become the clear best play from that game?
Yeah, let me ask you this.
It's
Who
not
do
the
you
best play from the game.
I think it's the most memorable play. Like
Who-
when you think of that game, that's what you think of.
Who
That's
do you,
what you think of.
I
who do
think
you
it's what the
think
majority of
Who do you
people
think is the face of the 24-25 Eagles? Or the
Saquon
25
probably.
Eagles? Okay,
The
so you would
face?
still say, yeah, Saquon.
Oh, Saquon.
Saquon.
Yeah.
I think Saquon's probably the face of the team. Yeah. I mean, obviously Jalen is, if not two, like he's right there because he's the quarterback, but I think Saquon's probably the face of the team.
All right, I didn't know how you would answer that. No, the dagger will get replayed over and over and
Yes,
over again
yeah.
because it's a great offensive play.
Yeah.
But
It's the best offensive play of the game.
of the game, yes, yeah,
Agreed.
yeah, it just came when it didn't matter.
I think
anymore.
when you think, like to Spike's point, I think we will see more replays of the dagger in our lifetime than we will the pick six.
I agree with you.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
On social, it seems to be leaning that way.
Yeah,
Maybe people are
social,
tired
it's
of
the
tweeting
dagger.
the pick six, but I
Yeah.
feel like I see so much more dagger.
Well, that's just.
And it has a nickname.
It does have a nickname.
Well,
And that does help, like Philly special, like that, you know.
oh
It does.
It was 30. Was it 34-0, 27-0?
27.
Like we try to make this play.
It ended the game.
We can make this play special. Try to as you want to, but it wasn't.
It ended
No, it
the
actually
game.
wasn't.
Nick himself said, "If we get this, we'll win."
I don't care what Nick said.
Wow, I took his spike pills this morning.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm just saying that. I didn't take my spike pills. We're just talking about a play that we're over dramatizing.
I agree with you.
Reason.
I agree with you.
Well, it was a great play, and it
Which
clinched
play came at a bigger moment?
the pick six.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Rest my case.
Yeah.
18 games looks like 2027 is the earliest that they'll do it. That is per Roger Goodell, but it seems like it's definitely going to happen.
The 18 games.
The
you said?
18 game schedule. And that will be a 2-bye, I assume. 2 buys if they do 18 games. That's what they've said
So
before.
then they'll go to what, 19 weeks or 20 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that's 20 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That's just math right there.
Into the middle of February. You a pro 18 game guy? I don't even like 17 games. To be honest with you.
I like the preseason. So for me, I do. Not to circle back around, but like we are going to lose a preseason game. I know that's how you all feel. I love the preseason games because I watch them practice. So I do enjoy those. But yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. I mean, you don't want the season to be going into like March. You know, like if the Super Bowl is being played like the last week of February, I think you're pushing it a little there. But
yeah, they're that.
I say it started Labor Day weekend.
So it started earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't cut into training camp though.
There is no training camp.
I mean,
they would just get rid of a preseason
well, I thought
game.
They
it wouldn't
practiced
change
harder
anything
this year.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, you guys.
No, I'm saying they're going to practice regardless, but they're not missing anything.
Well, if they cut training camp shorter, I would be disappointed in that. That would be just
I don't
my
think
opinion.
they will cut training camp shorter.
So just start earlier, you're saying?
Yeah.
Like they would report to training camp like mid-July.
1 week earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just see that
they're not doing any more work.
I see that empty time of February, and I think the NFL looks at that and salivates.
Yeah, I agree.
And says like, "Well, are you kidding me? We could own February too. Let's own February."
Well, and
like,
also until the
because
NFL
baseball's not there till March.
Until the NFL does one thing that doesn't work, they're just going to keep trying. Like they went to Christmas and they got massive ratings.
I don't say it really don't matter where you put it at. People gonna watch the NFL. It don't matter when it's played.
I'll bet the Eagles are on Christmas this year. They got 3 games. The Eagles aren't going international. The Eagles are, if not the biggest team in the league, they're certainly top 5.
Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh, please be a road game.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I feel the exact opposite. I'd much
You wanna
rather
be working on Christmas?
I have to go to the road
Oh, that's
game.
right. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
So,
you're right.
you know,
Well, you don't have to go.
well, I mean,
he
I have
does.
missed one before, but that was circumstantial.
Well, no, it's because it's in Detroit.
No, it was in Dallas. But yeah, please. I spent 3 straight Thanksgivings at Eagles games. I'm pretty sure.
215-592-9494.
Real quick though, is that for
All right.
Insider of the Year credit? Are you looking for that, Elliot, or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I know,
always
but it
there.
felt more like speculative.
Christmas Day, huh?
Yeah, we'll be celebrating together at the pregame show.
Do you have it?
You're right. So they're either gonna get Christmas Day, or do you think they would get Thanksgiving
So I'd rather
or
have
Black
them,
Friday?
I'd rather have them get Thanksgiving because I don't like the holiday as much.
Oh, I love Thanksgiving.
I think Christmas is way better.
No, Thanksgiving's better. No presents.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just Thanksgiving with presents. That's exactly what Christmas is.
Yeah,
And you
but
have the whole
presents make
month.
it worse.
Why do it make it worse? It makes it better.
No, it's
You like getting
stress.
presents?
I don't care about getting presents. I'm an adult.
What house are you in? Yeah, we don't get presents. Yeah, I'm
My
not gonna
wife
get the
gets me
same
presents.
pajamas
I mean,
or a different
I
color
get
for the last
presents.
10 years.
Yeah.
Well, my wife gets me presents, but
Well, it doesn't sound like you like them.
no, I like spending time
She doesn't
with
watch
everyone.
the YouTube clip of that.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No,
You
she
get-
knows my thoughts on presents.
Yeah, you did just sleep in a dog kennel for 24 hours. So I feel like you have enough good points.
Yeah, come on,
yeah.
give me a break
But I'm
on
saying,
that one.
I just hate this thing with presents where everyone's like, oh, presents. Like, why can't we like presents? What's wrong with
Do you know
enjoying
what?
presents?
Here, I don't like mandatory presents. I like, I saw this something for you. I want to make you feel good. That's great. When everybody has to get presents, there's this pressure. And when you haven't been with your wife that long. When you've been together, we've been together 15 years.
Yeah, it's longer.
Yeah.
They're like 8 years. but
Yeah, well, it's twice as long.
You're right. You're right.
8 years is still long, though.
Yeah, but you get
That's
to
not 8 months.
No, but you get to
That'd
a
be long.
point. You get to a point where you're like, what do I buy you?
Yeah.
And
yeah, no, I agree. She just tells me what to buy and I buy it.
yeah, so that's
right. But it's
you
still
know,
a
whatever.
present.
That kinda
I get
loses
my
some of the
presents.
specialness of it.
But
Yeah.
guess what?
I'm
On
not even damn about
Thanksgiving,
that was the best when we discovered that. Putting gifts in a
spreadsheet.
yes, in a spreadsheet.
yeah, just send the links. Be like,
and just
what
send the
color?
links to everybody
Yeah,
in the house.
Yeah.
Wow, that was the best.
But again, on Thanksgiving, you don't get any of that.
Yeah, but that's what I enjoy, being around everyone and having a family time
Good
without
news, buddy.
the presents.
You can do that at Christmas as well.
Not as much, because everybody sort of does their own thing on Christmas as well.
Agree to disagree on this one.
Well, okay.
I'm just saying, like,
It is what it
everything
is.
you do on Thanksgiving, you can't do on Christmas.
I'll tell you what a great gift would be, Ike.
What would that
for
be?
your loved one?
Oh, man.
It's called a big dose of D.
Blue Chew.
Find
Blue
that
Chew.
in your stocking this year.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
As long as you wash it.
Yep. With the stocking.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, hopefully.
Blue Chew is look, you want to do a little early holiday shopping? You tell her that you went to bluechew.com. Don't tell her you use promo code 94. You got it for free.
Yeah.
Tell her you paid the price, which is cheaper because it's made and shipped here in the USA. But you're going to get your first month for free with Blue Chew by using code 94. You just have to pay for shipping, which is just $5. Blue Chew is gonna make you a better lover.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. It is what it is.
Something to be thankful for.
It is something to be thankful for. It is the exact same ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitin, and Staxin. But Ike, it's chewable.
There you go.
No tablet. You don't have to worry about having a glass of water, whatever. You could be driving home. Maybe it's Christmas Eve.
Swallow it.
Swallow it, and eat it.
Chew it and swallow it.
Oh,
in
that's
this,
right.
in
Chew it
this
first.
particular case.
Yeah. And then find the mistletoe.
Yes. Find the mistletoe and then put the mistletoe in the bedroom.
Yeah.
There you go.
The adult version.
The great thing about Blue Chew, as all these other great things, it's all online. So no doctor's visits, no annoying, long, awkward visits to the pharmacy. They ship it to you direct in Jack A.
Discreet hard package.
There it is. Comes right into your mailbox. Again, go to bluechew.com. Use code 94. It's free for the first month, courtesy of the WIP afternoon show. You only pay the shipping. And then you
can chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
Nick in Collegeville.
Amazing.
You're on WIP. What's up, Nick?
I mean, I don't understand why you prep so hard. Spike, you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, try to put a good show together.
Yeah.
And then you bring this dude on.
Completely ruins it. Yeah.
Well, it's already in the schedule. What can you do? You know, it's like a speed bump.
He knows only the first hour on Tuesday.
Yes. Yeah.
And I mean, ESP, the guy that literally comes out and says he loves training camp better than a regular and postseason.
It's my favorite time of the year.
It's where he shines.
That's what I just said.
Just wait till I'm on Hard Knocks.
So
wait till they got Jalen's training camp stats up there on each episode.
That's why he wants Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Put a little trademark next to it.
There we go. It all comes around.
When are we getting the parade for the best record-breaking preseason of all time? The best quarterback ever, not Eagles history, but clearly probably NFL history. When's that?
Well, if it didn't happen last year, I don't think he'll do it again this year. It's hard to break records. So
he's already said it twice.
Yeah,
He's already
true.
said it
Maybe.
twice.
I mean, he's elite at taking care of the ball, so I guess it's not crazy to think he could do it again.
All right.
He's absolutely elite at taking care of the ball.
Half the time.
Oh my God.
All the time. pretty
Not
much.
all the time.
2022.
I tagged you in,
2021.
Nick. You're in. I'm out. You're in, Nick.
I
Go ahead.
don't even want listen. I throw the towel in. I don't even want to take a punch. It's not like I'm afraid of him. He's not the George Foreman. I just don't want to get in the ring with him.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in the ring either. Boxing hasn't gone well.
Yeah. Oh, no?
Eagles are fans.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Why is boxing not going well?
I'm just not really good at it.
Shocking.
Wow.
Like, I enjoy doing it. It's a good workout, but the whole time I feel like I'm not really sure what I'm doing. There's like the even numbers and odd numbers, southpaw, regular stance.
Are you fighting other people?
No, just a bag.
Oh,
You keep
okay.
smoking that bag, though.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I do. I get it's a good workout. I do think I hit hard. I'm just not really sure what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's all right. I'm a little afraid to go back, but we'll see.
George Foreman hit hard. He never moved his feet, and he was a heavyweight champion. So,
All right, maybe I got a shot.
Yeah.
He could be a heavyweight champion, ESP. Listen, we know you can kick a field goal, and we know you can run a thoroughbred in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I did win the
You can
field goal
run into a home
competition
run.
twice, so yeah, that's not up for dispute.
Champion.
Yeah.
Nick.
Seriously.
Nick, do you think that look, I did prepare, and I know you called about the Philly fans thing. Do you think that we're different for better or for worse?
So I'm going to answer a little question. Should we be different or shouldn't we be different? Because we went to the World Series with Bryce, and then we won a Super Bowl, went to the World Series, lost the Super Bowl, won another Super Bowl. If the Phillies get deep and get to the NLCS and the Eagles get to the NFC championship game, we're the city that should be peacocking around.
Yep.
I agree.
Right now.
So let me ask.
We
Let me
should be
ask.
different.
Can I answer your question with another question?
Sure.
Do you want the athletes to come into the season every year acting different, or do you want them to do what they did the year before?
No, listen, you're right. I know where you're going with this. You're absolutely right. But here's the problem with the 9 games that the Phillies played.
Yes.
If you correlate that with a ratio to the Eagles,
but you can't.
9/10 of a game
Will be
But-
one game.
But you can't. That's not. The sports are completely different. They have played 9 complete games. They haven't played 9/10 of one game. They've played 9 complete games. And
of 162 games.
what's that?
So it's of 162 games, which is 9/10 of an Eagles game.
But
And the Eagles
you can't compare it to
4
football.
games
They've
this
played
year.
9 complete games, and in those 9 complete games, they have the 3 of the major things that I think we all talked about. Number 1 being chasing, taking walks, not striking out. That was one of the major things. Another major thing that people didn't talk about enough, I don't think, was Bryce taking a vocal leadership role with the team. And the thing that nobody even asked for, but I think we're all relieved, is the daycare thing completely gone. Them treating this season, but even Rob Thompson, maybe even managing in a more urgent style than he had before. These are all incredible signs. It's only 9 games, but it's 9 complete games that they've played and done it differently. And they just did it against the Dodgers. They walked 11 times against the Dodgers in the 3rd game. They battled back, a game they blew. It doesn't mean everything, no, but I think it means more than people are giving it credit for.
I agree with you 100%. Like, I think you know when you see it. Like, and it clearly is
How the hell could you know when you see it?
because we just saw a special season from the Eagles. And I think the Phillies have the same mentality. Now, I'm not around the Phillies as much or at all.
As
But
the Eagles?
yeah, I think I see a lot of the same mentality in this Phillies team that I did in this past Eagles team.
Really?
This Eagles team
From
to
what
me.
standpoint?
So the Eagles team to me this past year, it was like business, just like start to finish. It was, this is about winning the Super Bowl. That's all we're focused on. Like, they had fun and there were cool moments, but it was a business like anger about the fact that they hadn't won a Super Bowl. I sense that from the Phillies this year. I sense it in their approach. I sense it in the getting rid of the daycare thing. I sense it in how they celebrate big wins. When I just watch them
Well,
through
we
the
wouldn't
screen.
have said that about the Eagles in the first week or 2 of the season.
I don't know. I disagree with that. Now
We went through the first week or 2 of the season, and I was there, and no one said that.
Well, I think their mentality was that. It's just they weren't playing their best football.
No,
yet.
my point is that no one was talking about, don't worry, the team is great. This is a Super Bowl team. They're going to win the Super Bowl.
I
know
agree
what-
with you on that. You're
Okay,
right. Yeah,
and
yeah.
so-
I'm saying the mentality of the.
No, my only point is that you can have a mentality early in the season. Bryce being a leader, we'll see how much of a leader he is in July.
Yeah.
We'll see if these same words are coming out when the team is going through a bad stretch. Is he stepping up and saying something then? Right? Like, I'm just saying,
I agree.
Bryce being the vocal
Right,
leader. I love Bryce too. But it's easy to do that stuff at the beginning of a season coming out. We'll see when we get in the dog days of the summer and the team goes through a rough patch. Because last year when that happened, everybody, including the manager and every player, was, we don't need to make any hasty moves. These guys will figure it out. They're professionals. We don't do yelling and screaming around here. They'll figure it out. I mean, that was how we handled the adversity.
Right, and the Eagles did have adversity last year, and they handled it well. So we'll see how the
you
Phillies.
know how they handled it well.
They had a team meeting, and they all figured it out.
Oh, they held some guys accountable.
Yeah, that's
publicly.
what I'm saying. Right,
Publicly.
agreed. Yeah, so we'll see how the
Okay.
Eagles. I'm sorry, we'll see how the Phillies handle their adversity. I agree with you on that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying.
before we start comparing them to the Eagles, they haven't done anything like the Eagles.
No, for sure, not yet. But I'm saying, just watching them, they seem to have a business-like mentality that I don't think I've seen from them in past years. And the Eagles had a business-like mentality this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the difference to me. I mean, I remember we talked. I don't remember what point of the season was, but like they had a little bit of like a college-y vibe the past few years, like the way they sell it, right? And now I think the Phillies. The Phillies. Yeah.
I was even whining about how they were celebrating winning the National League East
And
when they
I'll
could
say
still
this.
get home field.
I don't think we'll see any big celebrations from them until they win the World Series.
Yeah.
That's a prediction.
Yeah.
Well, if they win a playoff
none of
series.
that.
No,
It's
I don't
baseball,
think so.
Jack.
I don't think so. I think they
What is
will not.
baseball?
Maybe if they make the World Series,
Celebrating?
but I don't think we'll see this. I mean,
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the celebrations they have
in the clubhouse.
in
and
the clubhouse
you
where
know,
it seems like they already won the World
right.
Series.
I don't think you'll see that from them this year.
I thought I said it last year. I thought it was meaningful that the Dodgers celebrate. They didn't celebrate like we celebrated when they won the division, and they went, and I think they won 7 of their last 8 games after that, and they clinched best record in the National League, and the playoffs went through
Another
Los
example of you
Angeles.
being hard on the Phillies.
I was hard
exactly
on the
right.
Phillies.
Yeah,
that drove me crazy from Corey saying that I had a different standard for the Phillies than I did. For
I
the
do think you have
Eagles.
a different standard for the Sixers, but no,
We just never talk about the Sixers. I wish
maybe
I
once
wish-
a day you should say Joel is a loser.
He's a loser.
Yeah,
I said it. Yeah, and by the way, when he got called out, we don't need to do this. When he got called out by Maxey, I was very hard on him.
Yeah.
I've been hard on him about how he's handled the whole injury thing because he's blaming everybody but himself.
It also seems like now that we have a full year, like, look, he is hurt, and that is hard to deal with. It does seem a little bit like he wasn't completely bought in on the plan.
Yeah.
And so maybe the results would have been a little different if, he was gung-ho on the plan.
100%.
Yeah.
He never gave it a chance to work.
Right. It felt like all along it was almost like, I know this isn't going to work.
Right. Even though the doctors told him to do it, whatever, he didn't want to do
and
it.
in a twisted way, it actually gives me a little optimism for next year. Because if they're just going to do it his way now, maybe he'll be more bought in. And like he'll play.
Joel?
Joel, yeah. I think his career's over, but I'm just saying in terms of
he's still going to have to play on his knees, still going to swell up.
Yeah.
He's still not going to have the same mobility he wants to have. All of those things that he dealt with last year,
Correct.
arthroscopic seat surgery or not, they're all there.
I agree. I just think if they're doing it his way, maybe he will act different about it as opposed to doing it someone else's
Now
way.
that they said, go ahead, have your surgery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now that I think they're just like, do what you want to do, we'll try.
Yeah. It's not going to be a great year next year.
Already.
Well, Cooper Flagg will be fun.
I might be an Ace Bailey guy.
No.
There it is.
There he is.
Ace Bailey looks like Kevin Durant. He does. He's
What,
long. He's
physically
6'10".
or actual basketball wise?
From the highlight tapes, he looks awesome. But he's like 6'10", long arms. I mean, Cooper.
Does it worry you that Rutgers with 2 top 5 picks went 15
and 17?
I'm not concerned about that. Cooper Flagg also did just have like one of the worst choke jobs in college.
In the Final Four.
Correct.
As
the final
a
game.
freshman who was 17 years old 3 months
I
ago.
would probably take Cooper Flagg number 1. I'm just saying.
There we go.
How's Ace Bailey been
I'm
in
an
college?
Ace Bailey
5
guy.
years?
I think you'll love Ace when you watch his YouTube.
I've watched his YouTube.
Oh,
What,
yeah.
you in on it? I mean,
Yeah.
the dude looks like Durant.
Well, I haven't heard that.
You should watch him. I mean, just physically, he looks. He's like the
I
same.
do watch him. That's my home state school.
So you don't think he looks like Durant?
They both are black.
No, I think
6'11".
Both skinny.
Yeah,
and they're both tall, long arms. They have high
That's
release
what I'm
points.
saying. I
like-
didn't know what you meant by
yeah,
look
I
like
think
you,
they
like,
play
yeah.
similar too. And I watch his highlights. It looks like watching Durant.
Yeah.
Again,
I
I
don't see any of Durant.
Well, if you want, we can get out. I can break it down.
All right.
I-
Well, if I'm going to do the
I know he
YouTube,
doesn't play like Durant, Cooper Flagg.
if I'm,
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
well, Durant's kind of a loser.
Uh-oh.
All right. No, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean,
but he is
he
one of
is.
the best offensive players of all time.
Sure. And
Yeah.
also a loser.
For sure.
Yeah. Maybe if I'm going to do YouTube big board for the NFL draft again, Jack. Yes.
Of course.
Should we have Elliot do it for the NBA
on a high
draft?
note.
Oh yeah, with Bonet.
Bo Nix, yeah.
Yeah. Spencer Rattler, I was in
Let
on
me
it
see
too.
you pick
but-
these quarterbacks out.
I still think Spencer Rattler can play.
No.
He
Yeah,
wasn't
I
in a good
actually agree
position
with you.
down there.
I think if you put him on the Eagles, he would be good.
Yeah, well, you could put any quarterback on the Eagles.
I don't know if
They'd
he'd
be
be Super Bowl MVP.
good. Thank you. Well,
but-
maybe they would. All you need is 2 good games.
Nah,
All right. Thank you,
career
Elliot.
year for interceptions.
All
but,
right.
yeah.
Thank you, Elliot. Elliot Showparks, you can
Fun
get
times.
you can get the Go Birds podcast every single day. Go Birds Daily in your podcast feed.
Got my draft breakdowns now too. Extra
Oh,
points.
yeah,
we
there he
noticed.
goes.
Yep.
Where you leaning?
Elliot Kuiper Jr.
I'm a Malachi Starks
Offensive
guy.
defense. Are you going defense?
I would go
Georgia?
defense. Yeah, Malachi
Wow, what
Starks
a
is my
thirsty
guy.
Oh, we're going back
All
to
right.
Georgia?
I also really like Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. Notre
I don't
Dame.
care.
Well,
Notre Dame.
Okay.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Who the hell
Well,
says Notre
theater
Dame?
guy over here telling him he can't do Notre Dame.
Well, being from the Midwest, I
Sure.
think Notre Dame is from the Midwest.
That's a good
yeah.
point.
That's how we say it out
Good
there.
point.
Say it
You
again.
got it.
Say it again.
You got it.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Yeah.
Yeah, you said Notre Dame.
You said
Yeah,
Notre-
I did
you
mess
said
up. I was
Notre
thinking of the
Dame.
cartoon. Yeah.
All right.
The cartoon guy.
Thank you, Elliot.
Fun times.
Love you, brother.
215-592-9494. The High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, you know your roof protects your most valuable asset, right? And I'm talking about your home. And this winter, it's taken a beating from the wind, the rain, and the snow. Now, if you've been looking for a roofing contractor, look no further than my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 or visit emmonsroofing.com for a free roof inspection. Affordable financing is also available from top to bottom, inside and out. Emmons has you covered.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and save $84 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires. Only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends April 15th. See store for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. This is why I avoid sweeping generalizations after one game. So many were so quick Saturday night to say Houston's culture and experience were better than Duke's freshmen. But then the Cougars played like freshmen down the stretch last night, allowing Florida to steal the national title. Sometimes it's just about one team being better than another on a given day. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You can hear us on the radio, the free Odyssey app, and if you want to watch us, we're on YouTube streaming every day. Say hi. Ike, say hi to the YouTube folks.
What's up, YouTube
Look
folks?
at them. Smile for them. There you go. Jack, why don't you smile for the YouTube people? There you go. Give us a good comment in the YouTube chat. How are the comments going?
They're fine. A lot of people begging for some more Puck It Up with Broads.
Oh, tomorrow?
Really? Yeah,
Puck
listen.
It Up.
Big stuff.
Is that what it's called? Puck It Up?
No, it's Flyers
and 50.
Yeah.
Well, I know that. I know
Yeah.
he was coming up with a new.
Well,
Yes.
Puck It Up is Rod's creation,
Right.
you know, Mr. Alliteration.
Yes.
Yes.
Rarely see him around the office anymore, and
Yeah, he's too busy pucking it up in Las Vegas.
Yeah, exactly right. Also, a lot of comments about how me and Elliot look alike, like almost we're brothers. Because I guess people haven't always seen us in the past. So now on YouTube, they can see how we kind of look and whatever.
Do you look like Elliot?
I think so.
like if you wanted to make the case, I think you could make the case.
There's
but-
the same color hair.
Sure.
They're both white.
Well,
That would break that one
starts with
down.
that one,
Yeah.
And they got the scraggly
The little beard,
Yeah.
yeah.
Who do you think could grow a better beard, you or Elliot?
That's tough. Probably me.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, probably me.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Really?
tough. I've never seen him really grow it out. Like sometimes I let mine grow out a little bit. I haven't seen Elliot let
Yeah,
his.
Elliot doesn't usually grow his out thicker.
Yeah.
Well, he likes the Daryl Morey look.
Yes. Yeah, a little scraggly. I haven't slept in a month.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. So we are lucky here on the WIP Afternoon Show because we have a little segment that we do around a certain sport. And the person who does that segment wrote a book about the sport. Here's the segment.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Pre-orders going on now.
Pre-orders are flying in. May 27th is when it's going to come out.
Autograph book, free shipping.
Yeah.
When's the last day I need to place that order?
Well, if you want to get free shipping, which I will give it to you anyways, you're going to get it regardless.
Yeah.
And if you
But
want
at home.
if you want an autographed copy, for everyone at home, May 27th.
Yeah.
If you want an autographed copy from me and my co-author Kevin Reevy, then May 27th, and then
Okay.
the books will ship in June.
And to be clear, I'm a Kevin guy.
Yeah, you've made that clear that you're on Team Kevin, which is good. Kevin's a
So
better
basically,
writer.
I'm not getting my book till June.
Well, I don't know that. We'll see.
Could be later.
No, it'll be in June. I'm just saying, I don't know the exact date you're going to get the book.
Well, I'm just saying in June.
Because they're going to get delivered to me, and then I'll bring it in to you.
We're not going to get them early?
Well, maybe.
How can I tell people that the book is good and if I can't read it early?
No idea.
Okay.
Cross that bridge when we get there.
All right.
But the pre-orders are flying in.
All right. Ringthebellbook.com. How about this? The next 5 orders get free shipping and an autograph book.
Wow, that's a big offer.
The
Spike.
next five orders.
Yeah.
I'll pay for the shipping for the next 5 orders.
Wow.
All
Big
right.
stuff.
All right.
And I'll autograph it.
Well, that might actually help with the pre-order.
Yeah, I don't think you want to commit to that.
That could be a mistake.
Well, of course I would.
He's not even giving you a free book.
Well, that's going to change.
Okay.
If you agree to autograph, yeah.
How many copies do I got to autograph to get a free book?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll
5
see.
copies?
So we're open for negotiation.
All right.
This is all good.
All right.
So Phil's lineup is out.
Uh-oh.
Listen to this shakeup in the lineup.
Oh, I like this. Make Bohm hitting 7th.
Nope.
Oh.
Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber.
Okay, good.
Castellanos.
Okay.
Real Muto.
Okay.
Sosa in left field.
Ooh.
Stoddard at second base and Johan Rojas
So
in center field.
they got in the lab and they found a way to get Sosa into the game more often.
Playing left field.
Yeah, I like Kepler though. Are they managing Kepler's games a little bit here? I know he's been hurt the last couple of years.
I think it's just a lefty thing. I mean, Sale's obviously.
I was going to say, it feels like one of these lefty-righty things.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they're giving Stott the shot against a lefty.
Yeah.
They're not giving Marsh a chance.
Yeah.
Kepler's also cooled off a little bit since the beginning of the year. So maybe they're just giving him an extra day. And against Sale, it's tough for any lefty. But Sosa in left field is something if he can do it, he looks okay in center field. Now, there's only two opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
So Sosa in left field is going to be really, really interesting. He'll be fine. Like catching the ball, throwing to bases, I think could get interesting.
In terms of he knows where to go with it, or his arm
strength. Like he has a really good arm at shortstop. I just wonder how that plays in left field, where you got to put a little bit more behind it.
Well, that's the one outfield position that the arm is least needed, I would say, right?
Yeah,
because you're throwing to third. If you're throwing it, you're never throwing to first, right? So it's a shorter throw to third from left field than it is from right field.
Yeah,
so,
it's really just a throw home.
Yeah. Yep.
And if it's a long double off the wall, you got to throw to second base.
Yep.
But it's something to monitor. Hopefully, he can do it because it'd be a good thing to have. So,
I just hope we know what we're doing with this.
I don't know if they do. I think they're trying stuff out.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Because I don't want to mess up Sosa either. Putting him out there because now his head he's not instinctively playing anymore.
Yeah, well, at least he did play center field the other day. Maybe that got his feet wet, and he did get 2 hits in his next game.
Right.
I think that.
Well, you saw him in spring training. Did he do any of this in the spring?
He played center field a little bit in spring training.
Okay.
And he's been working with Paco Figueroa a lot. I guess he's doing a lot of work in infield and outfield. I think we get so worried about what happened with Kingery moving all around.
Right.
Again, I think that was a Kingery issue rather than because a lot of players move around now. So we'll see. I hope he's fine. Now, Weston Wilson starting his rehab assignment in Clearwater tonight if they need a little right-handed bench bat.
Good. Well, especially if Sosa's not a bench bat anymore.
Right. He's
right?
a straight-up platoon player.
Yep.
And then I have one big thing I want to get to, but real quick, some numbers on the Braves, because I know that we put them in a really high class in Major League Baseball, as I think is mostly deserved. 1-8 to start the year. As a team, they're hitting 193. The third highest strikeout rate in baseball, which is pretty crazy I know Acuna's not there.
Yeah, but
they
still.
still have like Albies and Michael Harris and Austin Riley and Matt Olson and it's just that's not great.
They got to fire Snitker at some point.
Oh, Snitty.
Well,
he talks a lot of smack.
Well, at some point when you have this much talent on the team and you're not being held back by injury, it's just Acuna. They're going to have to write it at some point, or they're going to have to do something. They lost. Last season was everybody got hurt is what it is.
Still made the playoffs.
Made the playoffs.
Yeah, you can't like kiss away an entire season like this for nothing.
Man, the Phillies have a chance. Listen, you can't bury the Braves.
Yeah,
but you can really distance yourselves from
Sure.
them. 1-8, and their bullpen ERA is 4.71, which is like 24th in baseball. So
wow,
has not been a hot start. Now, the big thing I want to get to is obviously the Bohms.
They've also played the Dodgers and the Padres.
They have, and the Marlins.
Well, they split with the Marlins. That was a 2-game.
Yeah. Well, listen.
I'm looking at the schedule. I'm like, okay, it's not like they lost to nobody.
Hey, I don't know if you know this. Phil stuck 2-3 from the Dodgers.
Yeah. Maybe you should start giving a little credit where it's due, right?
To the Phillies?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Doesn't matter who we play.
So the big thing I want to get to today is obviously the Bohm situation has been talked about. He's batting third tonight. I think the Phillies deserve some blame for where we're at with the Bohm thing as well. I mean, they spent all offseason not really squashing the Bohm thing. He's a sensitive guy. It seems like there's a story, I believe in The Athletic, that he turned his phone off for 2 months because he didn't want to hear anything about it. at some point, like, you almost have to, if you're not getting what you think, but also for him in return, you got to almost be willing to lose a trade to possibly move forward here. And given how he's reacted, I can't say we're surprised, right? I mean, it looks pretty much exactly the same. I think the Phillies deserve some blame for where the Bohm situation is. And if it goes even further south and to where he's turned into a platoon player, then you're going to lose even more value for him if you do want to trade him.
Yeah. Let me just say this. And I like Edmundo Sosa. I do. So it has somewhat to do with him, but it has more to do with Alec Bohm, who's struggling right now. If you don't have a better replacement, I don't know how the team is stronger. Sosa playing every day, he's not going to put up better numbers than Alec Bohm.
Maybe not, but I think you're overrating the numbers that Alec Bohm will put up. He doesn't put up irreplaceable numbers.
Well, of course, I completely agree with that. But what I'm saying is, are you replacing him with somebody that's going to replace those numbers?
Maybe not, but you also are
how does that
ridding
make
yourself.
You a better team, though?
Well, because it's not always about the total production on the field. If the difference is, let's say that Alec Bohm hits 276 with 16 home runs and 88 RBIs, something like that this year. If Edmundo Sosa comes in and hits 260 with 12 home runs and 68 RBIs, something like that, but you've rid yourself of this potential distraction, I agree with Jack in that the mistake they made was we were all hoping Alec Bohm would take this personally and just sort of change how he is. But that's not really how he's ever been. That was a hope, but not really it's as likely as Joel Embiid, going into the offseason and getting into the best shape of his life. You hope, you cross your fingers. So my thing with the Bohm issue now is now that it is, I believe, becoming front and center, it's just going to get worse. And it's going to be a focus of the fans. It's going to be a focus of us. Clearly, there's no way the team loves it, or they wouldn't have tried to trade him. They wouldn't have benched him on Sunday. They wouldn't have benched him in the playoffs.
Sure.
So I think what you're doing by moving on from Bohm, not only maybe adding a middle reliever or something like that, you are ridding yourself of the distraction and the negative vibes, which I think may be more of a problem than the difference in production between him and Sosa.
Yeah. See, and I think it's way too much stuff being placed on Bohm. Like, all of a sudden, you get rid of Alec Bohm, the team is going to be great moving forward.
No, I just think it's a potential pitfall. Like, I think it could be a weight moving forward. If he reacts negatively to this.
It would have to be pretty bad. And listen, if Bohm allows it to get to that, if he allows it to get to there, then he should be gone. But I think we're nitpicking with the personality stuff right now. I think there's extra eyes on it. And when he doesn't hit well, we're all sitting there like, let's see how he responds to it. Well, if he goes to the clubhouse smiling and looking like he doesn't care, he's going to get ripped for that. He's going to get ripped for that. So part of me says, as long as it's not an issue in the clubhouse, and only they would notice. They would notice if his teammates are that bothered by him and they want to get rid of him, then yeah, he has to go.
Okay.
But I think because fans, a small portion too, being led by you, a small portion of the fan base wants to focus in on him and make him the guy that we're going to rip because we like the majority of the rest of the team, but he's the guy we'll focus on and make everything seem like, well, he is the reason why the team isn't playing well. I think that eventually will get us what we want, which is him out of here.
Well, no, the team is playing well. So
so it's not affecting the team.
Not yet. And I don't think they need it. And by the way, I don't think it's a small percentage of the fan base who is looking at this. I think it is a reasonably big percentage of the fan base. I think remember, this is the same, he's the I hate it here guy, right? I wasn't here for it. This is not new from Alec Bohm. This is not like a 9-game sample size. But he definitely doesn't want to be here. Or
then they should have. Well, then if they got that from him, because it doesn't seem like it seemed like he wants to be here.
If he doesn't want to be here, then they should have been moving. Then I agree with Jack.
Yes, I agree
They
with
should
Jack.
have been moving him for whatever they could get for him then.
I agree with you.
But then that's on them then.
No, it's on it's on them, but I think it's now on them to solve the problem. I think sometimes general managers get in this thing where they feel like they need to win every deal. They need to make sure they're getting the right value back. And that I don't know that is a sometimes you just have to look at the more complete picture rather than I got to make sure I get the exact value out of this
But
team.
he's the same guy that helped you get to the World Series and to the NLCS.
And he's the same guy that got benched last year in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Same guy.
I didn't say he was out without flaws.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of what weighs more to you.
Sure. Yeah.
And what you're focusing in on. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not hearing me give you any pushback about maturity.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that there's a level of talent there that is useful for this team. And if we're talking about taking down the Dodgers and all this other stuff, like his talent is beneficial for them moving forward unless you find someone that's better.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
We're in a playoff series against the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to one at-bat, and that at-bat is Alec Bohm in a crucial situation against the Dodgers or Edmundo Sosa. Who are you feeling more confident in?
Easily, Alec Bohm.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I just think he's going to break.
Who would feel more confident?
What's that?
Who do you think the Phillies would feel more confident?
I have no idea. I'm just guessing. I'm going to say
Alec Bohm. He's the better hitter.
Okay. I just don't. He's going to get crushed by this. He's already been crushed by it. He already can't handle it, and I think it's only going to get worse for him. And if you want to say that's my fault, that's fine. But
no. I'm just saying. Here's the thing: when you're saying he can't handle, what are you saying? He can't handle the criticism.
He can't handle any of this.
Well, how did he handle it 2 years? How did he handle the first half of the season?
I don't know. Sometimes things grow on people, and it's obviously worse now than it was 2 years ago. You know, that's why they talked about trading him. And by the way, I think when Bryce mentioned that they tried to trade him, I think it was a last-ditch attempt to try to get the guy to grow up. And I can't. I'm just guessing. If I tell you I think Bryce likes this or I think Bryce doesn't like that.
I agree. When we say to get him to grow up, okay, we can say that about a lot of athletes. Grow up.
Yes.
So he's not getting in trouble off the field.
No.
Things of that nature. We're talking about how he reacts to not having success.
Yes. And
he's not calling out teammates.
And he's the one guy who doesn't seem committed to whatever they're trying to do at the plate either so far this year. He's the guy swinging at first pitches. He's the guy, beating the ball into the ground.
That's how he's had most of his success?
Yes, but we all said that every single one of these guys had success doing it the way that they did it.
Mm-hmm.
But to get better, they were going to need to try to do things maybe a little bit differently. And even Castellanos, who would be the poster child for, I got here doing it this way. He's even been vocal about the different way that they've been doing it. And Alec Bohm has not.
Mm-hmm.
I just for me, it's over. And I understand your position on the production thing. I don't think you're going to get the same production out of whoever you put at third. But to me, it's worth it. I think it's worth it to get out from under whatever this could potentially turn into. Maybe I'll look stupid.
See, that's my thing. You're making this out to be bigger than what I believe it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
You act like this is about to destroy the team or break the team apart.
I think it's going to be a thing. That would be my guess. But maybe I'm wrong.
But being a thing, I don't know what that means. Does it be a thing that costs the team? Is it be a thing that's going to break the team apart?
It's going to be a negative drag on the team.
Okay.
Would be my guess. Who knows? He could hit 482 for the next 10 games, and this will look stupid. But well,
he's going to hit eventually.
Sure. I think he will. Yeah. All right. What would you do?
With what?
A Bohm.
What do you think we're sitting here talking about?
Well, I mean, I know.
Clipping our toenails?
Yeah, come on.
Why the toenails? Why the toenails?
I can't even reach my toenails.
Why? Oh, because the back.
Do you want to clip my toenails?
The fake back injury.
The fake. Look.
You would indeed. I would see how it's going around the deadline. I'm not going to write off the Alec Bohm thing. I don't love the way it's trending.
Okay.
For sure. I
don't either, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I don't either. I just look at it like, I don't know. We don't have very many good players on the team outside of the top 5 or 6 guys. Everybody else is a possible and a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Stott will do this. Maybe Kepler can do this. Maybe Sosa can do this. Maybe this guy can do it. Maybe Rojas. Maybe Brandon Marsh. Like, all these guys are a bunch of maybes.
They could never bring Aiden Miller up this year, could they?
If he's hot enough.
Okay.
And looks ready.
Right. And he's at AAA now, right?
No, he's at Ready.
Okay. All right. Who did they? Oh, it's the outfielder they moved up to AAA, right?
Justin Crawford.
Right.
And our boy Gabriel Rincones.
Okay. And when does Painter start? Is that Friday?
Friday.
Okay. We got to get a report on that on Friday.
All the guys are coming up.
High Hopes Jackie baseball report on Friday.
Live from Clearwater?
Yeah, there we go. 215-592-9494. Tony in Pottstown. You're on WIP. What's up, Tony?
Yo, guys. I mean, I think with the Bohm thing, real quick, I think it's just a matter of he hasn't adjusted to what everyone else is doing. So I think, yes, he's frustrated, but if he was at least bought in to, like, taking some pitches instead of, 0 for 4 on 5 pitches seen in a game, I think maybe we're looking at it a little bit differently. But it's the constant first ball swinging, and I get it, that's where he's been successful. But again, we've talked about adjusting and shifting the philosophy. So I really think that's why, that's why people are so dug in on this issue, at least just from my opinion.
Let me just ask this real quick, Tony. You sound like a very good baseball person. I know these two guys are baseball guys. I heard Crux say this at one of the games, talking about Alec Bohm or what have you. He wasn't necessarily excusing him for swinging at the first pitch, but he was, and I'm sort of paraphrasing, but he's basically saying, well, if you got a guy who likes to get a strike over early, likes to get ahead in the count, and that's probably going to be the best pitch that you see up there, then swinging at the first pitch, I mean, Schwarber does it. He does it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I don't know. If that's going to be the best pitch you get to hit and it's going to be a fastball, you let that go, you go down in the count, and then now you're trying to work counts to see if you get another good pitch to hit, or are you up there just trying to get a walk?
I guess what I would say is you better produce if you're doing it. He's not producing either.
Right.
Yep. So it's all, Tony, your point I think is correct, is it's everything. It's like if he was producing and being a baby, I don't think the voices would be as loud. If he was not producing, but also not being a baby, I think we would probably excuse his lack of production as an early season, give him time. It's the combination of it happening all at once, and to your initial point and to what Ike was just talking about, the first ball swing when everybody else seems to be committed to this other thing. Now, he has, as Ike said, and is true, he has been successful in his career being a first pitch swinger and swinging early in counts. I just think it is to be noted that the rest of the team has taken a purposeful shift in how
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So can a team not be successful if 8 out of the 9 batters are doing it and the one guy is trying to remain aggressive and take pitches and go after pitches he normally sees?
You better produce.
Well, no, I mean, can the team overall be successful?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just got to produce. And first of all, and Spike or Ike, I'm glad that you're like, yeah, they're baseball guys. Just for forewarning, I mean, I peaked in middle school for my athletic career, so I got nothing.
Well, I never peaked.
Listen, I was just I was partly being facetious saying that, being the football guy.
I just want to let you know that I peaked in middle school. So I'm not going to hit you with I played varsity one time. No, I peaked in middle school, bro. All right? So,
all right.
For the record, I was I peaked a little early, as they would say. But anyway, back to the call. The original topic before Elliot came and hijacked everything on his height chair.
As he normally does.
The original question was like, hey, where are we at as a fan base? Have we changed? And the answer is no. We're still angry. We're still miserable. We wanted to fire the coach at 2-2. You tell me how we have changed if we wanted to fire the head coach at 2-2 and we had a bye and we legitimately had topics on should we fire the head coach? That is a fan base that has not changed.
Well, but there's a before and after of the Super Bowl situation here, and we'll see next year. We'll see next Eagles season. We will. Now, I am confident, Tony, that we will be lunatics during the Eagles season. And if the first half, does not look good on opening night against the Lions,
banner night.
Yeah, on banner night, we will boo like we should. But you're talking about before winning the Super Bowl and after. And I think that there might be a bit of a an attitude adjustment post Super Bowl. But who knows? Who knows how long it'll last?
No, but that was the second Super Bowl. We had already won a Super Bowl at that point.
Yes.
We had one Super Bowl coming in. I mean, so I just think that we're still angry. We're still miserable. We still want to fight everyone. We still want to tell everyone that our opinions are right and we're the smartest fan base in the world, and we'll fight you if you tell us differently. But I think our expectations have changed now. Now we've got that taste of winning. So now I don't want to ride the ride with you, Spike. I just want to win. I just want to freaking win, dude. I don't want to ride the ride. The ride sucks, dude.
No, the ride is everything.
The ride is not. What if you lose?
The ride, but then you know you're alive.
You rode the ride to just get off and die at the end? Who cares?
Sometimes.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
Without the sour, the sweet doesn't taste as sweet, my friend.
Oh my gosh! Don't give me that analogy.
It's
that is
true.
On all accounts. No, dude, let's win. We just want to win. Who cares what the ride is?
Nah.
Who cares?
I agree.
Winning too many championships makes you a jerk. Thank you for the call.
What?
Tony. Well, it does.
I want to know what that feels like.
Yeah. Well, we're getting there. Coming up next, new Mel Kiper mock draft. Ike, we're 2 weeks away from the NFL draft, so we'll find out.
Start doing some crunching videos.
Yeah, I got to do a little YouTube scouting.
Yeah.
YouTube big board coming up. We will find out who Mel Kiper took with the Eagles at 32. Also, who Ray Didinger is focusing in on. That is coming up next on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, baseball fans, we know you love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether that's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is no withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted high and deep, and that is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's take a master's bet and put it in a parlay. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Ludwig Oberg finished second at Augusta last year, and I really like his price to finish top 10 this week. But let's wheel it with the Boston Celtics to win the Eastern Conference. This two-leg parlay pays over 7-2. I'm Sammy Peep from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. Horizon Services is available 24/7 to service your existing system or install new heating and cooling system. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon always works with you, so the job is done according to your schedule and budget. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. John Ritchie here. Wild Fork Foods has you covered for the spring holidays with over 100 fish selections like salmon, Chilean sea bass, lobster tails, and so much more. They also have a wide selection of kosher products, whole chicken, smoked salmon, and beef brisket flat cut that are OU, Triangle K, and Brooklyn kosher certified. Visit their Neshaminy location or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Thanks for listening. We are streaming live on YouTube every day. You can watch You can comment with the people in the chat who only say the most positive things.
Always. There's a guy in there wondering where Hunter Brody is.
He's on Wednesdays.
Yeah, I know. Just a ton of spam messages about Brody and how he's the best show on WIP. Starting to wonder if it is really just Brodes.
He doesn't have the best show on WIP. We do. Brodes is top 5.
Well, what is the Brody show? I mean,
he's on when he's on.
Oh man, don't hate on Brodes.
Yeah, come on, give him a break.
He's building his brand like you did.
No, it's great. Well, he's a way bigger brand than I do.
Now,
he's got the YouTube thing.
Yeah, but he has a bigger brand than you do.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow, Jack's down on his brand recently.
Yeah. That's reverse psychology.
Not heating up. I need to figure out what my bit's going to be this summer.
I don't know about that.
I think I might be out of commission for like 5 years.
Am I screwing with you by being positive Phillies guy this year?
No, you're fine.
I don't want to take your bit from you.
No, I'm right where I like to be.
Okay.
Yeah, fanalist.
Okay. Before we get to who Mel Kiper thinks the Eagles should select at 32, now we have our draft expert of the WIP afternoon show. Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP. What's up, okay?
What it do, fellas?
What it do, okay?
What it do, okay?
Who is your draft prospect for today?
We got another dog, specifically another Georgia Bulldog steal in the draft. If he falls to 32, we're trading up for him. Safety Malachi Starks out of Georgia University of Georgia. Three-year player at Georgia, huge in the run game, very aggressive, very physical. I love this film. Love seeing him play in the big games, big moments. He's gonna have probably a top 25 draft position, but I think we can go up and grab him. Great run defender. He has great first step, great speed, very aggressive, and he won't get out physical. Kind of like a guy we had last year, CJ GJ.
Wow, there you go. A replacement for CJ GJ. Malachi Starks, as you say his name is?
Yeah, Malachi Starks out of Georgia. Look at his film. He makes big hits when it matters. Takes great angles to the ball. The only thing he needs to work on is his footwork and over-aggressiveness a little bit, but that'll be solved by our coaching. He fit great on our team in that secondary three.
Wow, that's a good recap there. Ike, you know anything about Malachi Starks? What do you think of him?
Safety in the draft this year.
Okay.
Obviously played with Georgia. So, he comes from a long line of great defenders down there. It's a great program as far as building pro athletes and getting them ready for the NFL. So he has good size. Would fit well in today's game because a lot of these guys, especially on the back end, are tweeners. So they kind of like these dual threat guys. He plays a physical brand. He's not as big as a linebacker, but he plays a brand that you'd be okay with him being close to the line of scrimmage making tackles.
Okay, when you said tweener, I didn't know if you meant tweener between safety and corner or between safety and linebacker.
Yes,
safety and linebacker.
Yeah, but
okay.
As far as the mentality he plays with.
Right.
So I'll say this. If he's coming in to fill CJ's role, I don't know if he's the cover guy that CJ was. And CJ wasn't that great of a cover guy.
Ball hawk, though.
Yeah. But this kid is a guy that I think if you put him closer, he's like a Bob Sanders. Guy like that is going to make plays, the line of scrimmage. Like I said, he's best safety in the draft this year. So it would be certainly a great addition to this Eagles secondary.
Wow. Great energy today. Okay, Andrew. Great information. We will be on the lookout for Malachi Starks. Great name as well.
I'm telling you, big ball hawk. He's going to get the big plays, big moments. So
there he goes.
All right, let's go out on top.
There he goes. Okay, Andrew. Yeah.
Yeah, don't add more to it. Probably we'll have to go up to get him.
Yeah.
Probably.
What if he's the best safety in the draft?
Well, here's the thing. So I wonder, when you get these guys, are the Eagles... See, they just let CJ GJ go. I understand. What's CJ? 27?
Something like that.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how much money would they be looking to put into their secondary? Well, you take a safety in the first round. I'm assuming you're re-signing him.
Right.
Right?
You're going to pay that guy.
So you got to pay that guy along with paying Coop, along with paying
Quinyon Mitchell. Yeah.
And I would imagine Reed is about to get some sort of an extension.
A real contract?
Yeah.
Right. So maybe that position ends up being like what they did with linebacker for years is you just find somebody every couple of years who fills that spot. They don't see it as a like a glamour spot.
Right.
They can find a guy.
And the defense isn't built around that guy.
Right.
So
Right.
you almost can put a guy in there. Not saying that he wouldn't upgrade the position. I'm just wondering from an Eagle standpoint, would the resources be better used in another area?
And one thing I don't buy the whole one thing Elliott was trying to sell everybody. They want to give Sidney Brown a chance to blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd be thrilled with it. But
well, that's what they had to say.
Yes, at the moment. But I don't. My gut is they're not expecting Sidney Brown to go in there and absolutely blow everyone away and win the job. Maybe he does, but but I don't think that they cleared out that spot for Sidney Brown is what I'm saying.
Well, you can say the same thing at corner.
Yes.
Ain't good for
Keely
Keely Ringo
Ringo
either. Like,
Yes.
So, like,
all the beat writers friggin' love Keely Ringo, by the way. And I know physically he has a lot of tools, but he's never put it together, I guess, in the way they want to put it together. So there you go. That is okay, Andrew spot. We will get to
it got better. Today was better.
Yes. Second day better than the first.
Yeah, again, we got to get him out at the right time.
Yes.
Yeah. He's starting to go back to some things we don't like, and he got in and out.
We'll get to what Mel Kiper Jr. thinks and what Ray Didinger thinks after I tell you what I think about your old drafty windows. I think they suck. I think the old drafty windows in the house I just bought suck, actually. I was on the phone with Ronnie from Goedert today talking about the project because I am replacing my old drafty windows with new windows. I will eventually replace my front door as well. You know, the windows just look like windows. The front door, that could define your whole house. You really got to take time, think about the door. Anyway, if you've been putting it off, Goedert wants you to put it off no more. Go Goedert. Think about this. Interest-free financing with no money down for up to 36 months, depending on the size of your project. And you say, Spike, 36 months, not enough time. How about 72 months? That's 6 years. That's a real, think about how long 6 years is of low payments, no interest, lower energy bills. All the while, the value of your home goes up because you have these brand new windows and doors, and your entire experience this summer is going to be more comfortable. And next winter, because the hot and cold air from outside is not going to be getting in. On top of all of it, God is going to hook you up with 20% off every window, 20% off every door. There is a minimum purchase required. Financing is subject to credit approval, and there are restrictions. I can't go over all of that. I can't give you all the details. Goedert can. Call 877-GO-GOEDER. They will give you all those details. You can schedule a free in-home estimate or go to goguida.com. That's GoGuida.com. All right. Here is what Mel Kiper Jr. has the Eagles doing in his second mock draft 2.0. Ike, he has the Eagles drafting James Pierce Jr. Outside linebacker, Tennessee. Mel Kiper says, the defending Super Bowl champs lost key parts of their defense in free agency, including edge rusher Josh Sweat. Being able to get after the quarterback is important for Vic Fangio's defense, and there's a glaring void now on the edge. There are mixed opinions around the league about whether Pierce is a first-rounder, but he has the traits to develop into a speedy disruptor in the right system. He had 17.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons, ranked second in the nation in pressure rate last season at 19%. Which I'm just learning about pressure rate over the last month or so.
Oh, yeah, analytics, man.
But 19% is high. 90% is a high number. Do you know anything about James Pierce Jr.?
I only know a little bit about James Pierce Jr.
Okay.
As you start to look at these guys, and this is a position I believe the Eagles will focus on. I'll throw this out there early. I'm locked in on defensive ends and cornerbacks.
Okay.
So that's why I think the Eagles should be locked in. So, yeah, I've looked at Pierce. Down over at Tennessee, good program. Listen, very good player, good speed off the edge, good size. Certainly would be a good player. Would give me a little trepidation considering the last Tennessee guy we took from down there. I know he recovered the fumble in the Super Bowl, but still.
Wait, who was?
He's a bum.
Derek Barnett.
Derek Barnett.
Yes.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah, it didn't work out for
the
Derek
fact that
Barnett.
he broke Reggie White's sack record and all these other things.
And the story on draft night of Howie and Joe Douglas, they both wrote down their name on a napkin, and the napkin opened up and it said Derek Barnett.
Whoa! Well,
You remember those days? See, that was after the Super Bowl. That wasn't after the Super Bowl. That was before the Super Bowl. Yeah, that was before the Super Bowl.
Talk
obviously.
yourself into anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm going defensive end there. I'm just not locked in on which one. But the kid from Georgia, Michael Williams is who I'm sort of. That's who I think the Eagles will be looking at.
Now, speaking of edge rushers, Ray Didinger on the WIP morning show today said who he likes for the Eagles at, well, maybe not at 32, but in the first round.
I mean, I am head over heels in love with Mike Green. Look, he's not going to fall to you at 32. I mean, there's no way. The Eagles got real lucky last year because Quinyon Mitchell, who never should have gotten to 22, did. But I don't think you're going to get that lucky that Mike Green is going to fall to you at 32. If you ask me who's my number one guy, last year, if you remember, we had this conversation before the draft, and I said Quinyon Mitchell was my number one guy. Well, this year, my number one guy is Mike Green. And if you're as high on him as I am, you're going to have to move up from 32 to go get him, probably somewhere in the teens. But the fact is, with all the draft picks you have both this year and next year, that's doable.
So worth noting about Mike Green, at least noting, especially off the heels of Howie Roseman saying that they do not, they don't even think about drafting somebody who has been accused or has been, I don't think he used specific language, who had,
basically who has that in
domestic
their
violence, sexual. So Mike Green has been accused of sexual assault twice, once in high school per him and once in college per him. I don't know that there are any legal accusations.
You say per him, you mean he admitted?
Yeah. So he said when he left Virginia, he transferred from Virginia to Marshall.
Okay.
And there were questions as to why he transferred. Okay. And he said, he was suspended from Georgia before transferring to Marshall. He said why. He said, there's accusations out there. I've never been questioned. I've never been asked. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody ever asked me a question about what happened before I departed from Georgia. It was just accusation that caused me to leave from there. So I don't know that there have been any. I don't want to get too into it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's also a weird thing when somebody's been accused of something. A lot of people, I'm not saying he didn't do anything. I'm not saying he did, but just because you've been accused of something doesn't mean that you did. That said, he had, just him as a player, he had 17 sacks last year.
Right.
Daniel Jeremiah had him as the 17th best prospect in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly a player. And if he's rated that high, they would have to trade up to get him. They're not getting him at 32.
Yeah. And, the one thing I know about the Eagles is that they do a good job of vetting players, right? There's a lot of stuff that was going on with Jalen Carter coming out of college that I know a lot of us knew about, and it was obviously public records or what have you, but I think they did their homework as far as how the kid is he a good teammate, how does coaches feel about him, all those types of things, and they were able to bring him in. And we've certainly have not regretted the fact that they've drafted him. So I know if this kid, from a talent standpoint, is jumping off the screen at them, they'll do their homework.
Yeah,
they'll do their homework on him.
Yeah, talking to him, talking to people around him, investigating the situation.
And I'll say this, they have a number of draft picks. So if he's like a guy they want, they do have the ability to go up and get him.
Yes, they have those thirds that they got because of Josh Sweat and because of Milton Williams. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Do you believe the Philly sports fan has changed? And if so, is it for the better? Yes, and it's worse, 17.6%. Yes, and it's better, 44.8%. No, we haven't changed at all, 37.5%. Bruce in D.C., you're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Baby?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing on this wonderful day?
Oh, man, doing great.
Brucey?
All right, good. I'm still down here in the ATL. I'm debating on, I'm going to try to get to one of the baseball games tonight if I can get my grandson, depending on what's going on. So, still high on the Phillies, but I'm not. But Spike, hey, look, I didn't have a chance to say this yesterday about your journey with the 24 hours in the dog kennel.
Oh yeah,
I envisioned you in the dog kennel because you get your dog bowl with the Spike written on front of it. You got a good dog name. So
I do have a
thought that
good
was
dog
pretty
name.
fitting.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, of the two living things in the kennel, Spike is a more appropriate dog name than Camilla, who was the
Who you
name
were
of the
with,
dog.
yeah.
Yes.
So I just had to throw that out there. But
Yep, for
I
sure.
kind of segue into what you were saying today. Hey, look, because you're barking out and you're calling out the fans that have doubts about the Phillies, and I agree with part of your argument. I think that the fans, some of those fans, look, this is Philadelphia. I mean, I came up in an era, in the championship era in '80, when all four of the teams, I was a teenager, when all four of the teams in the Phillies won that year. And we had this, for 3 years, and then 2 years later we won the NBA championship. And we were kind of smug. This was without social media. I can only imagine if we had social media back then, how us as a fan base would have been. So, but just jumping back into today.
Yeah.
Here's part of the issue is that this is where it's going to be persistent, but I think it's going to wear off. Dombrowski, they did a terrible message, and it really pissed me off because I'm going to tell you, I was one of those fans where they were just in total denial about the Phil's issues as far as discipline at the plate, and it rubbed me the wrong way. I said, you know what? I'm just going to reserve my judgment and see what they're going to do about it, if they're serious about it. And it looks like they're serious about it, with the exception of Bohm. I think that will come. They'll come around on that as we go forward, as long as they stay the course.
Yeah.
But if they deviate from that, it's going to be a problem.
To your point about Dombrowski, I have long thought Dombrowski, and Jack told me this before I got back. He's like, Dombrowski is a great talker, and he tells it like it is. You really feel like he's being honest. And I thought that for a while, but then over the last 6 months, maybe I don't think that anymore. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but him sort of defending the chasing and all that stuff, and then they come in and they've clearly, it's clearly a focus for what they're doing.
He was sounding McPhailish there.
He was.
At the end of last season, and I thought the interview with Joe and John on the mornings was actually the most real he'd been in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was starting to fall on deaf ears. Felt a little hollow.
Yeah. But now I'm sort of... Now I'm going to sort of separate, I'll go to Maury. Maury was like, we're never going to trade Chris Paul. And then they traded Chris Paul. And then Maury was like, we're never going to trade Ben Simmons. And then they trade Ben Simmons. And sometimes GMs have to lie. And if Dombrowski had to lie about the chase thing to stand up for his guys and whatever, as long as they're doing, to your point, Bruce, as long as they're doing the right thing, then at the end of the day, it doesn't totally matter what Dave Dombrowski says. And if what Dave Dombrowski wanted to do to get the heat off of his players for the moment, I don't know. Maybe that's what he was trying to do. Maybe the general manager wanted everybody mad at the general manager instead of being mad at the players.
Right. He's taking the focus off everybody else.
It's fine. I'll yell about anybody.
Yep.
I'll yell about Dave Dombrowski, Rob Thompson, whoever you let me yell about. Jack, coming up next is the top 5 at 5, which of course is brought to you by ringthebellbook.com.
Yep.
Everybody looks forward to the top 5 at 5, and this is your opportunity to sort of wet their whistle a little bit. Let them know what they're in for. What's coming up?
So today was the completion of the bracket of hues.
Oh,
on
yeah.
The Midday Show.
The Field of 64 hues.
So I have my 5 favorite versions of Spike.
Oh. But dude, I got the text line crushed me yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Am I gonna get a day off of the text line today or no?
Let me check how the text line's looking so far. No, not really. No, sadly reporting back. Now there's a couple Elliots in there. There's only 3 Spike texts on the text line today.
But 5. I'm sure. Well, you guys are going to have to carry this one, and then I'm going to have to defend every single one of them. All right. That is coming up next. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right. Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Now, did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning. Now, Glad Hair, they got you covered with cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes. They help you keep the hair that you already have. And how about this? can help you bring back the hair that you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. It's that simple. Visit gladhairmm.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Ego Power Plus Savings Event is on at Lowe's. Right now, get a free Select Ego 56-volt battery with purchase of a Select trimmer, blower, or mower kit. That's a $299 value. Plus, shop today for new and exclusive items you need for your lawn. So get ready for spring with the latest in innovation from Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Only at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offer valid through 4/16. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Zack Wheeler with Odyssey Sports Minute. Usually in a run to a championship in March Madness, the NCAA's men's champion may win a game that they probably should have lost. That's why they say survive in advance. But let's be real. Florida could have easily lost to UConn, Texas, and Houston and found a way to win all three of those games. So when I look back at this Gators run, the one thing I will always remember is their resilience and just finding a way to get the job done when it mattered the most. I'm Zack Wheeler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. This is Ike, Spike, and who's that other one?
My name's on the freaking show.
The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Flitz.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phillies baseball back on WIP tonight. 7:15 first pitch, I believe.
Yeah.
Am I right there? And it is Chris Sale versus
Wheels.
Wheels.
Good
Battle of
matchup.
Cy Young Award.
There we go.
Should be two winners.
We got stolen from us.
Yeah.
This guy didn't complete the marathon last year. He got hurt.
Exactly.
Sounds like two futures bettors to me. Jack, let's do it.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
So congratulations to Told You So Douglas. He won the bracket of Hughes today on the Midday Show. A lot of different versions of Hugh, but Told You So Hugh.
And who did Told You So Hugh go up against in the final matchup?
I
Do
don't
you
know. I didn't get that answer from Kyle Quinn.
He went up against who did Told You So Hugh go up against? I was listening. I forgot. I think I forgot the title of it.
Well, You People was making a late run.
That's what it was. It was You People. That's what it was. Yes, it was You People.
I love
You People
Hugh.
made a late charge today.
Dude, there's a lot of versions of Hugh.
Good for Hugh for letting that happen, by the way.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
It was a good bit.
Totally upset at Kyle and Joe for not vetoing that vote that kicked off tongue-tied Hugh.
Yeah, tongue-tied Hughes. It's all
How
time.
did tongue-tied Hugh not end up in the championship?
Who did tongue-tied Hugh lose to?
I think it lost to
Told You So Hugh?
Told You So Hugh, I think so.
Tongue-tied Hugh is better than Told You So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me say, on this show, tongue-tied Hugh would win.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. But it got me thinking.
Go ahead. What you got? I forgot you were still doing something.
I'm going to do my own, but for Spike.
I don't want to do it.
What I believe would be the top 5 on the bracket of Spikes.
215-592-9494. I legitimately don't want to do this.
I didn't know what these guys. What you got up your sleeve?
Number 5 is Holier Than Thou, Spike.
Okay.
Yep. This one.
right.
The food, like don't eat animals, that kind of thing.
That is a personal choice.
Music tastes, no
Well,
one's allowed to have a different musical opinion.
Okay.
Holier than thou, Spike.
Wait a minute. Are you holier than thou about food? But as much, if not more than me?
Oh, well, I'm snotty about food.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are?
Well,
Yeah,
I
he's
judge
become-
carts. Like when I'm looking at the grocery
Yeah.
store and I see what people are buying.
Judge cards.
Yeah.
I'm like, do you even care about yourself?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Jack's been very focused on health. Well, I don't try to be holier than thou about the eating animals thing, unless you come after me. If you come after me, then I get very holier than thou about it, about your murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you got everyone their jobs here. You know,
Well,
that's
not Ike, but you, yes.
Yeah. Well, but
Seltzer.
you also promoted Ike to the position he's in now.
I did.
Seltzer, you promoted the camera to the position. So
Well, look, you're telling the story, not me at this point.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. My fourth favorite version of Spike is giving up Spike. Once a show, you just give up. You're like, all right, I get it. All right. Yep. Nope. He's the best ever.
Yeah.
It was like you hang in there usually until about 5:30.
Yes.
And that last segment, that's when some of your biggest meltdowns have happened. But giving up and giving in, you usually make it a good 3.5 hours. But there's someone in the 5:30 segment, you're like, all right, whatever.
Yep, I'm out. I'm done. Well, defending your take for, as you guys know, for 4 hours every day, it can wear on you.
Yeah.
And I just don't have the stamina I used to have, to be quite honest with you.
Well,
that's why we're endorsing Blue Chews.
Yes, absolutely.
Bombs and dongs galore.
There you go. I don't know how Angelo and my dad did this until 70 years old or whatever. It's unbelievable.
Maniacs.
Yeah, just complete lunatics.
Both of them.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I'm a crazy person, but not nearly as crazy as either of those people.
Yeah.
No, you're doing a good job.
Oh,
Doing a
okay.
good job.
All right, yeah, thanks.
My third favorite version of Spike is backed into a corner Spike. Because when you get backed into a corner, that's usually when the personal attacks start coming out. You hold no punches when you start getting backed into a corner. It usually starts with someone rips the Sixers, and immediately the back goes up a little bit.
Did Corey do that today?
You got backed into a corner with Corey. Yeah. I think you guys moved past it.
I don't.
We got past it.
Yeah, well, I love Corey.
Yes.
But it's when I feel like you're coming at me instead of coming at the take.
Yep.
That's when I get a little.
And the Sixers thing is personal. I mean, unfortunately, but it is personal.
I mean, you're invested. We understand.
No. I'm invested. I think this is the only thing.
I think you get mischaracterized sometimes.
I think I do. I think the only thing I would say is if most of the people listening, I'm not saying they should have listened to the podcast. If they had listened to the podcast, they would have heard I'm the negative one on the podcast.
I know, which is quite funny.
And I think there's just a general perception that I'm always positive about them, but I'm not. But whatever.
Sometimes excuses are explanations.
Sometimes they are.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's baseball.
Listen, that's why the show exists. We got Sixers guy, Phillies guy, Eagles guy.
Correct.
It's kind of how it works.
Correct. All right.
My second favorite version of Spike, and I like this Spike because we're usually on the same side, and it's tough when it's me and him both doing it, but I appreciate it. But snarky Spike. It's tough when you have two snarky white dudes on the show.
Yes.
Because it could be a turnoff for a lot of people. That's where we need the voice of reason to come and bring us right back in. But a lot of examples of snarky Spike. He usually is about the quarterback and the dagger and stuff like that.
Most times, snarky Spike is a little one-liner in between what the caller's saying, but they don't even notice it.
Exactly. But we can't. We also got to watch our snark levels.
Yes, absolutely. Because sometimes my snark can turn into, this happens with the dagger. It can start off as snarky and then it can turn into a full-blown
meltdown.
Tantrum.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can't have that.
No.
It's a great play.
No, I know what number one's going to be. I feel like I can write it down if I had a pen.
Well, what do you think number one is?
It's going to be House Spike.
Oh, well, I don't like House Spike, but that's off the air.
Okay.
You haven't really brought your house stuff on the air.
No, I've tried my best not to. Yeah.
Even though you could.
Yeah.
No, my favorite version of Spike, and this is a new iteration that I didn't know we would get into, but like Rich Kid Spike is maybe my favorite new development on the show.
We didn't see him coming,
Yeah.
It's the best.
Well, what's interesting is, so I went to public school until 8th grade, and then I went to Episcopal.
There it is.
And at Episcopal, I was not like, they were the rich kids.
Right.
Like there were kids, went 16 driving like Dodge Vipers to school and BMW. Andy Boyle can tell you. So I was.
He has the look too.
Yes. So I didn't perceive myself as that. But then every time I say I had, friggin' all the Star Wars characters or something.
Right.
Or,
everything you say you had that we wish we had as a kid.
Whoa,
hold on. Don't let that kid out of.
Yeah. When I said we, Jack, I didn't mean me and you.
All right. Good.
Thought I was doing well.
Yeah.
Thought I was doing well.
Mr. Only Child.
Well, that is the funny part, is that you get labeled that way.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like I was fine.
Yeah, you had everything.
I got pretty much everything I've ever wanted.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Rich kid, silver spoon in his mouth, born on third base.
Daddy got him his job.
Let me tell you, that bothered no one like it bothered Johnny Marks, man.
Oh,
yeah. You would have thought he grew up, he had to get out of the mud, as Ike said yesterday.
Oh,
Like,
really?
Him and Andy and Thetford got into the biggest. I don't know what you know the term I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Swinging contest.
Yeah. About who grew up more like broke.
Right.
Well, because
who grew up more hood.
Well, to defend Johnny Marks in that, it always becomes that with Andy from Thetford. Andy Thetford was always like, "You're a rich kid, and I'm part of the culture."
Yep.
Yeah, he did that last time. It's like, all right, buddy, Andy.
Definitely defending Marks because Marks is like, "Where'd you go?" Or Andy's like, "Where'd you go on your senior trip, Myrtle Beach?" Or whatever.
Yeah.
And Marks is like, "I went to the Jersey Shore."
Sure.
It was the most
ridiculous. Did you drive your mom's car down?
Yeah. It was the most ridiculous argument.
It was.
It was, and then they got the same kind of contest about South Jersey football players.
Yes.
So Andy's like, "You didn't know this guy from South Jersey High School? You don't even know sports." And Marks came in for his next call and had his list of PA players and had Andy trying to name who they were. So Andy drives a lot of the hosts crazy.
Yeah, I can't imagine John getting baited into that with Andy. I got baited into that early.
Yeah.
But I
think that's the one thing about Marks. Like Marks would look at the board and he would go straight to Andy.
Yeah.
The phone board.
Yes.
Oh, really?
And then some days he wouldn't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
But he'd mostly
He didn't mind it,
entertained
though. He didn't mind it. Yeah.
Well, a credit to Marks who found Herb. I would have never put in the time for Herb.
Yeah.
Put in a lot of time.
That's one thing Marks left us with.
I wonder if Marks paid his PPA ticket yet.
Well, he left us with the text line song.
He's still
Oh,
there.
yeah, that's right. I forgot
Still
about
there.
that.
Yeah.
That's technically our property, though.
Well, it's ours now. Yeah. It's a good tune, though. It's the Batman song. He didn't, but,
he sings on it.
Yeah, he does sing on it.
He sings on it.
Ticket.
Dude, the
I wonder if he
PPA
paid
ticket.
that.
It's $115. He won't just pay it. It's
You
increasing.
got to be at least 3 years old now.
Oh, I'm sure he owes thousands now in
Right.
fines.
But he's not giving it.
And he had a war with the mail person?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Mail carrier?
Yep.
War with his wife.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course.
Yeah.
Wife talk.
Yeah. PPA. Andy from Thetford.
Yep.
It's like, I guess people, when I stepped into this role, already used to the war stuff. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Jack sat in that seat, and they loved him until he sat in that seat.
Oh, yeah. That's how it always goes. And now, everyone misremembers the Fritz era. Remember the A.J. Brown trade?
I remember it.
Yeah, well aware.
Yeah. Oh, you mean when they're talking about rather having you than me?
Yeah. Like when they do that thing where it's like, "Oh, he was so loved." You disagree.
Well,
it's a long 4 months.
Well, what's funny is I would hear it from people when I got announced and you were still hosting. People would tweet at me. It's like, Fritz talks way too much. And I would look at it thinking, he hosts the show.
I know.
Now you're in the golden zone right over there.
Oh, this is my wheelhouse, man. You kidding me?
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 6 years to pay it off interest free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com. I thought House Spike was getting on that list because Jack made a comment the other day that I'm finally moving May 1st and all this stuff being done in my house will be done, cross your fingers. And he was like, we're finally going to get Spike back after that stuff. I might creatively not there.
Sure.
Angry until the minute we get on the air.
Right.
Yep.
Well, and now I'm a big I'll listen guy.
Yes.
Like I'll hear you.
Yes.
I'm an earsman.
Yes.
And I've heard a lot about the house.
Well, when I talk to Jack in the morning, Jack would go, "What's happening with the house today?" He lets me spit it all out.
Yep, get it out.
You get it out, and then I still stay angry no matter what. Ike in Southwest Philly. Ike, you're on WIP.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, Ike?
What up, Ike?
Hey, man. Yo, funny thing. And it's so perfect segue because Johnny Marks he was the main one when Bohm was saying he want to get out of here. I remember Johnny Marks going on, oh, he could never play here again. This,
Yep.
that, and the third.
Yep.
And you know what? He went on and had a pretty good year, at least regular season, at least. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So people have fall offs. You know what I'm saying? Especially in baseball, 162 games. I know that's cliche, but it's real. He going through it right now in a little slump or whatever. But let's be honest, he wasn't the only one who sucked in the playoffs. So I'm not giving up on him for something lesser. That don't make no sense to me. And to say that he hurting the team when they off to this good start, no, you let him figure it out, and hopefully it'll get together. Because if we had that type of attitude, we wouldn't have had Brandon Graham. Because we was all I was a little bit.
I mean, but Alec Bohm is pushing 30. I mean, and it's not, I don't think it's just about his performance. I think we could all, if he was not performing well, but the sort of the mood stuff wasn't there, I think we would all be Bryce hasn't hit that well starting. I think we'd all be 9 games is not a ton of games to say the guy can't hit. I think we all think the guy can hit. I think it's the other stuff. It's the other stuff. The team didn't try to trade him because of his performance on the field. The team tried to trade him because of his attitude, not his performance on the field. He's a good hitter.
You're right. I agree with you. But here's the thing about this. Everybody don't act the same. Everybody don't be all stoic like Bryce. Or everybody ain't this, that, third. These just show me he cares. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times I hear a lot of fans and stuff like they don't care, this, that, and the third. He cares. And I'm sure he put a lot of pressure on himself to get better. And I'm cool with that. So that's just my thing or whatever. And also, Spike, I got to come at you, man.
Oh, no.
You tripping, calling Kevin Durant a loser.
Well, he's kind of a loser. He's a great player.
He kind of got 2 chips. And I know he had to go.
Well, he went to a super team.
There's asterisks on those chips.
Yeah.
But Here goes the funny thing. They lost the year before to LeBron.
Hold up.
And they did.
Best comeback ever in NBA history.
They won a championship with Harrison Barnes playing that position and Andrew Wiggins playing that position. What are we talking about here?
Hold up. I'm about to tell you. And I know you did, because I know you and Ike and y'all are real big basketball fans. If he didn't play in that series, they would not have won that year. LeBron was better than them. So
I agree.
And let's not forget, he did go to the championship with OKC too. So I don't get the whole loser thing.
He's become a loser.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And let's not get it twisted. The Nets series, they didn't have when he was with the Nets last season. Kyrie and Harden didn't barely play. Harden was hurt.
Can I tell you, Ike? Anyone, a star of his level, who chooses to go to a team in New York, and that team is the Brooklyn Nets, is a loser. I actually empathize with Durant a little bit because he does seem human. I think we know we don't know who really LeBron is. We don't know who really a lot of these guys are. I think we know exactly who Kevin Durant is. And I don't think he's a bad person, but his vibe is off. His vibe was off. Even in Golden State, they were winning, and he was still the problem. Like as far as he was. Why is the owner making fun of him at the parade? Why is Draymond fighting him on the court? Like, I don't know, man.
Draymond fight everybody.
He doesn't fight Steph.
Well, he ain't stupid.
That's because that's his man. They grew up together.
He ain't stupid.
Let's be real. But Steph banged with KD. Steph still mess with KD. So let's be real. Everybody had issues with Draymond. A lot of people. He always Steph's Draymond, and then I got no disrespect for Draymond because you need that dog, and obviously he brings something good to him. That's like Rodman to the Bulls. But all I'm saying is, calling Durant a loser, man. What they say, that's very aggressive.
It is.
All right, Big Ike.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I kind of like Durant.
It's gonna be weird. Durant was Elijah's my second son. That was his favorite player.
He's a great player.
Yeah, especially his OKC days.
Yeah.
He really loved Kevin Durant. It's going to be weird how ultimately, and perception is everything. And Steph gets the credit because he won that. I say when Steph won the ring against Boston.
Yes.
And he got the finals MVP. It almost erased that Durant helped him win those other 2 rings.
100%.
Because before then, it was you needed KD to help you win those rings. And to me, I liken that to Kobe having to win without Shaq. Once Kobe won his other 2 rings, now he's won 5 rings. Before then, it was you won 3 rings because of Shaq.
Right.
That's what everybody would say.
Yeah.
So KD would almost need to have his own situation and win for people not to hold the rings he got against him that he got with Golden State. I hold the rings against LeBron that he got in Miami, right? The one he got in Cleveland
legitimized the Miami
everything.
ones.
It legitimized everything.
Yeah. The thing about that Golden State team is it's clear that Kevin Durant made that team impossible to beat. But I think it is notable that they probably wouldn't have won both of those titles. Maybe they would have won one of them. They have won like with lesser players in that role.
Twice.
Harrison Barnes is a role player. Good player, but role player. Andrew Wiggins
with the other, one.
And also fair to mention that Wiggins and Harrison Barnes have not done anything in their careers outside of
close.
What they did with Steph Curry in Golden State. And to your point, Kevin Durant hasn't won anything anywhere else aside from when he was with Steph Curry. Yeah. And
they're
I think
about to miss the playoffs in Phoenix.
Right, with all those guys.
And
I think it's worth noting when you talk about Steph Curry, I think one of the reasons I like Steph Curry is Steph Curry was fine with Kevin Durant coming to the Warriors. Yeah, I don't think it was Draymond who went out to try to get him.
Right.
But I don't think Steph Curry had an issue with a player who was of Kevin Durant's.
I agree.
Getting finals MVPs, all that. I think he just wanted to win.
Yep.
I think he is truly a guy who just wants to win.
Oh, it took Steph's. I mean, Steph could have had the championship, all the shooting records, the MVPs, meaning he could have had the first championship. But I don't know if he would have got the other championships. So he could have had a Hall of Fame career, would have been one of the greatest players. But that run has helped propel him to a top 15, top 10 player with 4 titles, and he win another one. Now you're looking at possibly a top 5, top 10 player.
I am going to torture LeBron people if the Warriors.
Wins,
I don't think the Warriors are going to win this year.
I don't either.
But if they could, there's a 5% chance they win a title.
Yeah.
I will torture the LeBron people if that happens. It'll be the best thing that's ever happened to me. Rich in Wallingford, you're on WIP. What's up, Rich?
Guy, how you doing? First of all, I'll mention that I'm still on board with Bohm. I'm not ready to move on from him yet.
Okay.
But the other issue I have with playing Sosa in left field, ever since we moved on from Rhys Hoskins, it seems like Harper is not open to wanting to play anywhere except first base. I think it would make more sense if you want to play Sosa, would be to stick Harper in left field, move Bohm to first base, and leave Sosa at his most comfortable position at third.
Okay. So, Rich, I am on your side with Bryce Harper moving to the outfield if it makes the team better. But I am not on board with making Bryce Harper move to the outfield so they can get Edmundo Sosa in there. Like that's not it. It's like Edmundo Sosa is a good player, and Bryce Harper has said now twice previous to this season, if they can get a big bat in, at first base.
I don't think he's moving for Sosa.
He's not moving for Sosa. And to let that Alec Bohm take his position at first, like there's just no way. He's not doing. I think it would be sort of criminal to ask him to do it for those guys. I mean, Edmundo Sosa is a utility player. Like, what are we doing?
Understood, but just to change of pace. I mean, and now he's locked into first base all the time. If he really wants to be a team player, I think he should work with the whole team.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that is for. Nah. I mean, Jack, thank you for the call, Rich. You're not asking.
No.
Okay.
No. And the thing is,
and neither with the team.
Yeah.
Also, you're like Bohm's turned into a pretty serviceable.
Yes. He makes good plays out there.
Yeah. He has not shown that first base. And Harper's turned into a really, really good first baseman. So you're making yourself, I think, worse defensively.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Besides third base, Sosa's better.
Sosa's
than
better
Bohm.
at third base than Bohm.
Yeah.
Listen, just let Sosa cook in the role that he's in.
Yes.
And if he turns out to do more, whatever.
Starting third baseman.
Yeah, we'll see.
Coming up next, a guy who we all know will not rule out running for president, and it's not Joe DeCamera. Dang. Yes.
You guys don't understand how small it is.
Imagine all the skeletons that would come out of his closet if he ran for office.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah. The college roommate would be, it was him with the melon. It was him with the melon. It was him with the cantaloupe. All right. That's next. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, baseball fans. I know it. You love the long ball, right? And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane. Available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on set of DynaPro, HD2, and Evo AS tires.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join LifeSurge to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. LifeSurge, featuring champions of faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Legend has it, underneath the MJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know MJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
In it and put it on the internet.
Please don't.
Well, we can't clip it.
Please don't.
Because it's a copyright song. We can't post
there's
it.
PD Spike. That was also an honorable mention.
Well, I'm not trying to be PD Spike. I'm just explaining why we don't put it up there. We can. But a YouTube viewer could do that if they wanted.
You know, when did I miss one? Or did you miss?
Oh, don't.
I was right. But I'm always right, Spike.
Well, I mean, we all kind of do that. I mean, what was the last thing you was
No,
right
we all
about?
don't do that. I don't do that.
Yes, you do.
I do. I was right.
Yes.
I don't ever hear myself.
I've never
say
been
that.
right, so I haven't had the opportunity. But what is he? I don't like. What has Spike even been right about?
Well, he's told us how right he was about the Phillies collapsing.
I was.
Oh, yeah.
Right about Jordan Romano.
He's right about right. He had to stop saying Jordan Romano.
That one is going to start annoying me.
Like the Alec Bohm one is annoying me.
Well, the reason Jack doesn't want the Romano thing to happen is because he doesn't want me to have the eye.
Well, no,
with a
it's
baseball
like,
player.
no, I hate first game like this guy sucks things. That drives me nuts.
Well, I just told you
but
didn't
if
have
he's
it.
right, he's right. If he saw it, he saw it.
I got lucky. It's fine.
I didn't get lucky.
No,
he
he got
called
lucky.
it
He's
out.
cooked. It's fine. It's happened.
Yeah, wow.
Well, and he said, whatchamacallit, was it who's the closer we got last year?
Oh, Estevez.
Yeah.
Wait, I said
The
Estevez.
day that we got him.
I said Estevez would give up a home run in the playoffs that would end the season.
And did you also say on that Ike would be thrilled by it?
I didn't say that.
Oh, now you want to bring me into
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
It happens.
There it is. It's like everybody with the gun.
Everyone hands up.
Yeah.
Hands up.
It's Spider-Man meme in here right
Exactly
now.
Well,
Yeah.
at least Estevez was analytics Spike.
It was analytics.
Billy Bean Eskin.
Yes.
Which was I also appreciated.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was definitely right about Estevez. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Final count. Do you believe the Philly sports fan has changed? And if so, is it for the better? Yes, and it's better, 44.5%. No, we haven't changed, 38.3%. And 17.2% say yes, and it's worse. Before we get to the phones here, I don't know if you saw on Twitter earlier, I believe it was today or last night, there have been sort of like hints and rumors about one Stephen A. Smith potentially running for president. Yeah. And he tweeted today that he doesn't want to have to do politics, but it's such a mess out there. He is not closing the door on running for president.
Oh, ESPN with no shame.
Yeah.
is just going to keep this going for the next 3 years.
They are. Do you?
Well, 4 years. I'm talking about 3 years. We just started this term.
Well, but the
Is that what? Yeah,
campaigns
it's like,
would
campaign
start
starts. Yeah,
because he would if he runs.
You would have to win the.
Well, if they don't primary Trump, or you have to run as a Democrat, so you'd have to win the primary.
Yeah.
So, do you think Stephen A. could win a primary? I mean, he's a good debater,
a master at it.
With politics.
I mean, Trump won.
Foreign policy?
Yeah.
Well, listen. See, and that's the problem. Trump gave everybody hope that they could run for president.
That they could do it. Yeah.
They could run for president.
I just want to see him in a debate.
Stephen A.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, speeches will be
it'd
fine.
be entertaining.
It would be great
Could you
TV.
imagine a debate with Stephen A. about the presidential debate? It'd be amazing.
Well, and
so who in the Democrat Party would you don't even know like who else would be running?
No. I mean, there's Gavin Newsom, who's the governor of California. There's Kamala's still there.
Oh, we got our guy here. Josh Shapiro.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Are Josh Shapiro and Tornado related?
Shapiro? It might be. We have to ask him whether Tornado is related to Josh. So, and unfortunately, the debate for all debates would be Stephen A. versus Trump. But
he would have to get there.
Well, but
I don't know if
but Trump can't. I mean, the law, the Constitution says Trump can't run again, so he wouldn't debate Trump. He would debate J.D. Vance or whoever the candidate is.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Then what's the point?
Oh no, I guess then he could run. He could run as a Republican if he wanted, because there will be a Republican primary, because Trump he can't run again.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, so he could run either side. He could run on either side.
Well, that'll be a tricky decision.
Yes. Man. Holy moly. I need it for the cinema.
I don't know
it all.
I don't know what contract you just signed or how long it was for, but that could be the end of it.
Yes. Well, what if the contract is 3 years? Takes him right up into presidency.
Right.
Justin in Tennessee, you're on WIP. What's up, Justin?
What's happening, fellas? How you doing today?
What's up,
Just
fella?
Stone. I can't wait now. We can ask Justin about James Pierce.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, man. Back on OK Andrew, he left off James Pierce, man. He's an athlete, dude. Now I know everybo's got don't like Tennessee players because Derek Barnett didn't really pan out and all that stuff.
Well, there's no good Tennessee players in the pros either.
Right. Just the best defensive player in the history of the game.
No, that's one. I'm talking about who's the best since Reggie. I mean, Eric Berry, okay, great player.
Yeah.
What about last 10 years there, Justin?
Last 10 years, I don't know.
Well, you can take claim to Alvin Kamara. He started there.
I'm talking defense.
Alvin Kamara, but yeah, it's been a rough few years. We've been out in the wilderness down here, but we're coming back.
You got Jalen Hyatt.
It ain't like we're Columbus here, okay? You know what I mean?
Well, you would think you're in the SEC or top 10 team every year. Can you produce one good
SEC
pro?
is overrated. How many times I got to tell you that?
I won the national championship last night.
Come on now. Come on. I mean, it's the Georgia Bulldogs of Philadelphia now, pretty much.
Yep. Except for Georgia. They're not overrated. Georgia's not overrated.
But yeah, Pierce,
since we have a pipeline in there.
I mean, go back and look at his combine numbers and stuff. But I like to call them the underwear Olympics because I mean that's what they're doing. They're out there running in their deadgum underwear. I mean, yeah, they're going to be freaks doing that. They ain't got no shoulder pads or nothing restricting them or nothing like that. But
not restricting them anywhere, right, Justin?
No, they ain't got nothing restricting them.
Yeah,
just out there flying.
That hammer is real. For real.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no, like going back to what you were saying initially, Spike, like about the Negadelphia fan, like explain that to me one more time. But like what you were saying, because I still don't get what you're trying to say. I've listened to our show. I swear to God, I have.
What I'm trying to say is, it seems like we have morphed into. It's actually. It's not negative. It's a different kind of negative. It is an entitled sort of smug sort of. The only thing we only talk about championships here. I'm not talking about the team unless they win a championship. I feel like we have morphed right into Yankee fan territory and Belichick Patriot fan territory, and just like, let's relax a little bit and not be those.
You've got to look like being an Eagles fan. All I've ever wanted was a Super Bowl, and I've seen them play in 3 in the last 7 years and win 2 of them. Should have won all 3 of them by rights. If it wasn't for that dadgum sloppy field, we would have won 3 of them.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, we're going to be peacocking, strutting around like a banty rooster. And the thing with the Phillies, I mean, everybody can feel good about them, but it's 9 games into a 162 game season.
What's a banty rooster?
Thank you.
It's a fancy rooster. Okay. We'll get down to the semantics here a little later. But anyway, like it's 162 games. Yeah, you can feel good about them, but it's a long daggone season too, boys. I mean, I get it. But
If they were 2-7, and they hadn't fixed any of the things that they had
if
fixed,
they were the Braves,
no. But that's my question. Okay.
Be melting down, probably.
But here, yeah. So the thing is, if they were 2-7 and they were swinging at everything, do you think we would be saying it's a long season?
Probably not. No.
Okay. Yeah. So.
It'd probably be skies falling. It really would.
Yeah.
But
whatever.
I mean, the thing that really tickled me yesterday when I was listening, I wanted to call so bad I couldn't stand it. But like my favorite thing of the '80s, your little topic yesterday, and I know you don't like when people go back.
Nah, whatever. It's 5:30 segment.
It's 5:30 exactly.
Yeah.
You give up. It's over now.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I've been
He said you give up.
Well, we get some of the best radio after I've given up in the 5:30 segment. I stopped trying to control everything.
Right.
Jack, I think my wife should be able to do a top 5 spikes as well. And trying to control everything spike, it would be number 1.
Easily.
Yeah.
But yeah, my favorite thing of the '80s was like the slasher horror movies, like Nightmare on Elm Street and Halloween and Friday the 13th and all them. That was flipping.
Oh man,
yeah,
slashers.
Like,
What do they call them? Slashers.
Slashers.
movies?
Yeah.
But
Now I do believe. Now that was their peak, the '80s. I think the first Friday the 13th and the first Halloween may have been. God, were they 79 or 78?
Oh yeah, probably the first ones.
The
were
first
like
one, but
79,
they
yeah.
really got their rhythm in the '80s. Absolutely.
yeah, the first Friday the 13th was in the '80s, but the first Halloween was the '70s, and then like anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, like and something else I want to grapple about. I've got this MLB Network package, but I live in dadgum Braves country, and y'all know how bad I hate the Braves, and I'm blacked out because I don't have that stupid fan duel thing, so I can't even watch that game tonight. That's ridiculous living down here, stinking dadgum Braves.
Well, you're not blacked out. You can't watch it on the Braves.
I can't even watch it. I can't even watch. You got to pay extra for the fan duel thing that they're on now. It's ridiculous. And I've got the MLB, package. Pay $120 like you were telling the dude from LA yesterday about.
Yeah.
But anyway, y'all have had a great show today. Psych. That was a good one. I figured I'd try to help you bring that back.
Psych.
You said yesterday you wanted to bring it back.
Yep. Psych.
I love you, boys. I mean it. I really do. We'll holler at you later.
All right, Justin.
All right, Justin. Love you, brother.
215-592-9494. Jack, you're looking like you're thinking about something else. You're thinking about appliances.
Oh, I'm always when I look like I'm just glazed over.
You're thinking about National Appliance
Always
Warehouse.
just thinking about National Appliance.
Oh, their
Warehouse.
giant selection.
Yeah, listen. Over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget.
You see everything in there.
15,000 square foot showroom. It's huge.
Price ashore.
You walk in, you're like, wow, I'm taken care of. National Appliance Warehouse wants to make you feel like you can walk in there and you're part of their family. There's so many things that set National Appliance Warehouse apart. And listen, we know that builders, designers, contractors, you're working hard for your clients. And when they need the right appliance, get to National Appliance Warehouse. We've talked about them for a long time. What are you waiting for? My parents just went down there a couple weeks ago, and they got a new dishwasher. It was installed over the weekend. Beyond happy with it. So National Appliance Warehouse, you're going to get, first off, you're going to get the best price. Now, it's guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. Also, tax-free Delaware helps. And of course, they always have great savings events going on as well. But you're going to get, of course, the right appliance, which you mentioned at the beginning, over 100 brands and a 15,000 square foot showroom. And on top of that, a great experience with knowledgeable professionals. You walk in there, trust me, you'll feel like a part of their family. That is the National Appliance Warehouse culture. On top of that, they will do everything, installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Man.
Yeah.
And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Yeah. What's going on over
Yeah,
there?
cut that.
Yeah. My appliances from National Appliance Warehouse coming Thursday.
Nice.
Pretty
There you
excited.
go.
Pretty excited. The whole kitchen's worth of appliances.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah. What'd you do?
House spike.
What do you
You
mean?
did the whole kitchen?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, bro. That's actually the least of my worries.
Who paid for it?
The kitchen?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, okay.
I paid for it.
No, okay, good. It's about time.
Yeah, yes. Jake and Philly, you're on WIP. Who paid for it?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Jake?
Hey, all right, I think as a Phillies or as a Philadelphia fan, we haven't really changed. We just brought something to measure now. Like we have stuff. Other than the argument we used to have is like, you haven't been good in 10 years. We've been fine. You have. Now it's we have 2 championships.
That's right.
We have this. So it's a little bit different. Like it is different, but I think we're still the same, like, a-holes, bro. They were still horrible.
I don't. You know when I remember this, Shaq, I don't know if you're old enough to remember it. Ike, you were around for it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Philly fans getting a little bit like this after 2008. I remember.
Oh yeah, when they won the World Series. Oh yeah,
the little smug,
Yeah.
the little like.
To the table now.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So I got. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Jake.
Oh, okay. So I got 2 things. There's 2 like kind of questions. So I don't think I've heard it on the radio. I'm not going to be that guy. But the Eagles still have the safety from the Vikings, 2022 first-round draft pick that they picked up. He also went to Georgia. Like, I don't know how
Is it Lewis
they're gonna
Sign?
use Lewis
Yeah.
Sign.
Yeah, Lewis Sign. Yeah.
Again, he has a lot to prove. So I just don't know if they're going to go safety early, like that is necessary.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they go edge.
I think they would go.
My big question,
Ike's been saying edge or corner, and it
Yeah.
seems like that's what they value on the defense.
If they go cornerback 2 years in a row after not going cornerback for my whole life, it will be wild.
They need an
That
edge.
would be good too.
I don't care what we say. I hope Azeez Ojulari works out. I hope Josh Uche works out. They need an edge.
Yes.
They need an edge. I hope Jalix Hunt can take a step up. I hope Bryce Huff is not MIA this year, but that's the value position I think they need to take. Thank you for the call, Jake. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, they need to.
No, I'm with you. Yeah.
Dustin in the Northeast, you're on WIP. What's up, Dustin?
Oh, perfect timing, fellas. Fritzy really messing up with that national, what was it?
Yep. National Plants Warehouse.
There's no messing up.
Yeah, saliva was all over the place. You should see the glass. It's covered in spit.
Well, we're on YouTube now. I don't see any comments about there being any spray.
They can't see the glass.
Yeah, well, they can see me whenever I talk. I don't see spit flying.
You guys gotta pull the squeegees out, boys. Pull the squeegees out.
Yeah.
Shut up, Dustin.
In all seriousness, Jack, you're gonna kick the camera's ass in that competition, kid, and I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the excuses from that guy.
Well, he's gonna get hurt before.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
Yeah, him making it to the competition. I put
Will be
that at
shocking, yes.
plus 350 that he even makes it to the competition.
What do you think happens first, Spike? A pulled hammy or a twisted ankle?
A groin has to be
Going back
factored
to
in.
that groin again.
Go to the groin.
He's a groinsman.
Two of them that are bad.
He's also he could be a hernia guy. He could definitely be a hernia guy.
No upper body things are good. Like he's not really
It's
gonna
going to
lift
all
at
be
all.
lower body.
Yes.
Tons of lower body injuries.
A lot of soft tissue stuff with that guy.
I can't wait for the aftermath with it. It's gonna be great talk radio. We gotta have pre and post game interviews as well.
Oh, you kidding me?
For sure.
Yeah.
Cover this thing like it's a Super Bowl.
Yeah. And the basketball game, we got to do the play-by-play.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
And then in hour 3 of the one-on-one game,
It won't take that long. Now
we're
we're
at
gonna do
6
one.
to 2.
Are we gonna do one thing a day, or is it gonna be all in one day?
Oh, it's got to be all in one day.
Oh,
Like
it's got to be all in one day. What do you think we
Well, I'm
get?
saying we could also spread it out like one, like
We don't want to spread it out.
No, all in one day, like Revenge of the Nerds. That's what I keep thinking, like the Revenge of the Nerds talent show or whatever, the competition.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Oh, you've never seen it.
never
no
seen
idea what you're
Revenge of
talking
the
about.
Nerds.
Is that weird
But
science?
do you think the camera could last a full day of competition like
No.
that?
No, there's no
I'm
way.
confident in Jack,
That's why the
but
younger,
dude, there ain't
stronger
no-
guys go. He's more likely to win this.
It's gonna be great. You guys got to put out the schedule for it, and so we can go out there and cheer them on.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will be. Thank you for the call, Dustin. This will be incredibly public. But you will be allowed to come watch it.
Well, and I've had several people offer
Yes.
facilities
Yes. Yes.
for us to use.
Yeah.
So
I need a date. I need a date. Once Lakin gets back from his world travels.
Seriously. As soon as he gets back from whatever he's doing.
Whichever convention he's at this week.
Which is my favorite. Well, I might need it to top 5 of Lakins.
Yes.
But Free Trip Lakin is number 1.
Free Trip
We got to
Lakin.
wait to do it when he comes back so he can hear it.
Yes. Liar Lakin. Oh, yes. Yeah, we can't do it now.
Yeah, don't do it early. Yes.
Poor communication Lakin. There's how much time you got? Fantasy Lakin.
Oh, yeah.
Fantasy Lakin.
Fantasy Lakin is something else. It's the whole reason he has this job is so he can
Run
be
fantasy
in fantasy leagues.
I actually know sports unlike the last PD.
I told you were threatened by how much baseball knowledge he has.
Yeah. Oh, man, back into a corner.
Yep.
You know that Spike become the baseball guy on the show?
Don't let me get hot.
You want to write the book? Kevin and Spike, they're going to write the second.
A lot less work for Kevin in that situation. I can tell you that.
I told you, I wrote 200-ish pages.
Yeah. The text line. Oh, man. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
You can't enjoy the sweet without the sour. Reminds me of a wild night in Cincy I had with Hike Reese. We went to see a Salt and Pepper tribute act named Sweet and Sour. While they weren't as good as Salt and Pepper, Ike didn't indeed push it. Come on! Tornado Shapiro.
A good one.
A good one.
Definitely a good one. What's next?
Even we disagree with Elliott. The Eagles.
He had a great year. Special year.
It was like MVP performance for Mike, a belt-keeping performance for Mike, who holds the belt right now, as he steps in for the Jalen didn't have that good a year and the dagger wasn't that important with Elliott. It was like he
made me say the dagger wasn't that important. He made me go there.
It was like a tag team match. I felt like I was reaching and I got the tip of my finger and he came in and just like went ham.
Because he breaks you.
He does.
He breaks you. Even the most rational people.
Yep.
He breaks.
He does. What's next?
Spike opening the show. Look, guys, I think fans have gotten incredibly smug, and being smug will get you nowhere in life. Anywho, current Eagles Insider of the Year, Elliott Shore Parks, will be in for the full hour today. Mike in Havertown.
Mr. Smug.
Yep. He could go for hours, too. The debates? No, I don't.
Yep.
I don't mean with sex.
Yeah, there's no way, right?
No.
You going to break that down?
Who wants to go for hours?
Yeah.
I got nothing.
You think he's a stamina's man?
Got nothing. I got nothing.
It sounds like a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that Twitter poll?
What's next?
He does not hit hard. The bag that Elliott is boxing.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That little bit of information.
He's like, yeah, I think I hit hard. Oh, okay. I'm sure.
Elliott giving up on boxing is incredible.
Man, that is such a Joe DeCamera thing. I'm actually surprised. I forgot that he was doing the whole boxing thing until you said something.
So did I.
Because he never gives us updates.
No, we never got video of it either. We're supposed to get
There's
video.
no way he's letting us get video of it.
I would love to see.
Can't you just
video.
imagine him like he's at the bag? He's like, pew. You know what I mean? Like that's the noise that he makes when
Do
he
you
goes
think
to
he
punch
does the
bag.
finger spin in the air after he hits the? That's a celebration.
I wish people could see the finger wag.
Yes.
So that they knew what we're talking about every time we bring it up.
I know.
Well, we got to go out with him.
College Elliott.
And video.
Yes.
Like from afar. What's next?
Tired of being the daily butt of the joke for the text line, a determined Spike came in today and immediately called everyone smug before chasing that with declaring that his wife is a terrible gift giver. Alex in Lancaster.
That is not what I said.
What do you implied?
She is a good gift giver. She is.
Well, you
She's
would
a
be
great
more
gift
excited
giver.
about getting gifts.
No,
Yeah, but you hate gifts.
I don't. I don't like mandatory.